Chapter 001: The Arrival of the System. In a company in Tokyo, the atmosphere was quiet and oppressive. Suddenly, a classic phrase from traditional Chinese culture pierced through the gloom. "I'm so anxious." The unexpected Chinese utterance drew the attention of the weary office workers. The voice originated from a man seated in the far corner of the room. His name was Chen Mo. Still caught in a daze, he hardly noticed the curious glances directed at him. "I'm not dead. Did I really survive by sheer luck?" After a prolonged moment of confusion, Chen Mo finally registered the atmosphere around him, realizing that many eyes were fixated on him. He glanced around, feeling a strange sense of familiarity mixed with unfamiliarity. Where am I? Is this still my homeland? After surveying his surroundings, Chen Mo found himself in a modest yet adequately illuminated office space. His colleagues were clad in neatly pressed suits, their desks cluttered with documents and laptops. The air was imbued with a faint aroma of coffee and paper. Japanese slogans and promotional posters adorned the walls, while a vending machine in the corner brimmed with an array of beverages and snacks packaged in Japanese. "Is this little Japan?" Chen Mo murmured to himself, bewildered and astonished. "No wonder it feels so familiar. I must have seen it before." He then looked down at his attire, discovering he was also dressed in a sharp suit. A company badge pinned to his chest bore his name and position. The Japanese characters on the badge further confirmed his suspicions. He was indeed in Japan, and he was working for a Japanese company. Have I crossed over? Or am I reborn? Chen Mo pondered, his mind swirling in chaos. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from afar, shattering the office's silence. Chen Mo looked up to see a tall, elegant woman with striking features striding toward him. She donned a perfectly tailored black business dress that accentuated her long legs, which were particularly eye-catching against the backdrop of black stockings. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her piercing gaze exuded an undeniable authority. "Chen Mo, what are you doing?" Her voice was icy, laced with impatience, as if questioning a subordinate who had committed a grave error, her eyes brimming with disdain. Taken aback by the fierce woman before him, Chen Mo froze momentarily before realizing she was likely his superior. He quickly glanced at her name badge, which read Fujiwara Mizuki. "Director Fujiwara I." As Chen Mo instinctively began to explain, he was abruptly cut off by Fujiwara Mizuki. "This is work time, not a place for daydreaming." Her voice rose slightly in tone, clearly tinged with sarcasm. "If you think this job is too easy, I can assign you more tasks." His colleagues around him averted their gazes, feigning busyness, yet their ears were perked up, evidently accustomed to such scenes. Sensing the atmosphere, Fujiwara Mizuki smirked inwardly. "Oomph. Is this what frightens you? What kind of man are you? Just a bunch of incompetent fools." Chen Mo felt a surge of discontent. Still grappling with his own circumstances and reluctant to stir trouble, he managed to force a smile. "Apologies, Director Fujiwara. I was a bit distracted at what happened again." Fujiwara Mizuki shot him a cold glance, seemingly unimpressed by his demeanor, looking down on him with utter disdain. She stepped closer, towering over him, and said, distracted, "Don't think I didn't notice you dozing at your desk. Did the company hire you to sleep? If it happens again, I won't hesitate to send you to HR for a chat." Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the office. Chen Mo felt the weight of the surrounding gazes piercing him like needles, yet he did not flinch. Flinch? Ridiculous. He bore the blood of the Flower Nation. Instead, he raised his head and met Fujiwara Mizuki's gaze. "Director Fujiwara, I understand." His tone remained calm, but his eyes carried a hint of defiance. Fujiwara Mizuki was evidently taken aback by Chen Mo's response. Typically, he wouldn't dare to look her in the eye, yet now he boldly maintained eye contact. This astonished her, prompting her to think, this Chinese man is rather unusual. He was never like this before. Fujiwara Mizuki's brows furrowed slightly, but remembering her pending tasks, she quickly restored her indifferent demeanor. "Let's hope you truly understand, or else with that." She turned and walked away, the sound of her heels echoing once more until her figure vanished at the corridor's end. Chen Mo slumped back into his chair, a smirk of amusement creeping onto his face. "Ah, Fujiwara Mizuki, is it? With a bit of charm. Let's see who laughs last. Just hope you don't fall into my hands otherwise. ITLL be a disaster for you." Back at his workstation, Chen Mo began to piece together his new identity and memories. The previous Chen Mo had also hailed from the great land of Huaxia. An orphan with outstanding academic achievements, he found himself in Tokyo for studies by sheer chance. Observing the attractive salary and benefits in Japan, he secured a job post-graduation and chose to remain and strive in Tokyo. In this company, his image was that of a docile and submissive individual, perpetually bowing his head and shrinking back. The Japanese were known for their exclusivity, and as a Chinese man with such a demeanor, his colleagues often looked down upon him, frequently setting traps for him. However, the ordinary colleagues were manageable. It was his female superior, Fujiwara Mizuki, who posed a different challenge. She was notoriously known as the Ice Queen of the company, rumored to have a misandry syndrome. At a young age, she had risen to the position of director, wielding considerable power, and was known for her stringent demands on subordinates, while particularly targeting Chen Mo. Perhaps due to his nationality, Fujiwara Mizuki consistently found various reasons to make his life difficult. She would often dock his bonuses and publicly criticize him in meetings, leaving him utterly humiliated. Recently, this woman seemed to have taken a disliking to him, demanding endless overtime and incessantly belittling the former Chen Mo, pushing him into a corner. The physically fragile Chen Mo ultimately perished at his workstation under the strain of relentless work. As the new Chen Mo recalled these memories, a cold smile crept upon his lips. It seems the previous owner of this body was a pushover, easily manipulated by others. But now that I'm here, I won't endure this nonsense any longer. Rest assured, I will avenge you, my brother. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host meets the criteria, the system has been activated. The sudden, cold mechanical voice startled Chen Mo, causing him to leap to his feet. His startled reaction attracted the attention of his colleagues, their gazes laden with various emotions, some sympathetic, others gleeful. After all, the oppressive work atmosphere in Japan often drove individuals to the brink of madness. Ignoring the stares, Chen Mo sat back down and cautiously inquired in his mind. System? Ding, this system is a conquest system. Completing each system task will yield corresponding points. Points can be exchanged for money or used for a lottery. Each lottery draw costs 100 points. Anything can be drawn. Chen Mo was taken aback. There truly was a system in this world. He had often read web novels in his previous life for amusement, never expecting such fortune to befall him. Elated, Chen Mo readily accepted the system. Chapter 002. Conquest tasks. Having accepted the situation, he began to explore the functionalities of the system. The lottery feature was currently inaccessible, presumably due to insufficient points. Presently, there was only a feature to exchange conquest points for cash, with the conversion rate being 1 point equivalent to 10,000 yen. Chen Mo gazed at the system interface, contemplating, is 1 point equal to 10,000 yen? This exchange rate appears quite favorable, but how does one acquire conquest points? What do they specifically entail? At that moment, the system's cold mechanical voice echoed again. Ding. Detected host facing difficulties from female, superior, triggered novice task, little cherry blossom woman. Cease your impudence. System has bound Fujiwara Mizuki as the conquest target. Host must thoroughly conquer her. Task requirements. Increase conquest progress by 10 task rewards. 10 million yen, 200 conquest points, 2 free attribute. Points, 1 conquest lottery. Task duration. 7 days, due to initial binding by the system. Novice benefits have been granted, doubling the task rewards, doubled rewards. 20 million yen, 400 conquest points. 4 free attribute points, 2 conquest lotteries remaining task time. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59.1 seconds million yen. Chen Mo exclaimed inwardly, feeling quite pleased with the system's task rewards. 10 million yen was a considerable sum, equivalent to 500,000 renminbi. One should not underestimate that amount. 80 of young people today might not save such a sum even after a decade of work. Chen Mo felt no disdain whatsoever, a slight smile gracing his lips as a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Hehe, a system, you say? How intriguing. The path to conquering Tokyo begins with you, Fujiwara Mizuki. Seated at his workstation, Chen Mo began to strategize on how to fulfill the system's task. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one had noticed his peculiar demeanor before continuing his mental dialogue with the system. System, what does conquest progress entail? How can it be enhanced? Conquest progress refers to the host gradually fostering affection, reliance, admiration, and infatuation in the target through actions, words, and psychological means. When the progress reaches 100, the target is deemed fully conquered. A flicker of understanding crossed Chen Mo's mind, and a smile crept onto his face. So, this is essentially a quest to win over Fujiwara Mizuki? How delightful this task seems far more engaging than I initially anticipated. He recalled Fujiwara Mizuki's cold, proud visage and her assertive demeanor, stirring within him a desire for challenge. What expression would she wear when subdued? He yearned to let this arrogant woman experience the sensation of being trampled beneath his feet. Given this opportunity from the heavens, he was determined not to squander it. However, a woman like Fujiwara Mizuki does not appear easily manageable, he mused. Word has it, she possesses a misandry syndrome and harbors a strong aversion to men from Huaxia. Ordinary flattery and attentiveness will surely be futile. A different approach must be devised. As he pondered, his fingers absent-mindedly tapped on the desk. Just then, the office door swung open once more, and Fujiwara Mizuki entered, her high heels clicking against the floor. Her gaze swept across the office, finally landing on Chen Mo, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Chen Mo, have you prepared the materials for this afternoon's meeting? Fujiwara Mizuki inquired coldly. Chen Mo rose, a confident smile gracing his face. Director Fujiwara, the materials are ready and we can begin at any time. Fujiwara Mizuki was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a composed response from him. She furrowed her brow, her tone remaining icy. That's good, don't disappoint me. With that, she turned and exited, the sound of her heels echoing in the office once more. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Fujiwara Mizuki, just you wait in the days to come. I shall make this quite entertaining for you. Though he silently cursed the preparations for the meeting, he maintained a suitably pleasant smile on his face. He understood that it was not yet time to sever ties after all. The system's task remained, and staying at the company afforded him more time and opportunities to engage with this insufferable woman that he needed to conquer Fujiwara Mizuki step by step. Thus, Chen Mo returned to his workstation to organize the materials required for the afternoon meeting. He had previously prepared most of the necessary documents, merely needing to supplement them slightly. As time passed, Chen Mo arranged the materials meticulously. Perhaps due to the system's influence, his mind was remarkably sharp. The entire process flowed effortlessly. Not only did he complete the task, but he also prepared some additional data and analysis for unforeseen circumstances. Through inherited memories, Chen Mo knew that Fujiwara Mizuki was a detail-oriented individual, and any oversight could serve as a pretext for her to create trouble for him. The afternoon meeting commenced as scheduled. Fujiwara Mizuki occupied the seat at the head of the table, her gaze coldly surveying each individual present. Her eyes resembled sharp blades, seemingly capable of piercing through the facades of everyone in attendance, striking at their core. Subordinates who met her gaze averted their eyes, either fixated on their computers or scribbling notes, evidently fearful of incurring the wrath of this ice queen afflicted with misandry. Fujiwara Mizuki observed their reactions with satisfaction, though her internal musings were far more complex than her outward demeanor suggested. These fellows are all like turtles, lacking even the courage to look me in the eye. What sort of men are these? Worthless, Fujiwara Mizuki scoffed internally, a smirk gracing her lips, laced with disdain. How dull, not a single opponent to pique my interest. Her gaze ultimately settled on Chen Mo, the man from Huaxia, whom she found most loathsome, yet today felt somewhat different. Typically, Chen Mo exuded a sense of timidity and anxiety, his eyes darting as if bracing for her reprimands, a process she relished. However, today, there was a newfound confidence in his gaze, even a hint of provocation. Humph, what a pretense, Fujiwara Mizuki silently derided. Do you think this will make me regard you with newfound respect? How laughable. She recalled their conversation that morning. Chen Mo's composed demeanor had surprised her, even eliciting a twinge of annoyance. She was accustomed to everyone deferring to her, relishing the sensation of control. Yet today, Chen Mo's behavior hinted at a sense of unpredictability. Just a damned Huaxia man, no matter how he pretends, it changes nothing, Fujiwara Mizuki thought coldly. I shall see how long you can maintain this charade. Her gaze swept the meeting room again, an undercurrent of irritation bubbling within her. Over the years, she had presented herself as a cold and proud figure, using her assertive attitude to subdue those around her. She detested men, particularly those who were self-important. She abhorred their hypocrisy, their arrogance. Simply put, she found them repugnant. Chen Mo sat across from her, exuding calmness, holding the prepared materials in his hands. Once the meeting commenced, Fujiwara Mizuki spoke first, her tone remaining frigid. Today's meeting will primarily discuss strategies for the upcoming quarter. I expect constructive feedback from everyone. As her words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone understood the implications of Fujiwara Mizuki's constructive feedback. What she yearned to hear was a proposal that would satisfy her, rather than mere commonplace suggestions. Following Mizuki Fujiwara's remarks, the conference room remained enveloped in silence. Everyone kept their heads bowed, fearful of being called upon to speak. Mizuki Fujiwara's gaze swept coldly over the assembly, ultimately resting upon Chen Mo with a slight raise of her brow and a hint of sarcasm in her tone. She inquired, "Chen Mo, as a member of the marketing department, do you not have any thoughts to share?" Chapter 003. What are you acting so proud for? Chen Mo heard the name of Fujiwara Miyuki being called, which was entirely expected. He knew this troublesome woman would seek him out for trouble. Fortunately, he was well prepared and remained unfazed. He then lifted his head, meeting her gaze with calmness. A slight smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence. "Minister Fujiwara, I do have some thoughts regarding the market strategy for the upcoming quarter." Fujiwara Miyuki was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Chen Mo's composed response. She was eager to see what this insignificant individual could possibly present. If his answers failed to impress her, she would undoubtedly humiliate him severely. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, her tone still frosty. "Oh, pray tell." Chen Mo stood up, grasping the materials in his hand, and approached the projector at the front of the conference room. He skillfully powered on the computer, projecting his prepared PowerPoint onto the large screen. A series of detailed data analyses and market trend forecasts illuminated the display. "According to my recent market research, I discovered." His voice was steady and resonant, each statement articulated with clarity and supported by solid data. His analysis encompassed not only the current market conditions but also proposed specific implementation strategies, even including detailed calculations for the budget and anticipated outcomes. This meticulous work was a testament to his dedication, as the volume of data he presented was at least equivalent to that of 3 individuals. Fujiwara Miyuki sat there, feeling increasingly marginalized. The colleagues in the conference room raised their heads in astonishment, having never witnessed this typically timid man from Huaxia speak with such assurance, let alone deliver an analysis so profound. The furrow in Fujiwara Miyuki's brow deepened, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face. She had been in a foul mood that day, intending to pick a fight and vent her frustrations by berating Chen Mo. However, she did not anticipate him presenting such constructive ideas. The meeting, initially meant to satisfy her penchant for reprimanding others and alleviating her unpleasant mood, had taken an unexpected turn. How could Chen Mo have truly prepared such a comprehensive data report? This revelation thwarted her plans for humiliation. The sudden blockage left Fujiwara Miyuki thoroughly displeased. "Where did you obtain this data and analysis?" she inquired coldly, her tone laced with irritation and a hint of accusation. Chen Mo smiled faintly. "Maintaining eye contact. I compiled this data during my recent overtime work, and I personally conducted the market research. Minister Fujiwara, should you have any questions, I can provide more detailed materials." Fujiwara Miyuki paused in silence for a moment. She had not truly listened to Chen Mo's explanation earlier, as she had approached this meeting with the intent of publicly belittling him, never considering it could yield any genuine outcomes. Thus, her attention had wandered. Uncertain whether Chen Mo's earlier remarks were accurate, I could only nod and say, "Very well, I shall consider your suggestions. However, adjustments to the market strategy are no trivial matter. I require a more detailed execution plan." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, inwardly scoffing. "Consider? Humph, what a facade. Don't think I am oblivious to your intentions, you wretched woman, merely seeking to berate me during this meeting." Nevertheless, it mattered not. The game had only just begun. Fujiwara Miyuki, deprived of an emotional release, was decidedly displeased. With no grounds for reproach, continuing the meeting seemed futile. Casting a fierce glare at Chen Mo, she rose and declared, "This meeting shall conclude for today. Chen Mo, remain behind. I have questions for you. The rest may return to their duties." Upon hearing Fujiwara Miyuki's command, the colleagues in the conference room collectively exhaled, as if liberated from an invisible weight. They hastily gathered their documents and laptops. Their movements brisk yet tinged with a hint of panic, fearful that any delay might draw Fujiwara Miyuki's attention. Sitting beside Chen Mo was Yamada Kenichi, a middle-aged employee with black-rimmed glasses, slightly disheveled hair, and a physique that bore the hallmarks of a reclusive man. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, a flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. Typically on amicable terms with Chen Mo, Yamada was taken aback by his performance today. He mused, what has gotten into him today? Isn't he usually the one being chastised by manager Fujiwara? Once a target of ridicule within the company, Yamada had found relief since Chen Mo's arrival, who had unwittingly shifted the spotlight away from him. Regardless, he resolved to vacate the meeting room to avoid sharing in the reprimand. Swiftly organizing his papers, he quietly stood and gently patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, whispering, Chen-san, I feel for you. You can do this, just endure, do not resist, lest you provide her with ammunition. With that, he slipped away from the conference room, wary of attracting Fujiwara Miyuki's gaze. Feeling the pressure of Yamada's reassuring touch on his shoulder, Chen Mo turned slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. The door to the conference room creaked shut, the last colleague's silhouette vanishing beyond the threshold. Instantly, silence engulfed the room, leaving only Chen Mo and Fujiwara Miyuki. Fujiwara Miyuki remained at the opposite end of the conference table, arms crossed, her piercing gaze fixed on Chen Mo as though attempting to see through him. Chen Mo, she began, her voice still frigid, but laced with a hint of impatience. Your performance today has taken me by surprise. Responding with measured composure, Chen Mo replied, Manager Fujiwara, I merely executed my responsibilities. The adjustment of the market strategy is vital to the company's future development, and I dare not approach it with negligence. Fujiwara Mizuki let out a cold laugh as she approached the conference table, her fingers lightly tapping the surface, producing a rhythmic sound. Her gaze remained sharp, laced with a hint of mockery. Is that so? Pray tell, how did you manage to compile such a detailed report in such a short span? I recall you were quite overwhelmed with other projects just a few days ago. Chen Mo felt a stir within, realizing that Fujiwara Mizuki was testing him. He had come prepared and responded with unruffled composure. Minister Fujiwara, market research and analysis have always been integral to my role. I have compiled this data and analysis during my evenings and weekends. Though it has been arduous, I believe it is worthwhile for the company's benefit. Fujiwara Mizuki narrowed her eyes, clearly not entirely satisfied with Chen Mo's response. She stepped closer, looking down upon him with an air of intimidation. Chen Mo, do not assume that a single good performance can mask your ineffectiveness. I have consistently been displeased with your work ethic and efficiency. I will continue to observe today's proceedings. Should there be any omissions in the information you provided, do not expect me to be lenient. Despite Fujiwara Mizuki's sharp tongue, Chen Mo maintained a smile. Meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve, Minister Fujiwara, I understand your expectations. I shall continue to strive to ensure that every task is executed to the best of my ability. Fujiwara Mizuki scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly searching for a crack in his demeanor, yet Chen Mo's calmness left her at a loss. With a huff, she turned towards the conference room door. I hope you live up to your words. This meeting is adjourned for today. You may leave. Chen Mo bowed slightly, his tone outwardly respectful. Yes, Minister Fujiwara. Fujiwara Mizuki pushed the door open, leaving the conference room without a backward glance. Chen Mo stood in place until her footsteps faded down the corridor, then gradually straightened up. Humph, what an arrogant woman. She'll eventually kneel and sing my praises. Although there is no conquest in this land, one must still kneel. Chapter 004, Time Suspension, Ding. Detected that the host successfully dealt with Fujiwara Mizuki's provocation. Conquest progress increased by 2. Reward, 40 conquest points. Remaining time for novice task, 6 days 1859. 59. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Mo felt a subtle smile creep across his lips, secretly reveling in his triumph. It seems that this insufferable woman is not entirely invulnerable. A slight counterattack can indeed elevate the conquest progress. How intriguing. I had presumed the system tasks only rewarded upon meeting standards. It appears there are also periodic progress rewards, quite delightful. In high spirits, Chen Mo organized the documents on his desk, preparing to exit the conference room when, suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Hidden task triggered, hidden task, emotional provocation, task requirement. Within the next 24 hours, induce at least one emotional fluctuation, anger, surprise, confusion, etc., in Fujiwara Mizuki through words or actions. Task reward. 100 conquest points, 10 free attribute points. Initial hidden task, so rewards are doubled. Doubled reward. 200 conquest points. 20 free attributes. Task failure. No penalties. Remaining time for task. 23:59. 59. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, inwardly chuckling. Emotional provocation? This task seems rather entertaining. He exited the conference room and returned to his workstation, already contemplating how to accomplish this hidden task. A woman like Fujiwara Mizuki, seemingly as cold as ice, must possess a sensitive core, especially regarding her attitudes towards men. Given her misandry, I am keen to discover just how much she can endure. As he pondered, he opened his computer, feigning diligence in his work while discreetly observing Fujiwara Mizuki's movements. The afternoon work hours passed swiftly, and soon it was time to leave. Colleagues in the office began to gather their belongings, preparing to depart. However, Chen Mo deliberately took his time, appearing to wait for something. Sure enough, Fujiwara Mizuki emerged from her private office, a document in hand, her gaze sweeping coldly across the office. Her eyes ultimately settled on Chen Mo, her brow slightly furrowing. Chen Mo, why are you still here? Chen Mo looked up, a hint of an innocent smile adorning his face. Director Fujiwara, I have some unfinished work and plan to put in a bit of overtime. Fujiwara Mizuki let out a cold snort, her tone laced with sarcasm. Overtime? Aren't you the one who despises working late? What else with the sudden enthusiasm today? Chen Mo smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering. Director Fujiwara, have you not always taught us to prioritize the interests of the company? I believe today's work is of great significance. Hence my desire to dedicate additional time to ensure its quality. Fujiwara Mizuki momentarily appeared taken aback, clearly not anticipating Chen Mo's response. She furrowed her brow, her demeanor remaining frosty. Do as you wish, but do not think that working late can mask your incompetence. Upon finishing her words, she turned to leave. But Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Minister Fujiwara, you've worked hard today. Would you care for a cup of coffee? It's on me. Fujiwara Mizuki paused her steps, casting a cold, wary glance back at him, her eyes brimming with suspicion. What did you say? Chen Mo's demeanor had shifted significantly today, making her feel quite uncomfortable, leading her to question whether he harbored ulterior motives. Perhaps he intended to add something sinister to her coffee. Chen Mo maintained his smile, his tone relaxed. I said, you've worked hard today. Would you like to join me for a cup of coffee? I'll treat you. Fujiwara Mizuki furrowed her brows tighter. Fixating her gaze on Chen Mo, something felt amiss. Very amiss. This troublesome Chen Mo must be up to no good. Surely he wouldn't really intend to drug me. Would he? A flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes as she discerned his intentions. Chen Mo, do you think that just because you've performed well today, you can casually get closer to me? Chen Mo shrugged, his tone still composed. Minister Fujiwara, you've misunderstood. I simply believe you've had a taxing day at work. I thought you might enjoy a coffee to unwind. After all, you're human too, and you deserve a rest. A subtle change swept over Fujiwara Mizuki's expression, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She had clearly not anticipated Chen Mo's response. Was the situation not as she had perceived? Did Chen Mo genuinely harbor no ill intentions? Was he simply concerned for her well-being? For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. You. She opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately retorted coldly, no need. You can drink alone. With that, she left the office without a backward glance. Chen Mo observed her retreating figure, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Feeling a swell of satisfaction within, it appeared this foul woman was not entirely indifferent. In that fleeting moment, her emotions had evidently fluctuated. Ding. Hidden task. Emotional stimulus completed. Task reward. 200 conquest points. 10 free attribute points granted. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Mo felt even more content. Quite well. It seems this task was simpler than I anticipated. Next, it was time to make good use of these points and attribute values. He opened the system interface to examine his attribute panel. Host. Chen Mo. Strength. 60. Average value for adult males. 80. Agility. 60. Average value for adult males. 80. Endurance. 60. Average value for adult males. 80. Mentality. 80. Average value for adult males. 80. Charm. 70. Free attribute points. 20. Gazing at his attribute panel, Chen Mo contemplated inwardly. My strength and agility are both rather low. It seems the previous owner of this body was indeed quite feeble. As for charm, while 70 points may seem low, it is not too shabby compared to the previous 3. How can everything be below the average for a typical man? This body is utterly useless. These statistics appear entirely inadequate. This simply will not do. How can one conquer Tokyo with such physical conditions? It seems rather inadequate and requires practice. After some contemplation, he resolved to allocate the recently acquired 20 points of free attribute value to his endurance. Ding. Endurance attribute increased by 20. Endurance attribute elevated to 80. Endurance now meets the standard level of an average adult male, simultaneously enhancing strength by 10 points. Chen Mo sensed a subtle transformation within his body. The once weary and feeble physique was rejuvenated, invigorated with newfound vitality, and he felt considerably lighter. He nodded in satisfaction, then accessed the system's points exchange interface to check his current balance. Conquest points, 240. Points to cash conversion ratio, 1. 10,000 JPY. With 240 points, he could exchange for 4 million yen, equivalent to 120,000 Chinese yuan. However, there was no rush to convert just yet. While cash is valuable, with the system at his disposal, money would certainly not be scarce in the future. Thus, he decided to explore the lottery feature instead. Upon opening the lottery interface, he discovered that the lottery function had been unlocked, requiring 100 points per attempt. Although it was quite costly to draw once, given that he had 2 opportunities, he decided to give it a try without hesitation. He pressed the lottery button. Ding. Lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained time pause permanent. Time pause. Each use allows for a 3-minute suspension of time, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. Chapter 005. The curvaceous neighbor Chen Mo gazed at the lottery results, a surge of ecstasy coursing through him. Time pause? What an extraordinary skill. Though it lasts only 3 minutes, it can prove invaluable in critical moments. Eager to experiment with this newfound ability, he hesitated, mindful of the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the office. Recklessly using it might lead to unnecessary complications, so he decided to restrain his impulse for the time being. He would wait until he returned home to test it out. For now, he was curious about the outcome of the second lottery draw. He clicked the lottery button once more. Ding. Drawing. Congratulations, host has obtained Charisma Enhancement Card. One-time use Charisma Enhancement Card. Upon use, the host charisma will be permanently increased by 10 points. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. A Charisma Enhancement Card? While it may not be as formidable as the time pause, it was still quite commendable. After all, charisma plays a significant role in conquest tasks. Without hesitation, he utilized the Charisma Enhancement Card. Ding. Charisma increased by 10 points. Current charisma level, 80. Chen Mo sensed a subtle transformation in his demeanor. He appeared more confident and composed. Excellent, his charisma had finally reached an average level of attractiveness. Although not exceptionally high, it was sufficient to prevent him from lagging behind. Ding. Detected that the host's charisma has risen to average attractiveness. The system grants an additional lottery draw X1. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once again, and Chen Mo felt a rush of excitement. Another lottery draw? How splendid. Given the system's generosity, he decided to try his luck once more. He clicked the lottery button, silently wishing for something useful. Ding. Drawing. Congratulations. Host has obtained Information Viewing Function, permanent. Information Viewing Function consumes 10 conquest points to view the true and detailed information and background of the target individual. Chen Mo's eyes lit up at this reward. An information viewing function? This is nothing short of miraculous. With this capability, I can swiftly and thoroughly comprehend the essence of Fujiwara Mizuki. Eager to test this new function, he realized that, without the target individual present, he must restrain his excitement for now. He would seek an opportunity to utilize this feature when he returned to work the next day. Fujiwara Mizuki. Soon you shall be within my grasp. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he nodded in satisfaction, subsequently closing the system interface and preparing to leave the office. As he exited the corporate building, Chen Mo felt an unusual lightness in his heart. Today's accomplishments exceeded his expectations. Not only had he completed a hidden task, but he had also acquired 3 remarkably practical rewards. However, Fujiwara Mizuki was indeed a formidable woman. Although his probing had successfully stirred her emotions today, her vigilance remained astute. Earlier, when he had intended to invite her for coffee, her expression suggested she suspected his intentions were less than honorable. It appeared that his forthcoming actions would necessitate even greater caution. The path to conquest is indeed a long and arduous one. As Chen Mo pondered this, he instinctively made his way to the subway station. He resolved to thoroughly explore the other functions of the system upon returning home, particularly the skill of time suspension, to discern how to maximize its utility in future endeavors. Time suspension. If wielded effectively, this ability could potentially alter the course of events at crucial moments. Chen Mo was quite knowledgeable about this feature, having perused numerous instructional materials on time suspension in his previous life. A sly smile crept across his lips, and a glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Fujiwara Mizuki, brace yourself. In the days to come, you shall witness my prowess. Half an hour later. Upon arriving home, Chen Mo eagerly endeavored to test the time suspension skill. He positioned himself at the center of the living room, set up his phone, and activated the recording function, placing it on the table. He then silently intoned, "Time suspension." In an instant, everything around him seemed to have been pressed on pause. The air felt as though it had solidified, and even the sounds of the wind outside vanished. Chen Mo glanced at his watch, and indeed, the second hand had ceased its movement, and the recording on his phone was frozen. It truly worked. He excitedly spun around the room, verifying that time had indeed come to a standstill. Although it was a pity that he could not record during this suspended moment. 3 minutes were still ample time for him to accomplish numerous tasks. Next, Chen Mo turned off the recording and decided to try the photo function. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He hurried to his desk, seized a pen, and inscribed a few words on paper. Time suspension, truly remarkable. Once finished, he returned to his original position and silently whispered, "Time resume." In an instant, everything returned to normal. The sounds of the wind outside resumed, and the second hand of his watch began to move once more. Chen Mo gazed at the words still visible on the table. A surge of exhilaration coursing through him. This skill is incredibly powerful. Though limited to 3 minutes, it could prove invaluable at critical junctures. He checked the photos on his phone, and indeed, they remained intact, though the recording was frozen. He had now grasped that while he could not record, he could take photographs. He resolved to make the most of this skill, especially in encounters with Fujiwara Mizuki, where he might execute some unexpected maneuvers while she remained unsuspecting. Next, witness how I skillfully manipulate this ability to outmaneuver that insufferable Fujiwara Mizuki. A spark of confidence illuminated Chen Mo's eyes, and he brimmed with anticipation for the promising days ahead. Fujiwara Mizuki, and the peaks of Tokyo, prepare yourself, for I, Chen Mo, am on my way. Gurgled just as Chen Mo was immersed in the excitement of acquiring his new skill. A sudden rumble from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. It appeared he had become so exhilarated that he had forgotten to eat dinner. He patted his belly, chuckling to himself, then picked up his phone and opened a food delivery app, preparing to order a meal to satiate his hunger. Today, I find myself in high spirits and decide to indulge in a lavish meal. As Chen Mo browses the delivery menu, his attention is suddenly captured by a newly opened Japanese restaurant boasting impressive ratings. Without hesitation, he orders a luxurious sushi set. After successfully processing the payment of 9,600 yen, he sets his phone aside and resumes exploring the system's features. Approximately 20 minutes later, the doorbell rings. Has the delivery arrived so soon after placing the order? Chen Mo, taken aback, rises to answer the door. Upon opening the door, he is momentarily stunned. Standing before him is a voluptuous woman, exuding an alluring charm. She wears a soft, beige, form-fitting house dress that accentuates her graceful curves, with a modestly open neckline revealing a glimpse of her fair neck. Her hair is casually styled into a loose bun, with a few strands cascading softly by her ears, imparting an air of languid elegance. A gentle smile graces her face, and the slight upward curve of her eyes hints at the allure of a mature woman. Chapter 006, inviting the neighboring lady to taste sushi. Greetings. I am your neighbor residing next door. Just now, the delivery person mistakenly rang my doorbell and delivered your order to my residence. It seems the delivery person was rather oblivious, hastily handing me the food before departing, so I took the liberty of bringing it to you. Chen Mo, coming back to his senses, quickly accepted the food with a smile and said, "Oh, I truly appreciate your assistance. I am quite embarrassed for the trouble caused." The young woman responded with a gentle smile and a wave of her hand. "Not at all. It is only natural for neighbors to help one another. By the way, my name is Kanai Morisawa. And you?" Chen Mo felt a tinge of familiarity with the name, yet could not quite place it, so he politely replied, "I am Chen Mo, hailing from Huaxia. I just moved in recently, and I hope to rely on your kindness in the future." Morisawa Kanai nodded, her tone imbued with warmth. "From Huaxia, you say? Do you live alone? If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Mo chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. "Indeed, I live alone. Thank you for your kind offer. I will certainly reach out if I find myself in need." Observing the young man radiating a sunny disposition, Kanai couldn't help but smile in return, a gentle glimmer in her eyes urging her to engage in conversation. Thus, she continued, No need for formality. We are neighbors. After all, by the way, the sushi you ordered looks delightful. Which restaurant is it from? Chen Mo pointed to the name on the takeout bag. It's from this newly opened Japanese restaurant. The reviews on my phone suggest it has a good reputation. If you're interested, you might want to give it a try. Kanai glanced at the restaurant's name and nodded. All right, thank you for the information. I shall order from there next time. Please enjoy your meal. I want to intrude further. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Chen Mo quickly suggested, how about you come in for a moment, Miss Kanai? I've just moved in. And the place is a bit disorganized, but we could share some sushi together. Kanai was taken aback for a moment, pondering their relative unfamiliarity, and hesitantly replied, is that really appropriate? Chen Mo beamed a warm smile and reassured her, there is nothing inappropriate about it. As a gesture of gratitude for your kindness in bringing my order, would it not be reasonable to share this sushi? Seeing the harmless expression on Chen Mo's face, Kanai found herself agreeing, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded. Well, all right then, I suppose I shall join you. The two entered the living room together, where Chen Mo arranged the sushi on the table and poured 2 cups of tea. Miss Kanai, please do try it and let me know what you think. Kanai picked up a piece of sushi, taking a delicate bite, her eyes lighting up with surprise. This is truly delightful. It seems this restaurant is indeed worthy of recommendation. Chen Mo smiled with a hint of pride. Indeed, my judgment is quite commendable. As they indulged in sushi and engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of light-hearted joy. Suddenly, Chen Mo recalled the item he had drawn in the lottery. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the information viewing function, silently murmuring, System, activate information viewing function. Target, Morisawa Kana. Ding. Consuming 10 conquest points, retrieving target information. Remaining conquest points, 30. Name, Morisawa Kana. Age, 32. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Charging instances, 1. Overall rating, 90. Occupation, housewife. Husband frequently travels for work. Personality, gentle. Considerate, empathetic. Background, affluent upbringing. Her husband is an executive at a multinational company, often away on business for extended periods, leaving her to live a life that, while rich, feels somewhat lonely. Weakness, long-term solitude, yearning for companionship and care. Interests, youthful vitality, enjoys cooking and gardening in her leisure time. She engages in crafts or participates in community activities. Current affection level towards host, 15. Ordinary neighbor, meets conquest conditions. Would you like to bind? Confirm cancel. After perusing this information, Chen Mo felt a subtle stir within. So this is her life. It appears that this alluring neighbor, despite her fullness, harbors a profound loneliness. Without further contemplation, he decisively confirmed the binding. Ding. Conquest binding successful. Initial conquest progress. 15. He pondered for a moment, then smiled as he spoke. Miss Kana, do you often spend your days alone at home? Don't you find it rather dull? Morisawa Kana sighed upon hearing this. Her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. It can be a bit dull, indeed. With my husband away from the country, I am left alone at home. And sometimes it does get quite lonely. Miss Kana is already married? But you appear so youthful. One would hardly guess you are a married woman. I thought you were around my age, Chen Mo responded, feigning shock. Morisawa Kana beamed at Chen Mo's exaggerated expression and words, her heart brimming with joy. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and with a hint of shyness in her tone, she replied, Oh, it's not that exaggerated. Chen Mo-kun, you have such a sweet tongue. You truly know how to flatter. I am over 30. I can hardly compare myself to you young people. It would be more fitting for you to call me Mrs. Morisawa, as Miss no longer suits me. With sincere tone and clear gaze, Chen Mo stated, Who says that? Miss Kana. You truly look very young, and your demeanor is delightful. Morisawa Kana, flattered, felt a touch of bashfulness. She gently pressed her lips together, a glimmer of joy flickering in her eyes. Thank you, Chen Mo-kun. You really know how to say the right things. It's quite a task to comfort someone like me. Chen Mo waved his hand, speaking with utmost seriousness. Not at all. I speak nothing but the truth. At that moment, Morisawa Kana's eyes sparkled with happiness, as she realized it had been quite some time since she had felt such joy. Although feeling cheerful, this topic could not continue in such a manner, lest she become peculiar. Oh, all right, I trust you, said Chen Mo. Besides work, what do you enjoy doing, Chen Mo-kun? Chen Mo shook his head, lowering his gaze in contemplation. Well, I used to dedicate almost all my time to work. Mrs. Sin sensed Chen Mo's despondent mood and, feeling a twinge of sympathy, comforted him. Is that so? However, if Chen Mo works so diligently, you truly are an impressive individual. Raising his head, Chen Mo smiled once more, replying, I'm fine. Thank you for your comfort, Mrs. Sens. What about you? What do you do for leisure? Surprised by Chen Mo's resilience and how swiftly he adjusted his mood, Mrs. Sens adopted a more relaxed tone. I enjoy doing crafts or participating in community activities. By the way, there's a cooking competition at the community this Sunday, quite lively. I plan to participate. If you're interested, you could come and watch. A flicker of interest crossed Chen Mo's eyes. A cooking competition? That sounds quite intriguing. I will certainly come to support you. Mrs. Sins was taken aback that this young man had an interest in cooking, which made her feel her own passions were appreciated. She smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then it settled. I'll save you a spot. They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere growing ever more amicable. Ding! Detected an increase in affection between the host and Mrs. Sins. Current affection level, 25, friendly neighbors. Conquest progress, 25. Conquest reward, 100 points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Mo felt a surge of delight. This amiable neighbor was rather lacking in fulfillment. The conquest progress was astonishingly swift. Thus, he resolved to seize the moment and deepen his interaction with Mrs. Sens. Drawing closer to her, Mrs. Sens, what type of crafts do you enjoy? Chen Mo inquired, feigning curiosity while his tone conveyed genuine interest. As they delved into her area of interest, Mrs. Sens smiled subtly, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. I particularly enjoy fabric crafts, such as sewing small dolls or creating home decorations. Occasionally, I also dabble in simple woodworking. Although I'm not very skilled, I find it quite enjoyable. Chen Mo nodded in agreement, a look of admiration gracing his face. That sounds fascinating. I'm usually quite busy with work and rarely have the opportunity to engage in such crafts. However, I've always believed that handmade items possess warmth, carrying more significance than those purchased in stores. Hearing Chen Mo's acknowledgement, Mrs. Sins felt even more elated and unconsciously leaned closer, saying, Indeed. While handmade items may not always be perfect, each one embodies effort and brings a sense of accomplishment. If you're interested, I could teach you some simple fabric techniques next time. Chen Mo merely engaged in the conversation without any genuine interest in fabric arts. However, he thought it wise to agree. Thus, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes as he promptly exclaimed, Really? That is splendid. I have always wanted to learn some handicrafts, and this presents the perfect opportunity to seek your guidance. However, I must warn you, I may be somewhat clumsy. So please do not hold it against me. Chapter 007. The Eye of Reality. Mrs. Kana chuckled lightly, her tone laced with a hint of playful teasing. How could it be? Beginners are always like that. Just take your time. Moreover, after chatting with you, I believe you possess considerable patience, so learning shouldn't be too arduous. Chen Mo scratched his head, a bashful expression crossing his face. Well, thank you in advance, Miss Kana. By the way, when is the community cooking competition you mentioned? I'd like to plan my schedule accordingly. Mrs. Kana furrowed her brow in thought before responding. It begins at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon at the Community Activity Center. The theme of the competition is homestyle flavors. Participants can showcase their culinary skills by preparing a signature home-cooked dish. The judges will be several elder members of the community, with the criteria primarily focusing on taste and creativity. Chen Mo nodded, a spark of interest gleaming in his eyes. That sounds quite intriguing. Although I'm not particularly skilled in cooking, I could attend to observe and learn. Miss Kana, I hope you give it your all and aim for first place. Upon hearing Chen Mo's encouragement, Mrs. Kana smiled brightly, her voice imbued with confidence. I will certainly do my best. However, the essence of the competition lies in participation. Sharing delightful food with everyone is a joy in itself. Chen Mo gazed at Mrs. Kana's radiant smile, secretly contemplating ways to deepen their connection. The two continued their conversation, the atmosphere becoming increasingly relaxed and enjoyable. Chen Mo occasionally cracked small jokes, eliciting peals of laughter from Mrs. Kana. As their dialogue flowed, Chen Mo found himself parched. During the spirited exchange, the buxom neighbor playfully tapped Chen Mo's arm, adding a flirtatious touch to their interaction. Unbeknownst to them, nearly an hour had slipped by. Ding! Detected an increase in host's affection level with Mrs. Kana. Current affection level, 35, friendly neighbors. Conquest progress, 35. Conquest reward, 100 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Mo felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. Chen Mo-kun, it's getting late. I must return to rest. Thank you for accompanying me today and allowing me to taste your sushi. Mrs. Kana said politely as she stood up. Chen Mo glanced at the clock, acknowledging that it was indeed late, and rose as well. All right, Miss Kana, I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. Let us chat again when we have the chance. Mrs. Kana nodded sweetly, a tinge of reluctance in her eyes as she made her way to the door. Yes, let us speak again when possible. Take care and rest early. Thank you for your concern. You should also rest early, Miss Kana, Chen Mo replied, escorting her to the door. Watching Mrs. Kana's graceful figure retreat, an unnameable fire ignited within him, prompting him to lick his lips. Such a petite frame, that slender waist, and those curvaceous hips, truly exquisite. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Chen Mo closed the door and returned to the living room, settling onto the sofa as he reflected on his earlier conversation with Mrs. Kana. Her maturity, tenderness, thoughtfulness, and a hint of loneliness in her expression evoked an inexplicable allure within him. However, he had just acquired 200 conquest points and was eager to try his luck at the lottery. System, display my attributes, Chen Mo silently instructed. Ding. Host, Chen Mo, age, 25, height, 183 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, strength, 70, agility, 60, stamina, 80, mentality, 80, charm, 80, skills, time pause. Information viewing, conquest points, 230, current conquest targets, Fujiwara Mizuki, conquest progress, -47, Morisawa Kana, conquest progress, 35, as Chen Mo gazed at his attribute panel. A myriad of questions flooded his mind. What? Is the conquest progress actually a negative value? The other statistics seem accurate. What on earth does a -47 for Fujiwara Mizuki signify? It appears this woman truly harbors a disdain for men. I thought she was merely putting on an act. Nevertheless, even amidst such revelations, Chen Mo felt no sorrow. On the contrary, he felt a surge of excitement. A -47 was indeed intriguing. A challenge imbued with difficulty. If he were to succeed, wouldn't he reap even greater conquest points? The thought of conquering her disdainful visage was exhilarating. With newfound clarity, Chen Mo's spirits lifted. He had just earned 200 conquest points from Mrs. Morisawa Kana, affording him 2 chances at the lottery. A thought crossed his mind. System. Initiate the lottery. Ding. Lottery commencing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Live Eye. Live Eye consumes 10 conquest points. Can bind to live targets. Function. Once bound, allows real-time 3D observation of the target, aiding the host in better grasping the subject's position and information. Distance limit, 1 kilometer. A glimmer of delight flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. This skill was indeed formidable. With renewed vigor, he decided to continue the lottery, planning to delve into the skill's potential later. System, proceed with the next draw. Ding. Lottery commencing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained all attributes 3. Chen Mo beamed at the system notification, elation flooding his being. A warm sensation enveloped him as he distinctly felt his skin's pores opening, exhilarated by the experience. It was an immensely refreshing feeling. Strength, 73, agility, 63, stamina, 83, intelligence, 83, charm, 83. Both lottery draws had yielded remarkable rewards, particularly the Live Eye skill, which seemed tailor-made for him. The second draw's all attributes 3 was equally impressive. Unable to contain his joy, a smile crept upon his lips, and a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. Cackling with delight, Chen Mo reveled in the sheer invincibility of the skill Eye of Live Broadcast, especially when paired with his existing time pause ability. After claiming his rewards, he sank into the couch. His spirit buoyed as he began to devise strategies for leveraging this skill to gain the upper hand over Miyuki Fujiwara. A myriad of scenarios danced in his mind, eliciting a secretive glee. This skill was nothing short of divine. No matter where his target might be, he would be able to monitor her movements in real time, as if he were endowed with wings. He could almost envision the triumphant moment of conquering his objective. He refused to believe that this insufferable woman had no weaknesses. Glancing at the clock, he noted the late hour, yet sleep eluded him. He resolved to further explore the Eye of Live Broadcast skill, seeking additional methods of application. System. Activate Eye of Live Broadcast, binding target Kanai Morisawa, he intoned silently. Ding. Consuming 10 conquest points, Eye of Live Broadcast successfully activated. Please select binding target, Kanai Morisawa. Miyuki Fujiwara. Without hesitation, Chen Mo opted for the voluptuous neighbor, Kanai Morisawa. Ding. Eye of Live Broadcast binding successful. Target, Kanai Morisawa. Current status, home. Engaged in personal grooming. As the system's notification appeared, Chen Mo felt a surge of exhilaration. He had not anticipated the formidable capabilities of this skill, which even allowed him to observe the real-time status of his target. In his mind's eye, a 3D live model materialized, granting him a godlike perspective of Mrs. Kanai's every move. Chapter 008. The Justifiable Affection of Kanai Morisawa. Kanai Morisawa returned home, gently closing the door behind her and leaning against the door panel, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her heart still racing, as her mind involuntarily replayed the recent conversation and moments shared with Chen Mo. The young neighbor's smile, the warmth of the sunlight, and his interest in her crafts and cooking evoked a sense of long-lost ease and joy within her. What an intriguing young man. Kanai mused softly to herself, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She made her way to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and prepared to freshen up. Suddenly, an odd sensation washed over her, as if she were being watched. She turned around, only to find the house empty. Am I simply exhausted lately? Why am I feeling this strange way? Kanai shook her head and continued with her routine. The warm water cascaded over her palms as she gazed at her fingers, and the scene of Chen Mo inviting her to savor sushi resurfaced in her mind. His smile was sincere and warm, instilling in her an inexplicable sense of security, as though a switch within her had been flipped. He lives alone and has just moved in. He must feel quite lonely. Kanai pondered, feeling a surge of concern for Chen Mo. As her thoughts spiraled, her head began to feel a bit overheated. Kanai splashed her face with water, forcing herself to regain composure. Goodness, what am I thinking? Have I gone mad? After finishing her ablutions, she changed into comfortable, form-fitting sleepwear that accentuated her admirable figure, her porcelain-like feet slipping into slippers as she settled onto the sofa in the living room. The room was eerily quiet, save for the faint ticking of the wall clock. She picked up a craft magazine from the coffee table, flipping through a few pages, yet finding her mind somewhat disengaged. Should I invite him to the cooking competition next week? Kanai hesitated internally, although she had already mentioned the event to Chen Mo. She was uncertain whether he would genuinely attend. After all, he was merely a neighbor, and their acquaintance was still budding. She set the magazine down and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the neighboring window. Chen Mo's room was still illuminated, and she could faintly discern his silhouette on the sofa. A wave of warmth surged within her, as if that light provided an inexplicable sense of companionship. Perhaps he will indeed come, she murmured softly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Returning to the sofa, Kanai picked up her phone, opened her social media app, and scrolled through the community activity group chat. The registration list for the cooking competition had been released, and her name prominently featured. She clicked on the details of the event, internally deliberating on what dish to prepare. A family favorite. Perhaps I should make the braised beef that my husband adored, she thought, the memory of her husband's complimenting her culinary skills bringing a smile to her face. Yet, that smile had long since faded from her life, and even her husband's visage had begun to blur in her memory. Mizusawa Kana let out a gentle sigh, placing her phone aside as she leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes. A whirlwind of emotion swirled within her heart. She felt a tinge of longing for her husband, mingled with an intriguing curiosity and fondness for her new neighbor, Chen Mo. She understood that it was unwise to harbor excessive attention towards a young man. Yet the rare sensation of companionship in the relaxed atmosphere proved irresistible. Perhaps it was merely the ordinary interactions between neighbors, she reassured herself, attempting to quell the tumult within. Nevertheless, the image of Chen Mo's smile and his vibrant eyes involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She shook her head, striving to banish these thoughts, but a subtle anticipation lingered, as if something new was quietly blossoming within her. Enough of this, I shouldn't dwell on it. I must rise early tomorrow, she resolved, standing up to extinguish the lights in the living room before heading to her bedroom. Lying in bed, she closed her eyes. Yet Chen Mo's figure continued to dance through her thoughts. Tossing and turning, Mizusawa Kana found herself unable to sleep. Her lips pressed together as if engaged in an internal struggle. Eventually, she sat up, stealthily drawing the curtains. Once satisfied that the curtains were securely closed, she tiptoed to her bedside table, crouching down to open the bottom drawer. From within, she retrieved a massager. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as a mix of nervousness and anticipation surged within her. She had been feeling excessively fatigued lately. Perhaps a soothing massage would alleviate her discomfort. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions, yet Chen Mo's smile and lively eyes continued to invade her mind. What has happened to me? Why have I become like this? She murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and shyness. Shaking her head, she sought to dispel these thoughts, yet the sense of expectation only intensified. Finally, She bit her lip as time slipped away. Gradually, Mizusawa Kana's mood settled, a contented smile gracing her lips. She gently set down the massager, reclined back onto her bed, and closed her eyes, enveloped in tranquility and satisfaction. I am a woman. I too require companionship, she whispered, her tone laced with a sense of release. Ding. Detected an increase in affection between the host and Mizusawa Kana. Current affection level, 45, friendly neighbor. Conquest progress, 45. Conquest reward, 100 points. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Chen Mo sat on the sofa, gently rubbing the bridge of his nose, only to feel a warm liquid trickling from his nostrils. He paused, momentarily stunned, then realized he was experiencing a nosebleed. Hastily, he tilted his head back, pinching his nose to stem the flow. What is happening? I can't believe I'm bleeding from my nose over such a trivial matter, he muttered under his breath. This body is not holding up well. Earlier, he had been observing Mizusawa Kana's actions, fully aware that such scrutiny was rather inappropriate. Yet, his insatiable curiosity compelled him to yield. What he did not anticipate was how profoundly he would react to the actions of Kanai Morisawa. To his astonishment, the voluptuous neighbor had actually called his name. The mere thought of such a stunningly alluring woman harboring special feelings for him caused a subtle smile to creep upon Chen Mo's lips. Chapter 009. Hairstyled like a handsome man after experiencing a comprehensive enhancement of attributes, Chen Mo felt a sticky sensation on his skin. He subsequently rose, intending to take a shower. Upon reaching the bathroom, he splashed cold water on his face, attempting to regain composure. The water cascaded over his cheeks, imparting a refreshing coolness. And gradually, the nosebleed subsided. As he lifted his gaze to the mirror, he found himself momentarily entranced. The reflection revealed a visage with features that appeared more defined than before. The lines between his brows and eyes had sharpened, and his gaze seemed significantly deeper. His previously dull and slightly yellowish complexion, coupled with pronounced dark circles, conveyed an impression of a disheveled individual lacking in vitality. Yet now, his face radiated a hint of health, and the contours of his cheeks were more pronounced. Moreover, his physique seemed to exhibit subtle changes. His shoulders appeared broader, and the muscle definition around his waist was becoming discernible, with faint hints of abs beginning to show. An aura of confidence and poise enveloped him. Is this the effect of the attribute enhancement? Chen Mo murmured to himself, reaching out to touch his face. The sensation remained tangible, yet the image in the mirror seemed utterly transformed. A wave of quiet delight surged within him. He recognized that his current physique had significantly surpassed his previous self. Though not exceptionally strong, it now met the standards of an average person. The enhancement of attributes was evidently beginning to influence his appearance and demeanor, a transformation that filled him with satisfaction. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Chen Mo scrutinized his image closely. His hair clung closely to his scalp, obscuring parts of his brows and eyes, and combined with his former dull complexion, he exuded an air of dishevelment. It was solely his striking features that lent him any semblance of attractiveness. Without hesitation, he seized the scissors and razor from the vanity and commenced his grooming. Having engaged in such self-haircuts frequently in his past life, he swiftly fashioned his unkempt style into a sharp, cropped look, revealing his handsome brows and bright eyes. The transformation rendered him looking clean and spirited, akin to a complete metamorphosis. Excellent. Now this is presentable. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. He then tidied up the remnants of hair scattered across the vanity and floor. After enjoying a thorough hot shower, he returned to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, Chen Mo found his mind replaying the scenes he had witnessed through the eye of reality. The every move of Sense Kana, particularly her expression as she bit her lip and softly called out to him, stirred a complex array of emotions within him. He had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle and virtuous neighbor harbored such profound loneliness. A simple, pleasant conversation had sparked feelings of affection towards him. It seemed her true life was rather mundane and tranquil, he mused inwardly. He was aware that Kanai Morisawa's husband worked away for extended periods, leaving her to navigate life alone. Despite her affluence, her heart brimmed with solitude and emptiness. This emotional void presented him with an opportune moment to infiltrate her life. The conquest progress had reached 45, indicating that he had made quite a favorable impression on her, with her affection for him growing swiftly. Now, Chen Mo understood that Kanai Morisawa's vulnerability lay in her yearning for companionship and care, and he could exploit this to draw closer to her. However, the situation with Mizuki Fujiwara was infinitely more complicated. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, recalling Fujiwara's icy demeanor and confrontational attitude, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. That woman truly was a peculiar enigma. The conquest progress was a disheartening -47. Her disdain for men was profoundly entrenched, particularly towards those from Huaxia. And mere flattery and attentiveness would be utterly insufficient to win her over. A more innovative approach was imperative. Yet, haste would not serve him well. He needed to proceed with caution and deliberation. With this thought, Chen Mo's mood gradually settled. He recognized that conquering Mizuki Fujiwara would not be an easy feat nevertheless. With the system's assistance, and the advantages of time suspension and the eye of reality, he was determined that no woman in this world was beyond his reach. Winning over such an aloof woman required both time and patience, and he possessed ample resources to do so. Now, it was merely a matter of tactfully navigating the intricacies of her stubborn demeanor. A subtle smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. He turned over and gradually slipped into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself standing atop Tokyo, surveying the world beneath him. From this lofty vantage, he perceived in Kanai Morisawa's gaze an abundance of reliance and admiration. He even dreamed of having conquered Mizuki Fujiwara, only to find her biting back in frustration, prompting Chen Mo to deliver a fierce retort in response. The following morning, the alarm on his phone chimed. Chen Mo slowly awakened, sunlight streaming through the curtains and flooding the room. He stretched, feeling invigorated and full of energy. The attribute enhancement from the previous night had elevated his condition to new heights, leaving him remarkably alert. Today, he was set to meet that challenging woman at the office. A faint smile graced his lips as he swiftly completed his morning routine, donning a sharply tailored suit in deep blue fabric that accentuated his tall, slender frame. He exuded an air of competence and confidence, the collar of his shirt slightly unbuttoned to reveal a hint of collarbone, striking a balance between professionalism and casual charm. His polished shoes gleamed brilliantly, enhancing his already striking appearance. Adjusting his tie and grasping his briefcase, Chen Mo stepped out of his home. Just as he reached the base of the apartment building, he heard a light, brisk rhythm of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he discovered his neighbor, Kanai Morisawa, approaching. Today, Kanai Morisawa donned a delicate pink dress, the hem swaying gently with her every step, exuding an air of grace. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a gentle smile adorned her face as she held a refined bento box in her hand. Upon catching sight of Chen Mo, a hint of shyness flickered across her features, but she quickly composed herself and greeted him with a warm smile. "Good morning, Chen Mo-kun." Her voice carried a note of delight. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a radiant smile. "Good morning, Mrs. Morisawa. Where are you off to?" "Mrs." Morisawa gently shook the bento box in her hand. "I am heading to the community center for a craft activity today, and I've brought some homemade treats along." As she spoke, she walked closer to Chen Mo, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. She noticed that his hairstyle was markedly different from usual. His previously unkempt long hair had been transformed into a neat, cropped cut, revealing his striking eyebrows and deep-set eyes. He appeared refreshingly tidy and invigorated, almost as if he were a different person. Kanai Morisawa felt her heart race slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she marveled inwardly. Chen Mo-kun looks so handsome today. Why hadn't I noticed his charm before? Chapter 010. The causes of misandry. Mizusawa Kana's gaze lingered on Chen Mo's face for a few seconds. Realizing her lapse in composure, she hastily lowered her head to mask the turmoil within. She coughed softly, attempting to regain her calm. Yet, her mind involuntarily replayed Chen Mo's recent smile and those vibrant eyes. "Chen Mo-kun, you look quite spirited today," Mizusawa Kana remarked softly, her voice imbued with a hint of shyness and admiration. Chen Mo maintained his smile and politely replied, "Thank you for your compliment, Miss Kana. Perhaps it is due to a good night's sleep." Mizusawa Kana nodded, though her heart raced with unexpected fluster. She had not anticipated such a strong reaction to Chen Mo's appearance, feeling almost reluctant to meet his gaze. She glanced down at the bento box in her hands, suddenly struck by a thought. "By the way, Chen Mo-kun, this is a snack I made this morning. If you don't mind, would you like to try it?" Chen Mo initially intended to decline, as he needed to hurry to work, and the rush-hour subway in Japan could be quite a challenge. However, upon seeing Mizusawa Kana's gentle eyes, he felt a warmth in his heart, and his urgency to get to work seemed to dissipate. He smiled and replied, "Then, thank you, Miss Kana." Mizusawa Kana's spirits lifted as she opened the bento box. Inside were several exquisite wagashi, vibrant in color and charming in shape. She picked up a piece and offered it to Chen Mo, saying, "This is freshly made from this morning. Please give it a try." Rather than taking it with his hand, Chen Mo lowered his head and accepted it directly with his mouth, inadvertently brushing his tongue against Mizusawa Kana's fingers. As the sweet delicacy melted in his mouth, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Miss Kana." Mizusawa Kana was taken aback by Chen Mo's boldness in consuming it directly, rather than using his hands. The sensation of his touch sent a shiver through her, and a blush quickly crept across her cheeks. She swiftly withdrew her hand, concealing it behind her back, and softly said, I'm glad you like it. If there's another opportunity, I shall prepare more for you." Chen Mo, savoring the treat, nodded with a smile. "I shall look forward to it." As they strolled and conversed, they both tacitly avoided mentioning the earlier incident, maintaining a light and pleasant atmosphere. Mizusawa Kana's tenderness and thoughtfulness enveloped Chen Mo in a long-forgotten warmth, while his sunny disposition and confidence instilled a sense of unexplainable reassurance in her. Upon reaching the crossroads, Mizusawa Kana paused and smiled. "Chen Mo-kun, I shall be heading this way. I wish you a successful day at work." Chen Mo nodded. "Thank you for the snack, Miss Kana. I also wish you a delightful day ahead." Mizusawa Kana waved gently and turned to leave. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, licking his lips. This neighbor truly was a gentle soul. Chen Mo murmured softly to himself before turning to walk towards the tram station. Upon arriving at the company, he immediately sensed a peculiar gaze as he stepped into the office. His colleagues looked up in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. Is that Chen Mo? How has he suddenly become so vibrant? Indeed, he used to appear rather disheveled. Today, he seems transformed. Could it be that he has experienced some sort of awakening? Whispers circulated among his co-workers as they scrutinized him. Unfazed, Chen Mo proceeded directly to his workstation. He was aware that his transformation would inevitably draw attention. But that was precisely the response he desired. As soon as Chen Mo settled in, he noticed Fujiwara Mizuki emerging from her private office, a stack of documents in her hands. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the information viewing function, silently intoning, "System, activate information viewing function. Target, Fujiwara Mizuki. Beep. Consuming 10 conquest points, retrieving target information. Name, Fujiwara Mizuki. Age, 27. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. 36C. Charge count, 0. Comprehensive score, 93. Occupation, head of marketing at a multinational corporation. Personality, aloof, assertive, independent. Misandrist, particularly prejudiced against Chinese men. Background, born into a middle-class family in Japan. Her father was a middle management corporate employee with a volatile temperament, often subjecting her mother to domestic violence. Her mother, a housewife of meek disposition, endured her husband's brutality for years. During her university years, Fujiwara Mizuki was involved with a Chinese exchange student who deceived her emotionally and absconded with a portion of her savings. This experience has instilled in her a profound distrust and aversion towards men, especially Chinese men. Vulnerability. Deep down, she yearns for understanding and affection. Yet due to her familial and romantic experiences, she remains exceedingly closed off, harboring a heightened wariness towards men. Preferences: drinking alone, engaging in crafts to relieve stress, wielding power, being governed by those who are more powerful. Current affection level towards host, -47. Chen Mo was taken aback by the information panel. So that's why this wretched woman harbors a misandrist attitude. How unfortunate that she has only encountered unsavory men. His sympathy lasted a mere 3 seconds. Despite this fleeting pity, he understood he must navigate this situation with care. Today, Fujiwara Mizuki was impeccably attired in a tailored black professional suit, the sound of her high heels echoing sharply in the otherwise quiet office. Her gaze swept across the room before finally resting on Chen Mo. A slight furrow appeared on her brow, and a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. "Chen Mo, you look different today," Fujiwara Mizuki remarked coolly, her tone still imbued with that infuriating edge. Chen Mo lifted his head, meeting her gaze with calmness, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Good morning, Director Fujiwara. I merely changed my attire and tidied my hairstyle, nothing particularly remarkable." Fujiwara Mizuki's brow furrowed more tightly. She was evidently surprised by Chen Mo's composed response, which even carried a hint of provocation. "Humph, do not presume that a mere change in hairstyle can alter anything." Fujiwara Mizuki frowned, her tone laced with disdain. "Work is of paramount importance, and I hope you do not lose sight of that." Chen Mo smiled faintly, exuding a touch of confidence. "You are absolutely correct, Director Fujiwara. Work is indeed the most important aspect. I shall continue to strive diligently." Fujiwara Mizuki tossed the documents she was holding onto Chen Mo's desk. These are the files that need addressing today. Submit them to me before the end of the afternoon shift, or else you shall work overtime until completion. Fujiwara Mizuki's tone was imperious, her gaze scrutinizing. Chen Mo glanced at the documents on the desk, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet he nodded affirmatively. Very well, Director Fujiwara. I shall complete them on time. Fujiwara Mizuki said nothing further and turned on her heels, her high heels clicking as she departed, a sense of exhilaration swelling within her. Humph, what difference does a new hairstyle make? It merely makes one look more handsome, does it not? A despicable man remains a despicable man. A lowly fish remains a lowly fish, regardless of any changes. He is merely fit to be toyed with in my hands. Humph. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. Despicable woman, how foolish of me to have felt pity for you for even 3 seconds. Starting the morning by piling on pressure for yourself. System. Bind Fujiwara Mizuki with the eye of reality. Chapter 011. Hentai Beep. Consume 10 conquest points. Binding target. Fujiwara Mizuki. Binding successful. Live Eye has been activated. The host can view the target's real-time status at any time. In an instant, a virtual interface materialized in Chen Mo's mind, displaying the live image of Fujiwara Mizuki. Her expression remained as austere as ever. Humph. What has gotten into Chen Mo today, to be suddenly so self-assured? Does he truly believe he can effect any change? Men are creatures meant to be trampled beneath my feet. Resistance is not permitted. Fujiwara Mizuki's soliloquy in her private office resonated in Chen Mo's ears through the live eye. He glanced down at the documents strewn across his desk, casually flipping through a few pages, only to discover that while the contents were not particularly complex, their sheer volume was daunting. Evidently, Fujiwara Mizuki intended to monopolize his time with these documents, forcing him to work late into the night. You wish for me to toil overtime? Not so easily achieved. A cold smile crept across Chen Mo's face as he opened his computer and began to swiftly process the documents. His fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed. His gaze focused and composed. The interface of the live eye displayed Fujiwara Mizuki still traversing her office, occasionally stepping outside to inspect the surroundings. Each time, she inadvertently cast a glance in Chen Mo's direction. This fellow's typing speed. How is he managing to process these documents so rapidly? Fujiwara Mizuki observed Chen Mo's long fingers striking the keys with such velocity that they seemed to leave afterimages. Chen Mo had already noticed Fujiwara Mizuki watching him but chose to ignore her curiosity, remaining engrossed in his work. As time passed, his colleagues in the office began to take note of Chen Mo's transformation. The man who typically lingered over tasks now appeared to be a different person altogether, demonstrating astonishing work efficiency. What has come over him today? How has he become so remarkably proficient all of a sudden? Indeed, he was known for his frequent late nights. To see him nearly complete his work so early today was bewildering. The Japanese talent for procrastination is remarkable. Tasks that could be accomplished in 2 days are rarely finished in 1, and work capable of being completed during overtime is seldom completed in advance. As overtime pay is a compelling incentive, whispers of astonishment and envy circulated among his colleagues. Chen Mo remained unfazed by their reactions. He was acutely aware that his transformation had captured Fujiwara Mizuki's attention, marking the initial step of his meticulously crafted plan. Time flew by. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Mo completed the last document, stood up, and carried the materials to Fujiwara Mizuki's office. Director Fujiwara, the documents have been processed. Please review them. Chen Mo placed the documents on her desk, his tone steady and confident. Fujiwara Mizuki lifted her gaze, casting a cold glance at him before returning to the documents. Her brow furrowed slightly, clearly surprised by Chen Mo's efficiency. You finished so quickly? Fujiwara Mizuki's voice tinged with disbelief. Chen Mo smiled faintly and nodded. Yes. Director Fujiwara, if you have no further instructions, I shall return to my duties. Fujiwara Mizuki fell silent for a moment, contemplating whether to exert more pressure on Chen Mo. Yet finding no tasks to assign, she merely waved her hand. You may go. Upon exiting Fujiwara Mizuki's office, Chen Mo proceeded directly toward the restroom. Just as he reached the door, he encountered his colleague, Yamada Kenichi, emerging from within. Yamada Kenichi, upon seeing Chen Mo, displayed a hint of surprise on his face, followed by a rather inappropriate grin as he remarked, Chen Mo-kun, you appear quite spirited today. I heard you finished the documents assigned by Manager Fujiwara this afternoon? Truly impressive. Chen Mo offered a slight smile and nodded. Hehe, it's not too bad, just a bit more efficient. As the distance between them diminished, Chen Mo was suddenly assaulted by an unpleasant odor. With a grimace of disdain, he silently cursed. Damn it, this obnoxious otaku colleague. Yamada Kenichi reached out, attempting to pat Chen Mo on the shoulder, but Chen Mo sidestepped with aversion. Yamada Kenichi's hand fell short, yet he remained unfazed, teasingly inquiring, "Did you consume some magical elixir today? I've never seen you so diligent before. However, don't let it go to your head. Manager Fujihara is not easily deceived." Chen Mo chuckled softly, refraining from elaboration, simply nodding. "Thanks for the reminder. I will be cautious." Although this colleague was somewhat lewd, he could be considered decent. Previously, whenever Chen Mo was overwhelmed by Fujihara Mizuki's demands, Yamada Kenichi would discreetly offer assistance. Yamada Kenichi waved his hand, smiling. "All right. I won't keep you from the restroom any longer. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and departed from the restroom entrance. Subsequently, Chen Mo entered the restroom. The company restroom had only 2 stalls, and one was marked as occupied, indicating someone was inside, so he had no choice but to use the unoccupied one. Upon entering, the stench was overwhelming. He held his breath, hastily resolving his business. After fastening his zipper, Chen Mo promptly exited the restroom. Approaching the communal sink, he turned on the faucet, preparing to wash his hands when he heard the sound of high heels. Turning around, he saw Fujihara Mizuki striding toward him. Her gaze icy as she cast a disapproving glance at Chen Mo, her tone laced with irritation. "Chen Mo, what are you doing here?" Chen Mo retorted. "What in the world am I doing here? Is it not obvious that I am in the restroom? Is even that forbidden?" At that moment, there were no other colleagues around, and Chen Mo felt no obligation to maintain a cordial demeanor with her. "Manager Fujihara, nature calls. What issue is there with my presence here? Must I file a report to you for using the restroom?" Fujihara Mizuki, taken aback by Chen Mo's sudden assertiveness after his previously submissive demeanor, stammered, "You." She was about to explode with anger. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, causing her to take several steps back while covering her mouth and nose with her hand. You, Chen Mo, you pervert. How dare you engage in such behavior at the company? You filthy man." Chen Mo felt a wave of helplessness surge within him as he stepped forward to explain. "Director Fujiwara, please listen to me." However, upon seeing him approach, Fujiwara Mizuki swiftly interrupted, "Stop. Don't come near me. You need not explain. You are nothing but a lecher. I shall report this to the HR department, and your performance bonus for this month will be revoked, along with a written reprimand." Chapter 012. Chen Mo, why have you not finished work yet? Upon hearing Mizuki Fujiwara's words, Chen Mo felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He had not anticipated that a mere trip to the restroom would lead to such a misunderstanding, labeling him as a pervert. The true hentai, Kenichi Yamada, had long since departed. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself before responding. "Director Fujiwara, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I merely went to the restroom and engaged in no inappropriate conduct. If you doubt my word, would you like me to remove my trousers for your inspection?" Mizuki Fujiwara's expression altered slightly at Chen Mo's suggestion, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Her face displayed clear disdain, as if to say, "Get lost, you filthy pervert. Who would want to smell your trousers?" "Chen Mo, I warn you. Do not assume that a minor display of good behavior today grants you license to act as you please. It would be wise for you to maintain decorum, or else." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Mo interjected, "Director Fujiwara, I understand your bias against men. However, I implore you to treat every employee with fairness. If you choose to punish me based on personal sentiments, I believe that contradicts company policy." Mizuki Fujiwara found herself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Chen Mo's unexpected firmness, which was a stark contrast to his usual submissive demeanor. Gritting her teeth, she coldly replied, "Very well, Chen Mo. Your behavior today has certainly caught my attention. I will be keeping a close watch on you, and should you engage in any misconduct, I will show no mercy." Feeling nauseated by the lingering scent, Mizuki Fujiwara had no desire to exchange further words with Chen Mo. After delivering her statement, she swiftly exited the restroom, the sound of her heels echoing down the corridor. Observing her departing figure, Chen Mo wished he could pause time and give her a piece of his mind. Yet, concerned that such an act might interfere with the system's conquest mission, he ultimately refrained. Mizuki Fujiwara hastily returned to her office, her stomach churning and her emotions in turmoil. Although her gait remained graceful, her inner turmoil was undeniable. Chen Mo's unexpected demeanor left her astonished, almost at a loss for comprehension. What had come over him today? It felt as though he had completely transformed. Seated at her desk, her brow furrowed, Mizuki Fujiwara replayed the earlier exchange in her mind. She had long harbored deep-seated prejudices against men, particularly those from Huaxia. In her eyes, men were arrogant, incompetent beings, driven solely by base instincts. Having witnessed her father's betrayal of her mother in her youth, and subsequently experiencing countless instances of male condescension and harassment in the workplace, her experiences had bred a profound disdain and distrust towards men. That insignificant Chen Mo dared to confront me. Her fingers absently drummed on the desk. Her heart a tumult of anger intertwined with an unacknowledged emotion. In the past, she had always exploited Chen Mo through an overwhelming workload. Observing his exhausted demeanor, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. However, today, Chen Mo not only withstood her pressure but astonishingly completed his tasks with remarkable speed. Even possessing the energy to confront her directly, his calm and confident gaze lingered in her mind, a stark contrast to his usual submissive self, who had allowed her to manipulate him. Today, he embodied a man unafraid to face her, even to retaliate. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? The more Fujiwara Miyuki pondered, the more her anger surged, accompanied by an unsettling sense of unease. She was accustomed to controlling everything, particularly the subjugation of male employees. Yet, Chen Mo's performance today challenged her authority, a sensation she found distasteful, even frightening. No, I must make him pay. Fujiwara Miyuki clenched her teeth, silently resolving to take action. Back at his workstation, Chen Mo sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Fujiwara Miyuki's conquest progress increased by 2. Reward: 40 conquest points, current conquest points. 140, current conquest progress. Minus 45. Chen Mo wondered aloud. What is happening? How did the conquest progress increase? Could it be that my assertive attitude earlier truly affected that insufferable woman? He glanced at the clock. There were still 30 minutes until the end of the workday. Although he had completed his tasks, he had no intention of leaving early. After all, Fujiwara Miyuki was still watching him, and even the slightest mistake could be seized upon. Since she enjoyed scrutinizing me, I shall give her plenty to observe. Chen Mo smirked inwardly, then opened his computer and began playing Minesweeper, feigning busyness. Indeed, it was not long before Fujiwara Miyuki appeared again at the office door. Her icy gaze swept across Chen Mo's workstation, seemingly verifying whether he was genuinely working. Chen Mo pretended not to notice her scrutiny, maintaining his focus on the screen, his fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. After observing for a moment without detecting anything amiss, Fujiwara Miyuki turned and left. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you to the end. Chen Mo scoffed internally, continuing his activities on the computer. As time passed, the office gradually emptied as colleagues began packing up to leave. Yet, Chen Mo remained at his station, seemingly indifferent to the impending end of the workday. Fujiwara Miyuki reappeared at the office entrance, and upon seeing Chen Mo still at work, her brow furrowed slightly. She approached his workstation and coldly inquired, Chen Mo, why haven't you left yet? Chen Mo lifted his head, revealing a weary yet resolute expression. Minister Fujiwara, I would like to review today's work once more to ensure that there are no oversights. Fujiwara Mizuki was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a response from Chen Mo. She had assumed he would, as usual, seek an excuse to leave early or adopt a nonchalant demeanor. However, Chen Mo's demeanor today was entirely unexpected. Are you truly this earnest? Fujiwara Mizuki's tone carried a hint of skepticism. Chen Mo nodded, his voice unwavering. Indeed. Minister Fujiwara, since you have entrusted me with such an important task, I must ensure that everything is flawless. Very well, do as you wish, carry on. Fujiwara Mizuki replied coldly before turning back to her private office. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, his brow furrowed. Chapter 013. A striking contrast. Time has passed considerably. Inside the minister's office, Fujiwara Mizuki quietly pressed down a slat of the blinds, peering through the gap at Chen Mo, who sat before his computer. What is wrong with that Chen Mo today? What on earth is he planning? Fujiwara Mizuki's tone carried a hint of impatience. Perhaps I've finally tamed him. He is likely just toiling away as usual. Having come to this conclusion, she raised her wrist to glance at her watch. It was 8:34, time was slipping away. With that, Fujiwara Mizuki locked the office door and dimmed the lights a notch before returning to her desk. She donned her headphones and opened a search engine. Her delicate fingers danced across the keyboard, and soon a website brimming with advertisements popped up on the screen. Outside the office, however, Chen Mo was not genuinely engaged with his computer. Rather, he was intently observing Fujiwara Mizuki through his surveillance device. Initially, he found nothing amiss. Could it be that this woman was truly a workaholic, Simply enamored with overtime? It wasn't until 8:36 that the languid Chen Mo straightened in his seat, finally receiving the gratification he had been waiting for. He was astonished to see a 3D model of Fujiwara Mizuki in his mind, secretly engaging in dubious activities within the office. A smirk crept onto his lips, a quintessential Dragon King smile gracing his face, as a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. So that's why she always worked late. Chen Mo continued to observe Fujiwara Mizuki's every move. He was taken aback to discover that the often aloof and frosty Fujiwara Mizuki did not genuinely relish control or power as he had presumed. What a striking contrast. Regrettably, the office door was securely locked. At that moment, Chen Mo wished fervently for the skill to pick locks, envisioning himself pausing time to slip into the minister's office and capture incriminating evidence against Fujiwara Mizuki. Reclining in his chair, Chen Mo began to plot. It appeared that this seemingly elevated minister had indulged in such behavior before. Oh, the proficiency. He needed to devise a means to acquire her office key. Although his conquest had not progressed, the revelation of this secret offered him ample opportunities for maneuvering in the future. Chuckling to himself, he settled quietly at his workstation, continuing to observe Fujiwara Mizuki's every action through his surveillance device. While he could not intervene, indulging in this visual thrill was quite satisfying. As moments ticked by, the office was left with just the two of them. The dim lights cast an air of tranquility over the workspace, interrupted only by the occasional soft tapping of keys from Fujiwara Mizuki's office. After approximately 20 minutes, she finally paused her work. Removing her headphones, she gently massaged her temples, fatigue etched across her features. She rose from her seat, adjusted her attire, and meticulously examined her surroundings to ensure no trace was left behind. Only after confirming this did she shut down her computer and prepare to depart the office. Upon witnessing this, Chen Mo promptly closed the surveillance eye. Feigning the demeanor of one who had just completed his work, he stretched lazily and stood up, picking up the folder on the desk, deliberately creating some noise to capture Fujiwara Mizuki's attention. Hearing the commotion, Fujiwara Mizuki looked up in Chen Mo's direction, her brows slightly furrowing. "You haven't left yet?" Chen Mo smiled, his tone casual. "I just finished reviewing the last document and was about to clock out." "Director Fujiwara, you're still working this late?" Observing Chen Mo's smiling face, the guilt-ridden Fujiwara Mizuki felt her heart race. This guy, why does he smile so lewdly? Could he have discovered something? Impossible. I made no noise or disturbance. Forget it. No point in worrying. I need to get home quickly, or I'll miss the subway. Fujiwara Mizuki forced herself to calm down, though her voice still trembled slightly. I don't need to report my work to you." Chen Mo noted her fluster, but chose not to confront it directly. Instead, he shrugged and continued. "As the director, of course, you need not report to me. I simply thought it unwise for you to walk home alone at such a late hour. How about we leave together? It's on the way." Upon hearing Chen Mo's suggestion, a flicker of surprise crossed Fujiwara Mizuki's eyes, her indifferent expression betraying a hint of confusion. "No need. I can manage on my own." She was perplexed by Chen Mo's insistence, prompting her to flatly reject his unusual request. Undeterred, Chen Mo smiled and said, "Director Fujiwara, while you may have some prejudice against me, it is only natural for colleagues to show concern for one another. Moreover, the streetlights near the company are rather dim at this hour. Recently, there have been numerous reports of stalkers in Tokyo, alongside a manhunt for a robust assailant. Should you encounter any misfortune, I cannot bear such responsibility." Fujiwara Mizuki fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Indeed, many concerning news stories had surfaced online recently. During her routine scroll through her phone, she had often come across similar videos. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. She glanced out at the pitch-black night, then at Chen Mo, and ultimately replied coldly, "Do as you wish. But don't think this will change my opinion of you. You must work twice as hard to justify the salary the company provides." Chen Mo caught the subtle shift in her expression. This obstinate woman, even when frightened, refused to relent. He chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and gestured for Fujiwara Mizuki to lead the way. The two exited the office, their footsteps echoing in the now empty corridor. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor contrasted with the soft tread of Chen Mo, who maintained a respectful distance behind her. Upon stepping outside the company building, the cool night breeze prompted Fujiwara Mizuki to instinctively tighten her coat. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Mo softly remarked, "The wind is quite strong in the evening. Be cautious not to catch a chill." Fujiwara Mizuki offered no reply, merely quickening her pace. Chen Mo chose not to say more, internally cursing, "This insufferable woman, so haughty. The more she acts this way, the more gratifying it will be to conquer her." Despite his inner frustrations, he maintained a respectful distance, quietly trailing beside her. After they had walked for a while, Fujiwara Miyuki abruptly halted, turning to face Chen Mo. Her voice tinged with curiosity. "Why are you doing this?" Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "What do you mean by why?" Fujiwara Miyuki furrowed her brow. "You could have left work earlier. Why wait until now? You even went out of your way to suggest walking together. What exactly is your intention?" Chapter 14. Mrs. Morisawa's concerned Chen Mo shrugged casually, his tone light. "What is the purpose? Isn't working overtime normal? Didn't you used to enjoy having me stay late? Now that I've taken the initiative, you seem displeased. Is it about leaving work together? I merely thought it courteous to show concern as colleagues." Mizuki Fujiwara fixed her gaze upon Chen Mo's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. However, Chen Mo's gaze remained calm and composed, devoid of any evasion. After a brief moment, Mizuki averted her eyes and coldly remarked, "Don't think this will change my opinion of you. Though your performance today surprised me, it does not imply I will relax my standards. It is only fitting to maintain strict expectations regarding work." Chen Mo offered no rebuttal, rolling his eyes in response. "Ah yes, your expectations of me have always been stringent. I shall continue to strive." Though his eye rolling irked Mizuki, she refrained from further comment, as she was still somewhat sensible. In the current atmosphere, she dared not humiliate Chen Mo in solitude. Thus, she turned and continued forward. Chen Mo followed behind her, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. The two remained silent until they reached the subway station. Mizuki halted, declaring coldly, "I've arrived. You may leave." Chen Mo nodded, smiling. "All right, Director Fujiwara, take care on your way home. See you tomorrow." Mizuki offered no response and walked directly into the subway station. Chen Mo stood still, watching her figure vanish into the crowd, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a contemplative expression. "Misandrist, are we?" Chen Mo murmured to himself, his gaze icy. "I've unraveled your secret. Now it's merely a matter of how I shall ensnare you." Despite having worked late, he felt no fatigue, but rather a surge of exhilaration. It appeared the enhancements from the system were indeed significant. Otherwise, he would have been utterly drained by such a workload in the past. He pulled out his phone, glancing at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. "Damn it, I need to get home. This insufferable woman is wasting my time." With that, he hurried towards the subway. Half an hour later, Chen Mo returned to his rented apartment. He glanced upward from the ground floor. The lights in Mrs. Morisawa's apartment were off. She was likely asleep, given that it was already past 11. Then he used his observation ability to check. Mrs. Morisawa lay quietly in her bedroom, her sleeping posture alluringly seductive. After viewing this, he returned home, quickly washed up, and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Chen Mo awoke early. After a brief tidying up, he prepared to leave for work. As he opened the door, he heard a faint rustling from next door. Turning his head, he saw Mrs. Morisawa standing at the entrance, delicately holding a sheet paper bag, seemingly ready to head out as well. She was adorned in a delicate floral dress, its fitted design accentuating her figure. Her hair was casually styled into a bun, and a gentle smile graced her face. Upon spotting Chen Mo, she paused momentarily, then greeted him with warmth. "Good morning, Mr. Chen Mo. You're out early today?" Chen Mo politely nodded in response, saying, "Good morning, Mrs. Morikawa. I woke up early, so I decided to head out sooner." Mrs. Morikawa responded with a soft "oh," and then handed him a paper bag. "These are some cookies I baked last night. I thought I would bring something to enjoy while exploring the community this morning. Would you like to have some?" Chen Mo accepted the bag with a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, that is wonderful. Thank you, Miss Kana." Mrs. Morikawa waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. We shouldn't be so formal among neighbors. You work so hard and rarely have time for proper meals. Consider these cookies a little boost of energy." Chen Mo felt warmth in his heart and nodded. "Then I won tea hold back. Mrs. Morikawa, you truly are a virtuous woman. If I were to marry someone like you, I would surely be the happiest man. I really envy your husband." Suddenly showered with compliments, Mrs. Morikawa blushed with delight, modestly replying, "Oh, it's just cookies. I'm not as wonderful as you say." The two continued their light-hearted conversation as they walked to the elevator. Mrs. Morikawa pressed the button for the ground floor and casually asked, "Mr. Chen Mo, how has work been lately? I see you often stay late. It must be quite taxing." Chen Mo chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "It's going well, I suppose. Work has its busy moments, but I've grown accustomed to it. Mrs. Morikawa cast a concerned glance at him. It's commendable for young people to strive for their careers. But do take care of your health and don't overexert yourself. Chen Mo replied with conviction. Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Morikawa. I'm in good health. Working late isn't a bother for me at all. Just look at how sturdy I am. He patted his chest to emphasize his point. Mrs. Morikawa, still smiling but feeling a bit shy, responded, Yes, Mr. Chen Mo certainly looks like a strong and robust man. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped inside, finding themselves alone in the confined space, creating a rather quiet atmosphere. Chen Mo took the initiative to ease the silence, softly saying, By the way, Mrs. Morikawa, if there is anything you need help with, please don't hesitate to let me know. While I may not be able to assist with substantial matters, I can certainly help with smaller tasks. Mrs. Morikawa felt a stir in her heart and smiled in reply. All right, Mr. Chen Mo. I won't be shy if I need assistance. In this enclosed and narrow elevator, she unconsciously recalled her previous indiscretion from the other day, causing a faint blush to creep on her cheeks. Chen Mo noticed the change in Mrs. Morikawa and, with concern, inquired, Mrs. Morikawa, are you all right? Your face is quite red. At that moment, the elevator arrived at the first floor, and Mrs. Sins hurriedly remarked, I am fine. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave now, Chen Majuan. Please be careful on your way. After speaking, she fled the elevator as if in haste. Chen Mo observed Mrs. Sins' charming demeanor and chuckled. Ha ha, be careful, Mrs. Sins, don't trip. He glanced down at the paper bag in his hand, a warm sensation stirring within him. Such tender warmth from Mrs. Sins should not be subjected to such torment. If her husband fails to cherish her, then I shall not hold back. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between towering buildings, illuminating the streets of Tokyo. Fujiwara Mizuki, as always, strode gracefully in her high heels towards the corporate edifice. Her countenance remained as frosty as ever, as if everything around her were of no consequence. However, just as she reached the plaza in front of the company building, a large black dog suddenly burst forth from a nearby alley, tugging at the pant leg of a man in front of her. Fujiwara Mizuki was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Her complexion paled instantly, and she involuntarily stepped back a few paces, her heels clattering rapidly against the pavement. Despite the distance of several meters, her fear was palpable. Chapter 15. Do you take me for a dog? Chen Mo whistled cheerfully as he nibbled on a cookie, leaving the subway station in high spirits as he made his way to the office. Within a few minutes, he arrived at the plaza in front of the company building, where he spotted Chong Wei playing with a dog. Chen Mo had always held a fondness for dogs, appreciating their loyalty over that of humans. After all, a dog that obeys is rewarded with food, while one that does not faces a far less fortunate fate. Thus, Chen Mo harbored no fear of dogs. In fact, he playfully called out to the large black dog, Oi, come here. To his surprise, the imposing creature responded to his call. The once fierce black dog approached him, wagging its tail and wearing an expression of eager submission. Upon crouching down, Chen Mo noticed the dog was wearing a collar, attached to which was a leash. The collar bore a tag inscribed with the name Kuro in Japanese. Grasping the leash, Chen Mo affectionately patted the dog's head and, with a flourish, retrieved a cookie from the paper bag given to him by Mrs. Morisawa, offering it to the dog. The black dog sniffed the treat before gently taking it in its mouth, its tail wagging even more fervently. Well, you discerning pup. It seems you appreciate Mrs. Morisawa's culinary skills, Chen Mo chuckled, teasing the dog with another cookie. Just then, a panting middle-aged man emerged from a narrow alley, clutching a broken section of the leash. He called out breathlessly, Kuro, don't run off. Chen Mo glanced up, rising to his feet while still holding the leash. The man reached him, visibly relieved to see his dog obediently sitting at Chen Mo's feet. I can't thank you enough, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression one of sincere apology. This dog is usually very well behaved. I don't know how it suddenly broke free and frightened anyone. Chen Mo smiled and returned the leash to the man. No worries, your dog is quite well-mannered, though it does have a penchant for snacks. The middle-aged man accepted the leash, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. I truly appreciate it. Without you, I would have been lost trying to find him. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. It was a small favor. However, this dog is rather large. Make sure to secure it properly next time to prevent another escape. The man nodded vigorously. Yes. I will certainly check the leash when I get home to ensure it doesn't get loose again. Chen Mo added. It did chew on someone's pants earlier. You might want to handle that. With that, he turned and walked away from the plaza, heading toward the company. The middle-aged man led the black dog away, grateful for the timely advice. Upon returning to the office, Chen Mo glanced at the time and noted he had a bit before work officially began. He settled at his workstation and began organizing his tasks for the day. Although he had worked late the previous night, he had not engaged in any activities other than covertly observing Fujiwara Mizuki. The morning hours passed as they always did, with Chen Mo focusing on his work while occasionally glancing at Mizuki's office, which remained firmly shut, seemingly devoid of her presence. Chen Mo speculated silently within himself, wondering if she was deliberately avoiding him due to a twinge of guilt from the events of the previous night, thus refraining from causing him any trouble. By the afternoon, after finishing his lunch, Chen Mo entered the tea room, cradling a cup of tea. There, he found Fujiwara Miyuki standing before the coffee machine, holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Her expression remained stern, yet there seemed to be a subtle hint of hesitation in her eyes. With a slight smile, Chen Mo approached her and initiated the conversation. Department head Fujiwara, what brings you here to brew coffee today? Don't you usually have your assistant do it? Fujiwara Miyuki cast him a quick glance, her tone icy. My assistant is on leave today. I can manage on my own. Chen Mo nodded, pouring himself a cup of tea as he casually remarked, Oh, I see. However, Department head Fujiwara, you seem a bit preoccupied today. Did you not rest well last night? Fujiwara Miyuki's fingers hesitated momentarily before she regained her composure. My affairs are of no concern to you. Oh, Chen Mo chuckled softly, opting not to press further. Instead, he lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam. A profound silence enveloped them. Eventually, Fujiwara Miyuki could no longer contain her curiosity. How did you manage to calm that dog? It looked so fierce, yet suddenly obeyed you. Chen Mo was taken aback momentarily, realizing she was referring to the morning incident. I gave it 2 biscuits. Fujiwara Miyuki frowned, evidently displeased with his response. Is it really that simple? Shrugging, Chen Mo replied, Indeed, it is. With a perplexed expression, Fujiwara Miyuki inquired, What kind of biscuits? Under her scrutiny, Chen Mo met her gaze directly. What is the matter? Do you want one? At that moment, Fujiwara Miyuki inexplicably felt a fleeting sense of fear wash over her. Yet, having long assumed the dominant role, she maintained her haughty demeanor. Who would want the biscuits you feed to a dog? Don't get ahead of yourself. She awkwardly took a sip of her coffee afterward. The awkwardness she felt stemmed from Chen Mo's effortless control over the fierce black dog. Her mind drifted back to the morning when the dog had wagged its tail and displayed friendliness before Chen Mo. For reasons unknown, she had felt a peculiar sensation then, leading her subconscious to perceive Chen Mo as possessing an inexplicable aura of authority. She shook her head, attempting to dismiss this absurd thought from her mind. However, upon glancing back at Chen Mo, that same inexplicable feeling surged anew. There seemed to be a glimmer of mockery in his eyes, as if he could see through her thoughts. Department head Fujiwara, is something troubling you? You appear rather unwell, Chen Mo inquired, feigned concern, his tone laced with teasing. Fujiwara Miyuki forced herself to appear composed, responding coldly, I'm fine, just a little tired. Chen Mo smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and simply sipped his tea. His gaze remained fixed on Fujiwara Mizuki, as if awaiting her next reaction. A sense of discomfort washed over Fujiwara Mizuki. She swiftly finished her coffee and turned to leave the break room. However, at that very moment, Chen Mo suddenly spoke. Director Fujiwara, dogs, much like humans, will obey if you offer them a little incentive. Fujiwara Mizuki hesitated in her steps, glancing back at Chen Mo, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. What do you mean by that? Chen Mo shrugged, his tone casual. There's nothing particularly profound in my words. I merely believe that sometimes humans are more easily tamed than dogs. Yet, some individuals seem to enjoy. Fujiwara Mizuki's brows knitted slightly, a hint of displeasure evident in her gaze. She fixed a cold stare on Chen Mo, her voice laced with a warning. Chen Mo, you would do well to mind your words. Chen Mo offered a subtle smile, a glint of deeper meaning in his eyes, and slowly replied, Director Fujiwara, I merely spoke in jest. Please do not take it to heart. After all, whether it be dogs or humans, there are times when both prefer a more assertive guidance. Fujiwara Mizuki's expression shifted slightly. She sensed an underlying message in Chen Mo's words, as if he were hinting at something. Her heart involuntarily quickened. The image of that large black dog submissively before Chen Mo from the morning resurfacing in her mind. That sense of control, that calm demeanor, struggling to accept it. Fujiwara Mizuki retorted angrily, Chen Mo, do you take me for a dog? Chapter 16. Mind your identity. The voice of Mizuki Fujiwara reverberated through the break room, laden with palpable anger. Her complexion was slightly flushed, and her eyes betrayed an unmistakable mix of embarrassment and irritation. Chen Mo's words had evidently struck a nerve, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of discomfort. Yet, Chen Mo maintained his relaxed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to her fury. He gently set down his teacup, hands nestled in his pockets, tilting his head slightly as he regarded Mizuki Fujiwara, his tone laced with playful mockery. Minister Fujiwara, it seems there's a misunderstanding. I was merely discussing dogs. Why have you suddenly interjected yourself into the conversation? Mizuki Fujiwara's fists clenched slightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms. She inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She understood that Chen Mo was intentionally provoking her, and she could not afford to lose her poise in such a setting. As the minister, she was obliged to maintain her calm and authority. Chen Mo, I caution you not to assume that your assistance to that dog that startled me this morning grants you the liberty to act so brazenly in my presence. This is a workplace, not a venue for your frivolous jesting. Chen Mo shrugged, retaining his nonchalant demeanor. Minister Fujiwara, you are absolutely correct. This is indeed a workplace, and I should refrain from jesting. However, he paused, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes. Your reaction just now was quite amusing. Mizuki Fujiwara's expression darkened further. She felt as though Chen Mo was manipulating her, leaving her at a loss for an appropriate retort. She had never encountered such a scenario before, nor had anyone dared to act so audaciously before her. His attitude imbued her with an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Chen Mo, you would do well to remember your words today, Mizuki Fujiwara stated coldly, her tone bearing a hint of menace. I do not wish to hear similar remarks again, otherwise. Prepare for dismissal. Her gaze was laden with warning. Yet, Chen Mo remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly and nodding. Understood, Minister Fujiwara. I shall remember. Mizuki Fujiwara chose not to respond further and swiftly exited the break room, her steps hurried as if eager to escape the discomfort of the moment. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a flicker of meaningful light dancing in his eyes. Interesting, intriguing, he murmured to himself. Then lifted his teacup, savoring a leisurely sip. The afternoon unfolded in a busy haze. Without Mizuki Fujiwara's scrutiny, Chen Mo found solace in his work. Seated at his desk, proceeding at a leisurely pace. His gaze occasionally drifted towards her office, the door remaining firmly shut. It seemed she had not yet emerged. It appears she is genuinely upset, Chen Mo mused inwardly, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. He understood that his actions in the morning and the recent conversation in the break room had successfully sown a seed in the heart of Fujiwara Mizuki. As for how the seed would sprout, he felt no urgency. Time would reveal the answer. As the workday approached its end, Chen Mo's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to see a message from Mrs. Morisawa. Chen Mo-kun, how were the cookies today? Chen Mo smiled and replied, indeed, Mrs. Morisawa's culinary skills are exceptional. Thank you, they were delightful. Setting down his phone, Chen Mo stretched lazily, preparing to gather his belongings and leave. Just then, the office door swung open, and Fujiwara Mizuki stepped out. Her expression remained stern, yet her eyes seemed to harbor a hint of complexity. Chen Mo glanced at her and cheerfully inquired, Director Fujiwara, done for the day? Fujiwara Mizuki did not respond, casting him a cold glance before briskly heading towards the elevator. Chen Mo shrugged, picked up his bag, and followed her. Inside the elevator, silence enveloped them, creating an awkward atmosphere. Fujiwara Mizuki stood in one corner, her gaze fixed ahead, as if entirely oblivious to Chen Mo's presence. Chen Mo leaned against the opposite side, hands tucked into his pockets, stealing occasional glances at her. Director Fujiwara, you worked hard today, Chen Mo broke the silence. His tone laced with playful banter. Fujiwara Mizuki remained unresponsive, maintaining her frosty demeanor. Actually, I feel you seemed a bit off today. Did you not rest well last night? Chen Mo continued, his tone lighthearted. Fujiwara Mizuki's brows slightly furrowed, and she finally turned to face him, her cold gaze piercing through. Chen Mo, please be mindful of your position. I am the director. Do you think I am idle, or that you can meddle in my personal affairs? Chen Mo shrugged, his tone casual. I am merely concerned for my superior. After all, you do appear somewhat fatigued today. Fujiwara Mizuki's expression darkened further. She sensed a hint of provocation in Chen Mo's words, yet found herself at a loss for a suitable retort. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure. Chen Mo, I will reiterate, my matters do not require your concern. Her voice was icy, her eyes warning if this persists. I won't hesitate to send you to HR. Chen Mo chuckled softly, opting to say no more. He recognized that Fujiwara Mizuki had reached her limit of patience and decided against further teasing, as it would only backfire. Nodding slightly, he replied with a touch of sincerity. Understood, Director Fujiwara. The elevator finally reached the first floor, and Fujiwara Mizuki exited swiftly, eager to distance herself from Chen Mo. He, however, sauntered behind her, a slight smile playing on his lips. See you tomorrow, Director Fujiwara. Chen Mo spoke softly, his tone imbued with a hint of profound amusement. He retrieved his phone to check the time, and then strolled leisurely toward the subway station. The evening breeze caressed his face with a refreshing chill, instilling in him a sense of ease. Everything that transpired today fell within the confines of his expectations. Although Fujiwara Miyuki's reaction was fervent, it remained well within his control. After more than half an hour, Chen Mo returned to his apartment. He shed his suit jacket, carelessly tossing it onto the sofa, and proceeded into the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, he extracted a can of chilled beer. He pulled the tab and tilted his head back, savoring a sip. The icy sensation brought him a wave of relief. Ding dong, ding dong. Chapter 017. A neighbor's plea for assistance as Chen Mo set down his beer can. The doorbell rang. Puzzled, he made his way to the door and opened it to find Mrs. Sins, his neighbor, standing there with a smile. Miss Kana, is there something you need at this late hour? Mrs. Sins appeared somewhat flustered, a hint of apology and urgency etched on her face. I am terribly sorry for disturbing you at such a late hour, Chen Mo Cohen. A pipe in my bathroom has suddenly started leaking and water is everywhere. It's too late to find a repairman, so I was hoping you could take a look. Instantly sensing an opportunity, Chen Mo nodded and replied in a gentle tone. No problem, I'll come right over. He grabbed his toolbox and followed Mrs. Sins into her apartment. Upon entering, he could indeed hear the persistent dripping of water from the bathroom, and a puddle had already formed on the floor. As he crouched down to inspect the pipe, he discovered that a joint connection had come loose. While kneeling in the bathroom, with a wrench in hand, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the doorway where Mrs. Sin's daughter, Kana, stood. She wore a loose-fitting loungewear, and the wet floor seemed to add to her disarray, her hands tightly clasped together, her eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. Shinimokuin, how is it? Can it be fixed? Mrs. Sin's voice was soft, tinged with unease. Chen Mo diverted his gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a barely perceptible smile. He feigned a frown, adopting a troubled expression. Well, the issue with the pipe is a bit complicated. The connection has loosened, and it seems the valve might have a problem as well, which could take some time to resolve. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Sins grew even more anxious. Then, what should we do? If the water keeps flowing, the floor will be ruined. Standing up, Chen Mo spoke in a relaxed tone. Don't worry, I have a solution, but I will need your assistance. Me? What can I do to help? Mrs. Sins looked at him in confusion. Just hold this pipe steady while I tighten it, he instructed, pointing to the pipe, a hint of mischief glimmering in his eyes. Without hesitation, Mrs. Sins moved closer, crouching down to grasp the pipe with both hands. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, clearly unfamiliar with the mechanics of repair. Chen Mo stood behind her, gazing down at her delicate silhouette. He deliberately slowed his movements while adjusting the wrench. Chen Mo, is it ready? Mrs. Sins inquired. Her voice strained as fatigue began to set in. Almost, he replied dismissively, yet his hands remained still. His gaze lingered on the graceful curve of her neck. At that moment, Mrs. Sins suddenly felt a warm breath on her back. Startled, she turned around, only to find Chen Mo's face nearly touching her ear. She jumped in surprise, her grip loosening, causing the pipe to clatter to the floor with a splash of water. Ah, Mrs. Sins exclaimed, hastily standing up, but she slipped on the wet floor, losing her balance and falling backward. Chen Mo, quick-witted and swift, effortlessly encircled her waist, securing her firmly in his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, the atmosphere instantaneously transformed into something intimate. Be careful, the floor is quite slippery, Chen Mo murmured, his voice tinged with a husky undertone. Mrs. Sins, nestled in his arms, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson, her heart racing as she clumsily pushed him away, stammering. Thank you. I'm fine. Both stood there awkwardly, the sound of water from the bathroom still dripping incessantly, droplets splattering everywhere, soaking their clothes. Chen Mo glanced down at his drenched shirt before stealing a furtive glance at Mrs. Sins, whose loungewear clung to her form, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Her damp strands of hair clung to her cheeks, rendering her appearance particularly delicate. Chen Mo's throat tightened, the stirrings of an undeniable attraction growing ever more intense. The pipe is still not fixed. He cleared his throat, attempting to dissipate the palpable tension. Mrs. Sins regained her composure, her face still aglow with embarrassment. Her voice trembling slightly. I'm sorry, I just slipped. It's nothing. The floor is simply too slippery, Chen Mo feigned nonchalance, offering a light chuckle as he bent down to retrieve the wrench from the floor. However, we must promptly repair the pipe, or the water will continue to flow. Mrs. Sins nodded, cautiously stepping aside, her arms folded across her chest, exuding an air of unease. The wet fabric clung to her skin, sending a chill through her. But the greater sensation was one of awkwardness and apprehension. She was entirely oblivious to her own appearance. Chen Mo crouched down, diligently inspecting the connection of the pipe once more. This time, he did not hesitate, swiftly tightening the loose components with the wrench. The sound of dripping water gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing. All done, Chen Mo announced, rising to his feet, wiping the beads of water from his forehead, and turning to Mrs. Sins. I've checked the valve as well. There shouldn't be any more leaks. A sigh of relief escaped Mrs. Sins, her face breaking into a grateful smile. I truly appreciate your help, Chen Mo-kun. I would have been at a loss without your assistance. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, his tone lighthearted. It was merely a small effort on my part. No need for such formality. However, we should clean up the water on the floor quickly, or it may cause damage. Only then did Mrs. Sins notice the considerable accumulation of water on the floor, exclaiming in haste, I'll fetch a mop right away. As she turned to leave the bathroom, her foot slipped once more, nearly causing her to fall again. With remarkable reflexes, Chen Mo caught her waist once again. His voice laced with concern, be cautious, the floor is wet and slippery. At that moment, the atmosphere in the bathroom was undeniably charged. Their gazes intertwined, and Mrs. Sins' cheeks flushed anew, her heartbeat quickening, as if she could hear the resounding thud within her chest. She felt Chen Mo's large hand steadfastly resting on her waist. The warmth seeped through her damp loungewear, cascading onto her skin, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Thank you, she murmured, her voice barely audible, her gaze flickering, unable to meet Chen Mo's eyes. Yet, he did not relinquish his hold immediately. Instead, he leaned slightly closer, whispering softly near her ear, Miss Sins, you are always so careless. I can't help but worry. Fortunately, I am here. Otherwise, what would happen if you were to fall? His breath gently brushed against her ear, carrying a hint of warmth that rendered her earlobes crimson. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly, yearning to create some distance. However, Chen Mo's arm tightened ever so slightly, drawing her even closer. Mr. Chen. Chapter 018. Chen Mo Jun. We cannot proceed like this. Her voice trembled with a hint of panic and uncertainty, as her hands pressed against his chest in a feeble attempt to push him away. Yet, her strength was so minuscule it was nearly imperceptible. Chen Mo's gaze was anchored on her face, captivated by the blend of confusion and shyness reflected in her eyes, igniting a fire within him. His fingers traced lightly over her waist, feeling the subtle quiver of her body, and a faint smile danced upon his lips. Miss Jianai, do you know? His voice was low and tender, laced with a touch of seduction. The sight of you at this moment is truly enchanting. Mrs. Sins' heart raced to the brink of bursting from her chest, her cheeks flushed with heat, and her breaths quickened. She longed to articulate her thoughts, yet found her throat constricted, rendering her voiceless. Chen Mo gently lifted her chin, compelling her gaze to meet his. His eyes were profound and fiery, as if they sought to consume her entirely. Chen Mo Jun. No. Please, do not. Her voice was but a whisper, tinged with a plea. Yet, Chen Mo pressed on, his face inching closer until their breaths intertwined. Mrs. Sins felt her heart nearly cease. Her fingers clutched his shirt tightly, trembling ever so slightly. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire, and she forcefully pushed Chen Mo away, hastily fleeing the bathroom, her heart pounding furiously. Upon entering the bedroom, Mrs. Sins shut the door, leaning against it as she inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, she glanced down to discover her loungewear thoroughly soaked. Oh dear. It dawned on her just how inappropriate her appearance was, wishing fervently for a hole to swallow her whole. How utterly embarrassing. How could I have only just realized my lack of decorum? No wonder Chen Mo Jun's Adam's apple bobbed when he looked at me. She needed to change her attire swiftly. Though the situation filled her with profound shame, it was eclipsed by a sense of joy. At her age, to still captivate someone as dashing as Chen Mo Jun was a delightful surprise. Approaching her wardrobe, Mrs. Sins opened the door and casually retrieved a clean outfit. Ding, conquest progress of Sins Jiai has increased by 10, conquest progress, 55, reward, 100 conquest points. Note, upon reaching 60 conquest progress for the first time. A mysterious grand prize will be awarded. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, busy in the bathroom, heard the system's notification. A subtle smile graced his lips, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he noticed droplets of water clinging to his face. Then, his gaze fell upon the pink towel hanging by the sink. This towel was presumably for drying hands, he mused. Chen Mo picked up the pink towel and wiped his face clean, then leisurely adjusted his collar, replaying the earlier interaction with Mrs. Sins in his mind. The chaos, the shyness, and the faint yet alluring scenes all filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Conquest progress stood at 55. He murmured to himself, his fingers gently tapping the edge of the sink, his gaze growing increasingly profound. He understood that although Mrs. Sins outwardly resisted, her heart had long been stirred to a point of unrest. Mrs. Sins. Chen Mo whispered her name, laced with a hint of playfulness. He was in no rush to advance. Rather, he relished the gradual process of subjugation. Each interaction, each moment of ambiguity, chipped away at her defenses little by little, akin to a hunter toying with its prey before the final capture. Stepping out of the bathroom, his eyes swept over the tightly shut door of Mrs. Sins' bedroom, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even without the use of his situational awareness, he could surmise her actions. Surely, she was in her room, flustered, changing her clothes, perhaps still feeling embarrassed about her previous indiscretion. Approaching the door to the master bedroom, he gently knocked, his voice soft and low. Mrs. Sins, are you all right? I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. I hope I did not frighten you. A faint sound emanated from within, as if she had knocked something over in her flurry. After a few seconds, her voice emerged from behind the door, trembling and unmistakably tense. I'm fine, Chen Mo Cohen. I just need a moment to collect myself. Chen Mo chuckled softly, his tone imbued with a touch of regret. That is good to hear. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. I shall be right outside. With that, he turned and walked towards the living room, settling onto the sofa and casually picking up a magazine to peruse. He was curious whether Mrs. Sins would emerge, for when she did, he would seize the initiative once more. Indeed, not long after, the bedroom door creaked open. Mrs. Sins appeared in a clean loungewear outfit, her face still adorned with a lingering blush. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Mo's eyes, and spoke in a faint voice. Chen Mo Cohen, I am truly sorry about earlier. Chen Mo set the magazine aside, responding gently. The one who should apologize is I. I acted impulsively without considering your feelings. His tone was sincere and tender, causing Mrs. Sins' heart to flutter once more. She raised her head, locking eyes with his profound gaze, momentarily lost in thought. Was it possible that she still possessed such allure? Yet, she was acutely aware of her own age, feeling akin to an older woman. Nevertheless, Chen Mo Cohen's reaction felt genuine. Could it be that, as a young and handsome man brimming with vitality, he had simply not encountered many women, leading him to feel this way about her? If that were the case, she must guide him along the right path lest such a fine young man go astray. She ought to inform him that young women were far more suited to him, and that in a few years, she may no longer hold such appeal. She softly called out, her voice tinged with a sadness she herself had not fully recognized. Chen Mo Jun. Chen Mo sensed the emotions of Madame Sins. Rising to his feet, he approached her and gently took her hand, feeling the slight tremor at her fingertips. In a low voice, he said, Madame Sins, please forgive my earlier indiscretion. I apologize. You are an exceptionally captivating woman, deeply alluring to me, which renders me unable to restrain my emotions. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Madame Sins' heart raced once more, the blush on her cheeks becoming ever more pronounced. She yearned to withdraw her hand, only to find her fingers tenderly held captive by him, rendering her unable to escape. Her voice trembled with a hint of panic and uncertainty. Chen Mo Jun, you must not say such things. We should not be like this. Chen Mo's gaze remained gentle yet fervent as he softly replied, Madame Sins, I understand your concerns, but emotions cannot be controlled. You are truly special to me. Chapter 019. The flustered Mrs. Morisawa. Mrs. Morisawa found herself engulfed in a tempest of conflicting emotions. She could not comprehend why, in such a brief span of time, she had developed feelings for Chen Majuan. Perhaps it was his radiant kindness, or maybe it was the solitude that had lingered far too long. Regardless of the reason, such feelings were utterly unacceptable. Mrs. Morisawa admonished herself, reminding her that she was still a wife. Her heart raced with turmoil. She was deeply moved by Chen Mo's tenderness and sincerity, yet she felt an unsettling anxiety due to their age and status disparity. Lowering her gaze, Her voice barely above a whisper, she said, Chen Mo, you are still young. You should seek someone closer to your own age. I am already married. And I am no longer youthful. We should not entertain such emotions. Chen Mo gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. His eyes radiated determination and warmth. No, Mrs. Morisawa, age has never been an obstacle. It is you as a person that I cherish, not your years. Every movement of yours ensnares my very being. Mrs. Morisawa locked her eyes onto Chen Mo's, feeling her heart nearly cease its rhythm. Her fingers clutched his shirt tightly, trembling ever so slightly. Internally, she wrestled with herself. Reason urged her to push him away, yet the prolonged loneliness, the absence of companionship, and the profound emptiness made her incapable of resisting him. Her voice quivered with a hint of desperation. Chen Mo, please, do not do this. We cannot. Chen Mo's face inched closer until their breaths mingled. His voice, low and soothing, carried an alluring lilt. Mrs. Morisawa, do not resist your heart. You feel something for me too, do you not? Just as their lips were on the brink of contact, Mrs. Morisawa's rationality triumphed over her emotions. In a sudden burst of resolve, she pushed Chen Mo away, stumbling back a few steps before turning and fleeing to the master bedroom. With a resounding thud, she shut herself inside, leaning against the door. Her voice trembled as she uttered, Chen Mo, I am sorry. This all transpired too suddenly. I am not prepared for this. Outside the master bedroom, Chen Mo listened to her quaking voice but did not knock again. Instead, he stood quietly, allowing a moment to pass. With a gentle sigh, he spoke softly, Mrs. Morisawa, I understand your feelings. Today, I was too impulsive. I hope I have not caused you distress. I will give you some time to calm yourself. With that, Chen Mo turned and headed towards the living room, retrieving his coat in preparation to leave. He felt satisfied that their relationship had progressed to this point. The defenses that Mrs. Morisawa had long held steadfast were beginning to waver. As he reached the entrance, he glanced back at the closed master bedroom door, a faint smile gracing his lips. He softly called out, Mrs. Morisawa, I shall take my leave now. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that said, he gently closed the door and departed from Mrs. Sin's home. Upon returning to his own abode, Chen Mo felt an extraordinary sense of joy. In just 2 or 3 days, Mrs. Sins had begun to develop feelings for him. Currently, it was merely her rationality that was fiercely contending with her emotions. What remained was merely an opportunity that would allow Mrs. Sins to act without psychological burdens. Seated on the sofa, Chen Mo replayed the earlier interactions he had with Mrs. Sins in his mind. The flustered demeanor, the bashfulness, and those subtle yet enticing moments all filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated that his conquest progress had surpassed 55. Just a little more, and he would reach 60. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. When the conquest progress reached 60, he wondered what mysterious reward the system would bestow upon him. His curiosity was piqued, yet he was not in a hurry to expedite the process. Having been granted a second chance at life, he relished the gradual journey of conquest, savoring the thrill of witnessing Mrs. Sin succumb step by step. System, display the panel. Ding. Host, Chen Mo, age, 25, height, 183 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, strength, 73, agility, 63, endurance, 83, mentality, 83, charm, 83, skills, time pause, live eye. Information view, conquest points, 240, current binding conquest targets, Fujiwara Mizuki, conquest progress, -45, Senskana, conquest progress, 55. Another 240 conquest points had accumulated, allowing for 2 draws. As the lottery segment commenced, Chen Mo felt an exhilarating thrill. Rubbing his hands together, he addressed the system. System, initiate the points draw. Ding. Consuming 100 conquest points. Commencing the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Master Chef. Culinary Mastery. The host will master world-class culinary techniques, effortlessly handling Chinese, Western, Japanese cuisines, and desserts, creating dishes that are not only delicious but also deeply touching. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a slight smile graced Chen Mo's lips. Master Chef? Excellent. Just in time. Mrs. Sins enjoys cooking and has invited me to watch her competition on Sunday. Perhaps this skill will come in handy. The system continued with the lottery. Ding. Consuming 100 conquest points, commencing the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Locksmith. Locksmith. The host will master various basic lockpicking techniques for general unlocking. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, a trace of amusement glimmering in his eyes. A locksmith? Oh, how well the system understands me. With this skill, he could take advantage of the situation while Fujiwara Mizuki, that troublesome woman, was busy playing the miner in the office. After the lottery concluded, Chen Mo glanced at his remaining conquest points. Only 40 points remained, insufficient for a single transaction. Best to save them for later. Ding! Chen Mo's phone chimed with a message alert. He picked it up to see. Your credit card bill from Sakura Bank ending in 0057 is due today. The outstanding balance is 300,000 yen. Please ensure repayment within 7 days to avoid affecting your credit record. Damn it, I still have a loan to bear. He opened the Sakura Bank app on his phone. Balance, 311,578 yen. Chen Mo gazed at the balance on his screen, his brow furrowing. Goodness, with a debt of 300,000 yen and only 311,000 in savings. Is it merely a matter of survival? Fortunately, he had the system. It was the perfect opportunity to test the system's function of converting conquest points into cash. The system utilized 40 conquest points to exchange for cash. Ding! 40 conquest points consumed. Cash exchange successful. Exchange rate, 1 conquest point 10,000 yen. Cash obtained. For 100,000 yen. Chen Mo's phone vibrated momentarily. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received a deposit of 400,000 yen. He glanced down. The balance at Sakura Bank had transformed from 311,578 yen to 711,578 yen. Goodness, thank heavens for the system. Otherwise, he might genuinely face starvation. First, let's repay the loan. Chen Mo navigated his phone and settled the credit card bill in the Sakura Bank app. The balance now stood at 411,578 yen. After making the payment, a twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. The rewards in the points lottery were splendid. Converting points to cash felt like a loss. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Cautiously, he inquired within his mind. System, is there any issue with this money? Could the sudden influx of 400,000 yen cause trouble? Rest assured, host. All funds awarded have been processed through legitimate channels and will not raise any suspicion. This money has been transferred to your account via proper means, and both bank and tax records have been appropriately managed. There will be no issues. Confirming the information reassured Chen Mo. His situation had indeed undergone a tangible transformation. Since the system assured him there were no problems, he felt at ease. Chapter 20. The performance begins. On the following morning, Chen Mo rose early, tidied his appearance, and set out for work with a buoyant spirit. It was Friday, and upon completing his duties for the day, he would be greeted by the weekend. His interaction with Mrs. Sins the previous night had significantly bolstered his confidence, and he had already achieved a remarkable 55 in his conquest progress. The affection emanating from Mrs. Sins was unmistakable. As he walked, he contemplated his forthcoming plans, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After a considerable half-hour, he arrived at the office and entered as per his usual routine. Hardly had he settled in when Miyuki Fujiwara strode in, her heels clicking assertively against the floor. She retained her usual air of cold elegance, holding a document in her hand, and approached Chen Mo's desk without hesitation. Chen Mo, she stated, her tone commanding. This report must be completed today. It will be required on Monday. Do not disappoint me. Chen Mo glanced up, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of course, Director Fujiwara, I will ensure it is done on time. After placing the document on his desk, Miyuki Fujiwara turned and left. Chen Mo observed her retreating figure, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. The progress with Fujiwara remained at a disheartening -45. However, after the incident with the great black dog, Chen Mo had unearthed a secret lurking within her heart. He had meticulously devised a strategy to exploit this knowledge when the opportunity arose. The day passed swiftly, and Chen Mo adeptly grasped the core aspects of the report, demonstrating exceptional efficiency. By midday, he had completed the majority of the work, and before the end of the afternoon, he had finished ahead of schedule. Glancing at the clock, he noted that there was still an hour until closing time. Today, he planned to feign an inability to complete his tasks, hoping to tempt fate and see if Miyuki Fujiwara would remain late as well. Thus, he opened his computer and casually browsed through some work-related materials, occasionally tapping on the keyboard to maintain the illusion of busyness. As time passed, the office gradually emptied, colleagues beginning to gather their belongings in preparation for the weekend exodus. However, Chen Mo remained at his desk, appearing particularly engrossed in his work. Before long, Only two individuals remained in the office, Chen Mo and Miyuki Fujiwara. After a short while, she emerged from her office, noticing Chen Mo still hard at work. Her eyebrows arched slightly in surprise. While she often worked late due to her position and the lack of activities at home, it was unusual for Chen Mo, who typically resisted overtime, to willingly stay behind today. In the past, he would have likely taken unfinished work home, yet today was decidedly different. As he remained in the office, approaching Chen Mo's desk, she maintained her aloof demeanor. Have you completed the report? Chen Mo lifted his gaze, revealing a weary yet amiable smile. Director Fujiwara, the report requires a few more details to be finalized. I am currently conducting a final review to ensure nothing is overlooked. Mizuki Fujiwara nodded, her tone remaining cold, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of subtle satisfaction. Your work ethic is commendable. The company's investment in your development has not been in vain. Chen Mo responded with a slight smile, his tone respectful. I will complete it as soon as possible. Fujiwara said nothing further and turned to her private office. The sound of her high heels echoed crisply against the floor, her silhouette exuding an air of icy elegance and pride. Chen Mo watched her depart, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. It seemed today presented an opportunity. He mused silently. He continued to feign busyness, his fingers delicately tapping on the keyboard, all the while keeping a keen eye on Fujiwara's office through the live feed. As time trickled by, Chen Mo glanced at the clock. It was already past 8 in the evening. Frustrated, he thought, what on earth is taking her so long? Does she not wish to commence today? He needed a way to probe her intentions. Stretching lazily, he feigned fatigue, rubbing his temples before rising and making his way to the tea room. There, he brewed a cup of coffee, preparing one for Fujiwara as well. Balancing both cups, he gently tapped on the door to her office. Come in, Fujiwara's voice called from within, still as frigid as ever. Chen Mo pushed the door open, entering with a playful grin. Director Fujiwara, I noticed you were still working late, so I made you a cup of coffee to help invigorate you. Fujiwara glanced up, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. Thank you. Just leave it on the table. Chen Mo placed the coffee on her desk, showing no intention of leaving. Instead, he held on to the other cup, casually inquiring, Director Fujiwara, do you often work this late? Fujiwara offered no reply, her focus returning to the documents before her. Observing her silence, Chen Mo chose not to press further, turning to exit, avoiding any unnecessary awkwardness. Minutes later, Fujiwara finally stirred within her office. She stretched in a graceful arc before casting a glance at the coffee on her desk. Humph, I sense ulterior motives. I shall not drink your coffee. Who knows what peculiar substances you might have added. Fujiwara reclined in her custom ergonomic chair, resting for a brief moment before quietly approaching the window. She stealthily opened a crack in the blinds, watching Chen Mo as he remained engrossed in his work outside. After a few minutes of observing, reassured by his lack of interest in her office, she locked the door behind her. Returning to her desk, Fujiwara donned her headphones, her expression slightly exhilarated as she opened a website. Outside, Chen Mo caught sight of this, his lips curling into a sly smile, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes. The show was about to begin. Chen Mo had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had not anticipated that this young lady would be so cautious, beginning her performance only now. It had cost him a considerable amount of time. Chen Mo continued to observe every move of Fujiwara Mizuki through the eye of reality. In the office, Fujiwara Mizuki wore headphones, completely immersed in her own world. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her breathing had become somewhat rapid. Her fingers danced lightly across the keyboard, seemingly searching for something. A hint of tension and excitement sparkled in her gaze, as if she were engaged in an exceedingly secretive endeavor. Outside, Chen Mo watched with great interest, thoroughly captivated by the scene. How delightful it was. How splendid. At the pinnacle of Fujiwara Mizuki's excitement, Chen Mo commenced his own performance. Time stood still. Chapter 021. Capturing Fujiwara Mizuki. Time stopped. He rose from his seat, grasping a paperclip from his desk, and made his way toward the minister's office. He chuckled to himself, reflecting that had he not drawn the locksmith skill yesterday, he would have had to devise a way to obtain the key. Now was the perfect opportunity to test this newfound ability. As Chen Mo placed his hand on the doorknob, a multitude of lockpicking techniques surged through his mind. With deft movements, he inserted the paperclip into the lock cylinder and, in mere moments, unlocked the door. Impressive. A product of the system, indeed a masterpiece. Upon entering, he beheld Fujiwara Mizuki in a state of suspension. Without hesitation, he drew out his phone and began snapping photos from various angles. Yet, with only 3 minutes of pause time, He wondered who could truly benefit from such a fleeting moment. Not to mention, everyone present had been engaged for over 30 minutes, rendering it a matter of time, not urgency. After achieving his objective, Chen Mo exited the minister's office and returned to his workstation. Before long, the 3 minutes elapsed, and the suspension of time came to an end. However, Fujiwara Mizuki remained oblivious, diligently continuing her typing. As her heart gradually settled, her face bore the marks of exhaustion. Just then, Chen Mo knocked on the minister's office door, startling Fujiwara Mizuki. She quickly straightened up, hastily shutting her computer and tidying her desk. Once satisfied that everything was in order, she opened the office door to find Chen Mo standing there with a rather mischievous grin. Upon seeing his expression, her heart skipped a beat, and her demeanor turned icy, filled with indignation and anger. "See, Chen Mo, what are you doing?" she stammered, her voice slightly hoarse at first, but swiftly adjusting to her usual cold tone, as if she wished to freeze him in place. Chen Mo, undeterred by her scrutinizing gaze, maintained his smirk, surveying her with an innocent facade. "Minister Fujiwara, I merely wish to inquire if you would like to leave work together, considering it is getting quite late." Fujiwara Mizuki's countenance instantly darkened, disbelief etched upon her features. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her heart raced with turmoil. Damn it, could he have discovered something? Has he been eavesdropping in my office? For how long? What exactly did he overhear? Her gaze swept over the phone in his hand, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes. "What do you have that phone for?" Fujiwara questioned coldly. Chen Mo flashed the phone screen, his smile unwavering as he replied, "Oh, I was just checking the time." Fujiwara Mizuki, clearly unconvinced, remained on high alert. Chen Mo's insufferable demeanor undoubtedly harbors some ulterior motive. Could it be that he has secretly recorded something? No, that cannot be. The office window is locked, and the curtains are drawn. As for the door, she had just secured it. There is no way Chen Mo could have entered. Therefore, he must have. Yes, he must have recorded me. Otherwise, his expression could not be so smug. The thought sent a shiver down Fujiwara Mizuki's spine, as if an invisible hand were constricting her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. Yet, accustomed to being assertive, she reached out and coldly commanded, "Hand me your phone." Chen Mo did not comply. Instead, he smirked, his tone lighthearted as he teased, Director Fujiwara, a mobile phone is a personal item. Such a direct request for inspection might be deemed inappropriate. Don't you think?" Fujiwara Mizuki's expression darkened at his reply, her dissatisfaction palpable. This only reinforced her conviction that he had indeed recorded her. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Chen Mo, her tone laced with a hint of menace. "Chen Mo, what are you plotting? What were you doing lurking outside just now? Hand over your phone, or I will not be so courteous." Chen Mo shrugged, showing no intention of yielding. Instead, he stepped closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Director Fujiwara, your anxiety suggests there might be something unsavory you fear being uncovered." Fujiwara Mizuki's pupils constricted slightly, clearly struck by his words. Her index finger trembled momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Reflecting on her earlier actions, she realized she had made no peculiar sounds. If anything, she had only let out a soft sigh. She had been quite restrained. Chen Mo outside could not possibly have overheard her, especially with the office door locked and the windows secured. Yet, an inexplicable unease lingered within her. Forcing herself to feign calmness, she declared, "Chen Mo, cease your nonsensical chatter. I will say this one last time. Hand over your phone, or you will regret it." Chen Mo chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He leisurely approached the sofa in the office, plopping down and pulling out a cigarette to light. Unhurriedly, he remarked, "Director Fujiwara, I witnessed everything you did in the office, and I even captured some rather delightful photographs as evidence." Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Mizuki's once flushed face drained of color, turning pale as she stammered, "You? How could you? You? Nonsense. Who would do anything wrong in the office?" Her voice quivered, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chen Mo merely smiled faintly, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, refraining from responding immediately. Time suspension is an elusive phenomenon, one that cannot be easily perceived. Initially, he was uncertain about how to circumvent this predicament. Coincidentally, there was a webcam affixed to the computer monitor of Mizuki Fujiwara. He then gestured towards the camera with a hint of pride in his tone. "Director Fujiwara, do take a look at that. Can you guess if I might have a way to capture your photograph?" Mizuki Fujiwara's gaze followed Chen Mo's indication. The webcam. Damn it. How had she overlooked this issue until now? Mizuki Fujiwara clenched her fist tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. She glared at Chen Mo, her eyes a blend of fury and resignation. It was entirely her fault for being so careless. At this moment, she no longer questioned whether Chen Mo had indeed taken a picture. The expression on his face provided a clear answer. Consequently, the anxiety that had plagued her heart dissipated completely. Now, she found herself ensnared by Chen Mo, and should this matter come to light, her reputation and status would be irrevocably shattered. It felt akin to plummeting into an abyss of despair. What do you intend to do? Mizuki Fujiwara questioned through gritted teeth, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 022. Chen Mo, do not overstep. With a hiss, Chen Mo inhaled a puff of smoke and spoke in an exceedingly domineering tone. It's quite simple, Director Fujiwara. I do not wish to see you causing me any trouble within the company from now on. Be compliant. Do you understand? Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. He then adopted a tone that seemed somewhat consolatory. After all, we are both striving for the good of the company. Why must we make this so unpleasant? In the eyes of Fujiwara Mizuki, Chen Mo's seemingly comforting words were nothing but a devil's mockery, mocking her actions, mocking her facade. She fell silent for a moment, filled with disdain and secretly relieved. Is it really that simple? What a useless man. Nevertheless, she felt fortunate that Chen Mo had not made any excessive demands. Otherwise, she would have had to acquiesce. Ultimately, taking a deep breath, she replied, Fine, I agree. However, Chen Mo, you best remember, if you dare to speak of this matter, I will not let you off easily. Chen Mo smiled faintly and nodded. Rest assured, Director Fujiwara, I am known for my discretion. As long as you obediently comply, this matter shall remain a secret forever. Mizuki's momentary relaxation vanished, replaced by tension. Her eyes, filled with panic, also conveyed a hint of something unusual. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, What do you mean by obediently comply? Chen Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette and scrutinized Fujiwara Mizuki from head to toe. My esteemed director, do you truly believe this matter is resolved so easily? His words caused Mizuki's heart to race anew, as she felt his penetrating gaze, as if he could see through her very being, rendering her attire mere decoration. This disconcerting sensation left her ill at ease, clenching the hem of her garment. Her eyes were filled with turmoil, yet her tone remained defiantly resolute. I have already promised not to make things difficult for you, and I will keep my word. So, what more do you desire? With a slight smile, a glimmer of amusement danced in Chen Mo's eyes. He rose slowly, approached Fujiwara Mizuki, and gazed down at her from his elevated position, speaking in a teasing manner. Director, are you not a tad naive? Now that I possess your little secret, do you honestly believe I would let you off so easily? Is that even a possibility? Mizuki, who thought she had narrowly escaped, felt a flush of color rise to her pale cheeks. Instinctively, she took a step back, her voice trembling. What do you want from me? Chen Mo exhaled a gentle puff of smoke towards Mizuki's face, speaking languidly. It's simple. From today onward, you must heed my instructions. Whatever I command, you shall comply. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to reveal to the entire company what kind of person their esteemed Director Fujiwara truly is. The acrid scent of smoke prompted Mizuki to cough involuntarily. Her eyes brimmed with anger and humiliation, yet more than that, they were filled with resignation. She realized that she had been thoroughly ensnared by Chen Mo. You despicable scoundrel! Fujiwara Miyuki exclaimed through gritted teeth. Chen Mo shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a smile, Despicable? Minister Fujiwara, have you not made my life difficult on numerous occasions? I am merely employing your own tactics against you. Fujiwara Miyuki fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Chen Mo's words. Her habitual oppression and antagonism towards him had indeed crossed certain lines. Yet, she reasoned it was for his own good. Without her stringent measures, how could Chen Mo have progressed so swiftly? She considered herself merely strict, perhaps with a hint of personal bias, nothing more. Even so, she was unwilling to succumb to Chen Mo's intimidation so easily. Chen Mo, do not push your luck. I could resign, and then report you to the authorities. We could go down together. She clenched her teeth, attempting one last stand. Chen Mo, however, shook his head, his tone relaxed. Resign? Minister Fujiwara, could you truly bear to do that? How much effort have you invested to attain your current position? Would you really abandon it so easily? Report me? By all means, do so. Let us see whether the police arrive faster or if I can post your photos online first. Fujiwara Miyuki's body trembled slightly as Chen Mo's words struck deep within her. She was indeed reluctant. This position was the fruit of her tireless efforts, and she could not relinquish it without a fight. Reporting him was out of the question, as it would tarnish her reputation. mentioning it was merely a bluff to intimidate Chen Mo. Fine. I will concede to your demands. She finally relented, her voice tinged with resignation. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction, gently patting her shoulder, his tone warm yet resolute. Rest assured, I will not compel you to engage in anything excessively drastic. Fujiwara Miyuki shivered at his touch, but ultimately nodded. I can agree to your terms, but you must guarantee that this matter remains confidential. Chen Mo smiled as he grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Of course, Minister Fujiwara. You are far too beautiful for me to let anyone else see those photos. Fujiwara Miyuki felt a wave of humiliation as he forced her to look up at him. She yearned to bite his hand in defiance. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately refrained from resisting, instead retorting defiantly, You had better keep your word, or I swear I will make you regret it. Ding! Fujiwara Miyuki's conquest progress increased by 5. Reward, 100 conquest points. Fujiwara Miyuki, conquest progress, 40. Congratulations. Host, on completing the task requirements. Increase Fujiwara Miyuki's conquest progress by 10. Task rewards, 5 million yen, 200 conquest points, 2 points of free attribute value. Conquest Lottery X1. After the system's voice concluded, a notification chimed on Chen Mo's phone. He released his grip on Fujiwara Mizuki's face, retrieved his phone, and opened the message. Sakura Bank, a deposit of 10,000,000 yen has been made to your account ending in 0219. Your current balance is 10,411,578 yen. At that moment, Fujiwara Mizuki observed Chen Mo with his phone. Though unaware of its contents, a surge of unease washed over her upon seeing his lewd grin. Could he be perusing those photos? The thought flushed her cheeks crimson. She bit her lip, instinctively closing her legs, filled with a mix of humiliation and anger. She could scarcely imagine that Chen Mo might be reveling in the very images that left her feeling utterly exposed. Her fingers clenched the hem of her garment tightly, her eyes reflecting a blend of shame and fury as she glared at Chen Mo, yet refrained from expressing her outrage. Noticing her gaze, Chen Mo lifted his head, an amused smirk still gracing his lips. He waved his phone playfully and, in a deliberately flippant tone, remarked, Director Fujiwara, you seem rather tense. Fujiwara Mizuki, stifling her indignation, replied, Chen Mo, don't go too far. Chapter 023. A dispute between two individuals. Chen Mo tucked away his phone, his hands plunged into his pockets, and strolled leisurely before her. Leaning closer, he whispered into Fujiwara Mizuki's ear, Rest assured, Minister Fujiwara, I will not place you in an embarrassing position. However, since you have consented to heed my words, from this day forth, you must comply with my wishes. Do you understand? Fujiwara Mizuki's body trembled slightly. She felt Chen Mo's breath upon her, a mixture of revulsion and helplessness swelling within her. She realized she had utterly fallen into Chen Mo's clutches. What do you want me to do? She bit her lip, her voice quivering. Straightening up, Chen Mo unabashedly scrutinized Fujiwara Mizuki, saying, It's quite simple. Since I have promised to keep your secrets, does that mean? Fujiwara Mizuki met Chen Mo's gaze, which seemed ravenous enough to devour her. Terrified, she instinctively crossed her arms and retreated several steps. No, this cannot be. Chen Mo, do you truly believe a few photographs could coerce me into such acts? I warn you, do not even think about it. Even if you succeed, I will undoubtedly report it. Chen Mo was taken aback by her defiance, even in the face of dire circumstances. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone and remarked nonchalantly, Very well, since you are so unyielding, I shall have no choice but to release these photos online, leading to your social demise. Upon seeing the phone in Chen Mo's hand, Fujiwara Mizuki panicked and rushed over, seizing his device. No, this cannot happen. Chen Mo brushed her hands away angrily, stating, You must choose one option. Either the photos go online or... Fujiwara Mizuki's eyes reflected her inner turmoil and despair. Chen Mo's threats loomed over her like a sword, poised to strike at any moment. Nevertheless, she resolutely thought, There is no way I will engage in such acts. Understanding that a swift resolution might be challenging, Chen Mo decided to gradually lower her defenses. I say, Minister, you wouldn't want to. Bah, damned man. She cursed fiercely at Chen Mo. Subsequently, she slumped against the chair, closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She never anticipated being ensnared by Chen Mo's machinations, nor that she would yield. Most humiliating of all, she found herself not only devoid of hatred towards him but also experiencing an inexplicable thrill. This maddening sensation rendered her body uncontrollable. Despite her inner resistance, she thought, Chen Mo, you shall pay for this. Fujihara Mizuki silently vowed to seek an opportunity for revenge. Ding, Fujihara Mizuki's conquest progress increased by 20, reward, 200 conquest points. Ding, host's outstanding performance rewarded with an additional 100 conquest points. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Mo lit another cigarette. He cast a fleeting glance at Mizuki Fujiwara, seated in her office chair, disregarding her tirade of curses. Ah, that wretched woman. Her countenance so sour, yet the data reveals a 20 increase in conquest progress. How intriguing. TSK, such a woman of contradictions. He refrained from offering solace to Mizuki and instead indulged in his cigarette. His consciousness directly accessed the system panel within his mind. Beep. Host, Chen Mo, age, 25, height, 183 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, strength, 73, agility, 63, endurance, 83, mentality, 83, charm, 83, skills, time pause, live eye. Information view, conquest points, 800, lottery tickets, 2, free attributes, 4, current conquest targets, Mizuki Fujiwara, conquest progress, -20, Kanai Morisawa, conquest progress, 55. Chen Mo gazed at the panel, exhilarated by the 800 conquest points, which could be exchanged for 8 lottery draws. Coupled with the 2 draws he had just completed for a total of 10. Would a tenfold draw enhance the odds of obtaining superior items? However, the system offered no response to his query. Yet, based on his extensive gaming experience, he was certain that a tenfold draw yielded better odds than a single draw. Taking a deep inhalation of smoke, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. With 10 opportunities to draw, he decided to seize the moment and attempt them all, eager to discover what treasures awaited him. Without hesitation, he commanded within his mind, "System, initiate 10 draws." Beep. Lottery commencing. As the system's chime resonated, a virtual lottery interface materialized before Chen Mo, the wheel spinning rapidly as various reward icons flashed before his eyes. 1. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000,000 yen. 2. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received. Thank you for your patronage. 3. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received. Time pause skill upgrade card. Extends time pause to 5 minutes. 4. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000,000 yen. 5. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received charm 5. 6. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000,000 yen. 7. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received live eye upgrade. Range extended to infinite. 8. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000,000 yen. 9. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received special skill. Mind reading. Allows brief insight into the target's thoughts. Each use consumes 1 point of mental energy, granting 60 seconds of mind reading. 10. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received. Thank you for your patronage. Chen Mo surveyed the lottery results, his heart swelling with jubilation. The upgrade of the time pause skill and the acquisition of the mind reading skill filled him with unparalleled excitement. The latter was a remarkable boon. It would prove invaluable in dealing with a woman like Mizuki Fujiwara, who was so often duplicitous. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed the time pause upgrade card and the live eye upgrade card. Subsequently, he allocated 5 points to enhance his charm attribute. Ding. Time pause skill upgraded. Duration extended to 5 minutes. Live eye has been upgraded. Charm value increased to 88. Now, what to do with the remaining 4 free attribute points? It must be stamina. He grinned and promptly clicked the stamina increase button 4 times. Stamina increased to 87. Strength synchronously increased by 2 points. Synchronization ceases upon reaching 80. Strength increased to 75. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. The fatigue that had lingered moments ago vanished, replaced by a newfound vigor. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze toward Fujiwara Mizuki, stood up, and walked over. President, you don't. You. Fujiwara Mizuki looked at Chen Mo in terror. Chapter 024. Damn Chen Mo, you wait for me. At this moment, Fujiwara Miyuki remained reclined in her office chair, eyes closed, seemingly still processing the humiliation she had just endured. A thought flickered in Chen Mo's mind as he decided to experiment with his newly acquired telepathy skill. System. Activate mind reading skill. Target Fujiwara Miyuki. Ding. Mind reading activated. Duration 60 seconds. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, Chen Mo suddenly perceived Fujiwara Miyuki's inner thoughts. Damn Chen Mo. How dare he treat me this way? I must find an opportunity to take revenge on him. But he holds my secrets. What should I do? Am I truly destined to be under his control forever? No, that cannot be. I must find a way to free myself from him. Listening to Fujiwara Miyuki's internal struggle and anger, a slight smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips. He had not anticipated that although she appeared to have succumbed, her heart still brimmed with rebellious thoughts. Truly, a woman of contradiction. Chen Mo chuckled inwardly. Now that he had grasped her innermost thoughts, she could never escape his grasp. The 60 seconds of telepathy soon elapsed. Chen Mo retracted his thoughts, relighting a cigarette and leisurely taking a drag. Fujiwara Miyuki seemed to sense Chen Mo's gaze upon her and slowly opened her eyes. Her expression still bore traces of anger and humiliation, but more than that, it was tinged with resignation. Chen Mo, are you satisfied now? She asked coldly, her voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Chen Mo smiled faintly, standing up to approach her, leaning close to her ear as he whispered, "Rest assured, esteemed director. As long as you comply, I shall not make things too difficult for you. However, should you harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame me for being ungracious." Fujiwara Miyuki's body trembled slightly. She bit her lip and ultimately nodded. I understand. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us test whether my body has truly recovered. Half an hour later, Chen Mo exited the company building, inhaling the refreshing night air with immense delight. He pulled out his phone to check the balance in his bank account, unable to suppress a smile. Winning 10 million yen in the lottery. Combined with the previous balance of 10,040,000, he could now indulge in a pleasant life on this beautiful island nation. Tomorrow was Saturday, needless to say. It was time to splurge. Meanwhile, in the director's office above, Fujiwara Miyuki curled up in her chair, arms tightly wrapped around her legs. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, anger, humiliation, resignation, and even a hint of a peculiar feeling she was reluctant to acknowledge. How did I become like this? She murmured softly, her voice quivering as she recalled the earlier scene, Chen Mo's breath seemingly lingering in her ears. The sensation of oppression and control enveloped her, rendering her breathless. She loathed this feeling, despised being under his dominion, yet more troubling was the inexplicable thrill that arose within her in such circumstances. No, that cannot be. Mizuki Fujiwara shook her head vigorously, striving to expel the sensation from her mind. Rising, she approached the window. As she gazed out at the nocturnal scenery, her heart felt a chilling emptiness. She was acutely aware that she had fallen into Chen Mo's grasp, unable to extricate herself with any ease. Once those photographs were made public, her career, her reputation, and even her life would be irrevocably shattered. Damn it. I cannot allow him to control me like this. Mizuki Fujiwara clenched her teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. She resolved that, by any means necessary, she would seek an opportunity to counterattack. She could not remain passive, nor could she permit Chen Mo to prevail. She needed time, a strategy, and a method to liberate herself from him entirely. But was that even possible? Would such an opportunity truly arise? Mizuki Fujiwara's gaze fell upon Chen Mo below the office building, observing his carefree stride, which only served to aggravate her further. Her throat ached subtly. Ahem. She coughed lightly, her impotent fury manifesting in words. Damn you, Chen Mo, just wait. However, despite her heart brimming with anger and rebellious thoughts, a flicker of uncertainty lingered deep within her. An unsettling awareness of that strange sensation. The subtle excitement born from being under Chen Mo's control left her utterly perplexed and uneasy. Upon noticing Chen Mo look up suddenly, she hastily drew the curtains, her heart racing. Chen Mo exited the office building, the cool night breeze of the island brushing against him, tinged with a hint of the sea. He gazed up at the night sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of elation. Today, he had successfully grasped Mizuki Fujiwara's essence. The forthcoming workdays would no longer be mundane. He vividly recalled the office learning materials he had watched on television, how he had diligently studied those late-night instructional videos. Now he would put them into practice one by one. A smirk graced Chen Mo's lips as he checked the time on his phone. Noting it was already past 10 o'clock, he hailed a taxi on the street, providing his home address. The vehicle glided slowly into the embrace of the night, and Chen Mo leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Yet, his mind could not help but replay the events of the day, Mizuki Fujiwara's struggles, her fury, and that subtle wavering deep within her. He had witnessed it all, not to mention the thrill of looking down upon her disgruntled face, pure bliss. The taxi quickly came to a halt outside Chen Mo's apartment building. He paid the fare, over 4,000 yen, can you believe it? For less than 10 kilometers. That amounts to over 200 yuan. Damn it, at least money is no longer an issue. After exiting, Chen Mo strode directly into the elevator. The elevator was empty, and he leaned against the wall. Upon returning to his apartment, he could not help but recall that voluptuous silhouette. I wonder what Mrs. Sins is occupied with at this moment. Although Chen Mo possesses the eye of reality, he is reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. There's a lingering feeling that while such observation may provide a fleeting thrill, it ultimately leaves one feeling hollow. If one were to perpetually spy, life might indeed lose much of its joy. As the elevator doors slid open, Chen Mo stepped out and retrieved his keys to unlock his front door. The room lay shrouded in darkness, and with a flick of the switch, the light illuminated the tidy living room. He removed his coat and casually tossed it onto the sofa. Making his way to the refrigerator, he extracted a chilled can of beer. With a swift motion, he pulled the tab and tilted his head back, indulging in a refreshing gulp. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, bringing a wave of relief. Gurgling sounds echoed from his stomach, a protest from the hard-working Chen Mo, who had also lost his energy twice during the night. Chapter 025. Dialing the number on the little card. Chen Mo rubbed his rumbling stomach and casually picked up his phone to order takeout. He noted in the order to leave it at the door and then proceeded to take a shower. Half an hour later, wrapped in a towel, Chen Mo stepped out of the bathroom. He glanced down at his physique. What once seemed a lean frame now bore a noticeable increase in muscle mass, and his figure had become much more proportionate, with faint outlines of abdominal muscles beginning to emerge. This physique still leaves much to be desired. I wonder when the system will grant me additional free attributes, or perhaps a physical enhancement perk, Chen Mo mused while drying his hair. Approaching the sofa, he noticed his phone screen lit up, indicating a missed call. Has the takeout arrived? He pondered, then walked to the door. Upon opening it, he discovered the food placed neatly at his doorstep. Just as he was about to pick it up, he noticed a small card atop the takeout. What is this? He wondered, bending down to retrieve the food and the card. It was a pink card adorned with an adorable anime girl, advertising a day rental girlfriend service along with contact information. Day rental girlfriend? Is this a Japanese specialty? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perfect timing. I plan to go shopping tomorrow. It can be rather dull alone. Perhaps I should give this service a try. He dialed the number on the card. The call connected swiftly, and a sweet voice greeted him. Moshi Moshi, hello. How may I assist you today? Chen Mo replied succinctly, hello. I found this number on a card. The voice on the other end responded promptly, hello. Yes, this is Sweet Companionship Day Rental Girlfriend Service. How can I help you? Chen Mo expressed his curiosity. Could you tell me what services you offer? The representative enthusiastically detailed their offerings and prices. Our standard girlfriend service is 30,000 yen for 3 hours of companionship. If you're satisfied and wish to extend, it's 3,000 yen for each additional hour. Our premium girlfriend service is 50,000 yen for 3 hours, with extensions at 5,000 yen per hour. Which option would you prefer, sir? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo inquired. Do you not have any photos or profiles? How do I know what type I might like? The representative replied, Good day, sir. We allow you to specify age, gender, and style. Chen Mo furrowed his brow slightly. But can I choose the appearance? I apologize, sir, but that is not an option at our establishment. We will recommend a suitable girl based on the style you specify and the time you desire, came the response. Chen Mo felt a sense of skepticism rising within him. What if I end up with someone unattractive? I might not be satisfied, he thought. The other party sincerely apologized, saying, I am sorry, sir. Our establishment is staffed by young ladies, and unlike others, we do not display their photographs for customers to choose from. We will arrange for you a selection, but rest assured, we will choose the most adorable one according to your preferences. Chen Mo found this increasingly dubious, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he still wished to partake in the experience. If he found it unsatisfactory, he could always voice his concerns later. Very well then, I shall request a high-quality companion. The most charming one you have, he replied. Upon hearing Chen Mo's order, the representative's tone brightened considerably. Excellent, sir. May I inquire about the time and location of your rendezvous? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo responded, Let us meet tomorrow at 10 in the morning at Ginza, Tokyo. Sir, please note that there is an additional commuting fee of 3,000 000 yen for Tokyo. Is that acceptable? No problem. Thank you for your trust and support, sir. I will promptly arrange for your rental girlfriend for tomorrow. The following day, Saturday, the weather was fair. Chen Mo rose early, donned a casual yet stylish outfit, and arrived punctually at their agreed meeting point in Ginza. He stood at the subway exit, glancing at his phone, noting that he had 5 minutes until 10. What kind of girl would arrive? Surely he wouldn't be deceived or fall victim to a scam. That seemed unlikely. After their phone call the previous night, Chen Mo had researched rental girlfriend services online. In Japan, this unique service falls under companion agency services. It is legal but strictly regulated within the industry. The primary purpose is to provide social companionship rather than sexual services. Essentially, one hires a young lady to pretend to be their girlfriend, accompanying them on dates, engaging in conversation, dining, shopping, or watching movies. However, physical contact is prohibited. Holding hands, kissing, and any form of sexual innuendo are strictly forbidden. Violation of these rules could lead to serious repercussions, including legal consequences. In simpler terms, one pays to rent a girl and also must cover her expenses for meals, outings, and entertainment. Of course, if one prefers to save money, they can engage in free activities, but overnight companionship is not offered. While it might exist, that would incur an additional cost. Chen Mo had not contemplated requiring special services, as such arrangements typically attract individuals with considerable experience. He felt a slight aversion to the concept, finding it hard to reconcile with his principles. It is said that such companies employ private investigators to conduct background checks on clients. Should a client have a dubious history, they would be monitored closely, and any breaches of conduct would be immediately reported to the authorities. However, Chen Mo had also encountered some online discussions suggesting that these are mere stereotypes. As long as one possesses charm and can genuinely connect with others, one could navigate the situation freely. Furthermore, some young women, in pursuit of greater earnings, might deliberately entice clients to engage in violations, subsequently demanding hefty fees for their discretion. However, such situations are quite rare, as the reputation and credibility of the gaming companion establishments are significantly valued. At most, they might indulge you with a little favor, extending your time by a few minutes. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Chen Mo found himself lost in aimless thoughts. Suddenly, he heard a light, delicate footfall approaching from behind. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Mo?" A soft, clear voice resonated. Chen Mo turned around and was momentarily taken aback. The girl standing before him wore a white JK shirt paired with a brown JK jacket. Her lower half was adorned with a navy JK skirt and complemented by a pair of petite leather shoes. The most striking feature was the stockings that gracefully disappeared beneath her skirt. She carried a single-strap uniform bag over her shoulder, upon which hung a charming little plush toy. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, held in place by 2 hairpins. A hint of shyness painted her fair face with a delicate blush. Her large eyes, with softly fluttering lashes, revealed a trace of nervousness. Chapter 26. The little card summoned the class leader. The girl's attire instantly reminded Chen Mo of Senior Mai. Yet, obscured by a mask, her features remained elusive. Nevertheless, her eyes and brows appeared quite charming. He hoped she was not merely a beauty concealed by the mask. Chen Mo smiled gently and nodded politely. "Indeed, I am Chen Mo. You must be today's, limited-time girlfriend?" He nearly let slip the term playmate, but corrected himself in a timely manner, sensing it was rather impolite. The girl, a touch nervous, bowed slightly. "Hello, I am Ayako Ishikawa, your limited-time girlfriend. I look forward to today." Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of shyness. "Miss Ishikawa, is it?" Chen Mo noted the bright eyes peeking above her mask, a familiarity lingering in his mind. "How shall we arrange our day?" Ayako Ishikawa retrieved a small notebook from her bag. "According to the service guidelines, within 3 hours, we may shop, dine, watch a movie, or you may propose your ideas. However, physical contact is not permitted." She recited the rules earnestly, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. "Rest assured, I shan't engage in any inappropriate actions. How about we explore Ginza first?" At that moment, he yearned to utilize the system's information to discern her true essence, yet he regretted lacking the conquest points. "All right," Ayako nodded, maintaining a respectful distance as she followed Chen Mo. The two strolled through the streets of Ginza, where Ayako seemed well acquainted with the luxury boutiques, occasionally sharing snippets of brand histories in hushed tones. Chen Mo observed her vast knowledge, her demeanor unlike that of an ordinary rental girlfriend. Tentatively, he inquired, Miss Ishikawa. You seem quite knowledgeable about these brands. Ayako's eyes flickered momentarily. I previously worked as a sales assistant. Chen Mo nodded, sensing an anomaly in her response, yet unable to articulate his thoughts. His curiosity intensified. He longed to unveil the visage hidden beneath the mask. As they wandered, he spotted a certain CAF, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Pointing to the CAF sign, he suggested, after such a lengthy walk, "Shall we take a moment to enjoy a cup of coffee?" Ayako hesitated briefly before responding softly, Yes, that would be nice." Upon entering the CAF, Chen Mo deliberately chose a table by the window. Once seated, he took the initiative to ask, "What would you like to drink?" "I can place the order. Just a regular latte, please." Ayako replied in a subdued voice, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. Chen Mo soon returned with 2 cups of coffee, noticing Ayako lost in thought, gazing vacantly out the window. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her delicate profile, and her bright eyes above the mask were particularly enchanting. "Here, your latte," he offered, pushing the cup toward her. "Ah, arigato, thank you." Ayako Ishikawa accepted the coffee with a shy smile. Yet, she merely held the cup without taking a sip. Chen Mo deliberately inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" It was then that Ayako realized, instantly rendered flustered. No, not at all." Chen Mo continued, "Then why don't you take off your mask? How can you enjoy your coffee?" I'm sorry." After hesitating for a few moments, she slowly removed her mask. Upon seeing her fully, Chen Mo nearly spilled the coffee he held. Her face was reminiscent of a beautiful first love. You're that person." "Oh, right. Ishikawa Mio." Ayako suddenly looked up, her complexion paling in an instant. How do you know my real name?" Chen Mo was both amused and perplexed. "Of course I know. You are the class monitor, and I am Chen Mo. We are classmates at the University of Tokyo. Don't you remember?" Ishikawa Mio's fingers clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white. How could she possibly forget? Chen Mo's name was so unique. It was unlikely there were 2 with the same name in Tokyo. Even if there were, it was improbable they would resemble each other so closely. She had refrained from acknowledging it earlier, not wanting to accept the truth. Lowering her head, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Actually, I recognized you at first glance." Chen Mo, astonished, asked, "Huh? If you recognized me, then why?" Ishikawa Mio's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she replied, "Because it's too embarrassing to be seen by classmates doing such a disreputable job. And besides," she furtively glanced at Chen Mo, You've changed so much. I was still holding on to a sliver of hope." Suddenly, Chen Mo understood. Indeed, ever since acquiring the system, his physique and demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yet, it shouldn't have been to the extent of being unrecognizable. The reason for her reluctance to acknowledge him was, in truth, her own embarrassment. "Class monitor you. Please, do not call me class monitor." Mio abruptly interjected, her voice tinged with emotion. Realizing her outburst, she bowed her head again. "I'm sorry. I'm not worthy of that title anymore. It no longer suits me." The soft music in the CAF now felt uncomfortably jarring. Chen Mo gazed at the once vibrant and outstanding student, Ishikawa Mio, who had effortlessly secured scholarships and ranked at the top of her class. Now, however, due to life's exigencies, she had fallen to the role of a rental girlfriend. It seemed not so much a downfall. After all, the income was quite substantial. Yet, it lacked dignity. Even if it involved providing companionship for the night, the identity of a rental girlfriend bore a striking resemblance to that of a hostess. Chen Mo took a deep breath, striving to keep his tone calm. "Mio, Ishikawa-san, could you tell me what happened? Is your family facing difficulties?" Ishikawa Mio's fingers tightened around the coffee cup, her knuckles pale. She lowered her head, her long lashes casting shadows across her face. Due to the significant debts burdening her family, her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible in the end. Ishikawa Mio refrained from elaborating on the specifics, believing it to be futile and merely a source of further embarrassment. Moreover, in her recollection, Chen Mo was not of particularly affluent means. During their school days, as the class monitor, she had a fair understanding of her classmates' backgrounds. Chen Mo frequently took on part-time jobs to earn money while studying. Even now, despite his substantial expenditures on renting a girlfriend, she surmised that such spending stemmed from the oppressive nature of his work. For it is indeed challenging for young people in the island nation to earn a living. Being acutely aware of the difficulties in making money, she understood the value of every coin. Although Chen Mo harbored a desire to persuade her to abandon her current path, he wisely chose not to press further. Ishikawa Mio observed Chen Mo's silence and mistakenly interpreted it as disdain for her. Her voice trembled slightly as she confessed, I know this is quite humiliating, but I have no alternative. This is the highest paying job I could secure. At least it's better than working in a brothel. Chapter 027. The economic conquest model. He gazed at the once proud girl before him. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind her current predicament, he could not help but admire her for setting aside her dignity for the sake of her family. Chen Mo shook his head and remarked, There is no shame in earning money. You need not feel disheartened, class monitor. In fact, I find your resilience quite commendable. Upon hearing Chen Mo's comforting words, Ishikawa Mio lifted her head, her expression one of disbelief, and said, Thank you, Chen classmate, for your kindness. But, could you please keep today's events confidential? Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. I will not disclose what transpired today to anyone, he assured her. A flicker of gratitude crossed Ishikawa Mio's eyes. Thank you. For today's service, I will waive your fee and explain it to the company. Chen Mo scratched his head. There is no need for that. Did you not mention that you are in need of money? Earning a living is no easy feat. So I will pay you as agreed. Just consider me an ordinary customer. Ishikawa Mio bit her lip. No, that simply won't do. Although I am indeed in urgent need of funds, in my previous experiences, others would go to great lengths to take advantage of me. You, Chen Mo-kun, are the first person to understand and comfort me. Since making money is difficult for you as well, let us treat this as a gathering of classmates. Chen Mo found her stubbornness amusing amidst the circumstances. It's fine. I will pay what is due. After all, I did not come here merely for casual conversation. I would like to purchase a few clothing items, and I was hoping you could offer me your advice. Surprised by Chen Mo's determination to pay for her service, Ishikawa Mio hesitated briefly before nodding. All right. I suppose that would be acceptable. The two departed the CAF and entered a shopping mall in Ginza. Ding, Mizusawa Kana's conquest progress increased by 1. Conquest progress. 56. Reward. 10 conquest points. Notice, conquest progress has reached 60 for the first time. A mysterious prize is available. As Chen Mo stepped into the mall, he suddenly heard the system's notification. Puzzled, he wondered, what is going on? How did Mizusawa-sen manage to increase her conquest progress on her own? Intrigued, he activated the upgraded version of his insight ability to investigate further. Instantly, a 3D projection of Mizusawa appeared in his mind. No wonder. I was curious about the sudden progress increase. It turns out she had called his name again. Coincidentally, Mizusawa had just bestowed upon him 10 conquest points. He immediately directed his information probe towards Ishikawa Mio. Ding. Consuming 10 conquest points. Retrieving information on the target. Name, Ishikawa Mio. Age, 23. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. C. Charging times, 0. Comprehensive score, 94. Occupation, rental girlfriend at a sweet companion store. Personality, tenacious and resilient. Delicate and sensitive, materialistic but not frivolous. Background, Ishikawa Mio was born into an ordinary family in Osaka, with her father working as a company employee and her mother as a homemaker. From a young age, she excelled academically and was a source of pride for her parents. However, 2 years ago, her father succumbed to the pressures of immense debt incurred from a failed investment and took his own life. This tragedy left her mother bedridden, burdened by high medical expenses and the family's financial ruin. To repay the debts and cover her mother's medical bills, Ishikawa Mio had to forego further education and sought various jobs. Yet, the staggering debt made it impossible for her to bridge the financial gap with ordinary part-time work. In a moment of desperation, she stumbled upon a job advertisement for renting a girlfriend, offering generous compensation without physical contact. Despite her inner resistance, she ultimately chose this path for the sake of survival. Weakness. She longs to be rescued by a man she admires, hoping for immense wealth rather than love. This month, facing financial shortfalls, she contemplates taking on a role in an action film. Interests, photography, anime, and cosplay. Current affection level for host, 10. Ordinary friends, score, above 90. Meeting conquest conditions. Would you like to bind? Confirm cancel after reading this information. Chen Mo felt a slight stir in his heart. So this is the reason behind her circumstances? No wonder she is so desperate for money. This script feels eerily familiar. A gambling father, ailing mother. Who will help her if I don't? It possesses a classic essence. Without a second thought, Chen Mo confirmed the binding. Ding conquest binding successful initial conquest progress. 10 ding. Different types of targets yield varying conquest rewards. Current target detected as economically related. Unlocking Economic Conquest Mode. Economic Mode. All expenses for Ishikawa Mio will be reimbursed by the system, with a chance for double reimbursement, ranging from 1 to 5 times. Economic Mode cannot be exploited for cash. All transactions must be within reasonable mutual consumption. At that moment, a voice interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts. Ishikawa Mio was speaking to him. What type of clothes do you plan to buy? What is your budget? I have worked here before and might be able to assist you. In truth, Ishikawa Mio did not intend to interrupt Chen Mo. It was just that his gaze had been fixed on her for quite a while, making her feel somewhat shy. She was confident in her looks, aware of her beauty, having experienced countless instances of being stared at. However, those gazes often repulsed her, while Chen Mo's made her blush. Returning to reality, Chen Mo, noticing Ishikawa Mio's earnest expression, chuckled and rubbed his nose. As for the budget, it can be within 20 million yen. Eh? Ishikawa Mio gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. Was Chen Mo joking? Not at all. I'm quite serious, Chen Mo shrugged. Recently, fortune had smiled upon him, allowing him to earn a bit of money. Thus he decided to indulge himself. Ishikawa Mio regarded him with skepticism, yet her professional demeanor swiftly adjusted. Then, shall we first explore the menswear? There are several excellent bespoke boutiques in Ginza. The two entered a high-end men's clothing store. Initially, the staff exhibited a hint of indifference upon observing Chen Mo's attire. However, when he casually picked up a shirt and inquired about the price, Ishikawa Mio's fluent and professional introduction immediately transformed the staff's attitude. This is made from imported Italian fabric, tailored perfectly for the Asian physique. Her fingers delicately brushed over the fabric, her gaze focused and knowledgeable. Chen Mo observed her earnest profile, intrigued by her expertise. Have you worked here before? He couldn't help but ask. Ishikawa Mio's fingers paused momentarily before she nodded gently. Yes. I worked part-time here as a sales associate during my sophomore year in college. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully and selected a few outfits to try on. When he emerged in the first ensemble, Ishikawa Mio's eyes visibly brightened. It suits you very well. You look quite dashing, she whispered. Then seemed to realize her lapse in composure and quickly added, I mean, the cut accentuates your physique. Chen Mo glanced at his reflection, indeed appearing more handsome than usual. He turned to the staff and declared, I'll take this one, and I'd like to try on a few others. An hour later, he had purchased 5 outfits. As he swiped his card at the register, the total exceeded 5 million yen. Ishikawa Mio watched him intently, her eyes unwavering, her curiosity deepening. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of her role and position, refraining from inquiring about Chen Mo's circumstances. Chapter 28. I am not short of money. Continuing in the role of a shopping guide, I inquired, Chen Mo Jun, aside from clothing, do you intend to purchase anything else? Chen Mo pondered thoughtfully. With 41 million remaining, while it was a considerable sum, it was not excessive either. He contemplated an opportunity to present gifts to Ishikawa Mio, testing the functionality of cashback benefits. This would not only enhance his conquest progress but also yield a substantial amount of cash. A subtle smile graced his lips as he addressed Ishikawa Mio. Are there any other items? Indeed, my briefcase is quite worn. I plan to replace it with a more upscale bag. Do you have any recommendations? Ishikawa Mio nodded. Offering professional advice, an upscale bag, you say? The Hermes boutique in Ginza has recently received new styles. Shall we take a look? Certainly, let us go and see. He replied. The two arrived at the Hermes boutique. The service in the Shinichi area was of world-class quality, devoid of the disdainful scenarios often depicted in dramas. Regardless of one's attire, they were met with smiles and courteous service. Moreover, upon noticing the luxury shopping bags Chen Mo carried, the staff eagerly approached them. Welcome to Hermes, esteemed guests. What would you like to see? We have the latest arrivals of Birkin and Kelly in stock, the staff inquired respectfully. Unless the customers expressed specific requests, they refrained from overtly guiding purchases, as that would come across as cheap. Most affluent clients preferred a casual shopping experience, purchasing items that caught their eye. Chen Mo scanned the displays, his gaze settling on a black leather briefcase showcased prominently in the center of the display case. May I take a look at that one? He pointed. Of course, sir, you have an excellent eye, the staff replied, donning white gloves and carefully retrieving the bag. This is our Hermes Birkin 35 in black togo leather, complemented by a gold clasp, priced at 5 million yen. If you prefer a black togo leather with a silver clasp, it is available for just 3 million yen. As Chen Mo took the bag in hand, he appreciated its exquisite feel. In his previous life, he had never comprehended the essence of such luxury items. Now, however, he understood. The price alone spoke volumes about its quality. Yet, he was more attuned to Ishikawa Mio's reaction, as he needed to conquer her in this context. Turning to Ishikawa Mio, he asked, "What do you think?" She examined the bag earnestly and nodded. "This model is quite suitable for male business settings. The 35 size can accommodate a laptop, and the leather and craftsmanship are exquisite. Moreover, the black color is versatile and timeless." With a smile, Chen Mo addressed the staff directly, "Then I shall take this one." The black and gold combination. The staff, taken aback by his decisive order, brightened instantly and respectfully bowed. "Very well, sir. I shall package it for you right away." Ishikawa Mio stood by, observing. Though she maintained a professional smile on the surface, a sense of astonishment stirred within her. 4.5 million yen, equivalent to the salary of an average individual for over half a year? She earned merely 50,000 yen for 3 hours of acting as a rental girlfriend, and even that was not a daily occurrence. When calculated, her monthly earnings would amount to roughly 1 million yen. Yet, Chen Mo, without a hint of hesitation, purchased a handbag worth 450,000 yen. She stole a glance at Chen Mo's profile, her curiosity about him deepening. This college classmate had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had he become more handsome, but he had also amassed considerable wealth. If only their paths had crossed under different circumstances, perhaps there would have been a chance. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over her. Chen Mo assessed the balance remaining in his pocket, noting that he still had a credit limit of 10 million yen, allowing for further expenditure. Given that online payment systems in Japan were not as advanced as those in his home country, he decided to purchase a wallet. He intended to showcase his affluent status to Ishikawa Mio. He interrupted the shop assistant, who was about to begin wrapping the bag. "Wait a moment. Let me select a wallet first." Afterward, he turned to Ishikawa Mio and inquired, "Do you have any recommendations for men's wallets, Ishikawa?" The interrupted shop assistant bore no displeasure. She paused and stood quietly at the side, awaiting further instructions. As a professional at Hermes, she possessed extensive knowledge of the products. Recognizing that Chen Mo sought advice from the lady rather than herself, likely requiring the emotional value that the lady could provide. Thus, she harbored no objections, allowing him to proceed as he wished. This exemplified a superior level of service awareness, where every detail was meticulously attended to. Upon hearing Chen Mo's question, Ishikawa Mio was momentarily taken aback, then began to ponder seriously. "For men's wallets, I believe the Baron series from Hermes is quite excellent, simple yet elegant. And the leather is notably durable." She pointed toward a black short wallet displayed on the counter. "This one is perfect for everyday use." Chen Mo followed her gesture, his gaze landing on a black crocodile leather wallet that exuded understated luxury. Nodding, he addressed the shop assistant. "Then I'll take this one as well. Please wrap it up." The assistant smiled and nodded. "Certainly, sir." This Baron crocodile leather wallet is priced at 1,200,000 yen, bringing the total to 5,700,000 yen with the previous briefcase. With a calm demeanor, Chen Mo produced his bank card and handed it over. Ishikawa Mio stood by, silently calculating the expenditure. 5 million yen for clothing and 5,700,000 yen for 2 bags. This amounted to nearly her entire annual income. She stole another glance at Chen Mo, feeling a mix of envy and a tinge of bitterness. If only she could spend millions so effortlessly, that would be wonderful. In such a case, her mother's medical expenses and the family's debts would no longer weigh on her mind. She lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her clothing. At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly turned his head and offered her a gentle smile. "Sichuan classmate, I appreciate your efforts today. You have accompanied me for such a long time." Sichuan Mio quickly shook her head. "It's no trouble. This is my job." Observing her forced smile, Chen Mo felt a subtle stirring in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly addressed Sichuan Mio. "By the way, Sichuan classmate, I have a request." Sichuan Mio looked up, puzzled. "What request?" "You have assisted me greatly today, and I would like to present you with a gift as a token of my gratitude," Chen Mo stated casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Sichuan Mio's eyes widened in surprise, and she hurriedly waved her hands. "No, it's unnecessary. Chen Mo-kun has already paid the service fee. I cannot accept your gift." Chen Mo chuckled softly. "Consider it a gesture of goodwill between classmates. Feel free to choose anything. There is no need for formality. I am not lacking in funds." Chapter 029. The money tree. Ishikawa Mio bit her lip, grappling with her inner turmoil. She was indeed in dire need of money. Yet she held steadfast to her principles. Accepting gifts from clients would blur the lines between her and those who sold their bodies. For now, she was merely trading time. without any physical entanglements or intimate contact. It was merely a matter of dignity. In her pursuit of financial stability, she felt cornered. The employment landscape for women in her country was daunting, decent jobs offering no respite from overwhelming debts. Respectability could not alleviate the burdens of her hospital bills. Money was imperative. She truly needed it. No, really, I can't, she murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of stubbornness despite her challenging circumstances. How could a girl not cherish beauty? In this age of boundless information and the internet's vast reach, exquisite items like handbags, which serve both practical and aesthetic purposes, were impossible to resist. She, too, admired bags and clothing but maintained her rationality, merely observing without indulging, for such expenditures were beyond her means. Chen Mo sighed as he observed the resolute young woman. Although her gaze often rested on him, he noticed her stealing glances at a golden brown handbag nestled among the lady's accessories. He then pointed towards that particular bag. Addressing the store attendant, "Could you please wrap that one up for me?" The Hermes attendant followed his gesture and inquired, "Sir, do you mean the golden brown one?" Chen Mo nodded affirmatively. "Yes, wrap it up, and I'll pay by card." Upon hearing his instructions, the attendant beamed with delight, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to kiss him. How fortunate it would be to encounter a wealthy and assertive gentleman like him. The experience of being gifted something against one's will was enticing. Yet upon glancing at Ishikawa Mio, she felt a pang of defeat. As an Hermes attendant herself, she prided in her appearance, but compared to Ishikawa Mio, she felt lacking. Nonetheless, she had earned 3 commissions today, somewhat compensating for her losses. "Very well, sir, I'll take care of that right away." The attendant deftly retrieved the golden brown Kelly 28 bag, wrapping it with utmost care. Ishikawa Mio stood frozen, her cheeks flushed, her fingers nervously entwined. "Chen Mo-kun, this truly isn't acceptable." Her voice trembled slightly. The bag was far too extravagant. She could not accept it. Chen Mo, observing her flustered demeanor, smiled gently. "Why can't you accept it? Consider it a gift for a reunion between classmates." But, Ishikawa Mio lowered her gaze, her voice dwindling. "This contravenes company policy, and we are merely in an employment relationship." Feigning disappointment, Chen Mo sighed. "So, in your eyes, I am simply an ordinary customer?" "And no." Ishikawa Mio quickly raised her head, meeting his gaze before hastily averting her eyes once more. "It is simply too precious." Chen Mo did not press her further for an answer. Instead, he turned to the shop assistant and inquired, "Is it packaged?" "It is ready, sir." The assistant replied respectfully, presenting 3 exquisite gift bags. "You have purchased the black Birkin briefcase for 4.5 million yen, the Baron wallet for 1.2 million yen, and this golden brown Kelly 28 handbag for 4 million yen, totaling 9.7 million yen. Chen Mo calmly signed the receipt. "Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has been charged 9.7 million yen for Hermes, with a remaining balance of 5.71 million yen. Ding monitoring indicates the host is making a purchase for Ishikawa Mio. Activating economic mode. Shopping expenditure of 4 million yen triggers a 3-fold critical hit. Ding, Sakura Bank. Your account ending in 0219 has received a deposit of 12 million yen, with a new balance of 17.71 million yen. Having just spent 14.7 million yen, receiving 12 million yen back feels akin to a windfall. If I manage to spend a bit more, I will have effectively earned it back." Observing the text message on his phone, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ishikawa Mio would henceforth be my personal cash cow. At that moment, he felt an urge to embrace her and planned a kiss upon her cheek. However, their relationship had yet to reach such intimacy, so he could only entertain the thought. Yet, Ishikawa Mio is in need of money, and he possesses it. At the opportune moment, he also has the requisite capabilities. How splendid, how fitting. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly as he gazed at his phone. He then picked up the Kelly bag and presented it directly to Ishikawa Mio. "Take it." Ishikawa Mio instinctively took a step back, shaking her lovely head in refusal. "No, I truly cannot." Chen Mo leaned slightly closer and whispered in her ear, "If you do not accept it, I shall simply toss it into the trash." His tone was gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "What?" Ishikawa Mio widened her eyes, staring at him in disbelief. Chen Mo shrugged. "Regardless, the money has already been spent. If you refuse it, it serves no purpose to me. Should you choose not to accept it, I will dispose of it upon leaving." Ishikawa Mio bit her lip, grappling internally. Why would Chen Mo bestow such an extravagant gift upon her? Could it be that he has feelings for her? Surely not. They were hardly acquainted. Their interactions during school had been minimal. Yet, when he had gazed at her outside the mall earlier, he seemed captivated. Could it be true that he genuinely harbored affection for her? However, the thought of her work as a rental girlfriend swiftly deflated her hopes. He must merely be enamored with her looks and physique, perhaps expecting her to repay him with her body for such gifts. Yet, Chen Mo did not appear to be that type of person. It was all so perplexing. Her mind was in disarray. This Kelly 28, even if sold in the second-hand market, could fetch at least 5 million yen. It equates to over 3 months of her income. Selling it might alleviate the financial strain at home. However, accepting it would complicate her relationship with Chen Mo. Just as she hesitated, Chen Mo had already thrust the bag into her hands. "All right, that's that," he said with a nonchalant tone, as if he were merely offering her an inconsequential trinket. Yet, this was a bag worth 4 million yen. Shikawa Mio held the bag, her fingertips trembling ever so slightly. This was the first gift she had ever received in her life. Although there had been suitors in the past who had offered her gifts, she had always turned them down. Those individuals looked at her with eyes filled with lewdness and filth. Chen Mo was different. His gaze was pure. Ding. Shikawa Mio's conquest progress increased by 10. Current conquest progress, 20. Reward, 100 conquest points. Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the power of money had a remarkable effect on girls facing financial hardships. Therefore, he had no intention of stopping here. Chapter 030. The touched Ishikawa Mio, having skipped breakfast. I find myself slightly famished. Shall we proceed to dine? Do you have any recommendations, Ishikawa-san? Ishikawa Mio clutched her Hermes handbag, valued at 4 million yen. Her fingers instinctively tightening around it. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor in her voice. Chen Mo-kun, this is truly too precious. I cannot simply accept it. Perhaps we should return it instead? Chen Mo observed the faint blush on her ears and feigned disappointment. Is Ishikawa-san dissatisfied with my gift? And no. That's not it. Ishikawa Mio hastily shook her head. Chen Mo pressed further. Then, do you find fault with me as a person? Her voice became somewhat flustered as she quickly replied. No. It's just, this contravenes company policy and... Policy? Chen Mo chuckled softly, interrupting her. Does the contract for renting a girlfriend stipulate that guests cannot give gifts? Ishikawa Mio paused, realizing there was indeed no such clause, yet typically, when guests offered gifts, it was for ulterior motives. What motives? Chen Mo teased. No need for elaboration, is there? She furtively glanced at Chen Mo, only to discover his gaze was clear, devoid of any ulterior motives. All right, let us not overthink it. Chen Mo naturally took the shopping bag from her hand, along with the Kelly bag, carrying them with ease. Let this serve as a memento of our reunion as old classmates. Now, might you take me somewhere to eat? I shall treat you. Ishikawa Mio bit her lip, eventually nodding gently. Very well. Having accepted the reality, she quietly exhaled, a peculiar warmth blossoming within her heart. Half an hour later, they found themselves in a discreet kaiseki restaurant in Ginza. In the private dining room, Chen Mo and Ishikawa Mio sat facing one another. This establishment was recommended by patrons during my time working part-time. The chef honed his skills at a renowned 3-star restaurant in Kyoto for 10 years. And the ingredients are delivered fresh daily from Tsukiji Market, Ishikawa Mio whispered, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of her chair. Her gaze occasionally darting towards the Hermes Kelly bag, as if fearing it might vanish. Chen Mo rested his chin on one hand, observing her reactions with keen interest. A glance at the menu revealed a price point starting at 50,000 yen per person, a luxurious expense for the average Japanese individual, yet for him, merely a trifling sum. Then I shall entrust the ordering to you, he said, pushing the menu towards her, keenly observing her response. She approached the task with earnestness, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath the warm light. As she inquired with the waiter about the day's recommended dishes, her neck curved gracefully, reminiscent of a swan, awakening memories within Chen Mo of the quiet girl who always sat alone in the corner of the classroom. Chen Mo-kun, Ishikawa Mio called out, puzzled. Are these dishes acceptable? Snapping back to the present, Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Absolutely perfect. Once the waiter had exited the room, the confined space was left with just the two of them. The atmosphere was slightly awkward, yet Ishikawa Mio, as a rental girlfriend, was well versed in navigating such situations. However, for reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably anxious, as if she were genuinely in a romantic relationship rather than engaging in a transactional arrangement. After a brief silence, she mustered the courage to speak. So, what is Chen Mo-kun currently doing for work? Chen Mo pondered for a moment before crafting a suitable excuse: investing. I've been fortunate and made some money. He spoke with a casual air. Yet Ishikawa Mio understood that someone who could easily spend tens of millions of yen was undoubtedly involved in something far more substantial than mere luck. How impressive, she remarked sincerely, her gaze dropping once more. Unlike him, she struggled to find a formal job and resorted to the somewhat undignified position of a rental girlfriend to earn a bit more. Although Chen Mo was aware of Ishikawa Mio's predicament through the system, he still inquired, "Have you encountered difficulties?" Ishikawa Mio's fingers clenched tightly before loosening again. The earlier incident with the bag had opened her up slightly. My mother is ill and requires long-term treatment," she spoke softly, as if recounting a tale unrelated to her own life. "My father passed away, leaving behind debts, hospital bills, and rent that all demand substantial funds. I became a rental girlfriend because the hourly wage is relatively high, but..." Chen Mo listened intently, refraining from interruption. "Let us not dwell on this. In fact, I was very happy to meet you today, Chen Mo-kun." Ishikawa Mio suddenly lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened yet adorned with a smile, reminiscent of her school days when the only worry was about exams. Ding! Ishikawa Mio's conquest progress increased by 10. Current conquest progress, 30. Reward, 100 conquest points. The two engaged in casual conversation for half an hour until the server arrived with the dishes. Exquisite kaiseki cuisine was presented, each dish meticulously arranged like a work of art. "Dear guests, please enjoy your meal. Should you have any dissatisfaction, do not hesitate to contact us," the server stated with a deep bow before exiting the room. Chen Mo marveled at the fresh ingredients in their artistic presentation, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He reflected on how he had never had the privilege of such luxuries before, often subsisting on boxed meals or takeout, merely focused on survival. Soon, such indulgences would become part of his daily life. With wealth, he could savor the finest delicacies. Although he felt a twinge of melancholy, Chen Mo quickly regained his composure. He then placed a piece of sashimi into Ishikawa Mio's bowl and cheerfully encouraged, "All right, the dishes are served. We can begin, Ishikawa-san." "Thank you, Chen Mo-kun. I shall start." Ishikawa Mio carefully picked up the piece of tuna belly, its enticing pink hue glistening under the light. "Oh my, this is truly delicious," she murmured, her eyes widening as her tongue made contact with the fish. The aroma of the oil melted in her mouth, and Chen Mo observed her childlike reaction, unable to suppress a light chuckle. "Take your time. If it's delicious, indulge yourself. There is no one here to compete with you." After all, Ishikawa Mio was currently endowed with the blessing of a money tree. Chen Mo planned to cater to her whims, hoping to seize the opportunity to acquire as much wealth as possible. Suddenly, Ishikawa Mio became acutely aware of her indiscretion, her ears turning crimson. Japanese women are particularly mindful of their demeanor. She placed her chopsticks down, her hands neatly resting on her lap. "I apologize. I have been rude. It has been far too long since I have savored such fresh delicacies." Chen Mo discreetly pushed the most exquisite dish toward her. "To try this sea urchin. It is quite favored among the Japanese." Yet, after tasting a few bites himself, he found it rather unremarkable, lacking an extraordinary flavor. Ishikawa Mio gazed at the vibrant orange sea urchin, her throat moving as if she might speak, but ultimately shaking her head. "Please, Chen Mo-kun, you go first." Before she could finish her sentence, the sea urchin was already poised at her lips. Chen Mo held the chopsticks firmly, his gaze leaving no room for refusal. "Open your mouth." This overly intimate gesture caused Ishikawa Mio to stiffen. She should decline. The first rule of being a rental girlfriend is to maintain a respectful distance. However, the moment the sweet essence of the sea urchin burst in her mouth, she felt an unexpected warmth in her nose. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears, perplexed by the intensity of her reaction. Was it truly that delectable? He hadn't felt anything extraordinary while tasting it just moments ago. And nothing. She hurriedly lowered her gaze, a tear falling onto the table. It reminds me of my father taking me to Otari to enjoy sea urchin." Today's experience deeply moved her. Chapter 031. The Bridge of Beans. Chen Mo was at a loss for words to comfort her, so he deftly changed the subject. As the dinner approached its conclusion and dessert was served, Ishikawa Mio appeared considerably more at ease. She delicately sipped her matcha pudding and suddenly inquired, "Chen Mo-kun, why are you so kind to me?" Chen Mo, shaking his sake cup, mused, "Perhaps it is because someone once slipped an umbrella into my desk during university." Mio's spoon clattered against her plate in shock as she looked up at him, wide-eyed. You knew it was me?" At that moment, he had no idea. Chen Mo gazed at her flushed cheeks. Later, He recalled that she had indeed used that umbrella. It was one of their most recent intersections in life. On a torrential downpour day, Chen Mo had forgotten to bring an umbrella while hurrying to work, and Ishikawa Mio, the class monitor, had surreptitiously slipped her only folding umbrella into his possession, while she herself shared an umbrella with a friend. Such a trivial matter. Her voice trailed off. Barely audible, it hardly merits such prolonged remembrance. Suddenly, Chen Mo leaned forward, launching an earnest advance. He was close enough to catch the faint scent of her inexpensive shampoo. It was during my most challenging times, hence it meant a great deal to me. The atmosphere thickened, the tatami room enveloped in a palpable tension. In her fluster, Ishikawa Mio accidentally knocked over the sake bottle, the amber liquid cascading onto Chen Mo's trousers. "Oh, I am so sorry. I will clean it up right away," she fumbled. But Chen Mo grasped her wrist. Was she truly so flustered as to act without thought? How could she clean it up like this? With his grip on her wrist. Ishikawa Mio froze, her fingertips still slick with sake. The cool sensation seeped through Chen Mo's trousers, awakening him to the inappropriateness of the moment. "Why yes, I apologize." She recoiled as if shocked, her entire face ablaze, even her earlobes tinged with crimson. In her panic, she knocked over the matcha pudding, the green sauce spreading across the table. Observing her disarray, Chen Mo unexpectedly found the usually composed girl to be rather endearing. He offered her a tissue, saying, "It's all right, it's only a little wet." With her head lowered, Ishikawa Mio accepted the tissue, her fingers trembling slightly. She had never lost her composure like this in front of guests. She felt the warmth of embarrassment flooding her face. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo pulled Ishikawa Mio into his embrace, whispering, "Ishikawa-san, do you know? I have liked you for quite some time." Startled by the sudden embrace, Mio trembled, instinctively placing her hands against Chen Mo's chest. Instantly, his masculine aura enveloped her, tinged with a hint of nicotine. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Chen Mo, her heart skipping a beat. Wait a moment," her voice quivered, her eyelashes fluttering. Yet, before she could utter another word, Chen Mo lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. The kiss was imbued with the rich aroma of sake and a hint of bitterness from matcha. Ishikawa Mio's fingers, once gently pushing away, gradually tightened around Chen Mo's collar. The initial resistance transformed imperceptibly into a tugging pull. Chen Mo sensed her yielding. His palm glided slowly up her spine, ultimately cradling the back of her head, deepening the kiss. A soft, kitten-like whimper escaped Ishikawa Mio's lips, and a flush of moisture tinged the corners of her eyes. It was only when she was nearly breathless that Chen Mo released her. "Breathe." He chuckled softly as he reminded her. Ishikawa Mio, as if awakening from a dream, began to breathe rapidly, her chest rising and falling dramatically. The pale skin of her neck flushed a delicate pink. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the private room. In a flurry, Ishikawa Mio extricated herself from his embrace, hurriedly adjusting her disheveled uniform skirt. When the server knocked and entered to collect dishes, she sat upright, resembling a schoolgirl called upon in class, though her swollen lips betrayed her. After the server departed, unable to suppress her embarrassment, she stammered, I need to use the restroom." She sprang to her feet, only to accidentally bump her knee against the low table, drawing in a sharp breath of pain. "Be careful, you silly girl." Chen Mo swiftly steadied her by the arm, the warmth of his palm deepening the crimson hue on Ishikawa Mio's cheeks. Her hasty retreat from the private room resembled that of a startled fawn. In the restroom mirror, Ishikawa Mio beheld her flushed cheeks. She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water onto her heated face. "Ishikawa Mio, calm down. It was just an accident," she murmured to herself. Would he think I intentionally spilled the sake? Did it provoke him to kiss me? Had he taken me for a frivolous woman? Contemplating these thoughts, her eyes reddened, and two streams of warm tears cascaded down her cheeks. If it weren't for the circumstances of being a rental girlfriend, perhaps she could face Chen Mo with composure. Did the version of herself that existed as a rental girlfriend deserve love from others? It was over. Failing to provide adequate service and embroiling herself in disputes with clients would lead to financial penalties from the company. The thought tightened her heart further. She gazed at her reflection, her makeup smudged from the earlier tears, rendering her particularly disheveled. Frantically, she retrieved her compact powder to retouch her makeup, but her fingers trembled uncontrollably, making it difficult to steady the puff. What to do? If only she had met him under different circumstances. They might have truly connected. Now, she felt like nothing more than a burden, laden with immense debt and a sick mother, who would willingly accept such a troublesome person. She bit her lower lip, fresh tears welling up. At that moment, her phone vibrated. It was a message from the company. "Miss Ishikawa, You have a client appointment scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. Please report to the office on time. This message felt like a bucket of cold water dousing her. In the past, to earn a little extra, she had resorted to underhanded tactics to persuade clients to forego extensions. On a fortunate day, this could allow her to take on an additional appointment. After all, the cost for a 3-hour booking was 50,000 yen, while an additional hour only netted 5,000 yen. Thus, she never delays, and the company tacitly acknowledges this, proactively arranging the next guest for her. After all, she can be regarded as the signature girlfriend of the sweet companionship establishment. At such a tender age, with fair skin and a face reminiscent of first love. Indeed, she is merely a rental girlfriend. How could she possibly develop feelings for her clients? Moreover, Chen Mo might just be momentarily captivated. Perhaps he is merely interested in her physical form. She took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and endeavored to regain her composure. Regardless, she resolved to complete her duties for the day first. Upon returning to the private room, Chen Mo was engrossed in his phone. When Ishikawa Mio left just moments ago, he had already settled the bill. This meal cost 300,000 yen, triggering a 5-fold return of 1.5 million yen. It was akin to enjoying a complimentary dinner while profiting 1.2 million yen. Chapter 032, a change of scenery for conversation upon her entrance. Chen Mo immediately set aside his phone, his gaze softening as he regarded her. Are you all right? He inquired gently. Ishikawa Mio averted her eyes, hesitating to meet his gaze. I'm fine, she stammered. Chen Mo-kun, Gathering her courage, she lifted her head. Let us pretend that what happened earlier never took place, shall we? I need to report back to the company. I have work this afternoon. Instantly, Chen Mo's expression turned icy. Work? The work of a rental girlfriend? Ishikawa Mio nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes. Without warning. Chen Mo rose and approached her, towering over her. Cancel it. What? Ishikawa Mio looked up in surprise. I said, cancel this afternoon's work, Chen Mo insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. For the remainder of the day, I will take care of everything. Panic-stricken, Ishikawa Mio waved her hands in protest. No, it's against company policy to cancel at the last minute. I'd incur a penalty fee, and it would affect my reputation. With a frosty demeanor, Chen Mo asked, how much is the penalty fee? 500,000 yen. Is that all? It's hardly worth the trouble. I might as well give her some cash myself. Realizing that Ishikawa Mio possessed the qualities of a lucrative investment, he resolved that she would henceforth belong to him. Without further ado, he retrieved his phone and executed a few commands. Ding! System detecting expenditure on Ishikawa Mio, transferring 5 million yen. Triggering a 5-fold bonus, Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received a deposit of 25 million yen. Account balance, 91 million yen. Shortly thereafter, Ishikawa Mio's phone buzzed with a notification, 5 million yen received. This. Her eyes widened in disbelief. I've covered the penalty fee. The excess can be considered payment for this afternoon. Chen Mo's gaze remained resolute. Now, can we cancel? Ishikawa Mio clutched her phone tightly, torn within herself. Ultimately, she sent a cancellation message to her company. Once she hit send, she felt deflated. Chen Mo-kun, this is too much. The penalty is only 500,000 yen. The remaining 4 million. Chen Mo interrupted her. Then consider it as payment for today, tomorrow, and the day after. I'll continue to provide for you in the future. She wilted under the weight of his words. Chen Mo-kun, why must you do this? Gently. Chen Mo lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. Because I adore you. I have since our university days. And I cannot bear the thought of you spending time with other men, even if it is merely for work. The confession flowed from him effortlessly. Yet it struck a tender chord deep within Ishikawa Mio. Tears brimmed in her eyes once more. But, I am just a rental girlfriend. I am not worthy. Hush. Chen Mo tenderly wiped away her tears with his thumb. Do not utter such words. You deserve the finest. He took her hand and said, let us depart. I shall take you to a special place. They exited the restaurant. And Chen Mo led Ishikawa Mio to the Bulgari Hotel in Tokyo. Standing before the hotel, Ishikawa Mio felt a wave of nervousness, her palms clammy. Chen Mo-kun. What are we doing here? Chen Mo, noticing her apprehension, chuckled softly. Fear not. We are merely changing our surroundings for a conversation. The rooftop offers a splendid observation deck. He grasped Ishikawa Mio's hand and entered the hotel. Upon arriving at the Bulgari reception, a charming attendant clad in formal attire greeted them with a sweet voice. Hello, how may I assist you? In such an upscale establishment, The beauty of the receptionist was undoubtedly exceptional, each having been meticulously selected. Chen Mo addressed the attractive server. I have a reservation for a room. Certainly, sir. May I have your name? Chen. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's pupils dilated slightly. She had just received a message via intercom informing her of a distinguished guest who had reserved their most luxurious suite on the 44th floor, spanning 400 square meters. This room commanded a staggering price of 4 million yen per night, and it was rare for such high-end accommodations to be booked. Typically, such guests were either older gentlemen or foreigners. Yet today, this guest was remarkably youthful and handsome, undoubtedly affluent. Just a glance at him stirred her heart. Ah, it is the esteemed Mr. Chen. Welcome to the Bulgari Hotel. After gesturing for them to follow, the receptionist walked ahead in her high heels, her black uniform accentuating her figure with every step. Shikawa Mio trailed behind Chen Mo, her fingers tightly gripping the strap of her Hermes bag, her knuckles turning white. Chen Mo-kun, she murmured softly, her voice laced with unease, are we truly going to the hotel room? Her anxiety stemmed not only from the hotel itself, but also from the opulence of the environment. Having experienced economic hardship, Shikawa Mio felt an instinctive inferiority in such luxurious settings. Chen Mo turned back to her, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry. We are simply seeking a quiet place to converse. Everywhere else is too loud. The elevator doors slid open silently, and the receptionist pressed the button for the 44th floor. Shikawa Mio fixed her gaze on the ascending floor numbers, her heart racing. Stealing a glance at the mirrored walls of the elevator, she noticed her cheeks were flushed, her hair slightly disheveled from their earlier kiss. Another furtive glance at Chen Mo revealed his striking handsomeness, his demeanor calm and confident. He exuded an aura that seemed to suggest this venue existed solely to cater to him. With a chime, the elevator arrived at the 44th floor. The receptionist guided them through a corridor adorned with exquisite Italian marble, ultimately halting before an intricately carved double door. Mr. Chen, this is your Bulgari suite. She swiped open the door and stood respectfully to the side. Spanning 400 square meters, it comprises a master bedroom, a living room, a dining area, a study, and a spa section. The view outside showcases a panoramic vista of Tokyo Tower. Ishikawa Mio stood at the entrance, hesitant to step inside, her eyes wide with astonishment. The soft touch of the Persian carpet beneath her feet permeated through the delicate soles of her shoes, while a faint hint of high-end fragrance lingered in the air. Such a place she had only witnessed in television dramas. Classmate Ishikawa, please come in, Chen Mo gently urged her forward. The moment she crossed the threshold, Ishikawa Mio gasped in awe. The entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows unveiled an exquisite cityscape of Tokyo, with the distant Tokyo Tower shimmering under the afternoon sun. In the center of the living room stood a grand piano, and beside it, a real fireplace flickered, even amidst the heat. The air-conditioned room was adorned with decorative flames. How much does it cost to stay here for a night? She stammered. The hostess observed Ishikawa Mio's reaction, filled with envy and jealousy. The scene was reminiscent of a love story between a domineering heir and an ordinary girl, as portrayed on television. Why had such fortune eluded her? With professional poise, she smiled and replied, for million yen, Mississippi. 4. For million. Chapter 033. The choice of Ishikawa Mio upon hearing the staggering figure of 4 million. Ishikawa Mio nearly bit her tongue. This amount corresponded to her earnings over the span of 4 months. Was it truly the case that a mere night's stay here consumed her entire quarterly income? Suddenly, the disparity between her and Chen Majuan felt insurmountable. She abruptly turned to Chen Mo, exclaiming, it's too expensive. Let's find another place. However, Chen Mo paid her no heed and addressed the receptionist, saying, please proceed with the check-in. The receptionist, striving to exude charm, replied, certainly, Mr. Chen. After whispering a brief message into her collar microphone, within a minute, a young woman clad in a Bulgari uniform entered. Her looks were undeniably striking, certainly deserving of an 80-point score or higher. Do not underestimate an 80. It signifies a level of beauty among the average populace. Esteemed Mr. Chun, I am Hoshino Tsukimi, and I shall be your dedicated room steward for the next 24 hours. Chun Mo nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her to commence the check-in procedure. They both proceeded to the sofa, where Chun Mo promptly sat down. Hoshino Tsukimi, with a graceful and professional demeanor, retrieved a tablet, slightly bending at the waist. One hand caressed her fitted skirt while the other held the tablet. She knelt before Chun Mo, presenting the tablet in a soft voice. Mr. Chun, please confirm your check-in information. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Mo observed Hoshino Tsukimi, who, despite kneeling, maintained an alluring posture, and he could not help but marvel. What does it mean to indulge? What constitutes exemplary service? Just look at the way she carries herself. Such decorum, the emotional value is undeniably elevated. Chen Mo accepted the tablet, swiftly glanced over it, confirmed its accuracy, and affixed his signature. He then handed his bank card to Hoshino Tsukimi. She retrieved the tablet, took the card, and expertly operated the card reader. The check-in process has now been completed, she declared. Beep detected that the host is making a purchase for Ishikawa Mio. Accommodation fee of 4 million yen, triggering a quadruple critical hit. She proceeded to outline the hotel's basic amenities and, ultimately, presented her business card along with the bank card to Chen Mo. Should you require anything, Mr. Chen, please do not hesitate to call my number. I am at your service 24/7. Beep. Chen Mo gave a cursory glance at the illuminated screen of his phone. Sakura Bank. Your account ending in 0219 has received a deposit of 16 million yen, bringing your account balance to 91 million yen. The sudden influx of 16 million yen lifted Chen Mo's spirits considerably, raising his total savings to 50 million yen. He accepted the bank card and business card, nodding in gratitude. Thank you. Hoshino Tsukimi then turned her attention to Ishikawa Mio, offering a polite smile. Beautiful miss. Should you require any assistance, please feel free to let us know. Ishikawa Mio hastily waved her hands, stammering, I don't need anything. No. Thank you. Hoshino Tsukimi bowed once more and, accompanied by the receptionist, exited the suite, gently closing the door behind them. Once the door closed, the receptionist could not contain her curiosity and inquired, Yue Jian, who is this young man? He effortlessly secured this suite. He must possess considerable influence. Hearing the young girl's voice, Xingye Weijin playfully flicked her forehead, admonishing, Stalinchan, our company policy forbids us from prying into guest private matters. How could you forget? Xiaolin. The inquisitive receptionist rubbed her forehead and exclaimed, Ouch. Yue Jian, I was merely curious. After all, it's my first time encountering such a young, handsome, and capable gentleman. I truly hope to get acquainted with him. Feigning annoyance, Xingye Yuejian replied, Prioritizing your work is essential. Did you not see the companion he brought? Are you as beautiful as she is? Xiaolin's playful demeanor faded as she responded earnestly, Understood. I will focus on my duties. I was just daydreaming. A handsome man like that, even for free, I would gladly accept. I may not be as attractive as her, but Yue Jian, you are just as stunning. Are you not moved? Xingye Wejian, upon hearing this, felt the urge to give her another playful flick. Xiaolin quickly shielded her head. As the receptionist and Xingye Wejian departed, the room fell silent. Ishikawa Mio stood there, somewhat perplexed. Chen Mo approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the urban panorama of Tokyo. It was his first time viewing this bustling city from such an angle. Below, the streets teemed with people and vehicles, a scene of relentless activity. Yet, his mindset had shifted, and he casually remarked, The view is splendid. Care to join me? Ishikawa Mio hesitated momentarily, but eventually approached him cautiously. Standing beside Chen Mo, she peered through the glass at the sprawling cityscape. The skyscrapers appeared diminutive, and Tokyo Tower loomed not far away, glistening radiantly under the sun. How beautiful, she murmured softly. Unable to stifle her admiration, Chen Mo turned to her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is it not lovely? Ishikawa Mio nodded. It truly is. This is my first time witnessing Tokyo in such a light. She became lost in the view outside. Until today, she had been a girl desperately seeking ways to survive. Driven by the weight of financial burdens, life had become suffocating. The immense debt left by her father's suicide felt insurmountable, compounded by her mother's need for organ surgery. Either circumstance alone could easily devastate a family, yet she found herself besieged by both. The sum she required felt so vast that it overwhelmed her sense of possibility. Life loomed darkly around her. Since last month, she had begun to falter in repaying the interest on her debts. They had warned her, failure to repay would result in her being forced into adult films to settle her dues, 100,000 per encounter. She could not bear to accept this grim reality, yet felt utterly powerless. Those who had promised her a loan sufficient for her mother's surgery seemed distant. However, she was merely a girl in her early 20s, filled with a passion for life. Why? Why was she so unfortunate? Chen Mo was affluent. Yet she had never contemplated who might assist her, nor who could truly provide help. No one would unconditionally lend a hand to another. Moreover, she herself was akin to a bottomless pit, with needs that could not be satisfied with mere millions or thousands. Today, Chen Mo's presence felt like a ray of light piercing through her dreary existence. Given this, as she was destined to partake in such endeavors, Why not create a beautiful memory of her first experience? At the very least, during her time with Chen Mo, she felt a sense of joy. Sichuan Miao gazed out the window, lost in thought, her eyes welling with emotion. Chen Mo noticed the shift in her demeanor and drew her into an embrace, softly inquiring. What's wrong? Nothing. Sichuan Miao hurriedly wiped the corners of her eyes. She merely felt that all of this seemed like a dream. Raising her face to meet Chen Mo's gaze, her eyes sparkled with affection and a hint of determination as she declared, Chen Mo, take me. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped her intention. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he gently caressed her long hair. Mio, do not force yourself. Sichuan Mio shook her head, her gaze unwavering. It's not forcing, it's my choice. With that, she wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck. Standing on her toes to initiate a kiss. This kiss was far more passionate than those shared in the restaurant. Sichuan Mio sought him with a tender eagerness. As the kiss concluded, both were slightly breathless. Chen Mo lifted her effortlessly, placing her gently on the bed. Sichuan Mio nervously closed her eyes, her lashes trembling slightly. Leaning in close, Chen Mo whispered in her ear, Do not fear, leave it to me. Chapter 034, Unprecedented Rewards. Half an hour later. Shikawa Mio nestled in Chen Mo's embrace, her cheeks still flushed with residual warmth. Chen Mo caressed her hair gently, then suddenly spoke. Mio, you should resign from your job as a rental girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Shikawa Mio, who was tracing circles on Chen Mo's chest with her fingers, stiffened. But, I will take care of your mother's medical expenses and the family's debts, Chen Mo stated firmly. Shikawa Mio abruptly sat up, the blanket slipping to reveal her graceful figure. No, that's too much. Chen Mo pulled her back into his arms. To me, it is nothing, and besides. He smirked and pinched Shikawa Mio's cheek. You are mine now, and I would prefer that you have no contact with other men, even in a professional capacity. Burying her face in his chest, Shikawa Mio murmured, Chen Mo-kun, why are you so kind to me? After a brief silence, Chen Mo replied softly. Perhaps it is because of the unspoken feelings from our university days, and now I finally have the chance to make amends. This statement was half-truth, yet it ignited a warmth in Shikawa Mio's heart. She instinctively pressed her lips against Chen Mo's, a kiss that was both tentative and passionate. As the night deepened, Shikawa Mio succumbed to sleep, her exhaustion evident. Chen Mo gazed at her serene face and brushed aside the stray hair from her forehead, noticing her brow was still furrowed. Whether from earlier distress or another cause. Gently, he smoothed her tense brow with his thumb. In response, the sleeping Shikawa Mio seemed to sense his touch. Her lips curled into a slight smile, and she made a soft smacking sound. After soothing this precious treasure, Chen Mo opened the system interface. Ding, Shikawa Mio Conquest Progress. 60, Mysterious Gift Package Dispensing. Acquired Arigato Recovery Technique. Arigato Recovery Technique. Consuming 10 mental points restores physical condition instantly. Method of use. Simply utter Arigato. Ding, Strengthen 3. A unique smile crept onto Chen Mo's face as he regarded the 2 rewards from the system. Without hesitation, he utilized the strength enhancement. Turning his attention to the other reward, he pondered the Arigato Recovery Technique. Consuming 10 mental points for an instant restoration? He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Shikawa Mio, her face tranquil yet still marked by a hint of fatigue, confirming she was truly asleep. Chen Mo decided to test its effects, softly uttering, Arigato. Instantly, the weariness that had lingered in his body dissipated, rejuvenating him with vigor. He felt an urge to rouse Shikawa Mio, yet he hesitated, remembering the emotional turmoil she had just endured. Next, he examined the system panel. Today, he had acquired a total of 500 conquest points from Shikawa Mio, allowing him to partake in another lottery. However, he resolved to save them for a 10 consecutive draw next time. With nothing else to occupy his time, he settled down beside Shikawa Mio, drifting off to sleep alongside her. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Mo was startled by a series of faint sounds nearby. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Shikawa Mio stealthily holding a pair of scissors. Amused by her adorable demeanor, Chen Mo could not resist teasing her. Mio-chan, if this bedsheet gets ruined, it could cost us hundreds of thousands of yen. Startled by his voice, Shikawa Mio, who had her back to him, trembled and dropped the scissors onto the bed. Blushing, she turned around, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. I'm sorry, I just wanted to. As Chen Mo sat up and glanced at the few dark red plum blossoms on the bedsheet, he pulled Shikawa Mio into his embrace with a gentle smile. Such a precious memento deserves to be preserved properly. Her face reddened further as she muttered softly, it's all right. Chen Mo interjected smoothly. Next time, you can just tell the hotel. They will handle it for you. They can even take the bedsheet directly. Such high-end hotels value their guests' privacy immensely. Shikawa Mio looked up in surprise. Oh, is that really possible? Of course, Chen Mo replied, picking up the phone from the bedside. Shall I call them for you? Oh, no, that's not necessary. Shikawa Mio hurriedly pressed his hand down. I've already cut it. Seeing her flustered expression, Chen Mo could not help but plant a light kiss on her cheek. Are you hungry? I've already arranged dinner for us. It can be served at any time. Only then did Shikawa Mio notice the darkening sky outside. She gasped as she looked at the time. Is it already so late? Have we been asleep for that long? To be precise, you have been asleep for quite a while, Chen Mo chuckled as he got up. I woke up ages ago, but seeing you sleep so soundly, I didn't want to disturb you. Shikawa Mio blushed at his playful banter, hurriedly stuffing the cut bed sheet into her bag. Chen Mo watched her clumsy yet endearing actions, unable to suppress a laugh. Silly girl, don't hide it away. Let the butler help you package the entire bedsheet properly later. He dialed the number on the business card. Miss Hoshino, could you please send up 2 dinners? After hanging up, he retrieved a bathrobe from the wardrobe and handed it to Shikawa Mio. All right, go take a shower first. Dinner will be here shortly. Blushing, Shikawa Mio accepted the bathrobe, murmuring a soft thank you as she slipped into the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over her body, and as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, she noticed the red marks adorning her skin, causing her to feel a wave of vulnerability wash over her. Chapter 035, a suggestion to consider abandoning treatment 20 minutes later. As she emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, the room was suffused with the delightful aroma of food. Hoshino Tsukimi was directing a group of young waitresses in setting the dining table. Upon noticing Ishikawa Mio's presence, she offered a respectful bow. Miss Ishikawa, Mr. Chen has prepared French cuisine for you. I hope you enjoy it. Ishikawa Mio, feeling somewhat flustered, returned the gesture. Thank you. Chen Mo naturally wrapped his arm around her waist as he approached. Let us sit and see if it suits your palate. His affectionate gesture left Ishikawa Mio feeling bashful and at a loss. It would have been fine if it were just the two of them, but there were others present. Hoshino Tsukimi, perceptive as ever, noticed Ishikawa Mio's discomfort and quietly led the waitstaff out of the room. After dinner, the clock had just passed 7. Chen Mo watched as Ishikawa Mio sipped her post-meal champagne, her cheeks flushed with a hint of intoxication. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her cheek. Mio, how about we take a stroll after dinner? Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Ishikawa Mio blinked, a bit bewildered. Huh? I'm fine. It's up to you, Chen Mo-kun. Chen Mo smiled. Then let us wander around Ginza. There's a money tree there. We must seize the opportunity to take advantage of the system. Playing with cars is for the poor. Playing with watches is for the rich. Though Chen Mo currently lacked a car, presenting Ishikawa Mio with a watch would surely lead to funds for a vehicle, wouldn't it? Ginza. Ishikawa Mio nearly choked, hastily setting down her glass. Chen Mo's spending habits were simply too extravagant. The mere thought of shopping in Ginza made her uneasy, as she knew he would undoubtedly want to purchase something for her. That place was far too expensive, wasn't it? Expensive? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, gently brushing her hair aside. Do you think I care? Ishikawa Mio bit her lip, refraining from further argument. Indeed. Someone who could casually spend 4 million yen for a single night's stay would likely not find anything in Ginza excessively priced. Suddenly, Ishikawa Mio's phone alarm broke the intimate atmosphere, causing her complexion to drain of color. She had enjoyed herself so thoroughly that she had forgotten other matters. The realization struck her that her mother was still waiting for her at the hospital. In a flurry, Ishikawa Mio grabbed her clothes. I'm sorry, Chen Mo-kun, but I must go to the hospital immediately. Chen Mo, unsure of the cause of her sudden panic, stood up promptly. I'll take you. No. It's not necessary. Ishikawa Mio's reaction was surprisingly intense. Really, I can go by myself. In her haste, she dressed without even tidying her disheveled hair. Clutching her bag as she rushed toward the door, Chen Mo grasped her wrist firmly. Mio, what is going on? Ishikawa Mio, held back by Chen Mo, felt her eyes well up with tears. Her voice trembled with emotion as she said, My mother, she is still at the hospital waiting for me to bring her medicine. The medication at the hospital is too expensive. The attending physician takes pity on us. Let me discreetly inform you that you can purchase it at the pharmacy outside. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately donned his coat. I shall accompany you, he declared. Shikawa Mio bit her lip, responding, No, Chen Mo-kun, our relationship has progressed too swiftly. I have yet to contemplate how to explain this to my mother. If I were to act suddenly, I fear it may cause her undue concern regarding her condition. Please, allow me to go alone, if you would. Chen Mo gazed into Shikawa Mio's flustered yet resolute eyes and ultimately released her hand. Very well, go alone, but remember to contact me should anything arise. Shikawa Mio nodded gratefully, rising onto her toes to bestow a gentle kiss upon Chen Mo's cheek before hastily exiting the room. The system utilized the reality eye to bind Shikawa Mio. Ding. Consuming 10 conquest points. Binding target, Shikawa Mio. Binding successful. The moment the door clicked shut, Chen Mo swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed Hoshinosuke. Prepare a car for me, as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo settled into a black Mercedes arranged by the hotel, utilizing the positioning feature of the reality eye. He clearly observed Shikawa Mio taking a taxi en route to Tokyo's Central Hospital. Follow the taxi ahead, he instructed the driver. The Tokyo nightscape whizzed by outside the window, with neon lights casting dappled reflections upon the glass. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Mo's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest as he contemplated his next course of action. He needed to assist Shikawa Mio with her medical expenses directly, as her stubborn nature might lead her to decline his aid otherwise. Tokyo Central Hospital. Room 307 on the 3rd floor. Shikawa Mio knelt beside her mother's bedside, clutching her emaciated hand, tears welling in her eyes. Mother, I have procured the medicine. You will recover. The middle-aged woman on the bed appeared pallid, her breath faint. She struggled to lift her hand, caressing her daughter's swollen eyes. Mio-chan, do not cry. Okayasin is fine. Miss Shikawa, a doctor clad in a white coat entered, his expression grave. Upon reviewing the records, I must inform you that your outstanding balance has exceeded the hospital's stipulated limit. If a deposit of at least 3 million yen is not made by tonight, you will have to discharge by tomorrow. Shikawa Mio's shoulders trembled violently. Doctor, I implore you to grant us a few more days. I will surely gather the funds. The doctor sighed. The hospital is not a charitable institution. Your mother requires a liver transplant, with the surgical fee alone amounting to 5 million yen, and the liver procurement fee at 15 million yen, not to mention subsequent treatments. He shook his head. If you cannot afford the expenses, I must advise you to consider relinquishing treatment. Suddenly, Shikawa Mio sprang to her feet, her knees colliding with the edge of the bed unnoticed. A thought struck her. The 5 million yen Chen Mo had transferred to her earlier today. After paying the 50,000 yen penalty to the company, she still had 450,000 yen remaining. No, I am currently affluent. I shall first pay the deposit, and I will devise a plan for the rest. I will never surrender. I can borrow. I can. Mio-chan. The frail voice of her mother on the hospital bed gently implored, do not trouble yourself. Okayasin has lived enough as Ishikawa Mio's mother. Since falling ill, her daughter has been the sole caregiver. Not only must she bear the weight of her medical expenses, but she also grapples with the colossal debts left behind by her unsuccessful husband. Witnessing her daughter toil endlessly, day and night, fills her heart with unbearable pain, leading her to weep countless times in the dead of night. In truth, she has long wished to forego treatment, yet she fears that in her absence, Mio-chan would be unable to survive alone. After all, the debts left by her husband are insurmountable. Okayasin, please do not say that. Ishikawa Mio cried as she embraced her mother. You must live. You cannot leave me alone. Just at that moment of despair, the hospital room door swung open. A young nurse rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Doctor, the hospitalization and surgical fees for Ishikawa Misaki in room 307 have been settled. Preparations for the surgery can now commence. Chapter 036. Redemption of 50 million yen just moments ago. Chen Mo felt a sense of unease regarding Ishikawa Mio and decided to accompany her to the hospital. The central hospital is right ahead. The driver of the Mercedes-Benz remarked softly. Chen Mo looked up to see a grayish-white structure standing tall against the night sky, with the emergency room's red sign glaring vividly. As he prepared to pay the fare, the driver informed him that his suite provided complimentary drivers and vehicles. Nodding in acknowledgement and expressing his gratitude, Chen Mo proceeded towards the hospital entrance. The live eye indicated that Ishikawa Mio was located in the 3rd floor internal medicine ward, where she was holding the hand of a frail middle-aged woman lying in a hospital bed. The name on the bed read Ishikawa Misaki. Instead of heading directly to her, Chen Mo first visited the registration desk. Could you please tell me which room Ishikawa Misaki is in? He inquired fluently in Japanese. The nurse regarded him with a wary glance. Who are you? I am a friend of her daughter, here to provide medical fees, Chen Mo replied. pulling a bank card from his wallet. Instantly, the nurse's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Room 307, but she lowered her voice. Ms. Ishikawa has been overdue on her medical payments for half a month. If the fees are not settled today, she will be discharged tomorrow. Chen Mo's expression hardened. How much is owed? Including the surgery and hospitalization fees. The total is, the nurse quickly typed on her keyboard, 22 million yen. I will cover it all, Chen Mo said, handing over his bank card. Additionally, I would like to deposit 28 million yen more. Please arrange for the best doctors and medications. The nurse's mouth fell open in astonishment as she hurriedly accepted the card. Yes, of course, sir. I'll take care of this right away. While waiting for the payment to process, Chen Mo observed through the live eye that Ishikawa Mio was kneeling by the bedside, weeping profusely. He furrowed his brow and urged the nurse, please expedite this. Apologies, it will be done shortly. The nurse responded, operating swiftly. Sir, are you certain about depositing an additional 28 million yen? Yes, Chen Mo replied curtly, as the notification sound of the completed payment resonated. The nurse respectfully returned the receipt and bank card to Chen Mo. All outstanding fees for Ms. Ishikawa have been settled. The vice president has been notified and will personally oversee her treatment. Thank you. Please inform them that the surgery fees for room 307 have been paid. Chen Mo instructed before departing. Meanwhile, in room 307, a brief silence enveloped the ward after the nurse's exit. Ishikawa Mio stood frozen, her medication bag slipping from her grasp onto the floor. Doctor, are you certain? Could this be a mistake? The doctor, equally perplexed, picked up the medical chart at the foot of the bed for review. This is indeed strange. I shall confirm this immediately. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open once more, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, who briskly entered, accompanied by two nurses. Ms. Ishikawa, I am Sato, the vice president of this hospital. He kindly addressed the bedridden Misaki Ishikawa. Your surgery has been scheduled for first thing tomorrow morning, and I will personally perform the operation. Mio Ishikawa looked on in astonishment. Vice President Sato? But we clearly. Vice President Sato smiled and turned to her. Miss Ishikawa, your friend has already prepaid the entire amount, which not only covers the liver transplant surgery, but also a VIP care package for 3 months post-operation. Such is the allure of wealth. Money indeed makes the world go round. The involvement of this vice president is purely motivated by financial gain. After all, clients like Chen Mo are rare. He has deposited a staggering 50 million yen, sufficient to ensure the vice president's active participation. The commission for this surgery can be arranged to be quite substantial, allowing them to exhaust the entire sum within the hospital. Friend? Mio Ishikawa suddenly recalled something and dashed out of the ward. She ran all the way to the hospital entrance but did not catch sight of that figure. Dejected, she returned to the ward. The corridor lights elongated her shadow. She gently pushed open room 307, only to find her mother absent. In a state of urgency, she inquired with a nurse, who informed her that her mother had been transferred to a VIP room. Following the nurse's directions, she found her mother's new ward. The room was spacious and bright, furnished with only a solitary hospital bed. Mio-chan, Misaki Ishikawa called out weakly. The gentleman who paid earlier. He must be Mio-chan's boyfriend, right? Mio Ishikawa shook her head, biting her lip as she replied, no, he is just a friend. Observing her daughter's evasive gaze, Misaki sighed softly. Mio-chan, dear, your mother is merely ill, not foolish. I have been through this myself. Your gait is different from usual. You have made a decision, haven't you? Moreover, someone willing to spend such a fortune on you must truly care. Mio Ishikawa was taken aback that her mother had discovered her secret, feeling a wave of shame wash over her as she lowered her head, her fingers entwined. Mother, Mio-chan, dear child. Misaki Ishikawa struggled to sit up, grasping her daughter's hand. All I wish is for your happiness. If this person treats you well, then your mother can rest easy. Mio Ishikawa's eyes brimmed with tears, and she buried herself in her mother's embrace, choking back sobs. Mother, I'm sorry. I don't know how to face him. He is too good to me, to the point that it terrifies me. Furthermore, I feel unworthy of him. Misaki gently stroked her daughter's hair, speaking softly. Silly child. It is a blessing when someone treats you well. Do not refuse all light due to the shadows of the past. You are a diligent and wonderful girl, so please, have a little more confidence. Gradually, under her mother's comfort, Mio Ishikawa found solace. She wiped her tears and softly said, Mother, please rest. I will make a phone call. Stepping out of the ward, Mio Ishikawa stood by the corridor window, gazing at the nightscape of Tokyo. She took a deep breath and dialed Chen Mo's number. "Mio?" came Chen Mo's gentle voice from the other end of the line. Ishikawa Mio's voice trembled slightly. "Did you pay for my medical expenses?" There was a brief silence on the line. "Yes, it was me." "Why? Why did you do that?" Ishikawa Mio tightened her grip on the phone. "That amount is far too great. I may never be able to repay it. I don't require repayment." Chen Mo's voice was both resolute and tender. "Mio, I wish to care for you, as well as your mother. This is not charity. You are my first woman. Perhaps not the only one, but you will always hold a place in my heart." Tears welled up in Ishikawa Mio's eyes once more. But we only reunited yesterday." Chen Mo softly replied, "Sometimes, a single day suffices. All right, you must be exhausted today. Both you and your mother should rest well." Ishikawa Mio clutched the phone, her vision blurred by tears. She had never anticipated that, in her most desperate moment, someone would extend a hand so selflessly, pulling her from the depths of darkness. "Chen Mo, thank you." Her voice choked, nearly unable to form complete sentences. Ding! Ishikawa Mio's conquest progress increased. 20. Current conquest progress. 80. Reward. 200 conquest points. On the other end, Chen Mo's gentle laughter resonated. All right, stop crying. Your mother has surgery tomorrow, doesn't she? You should return and rest now." After hanging up, Ishikawa Mio leaned against the corridor wall and slowly sank to the floor. She hugged her knees, burying her face in the crook of her arms, weeping silently. For the first time since her father's passing, she felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Chapter 037. The Underworld's Maple. Upon exiting the hospital, Chen Mo's spirits soared. Just moments ago, he had covered the medical expenses of 50 million yen for Ishikawa Mio's mother. The system did not disappoint him, triggering a fourfold critical return. At this juncture, his savings had swelled to 200 million yen. Notably, his conquest points had also accumulated to 1,000. Utilizing the points for a tenfold draw yielded the following rewards. Ding, acquired all attributes 3. 10 million yen, 1 million yen. Acquired top-tier combat skills, 10 million yen, 1 million yen. Acquired mastery of 18 types of short blades, 10 million yen, 1 million yen. Acquired strength 5. The rewards from this draw were rather mediocre, while the combat skills were somewhat useful for self-defense. The mastery of short blades held little relevance in a society governed by law, who still brandishes knives in such times. Those who dare to play with blades might as well be inviting trouble. The remaining 6 rewards amounted to merely 6 million yen. At present, he lacked nothing but money. Only the 2 enhancements to his physical prowess were of any significance. After walking for over 10 minutes, Chen Mo decided it was time to return. He hailed a taxi and provided the address of the Bulgari Hotel. The taxi came to a halt at the opulent entrance of the Bulgari. As Chen Mo stepped into the lobby, he was met with a fierce argument. Yasuhiro Tsukimi, clad in a navy uniform, stood defiantly in front of the elevator, opposing a red-haired girl with a high ponytail. The girl, dressed in a black leather outfit and a short skirt, sported 10-centimeter platform boots and dragged a suitcase adorned with a skull emblem. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Makima. "I am truly sorry, Miss Keed, but the top-floor 400-square-meter suite has indeed been booked." Tsukimi bowed deeply, her hair trembling slightly. "We can arrange for another suite for you. Since you know who I am, get him to vacate the room immediately. I demand to check in." The girl suddenly brandished a butterfly knife, its blade dancing in silver arcs at her fingertips. "Otherwise, I'll take it myself." "Miss Tsukimi, what transpired here?" Chen Mo interjected. Tsukimi approached him as if he were a savior, whispering, "Mr. Chen, this young lady is the daughter of the Wakagashira of the Sumiyoshi Kai, Miss Keed. She insists on your suite." Before she could finish her sentence, the butterfly knife pressed against Chen Mo's collar. The girl, now on her tiptoes, breathed out, her breath tinged with the scent of mint. "So, you're the one occupying my room, foreigner?" The tip of the knife gently prodded upward. "Make me an offer, tonight. I wish to see the night view of Tokyo Tower." Gazing at the blade mere inches from him, Chen Mo suddenly seized the girl's wrist. To her astonishment, the knife inexplicably found its way into his grip. Truth be told, this was not a premeditated action. It was merely muscle memory's instinctive response. Nearby, 2 bodyguards clad in black observed in alarm as the butterfly knife was wrested away. "Miss, be careful," they warned, moving to protect her. "Miss Keed, is it?" The butterfly, after executing a dazzling flourish in Chen Mo's hand, folded itself and was tucked back into the pocket of the young girl's leather jacket. Children shouldn't play with knives. It's far too dangerous. "Who's a child?" The young lady, Jidao Feng, instantly flared up. The security guard in the black suit quickly interjected, "Miss, the president has stated that if you continue this way, your credit card will be frozen." The expression on the girl's face immediately fell. She shot Chen Mo a fierce glare, intending to retort, but he spoke first. "Miss Hoshino, I have relinquished my room for her. Since Ishikawa Mio is not here, it matters little whether this 400 square meter hotel suite is occupied or not." Chen Mo planned to return home. Tomorrow was Sunday, and there was a cooking event in the community in the afternoon. He had promised Mrs. Morisawa to show his support. Although the atmosphere between them was somewhat awkward, they needed to find a way to break the ice. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Hoshino Tsukimi was deeply moved. "Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. I apologize for the trouble. Next time you stay at our hotel, I will ensure you receive a discount, and we will refund your room charge in full to your card." Chen Mo nodded and turned to leave, only to be abruptly pulled back by Miss Feng, who grasped his sleeve. "Hey, you jerk. Who asked you to do that?" The girl glared at him indignantly. "I wouldn't dream of accepting a room from someone else." Suddenly, she leaned closer to Chen Mo and lowered her voice. "However, your knife technique was rather intriguing. Would you care to visit my dojo?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. This young lady's thought process was rather erratic. "Miss." The bodyguard in the black suit rushed forward. "The president has said." "Silence." Feng snapped, then turned back to Chen Mo. "So, what do you say? My father has a considerable collection of fine blades. It could be an eye-opening experience for you." Ji Daofeng, having observed Chen Mo's adept handling of the butterfly knife, assumed he was a knife enthusiast. Without a second thought, Chen Mo declined outright. "Not interested. Who would want to play with knives at a dojo? My neighbor is a captivating woman. I would be foolish to waste time on blades." As Chen Mo attempted to walk away, Ji Daofeng swiftly stepped in front of him, hands on her hips, her heavy boots thudding against the floor. "Hey, why are you acting like this?" She angrily pulled out her phone. "At least leave a contact. I never owe anyone a favor." Hoshino Tsukimi anxiously wrung her hands nearby, fearing that the young lady might cause a scene. Chen Mo scrutinized the young girl from head to toe. Her attire screamed youthful exuberance, yet he found himself utterly uninterested, particularly due to her lack of discernment. "Step aside." Chen Mo's tone grew frosty, his gaze emanating an undeniable pressure. Ji Daofeng stumbled back a half-step, momentarily daunted by his demeanor, but she quickly lifted her chin defiantly. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" "I have no interest in who you are," Chen Mo replied, sidestepping her with ease. He strode directly toward the hotel entrance. "Stop!" Ji Daofeng exclaimed, furiously stomping her feet as she shouted at the bodyguards. "You two wooden logs. What are you waiting for? Block his way." The two bodyguards in black suits promptly moved forward, positioning themselves on either side to obstruct Chen Mo's path. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and turned to Ji Daofeng, asking, "What exactly do you want?" Ji Daofeng smirked triumphantly. "It's quite simple. Let's have a contest. If you win, I shall never trouble you again. If you lose, you must agree to one condition of mine. I have no time to play your childish games." "Are you scared?" Ji Daofeng taunted, but her provocation fell on deaf ears. Chen Mo turned away to leave, and this time, the bodyguards did not stop him. Their primary duty was to protect Ji Daofeng and to ensure that she did not cause any unnecessary trouble. "Ah, this is infuriating," Ji Daofeng cried, stamping her foot in frustration, her thick-soled boots echoing sharply against the marble floor. She seized her skull-patterned suitcase and stepped into the elevator. "You wait for me," she shouted, her voice filled with indignation. Chapter 038, disguising as Mrs. Sin's husband upon returning to the apartment. The clock was nearing 10. Chen Mo instinctively glanced up at the room above, where the lights were aglow. One could only wonder what Mrs. Sins was occupied with at that moment. The following day, at 1 in the afternoon, Chen Mo selected an ensemble from the 5 luxurious outfits he had purchased the previous day for 5 million. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his casual attire, a light gray linen shirt paired with dark trousers, striking a perfect balance between formality and effortless neatness. He gently smoothed out a crease at the cuff, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Perhaps he would buy a bouquet of flowers later. Initially, he had contemplated sending a message to Mrs. Sins to break the ice, but he thought it more delightful to surprise her at the community center during her cooking event. Given the awkwardness of their prior encounter, it was only natural for anyone to feel uneasy about meeting again. Yet, Chen Mo was different. He believed there was no shame in human emotions. Having tidied himself, he ventured out, striding towards the nearby flower shop. Inside, he lingered momentarily over the roses, which seemed rather kitsch. Ultimately, he chose a fresh bouquet of lilies accompanied by delicate baby-esque breath. The The shopkeeper inquired with a smile. Are these for someone special? Yes. For a remarkable lady, he replied. As he exited the shop, he glanced at the time. It was precisely 2 o'clock. The event must have just commenced. The community center was a mere 10-minute walk from his apartment. Turning around the last corner, he caught sight of the glass doors of the activity center, through which shadows of people could be seen moving about. Unconsciously, he slowed his pace, adjusting his collar. Just as he was about to enter the activity room, a lady stopped him. Excuse me, the community event is underway. May I ask who you are? I reside in this area as well. I'm here to accompany Mrs. Sins, he explained. The lady regarded him with enthusiasm. Ah, you must be Mrs. Sins' husband. How young and handsome you are. Her eyes crinkled with delight. Mrs. Sins often speaks of you. Do go in, the event has just started. Chen Mo paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized it was a misunderstanding. He offered a polite smile, refraining from clarification, and entered the activity room, clutching the bouquet. The air was suffused with the sweet aroma of baking. A dozen housewives gathered around the cooking station, attentively listening to the instructor as she demonstrated cake decorating techniques. Chen Mo's gaze swiftly located Mrs. Sens, who stood quietly in the corner. Dressed in a simple beige knit top, her hair casually pulled up with a few strands framing her face. She contrasted sharply with the lively chatter of the other women. She stood apart, occasionally bowing her head to jot down notes, exuding an aura of tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo approached her. Can I? The familiar voice made Mrs. Sins look up abruptly. As she recognized the visitor, her pupils widened slightly. The pen in her hand fell to the ground with a soft thud. Chen Mo-jun, what are you doing here? Chen smiled as he presented a bouquet of flowers. Since I promised to come, I certainly would not go back on my word. She awkwardly accepted the bouquet, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. But the surrounding housewives had already taken notice of the commotion, casting curious glances their way. Upon seeing the young and handsome man, their interest was piqued, and teasing remarks ensued. Are you Mrs. Sin's husband? How youthful you are. Oh, I had heard that Mrs. Sin's husband is a busy man. What brings you to a community event today? Kanai, your husband is so handsome. Why didn't you introduce him to us sooner? The face of Sin's Kanai instantly flushed crimson. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the wrapping of the bouquet. She opened her mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Chen's gentle voice. Hello, ladies. I am Chen Mo. He inclined his head slightly, a polite smile adorning his face. I heard today's event was quite engaging, so I came to see Kanai. The housewives erupted in a chorus of good-natured teasing. Sin's Kanai lowered her head, her ears burning red, as if they might bleed. Oh my, Mrs. Sins rarely speaks at community events. It turns out her husband is so young and considerate, exclaimed a lady with curly hair, winking. Indeed, indeed. Young people are so romantic, bringing flowers like that, unlike my husband who only burrows under the blankets. Another lady in an apron chimed in. Finally gathering her courage, Sin's Kanai quietly attempted to explain. No, that's not it. Chen Mo-jun is just what? Chen suddenly leaned closer, whispering in a tone only they could hear, Madam, if you explain now, they might misunderstand our relationship. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Sin's Kanai to shiver, nearly dropping the bouquet. She instinctively took a half step back, only to collide with the preparation table, producing a soft sound. The instructor, noticing the situation, quickly intervened. All right, everyone, let's continue decorating the cakes. If this gentleman doesn't mind, he can wait in the nearby seating area. Chun politely nodded. Of course, my apologies for the disturbance. He turned to Sin's Kanai, his voice soft. I will wait for you. Those 3 words made Sin's Kanai's heart skip a beat. She mechanically nodded and turned back to her place, struggling to steady the piping bag. The activity room buzzed with excitement again, but Sin's Kanai found herself utterly unable to concentrate. She could feel Chen Mo sitting not far away, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Each time she glanced up, she met his smiling eyes. Mrs. Sens, you're putting too much cream. A nearby lady reminded her. Ah, I'm sorry. Only then did she realize that her cake was completely engulfed in cream. In a flurry of activity, she hurriedly attempted to salvage the situation. For Mori Sawakana, half an hour felt like an eternity. As the instructor announced the conclusion of the session, the next engaging activity commenced. The instructor clapped her hands and surveyed the audience. The forthcoming segment was a showcase of homestyle dishes. She invited all the ladies to present their signature dishes, promising to select the most beloved home-cooked flavor. The housewives eagerly rolled up their sleeves and approached the cooking station. Kana remained rooted to the spot, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her apron. Kana, what's the matter? Chen Mo inquired softly as he stepped closer to her. I'm not really skilled at this. Since my husband isn't here, I don't know what homestyle flavor feels like, she confessed, her voice dwindling. Typically, she prepared simple meals for herself. Chen Mo noticed her flushed ears and suddenly reached for a spare apron hanging on the wall. Don't worry. Let's do it together. Chapter 39. Thoughts of you all sleeping, eh? Morisawa Kana abruptly lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise. What, do you doubt my culinary skills? Chen Mo had already tied his apron with deftness, his sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. When I lived alone, this was my means of sustenance. The surrounding ladies erupted into a chorus of good-natured teasing. Morisawa Kana felt her cheeks flush, lowering her gaze to her toes. No, it's not that. Then it settled. Chen Mo naturally positioned himself at the cooking counter, turning to wink at her. Let me guess. Mrs. Morisawa's specialty is tamagoyaki? She looked up in astonishment. How did you know? I spotted numerous eggshells at your home the other day. Chen Mo replied with a light chuckle. And there was a plate of tamagoyaki on your dining table. Morisawa Kana's earlobes instantly reddened, feeling utterly mortified. The day Chen Mo had come to help with the plumbing. She had been in the midst of her meal when the sound of water leaking from the bathroom had startled her, causing her to forget all about her food. Surely, Chen Mo doesn't think I'm the sort of woman who leaves her mess after eating? She thought, her mind racing with embarrassment. Oh dear, how humiliating. She flustered, reaching for the whisk, nearly knocking over the spice bottles in the process. Be careful. Chen Mo steadied her wrist, the warmth of his fingertips causing both to momentarily pause. He then released her hand, casually handing her the eggs. I'll chop the ham and green onions. You handle the egg mixture. All right? Why, yes, she replied, taking the eggs, her fingers still slightly trembling. At the cooking counter, their movements began to synchronize harmoniously. Chen Mo's rhythm in chopping vegetables was sharp and steady, while Morisawa Kana's egg beating became more fluid. Occasionally, when their arms brushed against each other, she would flinch like a startled rabbit, while Chen Mo merely smiled, feigning ignorance. Suddenly, he inquired, should we add sugar? Ah, yes, just a teaspoon, like this? She responded, but he deliberately scooped a heaping spoonful. That's too much, Mrs. Morisawa exclaimed, anxiously grasping his wrist, only to quickly realize her indiscretion and release it. I am sorry. Chen Mo chuckled, twisting his wrist to shake the excess sugar back into the jar. Just teasing you. Look, isn't this just right? He offered the spoon to Mrs. Morisawa, their proximity allowing them to catch each other's scent. Morisawa Kana inhaled the faint masculine aroma from his sleeve, mingled with the delicate fragrance of lilies, sending her into a daze. Mrs. Morisawa. He suddenly lowered his voice. Everyone is watching us. It was only then that she noticed the surrounding ladies' stifling giggles, some even raising their phones to capture the moment. The eldest among them, Grandma Tanaka, smiled warmly and remarked, Oh, to be young is wonderful. Cooking can be so sweet. No, that's not it. We're just. Morisawa Kana's eyes glistened with urgency, her whisk moving far too rapidly in her flustered state. The egg mixture splattered onto Chen Mo's shirt. Oh dear. My apologies. I shall wipe it off immediately. She hurriedly reached for a tissue. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Mo gently pressed down on her shoulder. It's quite all right. He took the tissue and casually wiped it, then suddenly leaned closer to Mrs. Morisawa's ear and whispered, However, dear lady, if you continue to be this flustered, others will misunderstand even more. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Mrs. Morisawa to freeze in place. She mechanically nodded, forcing herself to concentrate on the culinary task at hand. Chen Mo observed her flushed profile, a flicker of tender amusement dancing in his eyes. The tamagoyaki gradually took shape in the frying pan, its golden surface glistening enticingly. Enhanced by the skills of a culinary master, Chen Mo expertly rolled the egg mixture, while Mrs. Morisawa carefully adjusted the heat. Their collaboration grew increasingly harmonious, and, astonishingly, the final product turned out to be remarkably perfect. The layers of the egg roll revealed hints of delicate pink ham and vibrant green scallions, exuding an irresistible aroma. Wow, this tamagoyaki is exquisite, exclaimed the surrounding ladies in admiration. Judge Granny Tanaka took a bite, her eyes lighting up. The cooking time is impeccable, and the sweetness is just right. Truly reminiscent of home. Mrs. Morisawa bashfully lowered her gaze, only to hear Chen Mo say, This is all thanks to Kana. I merely assisted. She looked up in surprise, meeting his smiling gaze. In that moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats resonating in her ears. As the event concluded, dusk had fallen. Mrs. Morisawa had achieved her long-desired first-place rating. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the two. Clutching a bouquet of lilies, Mrs. Morisawa followed Chen Mo out of the event center in small steps. After a prolonged silence, she took the initiative to speak. Chen Mo-kun. Why didn't you explain earlier? Her voice trailed off. Explain what? Chen Mo feigned ignorance. That we are not in a marital relationship? That would only lead others to further question our connection, and you would find it even harder to explain, especially since I arrived with flowers. Mrs. Morisawa bit her lip. Unable to refute, she gazed down at the bouquet of lilies, their fragrance lingering between them. Moreover, Chen Mo suddenly said earnestly, I am serious. What? I mean it, Mrs. Morisawa. I like you. Chen Mo's eyes were incredibly sincere, devoid of jest. The unexpected confession sent Mrs. Morisawa's heart racing. She felt the air around them grow thin. Just then, a curly-haired lady from behind suddenly patted her on the shoulder. Mrs. Morisawa, remember to bring your husband to next week's flower arrangement event. Huh? Mrs. Morisawa was startled by the sudden appearance of the neighbor. Chen Mo readily replied, Of course, we will be there, as he naturally took Mrs. Morisawa's hand. We are looking forward to next week's event. The lady left, satisfied, leaving Mrs. Morisawa in a state of shock. She gazed at the intertwined hands of the two. Her mind a blank canvas. Chen Mo halted his steps and turned to her, Mrs. Sins. Yes. At that moment, Kanai Sins felt a wave of dizziness. Her body instinctively responding to Chen Mo's words. In truth, he reached out to brush away the flower that had unknowingly settled in her hair. I do not feel the slightest embarrassment about that day. For the moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly enchanted. Thoughts of you occupy my mind even as I sleep at night. Without granting Mrs. Sins a moment to respond, he naturally took her hand and led her outside. As if it were the most ordinary of actions. Let us go home. Caught in the warmth of his hand, Kanai Sins forgot to resist. Hearing that he thought of her even in his dreams was a confession that felt utterly scandalous. Alas, joyful moments are always fleeting. The two returned to the apartment building. Upon reaching her doorstep, Kanai Sins felt a twinge of reluctance. As she held the key in her hand, poised to insert it into the lock, she paused. Breaking the silence, she turned to Chen Mo, her voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 040. Mrs. Morisawa's open heart today. I am truly grateful to you. Chen Mo-kun. As Chen Mo was preparing to head home, he paused upon hearing Mrs. Morisawa's voice, turning his head to inquire, why the sudden politeness? I am genuinely pleased to assist you, Mrs. Morisawa. Mrs. Morisawa's ears turned crimson, and she cast her gaze downward at her toes. Chen Mo-kun often uttered such disconcerting remarks. Her mind was flooded with the words he had whispered during the competition. I like you. Surely, that must have been a jest. A mere formality to deflect the teasing of their neighbors, she reasoned. She stammered as she attempted to articulate her thoughts. No, it's nothing. I just wanted to say, if it weren't for your help, I could never have made such exquisite tamagoyaki. Suddenly, Chen Mo turned and walked back towards Mrs. Morisawa. Startled, she stepped back, only to be gently grasped by her wrist. Mrs. Morisawa, he said, his voice low and tender, do you know? The way you crack the eggs is quite adorable. Eh? Mrs. Morisawa's eyes widened in disbelief. She was clearly anxious yet strived to maintain her composure. Chen Mo's thumb brushed lightly against her wrist, sending a delicate shiver through her. Especially when you focus intently on the tamagoyaki, you unconsciously bite your lip. Resembling a devoted wife striving to prepare a meal for her husband. Mrs. Morisawa was taken aback. He had observed her so attentively? The notion of being likened to a wife devoted to her husband left her flustered, her cheeks aflame. Chen Mo leaned slightly closer, diminishing the distance between them. So, to celebrate our victory, would you care to join me for a drink at my place? I happen to have a fine bottle of sake. That seems rather inappropriate. Mrs. Morisawa instinctively declined. Chen Mo did not press the matter further, merely releasing her wrist, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. Indeed, I may have been too forward. Perhaps another time. And no, that's not it. Mrs. Morisawa's voice unexpectedly rose, startling her with the intensity of her reaction. Her tone softened once more. I mean, if it's just for one drink, it wouldn't be out of the question. The latter part of her statement was difficult to utter. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with hope. Is it truly all right? Mrs. Morisawa nodded gently, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. She was acutely aware that she should refuse, considering her status as a married woman in the watchful eyes of their neighbors. They were merely neighbors, yet in this moment, she yearned to follow her heart's desire just once. At Chen Mo's home, Mrs. Morisawa sat awkwardly before the sofa. A wave of regret washed over her. Though it was not her first visit, nor her first time sitting on this sofa. The atmosphere now is palpably different. Drinking could easily lead to unforeseen circumstances. Yet in her moment of regret, a flicker of anticipation emerged. She watched as Chen Mo retrieved exquisite wine vessels from the kitchen, unveiling a bottle of sake that exuded an air of sophistication. Although his background was not affluent, Chen Mo had always relished the occasional indulgence in fine spirits, and his home boasted a considerable stockpile. He poured a glass for her, stating, "This is a special brew from Kyoto, said to be made with water from a millennium-old well." Mizusawa Kana accepted the glass with both hands, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Chen Mo's. A subtle jolt seemed to ripple from the point of contact, prompting her to hastily sip the sake to mask her fluster. Yet, the rich aroma of the drink captivated her, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. "How is it? Is it to your liking?" Chen Mo inquired with eager anticipation. "Well," Mizusawa Kana nodded, taking another small sip. "It's delightful. The initial taste is smooth, yet the aftertaste lingers beautifully." Chen Mo smiled and poured himself a glass as well. "Madame Mizusawa certainly has an appreciation for fine wine. In the past, my husband would occasionally join me for a drink." The mention of her husband suddenly felt inappropriate to Mizusawa Kana, her voice instinctively dropping. Internally, she chastised herself. How could she possibly bring up her husband in this context? A wave of guilt washed over her. In truth, she harbored no deep affection for her spouse. Their marriage had been marked by physical separation, and she often questioned what she had gained from this relationship and what she was clinging to, perhaps merely a sense of duty as a wife. Chen Mo sensed the shift in her emotions, gently placing his glass down and speaking softly, "Madame Mizusawa, if it is inconvenient, we need not continue." "No, that is not it." Mizusawa Kana quickly shook her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her kimono. "I just suddenly recalled some matters." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. Under the influence of the alcohol, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She took a deep breath and downed the contents of her glass. Actually, she summoned her courage to say, "My husband and I are not as affectionate as our neighbors might believe." The moment those words left her lips, she felt an unusual sense of liberation. It was the first time in many years she had unburdened her heart to another. Chen Mo did not respond immediately, instead quietly refilling her glass, signifying his attentive presence. "Our marriage was arranged by our families. He is often away, and perhaps we see each other once a year at most." Mizusawa Kana's voice grew softer. "Sometimes I wonder, what is the purpose of such a marriage?" By the end, her voice trembled slightly. Chen Mo gently grasped her hand, and this time she did not withdraw. "Madame Mizusawa, do you know?" His voice was tender yet resolute. "The first time I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your smile. That mature allure, combined with your warm smile, enchanted me greatly." Mizusawa Kana lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "However, I am a married woman." Chen Mo gently raised his hand, his fingers delicately brushing away her tear stains, his voice tenderly murmuring, "I know, but I simply cannot restrain my feelings for you." In the face of Chen Mo's confession once more, Mrs. Sin's breath quickened. She felt her heart racing, threatening to leap from her chest. The rich aroma of sake lingered in her mouth, gradually eroding her reason, blurring her senses. Chen Mo enveloped Mrs. Sin's small hand in his palm and said, "But today, seeing you alone and solitary in the community activity room, I could no longer hold back. I wish to offer you affection. I long to cherish you." Mrs. Sin felt a profound sense of security in his grasp. Her fingertips trembled slightly. She wished to withdraw her hand, yet found herself unable to muster the strength. Perhaps, deep within her heart, she did not truly wish to break free. "Chen Mo, however, this is not right." Her voice was barely a whisper. Even she could not convince herself. Suddenly, Chen Mo leaned in closer. The distance between them shrank to a point where they could feel each other's breath. Mrs. Sin's kanai caught the scent of his masculine pheromones, mingling with the fragrance of sake, leaving her feeling dizzy. Mrs. Sin's Chen Mo's breath brushed against her earlobe, causing her entire being to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 041. The eruption after 3 years of suppression. How long has it been since your husband returned? More than 3 years, I believe. Upon uttering this figure, she suddenly realized how long she had been dwelling alone in this empty house. It seemed she had almost forgotten the sensation of home and her husband's visage. A faint blush crept across her skin beneath the beige knitted sweater. The lingering effects of the sake began to manifest within her ample figure. Chen Mo raised his hand, his fingers gently caressing the nape of her neck, brushing aside a stray lock of hair. "It has been quite a while, hasn't it? Anyone would feel lonely after such a time. Don't you feel lonely?" As he spoke, his breath brushed against her ear, and the warm sensation rendered her ear tingling. Please don't ask me that. I cannot answer. Mizusawa Kana tightened her grip on her skirt, yearning to distance herself from Chen Mo. Yet, her body betrayed her, responding contrary to her will. His unique scent was more intoxicating than alcohol itself. His fingers glided from the nape of her neck, tracing her earlobe, and then to her rosy cheek as he softly remarked, "But Kana, your face is quite flushed." At that moment, Kana found herself at a loss for words. It's just because of the sake, Chen Mo-kun, we cannot." Her voice was barely audible, lacking any semblance of persuasion. His fingertips continued their descent along her neck, his tone laced with playful intrigue. "Yet, Kana, life is fleeting." She gently bit her lower lip, aware that she should push Chen Mo away. However, the loneliness that had accumulated over 3 years was insurmountable, and her rationality was swiftly consumed. But I am of such an age," Chen Mo chuckled softly, his fingers lifting her chin. "Yet he has long ceased to care for you, has he? Otherwise, why would he disregard your feelings entirely?" Those words struck like a sharp blade, piercing through Mizusawa Kana's fade and dismantling her last defense. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as they locked onto Chen Mo's deep, luminous gaze. Chen Mo-kun, do you truly like me?" Her voice trembled, akin to a drowning soul grasping for the last piece of driftwood. Chen Mo offered no verbal response. Instead, he lowered his head and provided his answer with a kiss, capturing her lips. Mizusawa Kana's eyes widened in surprise, but soon she closed them, her hands instinctively finding their way to his shoulders, responding awkwardly to his kiss. Chen Mo's kiss was assertive, his hand gliding over her slender waist. Kana shivered, yet did not push him away. Chen Mo's husky voice whispered in her ear, "Try not to overthink." Her cheeks burned with heat. She nodded slightly, her voice barely a whisper. With her tacit consent, Chen Mo's kiss intensified, growing more fervent. Outside, lightning and thunder entwined, while raindrops rhythmically tapped against the window. Time became a blur until, eventually, the rain ceased. Mizuno Kana nestled in Chen Mo's embrace, sleeping soundly like a little kitten. Observing her peaceful slumber, he couldn't help but shake his head, thinking her quite the glutton. Once he confirmed that the little feline in his arms was indeed asleep, he lit a cigarette and opened the system panel. Ding! Mizuno Kana Conquest Progress increased by 15. Conquest Progress, 80. Reward, 500 Conquest Points. Note: Conquest Progress first reaching 60 grants a mysterious grand prize. Mysterious grand gift being distributed. Acquired, 51 shares of Utian Multinational Corporation. Utian Multinational Corporation valuation, 25 billion yen. Utian? Isn't that where I work? Chen Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly modest company he was employed at was valued at 25 billion yen. With 51 of the shares, that amounted to nearly 13 billion yen. While it appeared impressive, it was not something he could readily spend. For Chen Mo, this reward seemed rather mediocre. And what of the 500 conquest points? Should he utilize them? After 2 rounds of 10 draws, he felt little difference, and the drop rates offered no improvement. Oh well, let us give it a shot. System, grant me 5 consecutive draws. Ding, acquired. Kato Takashi's hand, top-notch driving skills, Huashia Remy SU7 Ultra, 5 million yen. Agility increased by 10 points. Upon seeing the rewards from the 5 draws, Chen Mo was instantly exhilarated. Wow, this is significantly better than the last 10 draws. Not to mention, who would have thought this world also featured a Remy aficionado? This vehicle is renowned for being the fastest sedan produced in quantity. Although Chen Mo held a deep appreciation for the mechanical allure of gasoline engines, this 1548 horsepower Remy automobile, both in design and specifications, was undeniably an exceptional product. The most crucial aspect was that acquiring such a car was exceedingly challenging, especially in this island nation. System, how will I receive this Remy SU7 Ultra? How long will it take to arrive? Can I choose the specifications? Due to the policies of the island nation, the vehicle can only be registered under the host's name after obtaining real estate. Once property and parking space are secured, delivery will occur within 3 to 7 days. And specifications can be selected. As the system's voice faded, a configuration interface for the Remy automobile appeared in Chen Mo's consciousness. Incredible. This can actually be arranged? Does this mean I could become the owner of the first SU7 Ultra in the island nation? Viewing the configuration interface, Chen Mo excitedly extinguished his cigarette and began to make selections. Naturally, he would opt for the maximum specifications. Color, space silver. Original carbon fiber dual air duct hood. Select the racing stripes. Carbon fiber roof, large rear wing, forged wheels, all chosen. Chapter 042. The bliss experienced by Kana after making his choice. Chen Mo found himself eagerly anticipating the exhilarating moment when he would finally ride in the car. Though not extravagant, the vehicle exuded a certain flair, garnering far more attention than any ordinary ride. Once the initial thrill subsided, he shifted his focus to another reward. Kato Eagle's hand. Enhances finger dexterity. Puzzled, Chen Mo glanced at his hands. He silently invoked the skill, and an immediate transformation captivated his senses. Remarkable. With this enhancement, he could surely express his gratitude with fewer words. The following day, the morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow in the bedroom. After battling through the night, Chen Mo felt utterly refreshed, awakening without the need for an alarm. He quietly rose from bed, observing the still sleeping Kana Morisawa beside him. Curled up under the covers, her hair sprawled messily across the pillow, a faint smile gracing her lips, she appeared utterly enchanting. Her smooth, delicate hand clutched the blanket, radiating an irresistible charm. Chen Mo gathered the scattered clothing from the floor and tossed it into the laundry basket before donning a fresh outfit. After a quick shower, he made his way to the kitchen. The refrigerator held limited ingredients, yet sufficient for a respectable breakfast. With practiced ease, he cracked eggs, the butter sizzling in the frying pan, filling the air with the enticing aroma of cooking eggs. Just then, he heard the soft rustle of footsteps behind him. Kana Morisawa stood at the kitchen entrance, draped in his white shirt, the hem perfectly concealing her upper thighs, while a few ambiguous red marks lingered on her smooth skin. Awake? Chen Mo asked without turning, continuing to flip the eggs. Why don't you sit on the sofa for a bit? It'll be ready soon. However, Kana did not move. With her heart now open, she felt liberated. Having made her choice, she resolved not to retreat any longer. She stepped behind Chen Mo, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his broad back. Chen Mo-kun, last night. Her voice was tinged with morning raspiness. Sure, Chen Mo whispered. Switching off the heat and turning to gently pin her against the countertop, his fingers, dusted with egg mixture, grazing her slightly swollen lips. Kana Morisawa, don't overthink it, okay? Life is fleeting, we should relish the present. Kana nodded, her ears flushing crimson. Chen Mo chuckled softly, planting a kiss on her forehead before plating the breakfast. He arranged the golden fried eggs alongside perfectly toasted bread and poured 2 cups of steaming milk. Eat up. I have to head to work soon. He tousled Kana's hair as she took small bites of her toast, occasionally stealing glances at him, reminiscent of a shy schoolgirl. Her lovely profile was sharply defined. Chen Mo-kun. She hesitated. Are you working late tonight? Setting down his cup, he looked at her with a teasing smile. What is this? Kana Morisawa? Have you already begun to anticipate my return before I've even left? Perhaps I should take a leave of absence. No, that is not it. Morisawa Kanai exclaimed, hastily waving her hands, nearly spilling her milk. I simply. Chen Mo observed her flustered demeanor and leaned closer. Their noses almost touching. Simply what? Kanai blushed and lowered her gaze. I just wanted to make dinner for you. Chen Mo chuckled softly and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. All right, with a beautiful woman at home waiting for my affection, I shall surely return promptly after work. Upon hearing this, Kanai's ears flushed crimson. Chen Mo's words were always so melodious. After finishing breakfast, Chen Mo donned his suit jacket. Kanai followed him to the entrance, behaving like a devoted wife sending her husband off, helping him change his shoes and adjusting his tie. Finally, she softly uttered, "Be careful on the road." Her eyes brimming with reluctance, reminiscent of a newlywed's sorrowful farewell. He playfully pinched her cheek, saying, All right, be a good girl and wait for me at home. Kanai shyly nodded, watching Chen Mo's retreating figure. At that moment, she truly grasped the essence of being a wife, not feeling lonely at night and having someone to care for during the day. Happiness was that simple. Yet, despite being married for so long, this was a sense of joy she had never experienced before. If she were younger, if her husband were Chen Mo, she would undoubtedly be the happiest of wives. After bidding farewell to Kanai, Chen Mo exited the apartment building and hailed a taxi. On the way, he opened the system panel to reconfirm that he had acquired 51 of Utian Corporation's shares, signifying his status as the de facto controller of the company. While this did not grant him complete control at 67, it was still a commendable achievement. The taxi halted in front of the corporate edifice. Today, as Chen Mo stood at the base and gazed upwards, his perspective had transformed. This was a 20-story modern office building, with Yutian Corporation's headquarters occupying the top 5 floors, while his marketing department resided on the 17th floor. In the elevator, he encountered his colleague, Yamada Kenichi. "Hey, Shin-san, what a coincidence. Have you heard? The board meeting today is set to announce something significant," Yamada remarked enigmatically. "Oh, what is this momentous occasion?" Chen Mo inquired, intrigued. "Rumor has it there will be a change in major shareholders. It's possible the entire management could undergo a shift," Yamada whispered conspiratorially. "Our department might be affected as well." "Ah, is that so?" Chen Mo had already received a phone notification on his way here. However, he preferred not to make a spectacle of it. There was no need for announcements or welcoming ceremonies, especially since he still had to conquer Fujihara Mizuki. Chen Mo feigned surprise. "Really? That sounds like quite the news. But we are merely small employees. It doesn't concern us." After Yamada Kenichi squinted and leaned in, he whispered, "I heard the new major shareholder has a profound background. Even the president is personally welcoming him. Chen, do you think he could be a big shot from a financial conglomerate?" The elevator halted on the 17th floor, and Chen Mo adjusted his tie. His thoughts consumed with how to address the issues surrounding Minister Fujiwara Mizuki, leaving little room for other considerations. Who knows, perhaps he is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Impossible. Yamada Kenichi gestured dramatically. Anyone capable of acquiring 51 of our company S shares must be extraordinary. As they stepped into the office area, the department head, Sato Ikuo, rushed over in haste. "Shin-kun, where have you been? The board secretary has been searching for you everywhere." Yamada Kenichi's eyes widened in surprise. "Shun, you Haven T made a mistake, have you?" Chen Mo nonchalantly disregarded Yamada's alarm and calmly inquired, "What is it?" Sato wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I'm not sure, but you need to come with me immediately." The office area erupted in whispers. Yamada Kenichi's eyes bulged. "Shun, you're not about to be. Then I'm in danger too." Chen Mo remained remarkably composed. "It's not a big deal. I'll be back shortly." Sato Ikuo escorted Chen Mo to the top floor in a private elevator. As Chen stepped out, he saw several board members standing in the corridor, their expressions tense. A secretary hurried over. "Mr. Chen, please follow me." Upon entering the conference room, President Tomoda Masao stood by the window. Hearing the commotion, he turned around. Nearing 60. His hair was graying, yet his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. "You must be Chen Mo?" Chapter 043. The pressure of a new appointment. "Are you Chen Mo?" Yutian Masao scrutinized him from head to toe. Indeed, Chen Mo replied with neither deference nor arrogance. Perhaps in the past, he would have felt intimidated in the presence of a manager from a company valued at 25 billion yen. However, times have changed. He considered himself the chosen one. With a vision that extended across all of Tokyo, it was precisely this mindset that bestowed upon him an air of authority. Suddenly, Yutian Masao bowed deeply, saying, "Chairman Chen, from today onward, I entrust the Yutian company to you." At his advanced age, Yutian Masao's demeanor was notably humble. The reason was simple. The night before, he had received word that an unknown overseas investment firm had swiftly acquired a substantial portion of his company's shares, buying up many of the scattered stocks within the company. His title of chairman had been reduced to that of president. Not to mention, the method employed was nothing short of extraordinary. The key point was that these mysterious individuals had used Chen Mo's identity for the acquisition. Yutian Masao had also investigated Chen Mo, discovering a remarkably blank background. His university experience was unremarkable, and after working in their company for over half a year, he had not exhibited anything particularly outstanding, ordinary to the extreme. Yet, it was precisely this ordinariness that made Yutian Masao perceive Chen Mo as extraordinary. The Japanese, with their strong admiration for power, displayed this sentiment in full force. If one possessed sufficient strength, they would be treated as royalty. However, should one falter in capability, they would be mercilessly attacked, akin to vicious dogs. Even past kindnesses would not shield one from their bite. In the conference room, the remaining shareholders, who held 49 of the shares, also bowed in unison. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "President Yutian, there is no need for such formality." No, Chairman Chen. This is protocol." Yutian Masao straightened up, stating, "You hold 51 of the shares, making you the highest decision-maker of the company. The board has prepared the handover documents, awaiting your review and signature." Upon finishing his words, a nearby secretary hastily presented the documents before Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo did not take the documents. Instead, he walked to the head of the conference table and seated himself. His fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, and a palpable silence descended upon the room. The attending board members felt an inexplicable pressure. After a moment's pause, he spoke. Currently, I have little interest in the company's operations. I shall leave daily affairs to President Yutian. Yutian Masao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After all, this company represented decades of his dedication. Although he had sold a portion of the shares, he still retained over 10%. Then, Chairman, do you have any specific directives? Chen Mo pondered for a moment before responding. First, everyone should perform their respective duties. Second, I may take over the company at any time. So I hope you all will ensure that no issues come to my attention. Third, he paused, I will continue in my previous position. So manage your subordinates wisely and do not act foolishly. Chen Mo had attained such a status yet still remained in a subordinate role within the marketing department. Though Masao Yuda felt perplexed, he promptly noted it down. After all, this hardly constituted an issue. Who among us does not harbor peculiar hobbies? In his youth, he himself had numerous idiosyncrasies, including certain demands regarding secretaries and subordinates. Was Chen Mo intending to weave a narrative of superior and subordinate relationships? Once the matter was concluded, Chen Mo rose. Additionally, my identity must remain confidential. Simply state that the new shareholder is an overseas investment institution. Understood. Masao Yuda immediately grasped the implication and respectfully nodded. Assuring, Chairman Chen, rest assured, we shall strictly maintain the confidentiality of your identity. Chen Mo nodded slightly and prepared to exit the conference room. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused and turned back, inquiring, by the way, who was responsible for the latest project in the marketing department. Masao Yuda hesitated for a moment, exchanging a glance with his secretary. The secretary quickly rifled through her documents. It is Sato Ichiko who is in charge. Sato Ichiko? The individual who had just summoned him? He had approached with an interrogative tone. Replace him, Chen Mo stated coolly, and assigned Mizuki Fujiwara to oversee it. A wave of astonishment swept through the conference room. Sato Ichiko was a seasoned employee, currently the head of the department. In contrast, Mizuki Fujiwara was merely a young female manager. Although her capabilities were exceptional, traditional notions in the island nation often relegated women to a subordinate status. Chairman Chun, Sato Ichiko's abilities are quite. A director could not resist interjecting. Chen Mo shot him a cold glance and reiterated, I said, replace him. The director, caught in Chen Mo's gaze, fell silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had private interests aligned with Sato Ichiko, who could be considered an ally. When large projects were assigned to Sato Ichiko, he had always demonstrated understanding and discreetly expressed gratitude. As for the source of that gratitude, it required no elaboration. Chairman Chun, we shall implement this immediately. Though Masao Yuda was of advanced age, his perceptiveness remained sharp as he hastened to salvage the situation. While secretly contemplating Mizuki Fujiwara's background, this remarkably capable young manager seemed to have an unusual connection with Chen Mo. No wonder he wished to retain his original position. Was he planning to cultivate a narrative between subordinates and superiors? After Chen Mo departed, the elder directors in the conference room finally exhaled in relief. Old chairman. Who exactly is this young chairman Chen? Indeed, he appears youthful, yet his earlier presence instilled a sense of pressure even in us seasoned veterans of the business realm. The two directors voiced their inquiries. Masao Yuda wiped the sweat from his forehead, acutely aware of the pressure himself. He had clawed his way up from the bottom to his current stature. Perhaps age had dulled his fervor, but the aura of authority befitting a leader remained. Do not inquire into matters that ought not to be questioned. Remember, from today onward, no one shall provoke him. You may as well retract your previous petty schemes. Do not think I am oblivious. Yutian Zhengxiong has devoted his entire life to the company, while the other directors are merely old companions who have ventured alongside him. He is well aware of the past trivial manipulations. He simply turns a blind eye to them. After all, they are all seasoned individuals. However, this Chen Mo gives him an impression that is absolutely not to be trifled with. Returning to the office area of the marketing department, Chen Mo settled back into his usual position. The surrounding colleagues continued their work, interspersed with casual chatter and moments of idleness, hardly anyone paying him any mind. After all, he had always maintained a low profile, only truly garnering attention when summoned by Minister Tofu Yin for a public reprimand. Chapter 044, Working Late Tonight. I am waiting for you as soon as Kenichi Yamada saw him return. He hurried over and, lowering his voice, inquired, Chin, what did Chief Sato want with you? It wouldn't be that the company is struggling and planning to lay you off, would it? Chen Mo casually opened his office computer and replied nonchalantly, nothing much. Just some questions regarding the project report. You know, I handle a lot of the reports. If there were no compelling reasons, he did not intend to reveal his identity. Otherwise, it would be difficult to remain in the lower ranks. After all, this was the closest place to Mizuki Fujiwara. Once his identity was disclosed, it would hinder his ability to interact with her. Surely, he couldn't follow her home, could he? Is that so? Kenichi Yamada said, half convinced. But I just saw Chief Sato return with a terrible expression, and I heard him throwing things as soon as he entered the office. At that moment, the previously chaotic atmosphere in the office suddenly fell silent. Click-clack, click-clack. Mizuki Fujiwara approached swiftly in her high heels, her delicate face reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chen Mo, come to my office, she said, her voice as cold as ever, yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Chen Mo was at a loss as to what she intended to do this time, so he stood up and followed, leaving Kenichi Yamada in a state of astonishment. This is strange, very strange. First Chief Sato, now Minister Fujiwara. Has Chen really not gotten into trouble? Entering the minister's office, Mizuki Fujiwara closed the door and drew the curtains. After a deep breath, she turned to Chen Mo, her gaze filled with complexity. Chen Mo, who exactly are you? Just a short while ago, she had abruptly received a notification from Human Resources. A significant multinational project had been assigned to her as the chief responsible person. Such projects had previously been the purview of Sato Ichiko. Yet now, inexplicably, it was handed to her while Chief Sato was bizarrely reassigned to a regular project. Even more perplexing, the chairman's secretary personally emphasized that this was the new shareholder and chairman's directive, urging her to take it seriously. Being as astute as she was, she immediately connected this to Chen Mo being summoned to the board earlier that day. Chen Mo leisurely settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette and gazing appreciatively at Mizuki Fujiwara's graceful figure beneath her professional attire. Why, Minister Fujiwara, haven't you always scolded me, calling me useless? Now you're curious about who I am. Feeling the intensity of Chen Mo's penetrating gaze, Mizuki Fujiwara couldn't help but recall the events of that day, events that had kept her awake through 2 sleepless nights over the weekend. A wave of shame washed over her as she bit her lip. Whether it was her own vulnerabilities or the truth of his identity, the overwhelming sense of unease left her breathless. The proud woman found herself compelled to lower her head before Chen Mo. The board of directors has indicated that the new shareholders have designated me to oversee this project, which is indeed related to you, is it not? It is something others might not have anticipated, yet it is perfectly reasonable for her to have considered it, given that such projects have always been outside her purview. Chen Mo gradually rose from his seat and approached Fujiwara Mizuki, who instinctively recoiled until her back pressed against the desk, nearly causing her to sit down. What do you intend to do? Chen Mo leaned one hand against the desk beside her, while the other gently lifted her chin. Do you know, Minister, that your expression when you were angry is quite endearing? His breath brushed against her face, rendering her momentarily weak. Whether it was fear or something else entirely, she was indeed frightened of Chen Mo's potential actions towards her, reminiscent of their last encounter. If it were after hours with no one around, she might have resigned herself to it. However, the bustling office outside made her acutely aware of the stakes. Should they be discovered, everything would be ruined. Fujiwara Mizuki's cheeks flushed, yet she dared not push him away. Chen Mo, this is the office. There are others outside. What of the company? Chen Mo chuckled lightly. The entire company belongs to me now. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Mizuki's pupils dilated. So it is you. But how? How could that be? You were merely what? Merely a common employee? Chen Mo spoke while his hand continued its slow, deliberate exploration, his fingers gliding from her chin down to her collarbone. Am I still just a useless individual, Minister? The tingling sensation along her collarbone quickened Fujiwara Mizuki's breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. In that moment, she realized she had truly reached a point of no return. In the past, when Chen Mo was just a lowly employee, she could have devised a plan to endure and retaliate. But now, the vast chasm between their positions extinguished any hopes of resistance. Chen Mo's commanding presence quietly awakened something within her. She suddenly grasped that her previous provocations had roused his ire, and she was left to wonder what fierce retribution awaited her in the future. I apologize for my previous actions. If you remain unsatisfied, I can voluntarily resign. When one feels utterly powerless to resist, they often slip into a state of despair. Resign? Did I consent to that? Fujiwara Mizuki, engulfed in humiliation, felt tears cascade down her beautiful cheeks. Then what do you wish for me to do? Shall I die? Would that suffice? Chen Mo ceased his brazen advances, lifting his hand to gently brush away the tears from Fujiwara Mizuki's face. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, I have said it. Now, the entire company is mine. You too understand that, do you not? The warmth of his breath rendered Fujiwara Mizuki's body weak. Had it not been for the support of the desk, she might have faltered. Yet, Chen Mo's words shattered her defenses against her physiological aversion to men. Beep. Fujiwara Mizuki's affection increased by 20. Reward. 200 Conquer Points. Fujiwara Mizuki's conquest progress. 0. Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating the other party's aversion to men. The conquest result is outstanding. Reward of 100 million yen. Teasing Fujiwara Mizuki also yields a reward of 100 million yen, and at this moment, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Apologies must be sincere, you know? I will be waiting for you after work tonight. With that, he released her hand and turned towards the door. It was not that he did not wish to do something immediately. Rather, he simply could not. Just moments ago, he had been brought in under the scrutiny of many eyes. Countless ears were undoubtedly pricked up outside the office now. As he reached the door, Chen Mo paused, turning back to say, by the way, you look better in black stockings. Do remember to wear them. He then turned the doorknob, opened the door, and departed. The instant the door clicked shut, Fujiwara Mizuki's legs weakened, and she sank into her chair. She now deeply regretted her previous actions. Given the chance to start over, she would never again provoke this devil named Chen Mo. Even more terrifying was the fact that she found herself somewhat looking forward to the arrival of tonight. Chapter 045. What? Are you afraid? In the office area, as Chen Mo had just returned to his seat, Yamada Kenichi eagerly approached him. With a worried expression and a lowered voice, he inquired, Chen-san, are you truly all right? Minister Fujiwara's demeanor was quite intimidating just now. She didn't trouble you, did she? Chen Mo reclined casually in his chair, contemplating how to spend his evening, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, Trouble? Not at all. She merely called me over to discuss the new project. The new project? Yamada Kenichi's eyes widened in surprise. Could it possibly be that multinational collaboration? It seems everyone in the company just received an email stating that Minister Fujiwara has been appointed as the project leader. This is fantastic. If we are selected and manage to execute it successfully, the rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. Chen Mo smiled enigmatically, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on the desk. Suddenly, Yamada Kenichi leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, Chen-san, do you think Minister Fujiwara might want you to join the core team of the project? After all, you are the one who typically composes the reports, and you do so exceptionally well. Who knows? Chen Mo shrugged, his gaze drifting toward the minister's office. Through the frosted glass, he could vaguely discern the graceful silhouette of Fujiwara Mizuki. However, Yamada Kenichi's face broke into a mischievous grin. Chen-san, have you noticed that Minister Fujiwara seems a bit peculiar today? When she called you out earlier, her face appeared particularly flushed. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow at this remark. Indeed, she often lost her composure in his presence. Had the little chubby one truly caught on to something? This could be troublesome, if discovered. It would hinder his ability to idly flirt with the minister. Thus, he tossed a document toward Yamada Kenichi. Focus on your work. You spend all day daydreaming. Ah, Chen-san, Yamada Kenichi whispered excitedly. Listen to me. I genuinely feel that Minister Fujiwara's gaze towards you is rather unusual. Could it be that she? Continue speaking at your own peril. You might find yourself grappling with job-hunting anxiety by tomorrow. Yamada Kenichi shivered at the warning, sealing his lips and sliding back to his workstation on his wheeled chair. At that moment, the door to the minister's office swung open. Fujiwara Mizuki emerged, her high heels clicking on the floor. Her long legs, encased in black stockings, were partially visible beneath her tailored pencil skirt. The office area fell into a hushed silence. She approached Chen Mo's desk and placed a stack of documents before him. These materials must be reviewed by tonight, even if it means working overtime. Her tone was calm and cool, yet if one listened closely, there was an almost imperceptible tremor at the end of her words. This woman is quite considerate and obedient. Not only has she provided herself with a reason to work late, but she has also donned those alluring black stockings. As Chen Mo accepted the documents, his fingers intentionally brushed against her hand. Fujiwara Mizuki recoiled as if electrified, her ears flushing a deep crimson. At your command, Minister. Chen Mo's lips curled into a knowing smile. Fujiwara Mizuki dared not linger for a moment longer, hastily turning to depart. Yamada Kenichi stood dumbfounded, observing the scene unfold. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, Chen-san, Could it be that you and the manager share some unspeakable? Casually sifting through documents. Chen Mo replied without turning his head, if you're so curious, why not stay tonight and work overtime together? And no. Yamada Kenichi fervently shook his head. I just remembered, it's my grandmother's birthday tonight, so I can't stay to work with you. As the day slipped away quietly, the time for departure arrived. Colleagues from the marketing department gradually exited the office. Yamada Kenichi tidied his workspace, patting Chen Mo on the shoulder with a look of reverence in his eyes. Chen-san. Take care. Once the last person had left, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the office. Chen Mo rose and strode toward the manager's office. The door was ajar. Pushing it open, he found Fujiwara Mizuki standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. The remnants of the sunset cast a warm glow, accentuating her flawless profile. Upon hearing the door open, she turned to face him. The black stockings she wore glimmered enticingly in the fading light. Why you really bought this company? Fujiwara Mizuki asked, biting her lip. Chen Mo remained silent, casually locking the office door behind him as he walked closer. What? Would you like me to present the equity transfer agreement for your review? Once a figure of authority, Fujiwara Mizuki now pressed her lips tightly together, shaking her head. And no, that's not necessary. I just don't understand. If you possess such wealth and power, why masquerade as an ordinary employee? Is it to toy with me as you are now? Chen Mo chuckled softly. His long fingers gliding across the edge of the desk, the rhythm of his polished shoes echoing lazily on the floor. Toying with you? He halted 2 paces away from her. I assure you, I work diligently every day. For instance, right now, I am contemplating how to convince the esteemed manager that I am not a useless employee. As Chen Mo approached, Fujiwara Mizuki's back pressed against the cool glass of the window, her eyelashes trembling slightly. He reached out to caress her cheek, drawing nearer as he whispered, What? Are you afraid? His merciless smile instilled a sense of fear within Fujiwara Mizuki. She turned her face away, yet could not conceal her rapid breathing. Who's afraid? I am not afraid. Chen Mo remained silent, his fingertips tracing along her jawline to her neck, feeling the frantic pulse beneath. Is that so? Then why, esteemed manager? Do you tremble, and why does your heart race so? Fujiwara Mizuki clenched the hem of her skirt tightly, resolutely holding onto her boundaries. What do you want from me? Even if the company is yours now, I merely transitioned from your superior to an employee. You think that alone would allow you to? Impossible. An employee? Chen Mo suddenly grasped Fujiwara Mizuki's wrist, drawing her closer. However, the demeanor you exhibited when handing me the documents earlier was hardly befitting an employee. The warmth of his breath made Fujiwara Mizuki shiver involuntarily, her body succumbing to a sudden weakness. Wasn't it you who wished to keep your identity concealed? She struggled to maintain her composure, yet her voice trembled uncontrollably. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. With a swift motion, he wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. And what of now? Minister, what demeanor should you adopt in my presence? Their breaths intertwined, and Fujiwara Mizuki could almost discern the faint, masculine scent that mingled with the lingering aroma of smoke. Causing her head to spin, her rationality slowly began to unravel, and her body instinctively pressed against Chen Mo. You shameless. Chapter 046. The minister must accept the bet. The two breathed in unison. Fujiwara Mizuki could almost perceive the faint masculine scent that mingled with the aroma of smoke emanating from him, causing her head to spin. Her rationality was gradually disintegrating. Her body involuntarily pressed against Chen Mo. You shameless. She chastised indignantly, though her eyes shimmered with a glistening allure. Chen Mo smirked, leaning down to gently nip at her ear. Yet it seems, minister, that you quite enjoy my audacity. With the remnants of her reason, Fujiwara Mizuki firmly grasped his hand. Biting her lip, she spoke in a feeble tone, attempting to deter him. And no, please, anything but this. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, lacking the courage to finish her thought. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Despite her hands clutching Chen Mo's restless hand, she found herself unable to muster the strength to push him away. Observing her reaction, Chen Mo made no effort to insist. Instead, he smiled and gently tilted her chin with his other hand, asking, Besides this, what else could the minister and I discuss? The temperature in the office was steadily rising. Fujiwara Mizuki felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, even more so than before, her heart racing uncontrollably. I can handle more work for you, perhaps. I could work overtime. She clung to her last vestige of rationality. Oh, Hehe. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Minister, you know I do not wish to discuss work at this moment. Suddenly he turned, pinning Fujiwara Mizuki against the desk. Papers scattered chaotically, creating a cacophony as they fell. Ah, she gasped, instinctively placing her hands against his chest. Please, I can help you. Chen Mo leaned in, whispering in her ear, what exactly is the minister clinging to? What difference does it make? His breath grazed her ear, sapping her final ounce of strength, leaving her limp against the desk. She knew she should refuse. Everything was permissible, but she needed to retain that last step for herself. Yet, her body betrayed her. At that moment, footsteps and the clinking of keys echoed from the entrance of the marketing department. They both froze. Damn it, the security patrol, Chen Mo muttered, glancing toward the beam of light outside the office. Fujiwara Mizuki regained a semblance of her composure, hurriedly pushing him away. Quick, hide. Yet, Chen Mo remained unmoved, a playful smile gracing his lips. Hide. This is my company. Why should I hide? Besides, what is wrong with us discussing matters in the office after hours? As the footsteps grew closer, Fujiwara Mizuki's eyes brimmed with urgency. I beg you if we're seen. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chen Mo finally took a few steps back but casually retrieved his phone, dialing a number. Hello, security department? Cancel the patrol tonight. There are still people working in the project office, he commanded succinctly. After the board confirmed Chen Mo's identity, his personal number was updated to the senior management of various departments. Moments later, the footsteps outside came to a halt. A crackling sound from the intercom followed, and the security personnel left after a brief exchange. Fujiwara Mizuki's legs weakened, almost causing her to collapse, but Chen Mo timely caught her waist, grinning mischievously. Why so tense? It seems the esteemed minister is quite concerned about our relationship being discovered. Who cares? Fujiwara Mizuki suddenly found her courage to retort, yet her gaze dared not meet his eyes. Her feeble defense echoed in the empty office, and as she lied, she subconsciously adjusted her disheveled collar. The black stockings glimmered faintly under the office lights. Chen Mo chuckled softly, remaining silent. The esteemed minister certainly has many little gestures when telling a lie. Why you're talking nonsense? Fujiwara Mizuki stepped back sharply. She desperately wished to flee, but where could she go? Work constituted the largest part of her life. Moreover, it wasn't as difficult to accept as she had initially thought. After all, Chen Mo was merely contemplating. Taking a deep breath, Fujiwara Mizuki endeavored to calm herself. Since the security has left, I shall report my views on the new project. Reluctant to easily concede, she hastily sought an excuse, hoping it would suffice. Shoo. Chen Mo raised his index finger to her lips, feeling the tremor of her delicate mouth. I mentioned I do not wish to discuss work matters right now. His gaze drifted from Fujiwara Mizuki's eyes downward. I recall the esteemed minister just said that anything but that is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Mizuki's breath quickened. She had inexplicably compromised earlier, yet the sudden interruption by security restored her rationality. Reflecting on her earlier demeanor filled her with embarrassment. Not daring to meet Chen Mo's gaze, she turned her face away. What if we play a game instead? Chen Mo retrieved a coin from his pocket. This is change from lunch. His fingers, now remarkably agile, swiftly flipped the coin in his long hand. Heads, you will obediently listen to me tonight, and do as I say. Tails. He paused deliberately. Then I'll let you go home. Childish, Fujiwara Mizuki frowned, yet she couldn't help but be captivated by the coin's agile dance in the light. For some inexplicable reason, simply watching Chen Mo's hand made her feel oddly tinged with a strange sensation. Since you are so. Ding. Before she could finish her thought, the coin had already soared into the air, tracing a silver arc before descending. Chen Mo caught it deftly, resting it on the back of his hand. Come now. Esteemed minister, guess whether it is heads or tails. Fujiwara Mizuki bit her lip, her rational mind urging her to leave. Otherwise, whether one guesses correctly or incorrectly, the outcome remains unchanged. Yet, her legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground, rendering her immobile. In a moment of peculiar impulse, she whispered softly, the reverse. Chen Mo gradually withdrew his palm. The silver coin glimmered with a cold light under the illumination. It was the obverse. My apologies, esteemed minister. It appears that fate is favoring me. He chuckled softly as he returned the coin to his pocket, simultaneously stepping forward to confine Fujiwara Mizuki between himself and the desk. To wager is to accept the consequences, minister. She cast her gaze downward, unable to meet his eyes. For reasons unknown, the anticipation within her grew ever more intense. Chapter 47. The dim storage room. Oh, where does the minister wish to go? Chen Mo replied casually, feeling the silky fabric that enveloped her taut, beautiful legs. The storage room. Fujiwara Mizuki's voice was as gentle as flowing water. The office is not safe. After her previous encounter with Chen Mo, The office had become a place of unease in her heart. This response delighted Chen Mo immensely. The storage room, is it? How intriguing. With a smile, he released his hold on her and gestured for her to lead the way. After you, Minister. Fujihara Mizuki took a deep breath and almost fled towards the door, yet hesitated as she grasped the doorknob. Her silhouette trembled slightly, as if engaged in a final struggle. Chen Mo followed leisurely behind, admiring the elegant curves of her waist and shoulders, adorned by her professional attire. By the way, he suddenly inquired, how did you manage to put on those stockings so swiftly this morning? I have a spare pair in my desk drawer. Fujihara Mizuki bit her lip as she walked ahead, overwhelmed by embarrassment. The memory of Chen Mo asking her to wear stockings was mortifying. She couldn't believe she had actually complied. Was she losing her sanity? As they traversed the corridor on the 17th floor, the storage room awaited at the very end. It was seldom used, reserved only for personnel changes or significant meetings. Fujihara Mizuki trembled several times, her hand failing to swipe the card to unlock the door. Ultimately, it was Chen Mo who took the card and effortlessly opened the door. Beep! The electronic lock emitted a crisp sound as it disengaged. A faint scent of mothballs wafted from the storage room. Chen Mo stood at the threshold, wearing a half-smile as he observed Fujihara Mizuki's legs, ensconced in black stockings. Quivering slightly, Minister, he elongated the title playfully, his fingertips lightly tapping the door frame. Do step inside. After a moment's hesitation, Fujihara Mizuki entered. The door closed softly behind her with a click. Her heartbeat quickened in response to the sound of the closing door. Instantly, the storage room dimmed, with only a sliver of light seeping through the crack. In this confined, quiet space, Fujihara Mizuki could hear her heartbeat distinctly. Chen Mo's footsteps echoed ominously from the darkness. Instinctively, she recoiled, her calf colliding with a shelf behind her, producing a loud thud. Careful, Chen Mo's hand emerged from the shadows, steadying her waist, his tone imbued with gentle concern. Minister, are you feeling tense? Who's tense? Fujihara Mizuki retorted defiantly, though her voice trembled unmistakably. If you're not tense, then why the shivering? Chen Mo chuckled lightly. Fujihara Mizuki bit her lip, refusing to respond. Remember, you promised. Her voice was faint, yet she resisted weakly. Even if Chen Mo fails to adhere to the agreement, it is likely that she would not vehemently resist. Chen Mo does not insist on it either. Naturally, his voice conveys to Fujiwara Mizuki a sense of delightful danger, as she remains uncertain whether Chen Mo will restrain himself. The storage room is rather cramped, and the two are in close proximity, with Chen Mo's breath invading her senses with an untamed ferocity. You know? Chen Mo murmurs softly behind her. Director, your demeanor, while reprimanding others in the meeting, is particularly amusing. Fujiwara Mizuki, flustered, turns her face away and retorts, shut up, just as the atmosphere begins to heat up. Footsteps and voices are heard outside. Fujiwara Mizuki stiffens in fright, instinctively shrinking into Chen Mo's embrace. He listens intently and reassures her, don't be afraid. It's just the cleaning staff. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, he adds, Director, tell me, do you dare? Fujiwara Mizuki's eyes widen in panic. But upon seeing Chen Mo's teasing expression, she realizes she has been tricked. Angrily, she strikes his chest, exclaiming, You. Chen Mo swiftly seizes her retreating wrist, his voice transforming into a dangerously alluring tone. What of it? As the footsteps gradually recede, silence envelopes the storage room once more. Fujiwara Mizuki can distinctly hear the rapid beating of her own heart, alongside Chen Mo's steady pulse. A beep announces the opening of the storage room door. Chen Mo swiftly pulls her into his arms, and together they hide behind the shelves. Hey, why do you think the company suddenly changed the head of such a significant project? A young woman's voice echoes within the storage room, seemingly lowered intentionally. However, the silence of the room renders her voice conspicuous. Following her is a man's voice. How would I know? I'm just a section chief. Such decisions are made by the board, not for those of us at the bottom to speculate. The young girl pouts playfully. Oh, you're so boring. I merely wanted to indulge in some gossip. Forget about them. Let us focus on our tasks, the man urges impatiently. Subsequently, the sound of a belt being unbuckled reverberates in the storage room. Just don't forget, you promised me that next month you'd convert my intern into a full-time position. The young girl's voice becomes sweet as she speaks. The man replies, Understood, I will certainly make arrangements for you. Chapter 048, The Revelation in the Storage Room. Mizuki Fujiwara, her entire body taut, leaned against Chen Mo's embrace, hardly daring to breathe. Suddenly, she grasped Chen Mo's hand tightly and shot him a fierce glare. Chen Mo whispered close to her ear. If the department head makes a sound, we shall surely be discovered. With no choice but to bite her lip in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Mizuki never imagined that she would find herself in such a predicament one day. A respectable department head, hiding away in a storage room like a high school couple seen in sensational news stories. Section Chief. A young girl's voice suddenly soared, startling Mizuki Fujiwara. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo tightened his hold. Don't. Mizuki protested in a hushed tone, but her words only spurred Chen Mo on further. The commotion on the other side of the shelves grew louder. She shamefully closed her eyes, wishing she could block out the sound. As the flames of desire within her intensified, it seems the storage room is not a secret known only to you. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Department head. Let us see whether they leave first, or we are discovered. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the storage room swung open, flooding the space with blinding light. Who is there? A stern female voice inquired. Mizuki's heart nearly stopped. It was the voice of the personnel department head. From the other side of the shelves came the sounds of hurried dressing and a fall. Chen Mo quickly shielded Mizuki behind him and stealthily maneuvered to the corner by the door, concealed by the clutter. You. The personnel department head, upon recognizing the figures inside, spoke with astonishment. Matsumoto, how could you engage in such activities in the storage room during working hours? Amidst the chaos, Chen Mo seized the moment to pull Mizuki quietly out of the room. In the corridor, the two exchanged relieved smiles, instinctively quickening their pace back to the marketing department office. Once inside her office, Mizuki slumped into her chair, the flush from her earlier escapade still vivid on her cheeks. Chen Mo fetched a glass of water and placed it before her. It seems your chosen secret hideout leaves much to be desired, he remarked with a hint of suggestion. Perhaps we should choose a different location next time. Mizuki, still recovering from their close call, numbly accepted the glass and gulped it down in one breath. She knew she ought to firmly reject such overstepping behavior, yet a hidden sense of anticipation surged within her. Feigning bravado, she declared. Who wants to have a next time? There will be no next time. Though she attempted to appear composed, she could not bring herself to meet Chen Mo's gaze. The memory of her earlier embarrassment made her wish to vanish. Chen Mo reached out and gently grasped her chin. Department head, it is not wise to lie. Your eyes betray the truth that you rather enjoy this little game. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. A secretary's voice called from outside. Department head Fujiwara, the personnel department head is looking for you and says there is an urgent matter requiring a meeting. All right. I shall head over immediately. Fujiwara Mizuki hurriedly adjusted her clothing. Yet, Chen Mo remained unruffled, straightening up and whispering in her ear, You carry on. I shall return home. Before turning away, as Fujiwara Mizuki observed his departing figure, a subtle unease stirred within her. An inexplicable sense of loss surfaced, catching her off guard. No. How could I have become like this? She vehemently shook her head, attempting to dispel that sensation from her being. I am destined to be a paragon of femininity. To stand tall, I cannot be swayed by a mere man. After bolstering her resolve, Fujiwara Mizuki rose to confront the unexpectedly convened meeting. A moment later, she found herself before the personnel department, her hands instinctively smoothing the collar of her shirt. Surely, this meeting isn't about the supply room, is it? I hope I haven't been discovered. If I am, it would truly signify social death. She inhaled deeply, striving to dissipate the flush on her cheeks. Just then, the door to the personnel department swung open. Director Fujiwara, you have arrived, the assistant greeted respectfully as she opened the door. The heads of the other departments are already here. Fujiwara Mizuki nodded and strode inside. In the conference room, Personnel Director Matsuda Ayako stood before the projector, her expression dark enough to be ominous. Upon seeing Fujiwara Mizuki enter, she merely acknowledged her with a curt nod. Fujiwara Mizuki felt a twinge of anxiety as their eyes met. Although their ranks were similar, she had narrowly escaped being caught in the supply room moments earlier. Taking her seat, she nervously sipped some water. Everyone, the purpose of today's assembly is to address an extremely grave incident that has transpired within the company. Matsuda Ayako's voice was as cold as steel. During working hours, someone audaciously engaged in inappropriate conduct in the supply room. Such behavior is utterly shameful. Fujiwara Mizuki's fingers clenched tightly in response to the tension. She forced her face into a mask of calm, though her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Could it be have I been discovered? Impossible. Chen Mo clearly facilitated my escape. No one could have seen us. I hereby announce Matsumoto Sho, the section chief of the technical department, and Miss Ito, an intern from the same department. will now be suspended for investigation. Upon hearing Matsuda Ayako's pronouncement, Fujiwara Mizuki let out a silent sigh of relief, only to feel embarrassed by her own reaction. Traditionally, she was a woman of strong principles, never engaging in non-work-related activities during office hours. Yet today, she felt akin to a high school student indulging in forbidden fruit. Excuse me? Could you enlighten me as to why, Director Matsuda? What exactly did my subordinate, the section chief, do wrong? The head of the technical department stood up, his face a picture of defiance as he questioned her. The two of them brazenly engaged in disgraceful physical transactions within the company's storage room. I have heard and preserved the evidence. The Human Resources Director, Ayako Matsuda, rose with an even more commanding presence to articulate the response, pressing the remote for the projector. Subsequently, the recording began to play in the conference room. The awkward sounds echoed through the room. Do not forget the promise you made to me regarding my permanent position. Understood, I will honor that promise. Chapter 049. The crimson lip print before the recording could finish playing. Matsuda Ayako pressed the pause button, plunging the conference room into silence. No one dared to break the stillness. All remained mute. Only one individual appeared visibly anxious and uneasy, Fujiwara Mizuki. She had heard the rustling sounds from the recording, reminiscent of the moment Chen Mo had taken her away. Do you have any comments now? Matsuda Ayako glared menacingly at the head of the technical department. And no. The technical department head, feeling deeply embarrassed by the actions of his subordinate, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. It was not the act itself that was shameful. Rather, it was being discovered and publicly exposed that brought disgrace. Then keep your mouth shut and sit down. Matsuda Ayako scolded ruthlessly. The technical department head, recognizing his fault, shrugged and took his seat, refraining from further comment. This matter significantly impacts the company. I urge all department heads to manage your subordinates diligently to prevent such incidents from recurring. The head of the Human Resources Department, the highest-ranking official aside from the CEO at your company, addressed the room. Yes, understood. The various department heads responded in unison. Fujiwara-san, you appear unwell. Are you feeling okay? Asked Yamada, the somewhat greasy head of the finance department, with a concerned expression. Oh, I'm fine. I've just been working overtime lately and haven't rested well. Fujiwara Mizuki replied with a forced smile, lifting her cup of tea to mask her unease. As the warm liquid touched her throat, she was suddenly reminded of the glass of water Chen Mo had handed her. What had he said? Next time, let us change the venue? Where could they possibly change to within the company? No, wait. Oh my, why am I seriously contemplating the next time? A shiver ran down her spine, abruptly halting her frantic thoughts. She was simply too tense, her mind wandering, typically proud and aloof. She would never deign to show kindness to any man beneath her. Yet today, she had inexplicably smiled. The finance department head, emboldened by her rare display of warmth, leaned in and whispered, Fujiwara-san, your performance at work is outstanding. It's truly remarkable. However, you must take care of yourself. Would you like to grab a drink after work? I know a place. Snapping back to reality, Fujiwara Mizuki felt a wave of nausea at the sight of him. Without hesitation, she retorted, get lost. Her icy glare was as piercing as a dagger, seemingly ready to kill. The finance department head, who had mistakenly thought spring had arrived, recoiled at her fierce gaze, cursing under his breath. What a nasty person. Why pretend? If you don't want to drink, then don't smile at me just now. This meeting will conclude with this topic. I shall draft a report regarding this matter and submit it to the board for their decision. Let me reiterate, dear department heads, alongside managing your respective departments, such incidents must not occur again. Matsuda Ayako's summary interrupted Fujiwara Mizuki's thoughts. The meeting is adjourned. Upon exiting the conference room, Fujiwara Mizuki retrieved her phone. Discovering a message from Chen Mo, Dear Minister, was the meeting successful? We weren't discovered, were we? The message was accompanied by a cheeky emoji. The sight of Chen Mo's irritating expression filled her with anger. Why should she endure anxiety during meetings at the company while this insufferable man could nonchalantly walk away? Clearly, if their actions were uncovered, both would face consequences. Frustrated, she contemplated calling him to unleash her fury, but the thought of her situation and his status extinguished her ire. Fujiwara Mizuki gritted her teeth, her fingers hovering over the screen for a long moment. Ultimately, she settled for a simple response. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had taken a taxi back to his apartment. Glancing up, he noticed that the lights in Mrs. Morisawa's home were off. Suddenly remembering his promise to return promptly after work, he felt a pang of guilt for having forgotten amidst other distractions. With a sense of remorse, he activated his surveillance ability. A 3D model materialized in his mind, depicting a miniature version of Mrs. Morisawa soundly asleep on the couch, his own couch. Seeing this scene, he hastened home, reaching his door in no time. He fished out his keys and unlocked the door, stepping inside. Upon entering the foyer, he noted the absence of lights. After placing his keys on the cabinet and shutting the door, he flicked on the living room lights. The sudden brightness startled the sleeping beauty on the sofa awake. Mmm. Mrs. Morisawa let out a soft sound, rubbing her eyes. Drowsily, she caught sight of Chen Mo's figure in the living room, her face lighting up with joy. Ah, Chen Mo-kun, you're back. She propped herself up from the couch, the straps of her silk nightgown slipping down, revealing her smooth shoulder. Hastily, she pulled the straps back up, her demeanor tinged with youthful shyness, her tousled hair framing her flushed cheeks. I had planned to wait for you to discuss dinner. I don't know how I ended up falling asleep, she said, glancing down as she tugged at her nightgown, which had hiked up during her slumber. Her delicate toes curled nervously at the edge of the sofa. Observing the gentle and bashful Mrs. Morisawa on the couch stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Chen Mo. Even in his past life, he had never experienced the warmth of being cherished, cared for, and treated with tenderness. He realized how fortunate he was to have such a virtuous partner in Mrs. Morisawa. No matter the circumstances, he vowed to cherish her with all his heart. Even with his future infidelities, this lady will always hold a special place in his heart. Chen Mo hung his suit jacket by the entrance and lifted his hand to loosen his tie as he walked over, observing the once disheveled living room now tidily arranged. He spoke in a low, gentle tone. I apologize. Something urgent came up at the company. Approaching the sofa, he bent down. Inhaling the faint scent of shampoo in Mrs. Sen's hair, mingling with the aroma of coffee wafting from the table, he placed a soft kiss on her forehead. This lady truly embodied perfection, having tidied the home so meticulously. Surely, she hadn't caught up on sleep during the day. After all, he had kept her awake for so long last night, yet she rose early, mirroring his own routine. His physical stamina far exceeded the ordinary, while Mrs. Sen's was merely a delicate woman. Exhausted, yet she had drunk coffee in anticipation of his return. At that moment, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming urge to comfort her. You should have something to drink. However, as Mrs. Sen's lifted her gaze, she suddenly fell silent, her pupils constricting. Her fingertip hovered in the air, pointed directly at the collar of Chen Mo's shirt, where a vivid red lipstick mark lingered. Chapter 050. The jealous Kana. The lipstick mark on the white shirt was glaringly conspicuous. Chen Mo followed her gaze and looked down. A fleeting image of Fujiwara Mizuki nestled against his neck flashed through his mind, stirring a twinge of guilt within him. Instinctively, he reached to touch his collar, an action that startled Mrs. Morisawa into a sudden stand. I will prepare dinner, she stammered, almost fleeing to the kitchen. A tear fell inadvertently onto the living room floor, the sound of her slippers on the surface resonating like a series of ellipses in the tense atmosphere. The kitchen door was yanked open with a jarring noise, only to be slammed shut moments later. Kana Morisawa flung open the refrigerator door, a rush of cold air enveloping her. She retrieved celery and meat, the chill from the food causing tears she had managed to suppress to cascade forth. Chen Mo observed the hazy silhouette beyond the frosted glass of the kitchen, a knot forming in his stomach. There he saw Mrs. Morisawa, slicing carrots with exaggerated movements, the rhythmic thudding echoing through the awkward silence. He unbuttoned his shirt and headed towards the bathroom, deliberately raising his voice as he passed the kitchen. I'm going to take a shower. Inside the kitchen, Kana's knife moved mechanically across the cutting board, the carrots being sliced and then chopped into fine pieces. Her vision began to blur, warm liquid spilling from her eyes, streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto the countertop. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. What am I doing? She silently questioned herself. It was always an impossibility. Morisawa, Kana, Chen Mo's conditions are so good. Isn't it only natural for him to have his pursuits? Despite her attempts to persuade herself with this reasoning, her heart continued to ache with an unmistakable pain. Perhaps in her daze, she had forgotten the refrigerator door was ajar, the cold air still seeping out. Kana felt no relief from the chill. Her mind was a cacophony of thoughts. The vivid red lipstick mark on his collar magnified and distorted before her eyes, like a blade stabbing into her heart. This morning, Chen Mo's collar had been impeccably clean, meticulously arranged by her own hands. Now it bore the imprint of another woman. Was it intentional, or merely accidental? Did it matter whether it was deliberate or not? Perhaps she was merely a fleeting emotional necessity for Chen Mo. In a moment of distraction, the blade in her hand veered slightly, slicing into her left index finger. The pain took a few seconds to register, and a droplet of blood welled up. leaving a striking red mark on the cutting board. She turned on the faucet, cold water rushing over the wound, the sharp sting snapping her back to reality. Kana pressed a paper towel against her injury, peering through the frosted glass towards the bathroom. Chen Mo's blurred figure was on the move. How foolish I am. To cut my hand while chopping vegetables, and to fall into a gentle trap so easily. The sound of water running in the bathroom ceased. In a flurry, Kana wiped away her tears, discarding the bloodied paper towel into the trash and covering it with other refuse. Once again, she resumed slicing the carrot. Kana? Chen Mo's voice echoed from the bathroom. I forgot to grab the body wash. Could you please fetch it for me? I'll be right there. Her voice trembled, and after taking a deep breath, she made her way toward the changing area of the bathroom. Upon finding the body wash, she approached the shower. Inside the bathroom, Chen Mo observed as the door was quietly nudged open. A bottle of body wash was extended from beyond the threshold. Mrs. Sin's jade bracelet clinked against the doorframe, producing a crisp sound. Here. Mrs. Sin's voice was muffled. The half-extended arm appeared taut, as if resisting something. Chen Mo grasped her trembling wrist and pulled her inside. Mrs. Sin's Kana let out a soft cry as she was suddenly drawn in, losing her balance and landing in Chen Mo's embrace. He looked down at his despondent neighbor. In his other hand, he held a half-sliced carrot. The lace trim of her apron speckled with orange fragments. Her eyes were red, hinting at recent tears. Meeting Chen Mo's gaze, she did not shy away. Instead, she gently tapped the spot on his lip with the half-carrot. This requires some vigorous scrubbing too. Before she could finish her sentence, she sneezed. A droplet lingered at the tip of Mrs. Sin's nose, glistening under the bathroom lights. Chen Mo, filled with compassion, reached out to wipe away the droplet. I'm sorry, he murmured. Mrs. Sin's Kana shook her head, burying her face into his chest. The shower cascaded warmly over them. Yet it could not compare to the warmth of a human embrace. The water continued to fall, soaking her hair. She gradually found clarity. I have no right to pry into your life, Mrs. Sin's voice emerged, muffled. I just didn't expect everything to unfold so swiftly. Chen Mo lifted her chin, gazing earnestly into her eyes. That was merely a work-related incident. I promised I would take responsibility, and I shall. Mrs. Sin's bit her lower lip, her gaze flickering as she said, but there are no buts. Chen Mo interrupted forcefully, not allowing her to finish. If you doubt me, I can call that person right now and have her explain everything to you, right in front of you. As he spoke, he moved to exit the bathroom to retrieve his phone, only to be halted by Mrs. Sin's desperate grip. Please don't. She shook her head anxiously. I believe you. Chen Mo observed her with tenderness, her demeanor both gentle and innocent, which brought a smile to his face. Then may I ask you to cease your sorrow? The term of endearment instantly flushed Mrs. Sin's Kana's cheeks crimson. Embarrassed, she playfully punched Chen Mo's chest. But he effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. Warm water enveloped them both. Amidst the rising mist, Mrs. Sin's Kana timidly inquired, So, who was that woman? Chen Mo regarded Mrs. Sin's delicate appearance. Suddenly feeling playful again, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, Didn't we agree to refrain from meddling? I'm merely curious. She awkwardly turned her head away, unable to meet Chen Mo's gaze. The department head, Chen Mo casually replied. However, the nature of my relationship with her is not one of that kind. He spoke with a blend of sincerity and jest. In my heart, the one I cherish most is only you, Kanai, and you are also the most important to me. Listening to his gentle voice, Morisawa Kanai blinked, suddenly realizing, wait, is this why you stayed late at work? Chen Mo smiled silently, focusing solely on rinsing her hair. This gesture warmed Mrs. Morisawa's heart, dispelling the previous gloom. This intimate and affectionate contact was an experience she had never encountered before. To receive such tender treatment and still feel unsatisfied seemed too greedy. The mere thought that Chen Mo not only offered her an explanation but also declared her as the most significant person in his life filled her with an inexplicable sense of contentment. What a big fool, she murmured softly, her lips involuntarily curling upward. Although her voice was barely audible, Chen Mo still caught wind of it. Madam, why do you call me a fool? I'm upset. Chapter 051. Mrs. Morisawa's happiness once again after a considerable time, Chen Mo emerged from the bathroom. Cradling Kanai Morisawa in his arms, he made his way directly to the bedroom. With her eyes closed, Kanai nestled against his chest, a sweet smile gracing her lips. As she felt herself gently lowered, her eyes fluttered open to find herself in the bedroom, momentarily panicking upon realizing she had been placed on the bed. Chen Mo, noticing her fearful expression, couldn't help but chuckle. It was gratifying to have his abilities acknowledged. Yet, with a mischievous grin, he remarked, What are you so anxious about? I merely intend to help you dry your hair. What were you thinking? Kanai's ears flushed crimson from his teasing, and she hastily began to explain. Oh, dry my hair. The more she tried to clarify, the more muddled her thoughts became. She was certainly not that kind of woman. However, upon coming to terms with her feelings, a warm sensation enveloped Kanai as she saw Chen Mo approaching with a hairdryer. After drying her hair, the two stepped out together. Chen Mo volunteered to assist in preparing dinner. They busied themselves in the kitchen, with Kanai stealing glances at him from time to time, her sweet smile unwavering. Suddenly, Chen Mo grasped her hand, furrowing his brow. What is wrong with your hand? It's nothing. Just a little accident. Earlier Kanai attempted to retract her hand, but he held it tighter. Stand still. Don't move, he commanded with a firm tone. He then retrieved a first aid kit, carefully disinfecting and bandaging her hand. As Kanai gazed at his concentrated profile, she felt her heart race. The allure of a serious man was simply irresistible. Be more careful in the future, Chen Mo gently admonished. I would be worried, you know. His words sent Kanai's emotions soaring. With teary eyes, she threw herself into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. What's wrong? Chen Mo asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. It's nothing. Kanai shook her head. I just suddenly feel incredibly happy. Chen Mo smiled and ruffled her hair. Silly. This is just the beginning. During dinner, Kanai noticeably became more animated, eagerly sharing her day with Chen Mo, what she had done, the television shows she had watched. In the newly opened dessert shop nearby, Chen Mo listened intently, occasionally chiming in with a few remarks. The atmosphere in the living room was remarkably warm. Oh, by the way, Kanai suddenly recalled, Chen Mo-kun, could you come home a bit earlier tomorrow? I would like to go to the supermarket with you. Her voice trailed off, becoming softer as she spoke. She genuinely wished to stroll through the supermarket together, fulfilling a simple desire she had always held but never acted upon. These were utterly mundane activities, shopping for daily necessities and groceries with the person she adored after marriage. Even though the earlier events had passed now, she has suddenly made such a request, resembling a stern wife demanding her husband to refrain from any frivolities. With her head bowed, she dares not meet Chen Mo's gaze. Without hesitation, Chen Mo nods and replies, all right, I shall return immediately after work tomorrow. Upon hearing this, since Kanai beams with joy, her eyes curving into crescent moons. That has settled then. Faced with her radiant smile, Chen Mo finds it impossible to refuse her request. Thus he resolves to cherish this innocent and delightful woman. Arigato. After finishing their meal, Chen Mo takes a sip of water. Hey, Chen Mo-kun, why did you suddenly say thank you? Since Kanai inquires with curious eyes fixed upon him, Chen Mo does not answer but instead poses a question in return. Since Kanai, have you eaten well? I have. Why do you ask? Still enveloped in bliss, since Kanai fails to notice the flames flickering in Chen Mo's eyes. Suddenly, she feels herself lifted off the ground, unprepared for Chen Mo's embrace as he strides towards the bedroom. It is only now that Sense Kanai realizes what is happening. Embarrassed, she buries her face in Chen Mo's chest and whispers, Ch. Chen Mo-kun, the dishes are still not cleaned. No time for that now. We shall deal with it tomorrow, Chen Mo replies, carrying the bashful neighbor Kanai into the bedroom, deftly nudging the door closed with his foot. In the stillness of the night, Chen Mo lights a cigarette, taking occasional puffs. Sense Kanai leans against him, her fingertips gently tracing circles on his firm chest. Chen Mo-kun, will you always treat me this way? Although it is a moment of tranquility, Chen Mo understands that Sense Kanai seeks emotional reassurance. He tightens his embrace around her and kisses her forehead softly, saying, I promise, I may be fickle, but there will always be a place for you in my heart. This simple pledge fills Sense Kanai with immense satisfaction. She lifts her head to plant a kiss on Chen Mo's Adam's apple and peacefully closes her eyes. The following morning, Sense Kanai awakens first. She turns to gaze at the still sleeping Chen Mo, admiring his long eyelashes, prominent nose, and defined jawline. Chen Mo-kun, so handsome. She murmurs softly, her hand drifting forward, fingertips tracing the contours of his striking nose. The lingering intimacy of the previous night envelopes her, sending waves of sweet warmth through her heart. Chen Mo's eyelashes flutter as he stirs. What time is it? He blinks sleepily, startling Sense Kanai, who freezes in place. Just as she attempts to withdraw her hand, Chen Mo captures it, placing her mischievous fingers upon his lips and kissing them gently. It's only 7. Sleep a little longer. I didn't mean to disturb you. Sense Kanai's voice is as gentle as water. Before she can finish her sentence, Chen Mo pulls her into his embrace. Chapter 052, Minister. You truly have an eye for people. Chen Mo's breath brushed against Kanai's ear, his voice husky with the remnants of the morning. The dishes from last night remain unwashed in the kitchen, Kanai. Kanai felt her ears flush from his proximity. She gently nudged him, stammering, I'll get up. I'll go clean. As she pushed Chen Mo aside and rose, a wave of soreness washed over her waist. Noticing this, Chen Mo grinned mischievously and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, teasingly suggesting, Kanai, would you like me to carry you to the bathroom? And no, it's fine. Kanai hurriedly waved him off, darting into the bathroom as if to escape. Once the door clicked shut, she exhaled in relief. Phew, how overwhelming, she thought to herself. After breakfast, Kanai stood at the entrance, dutifully adjusting Chen Mo's tie. He wore a light blue shirt today, which accentuated his handsome facial features. Suddenly, she recalled the glaring lipstick mark from last night on his collar, her fingers instinctively tightening. What's wrong, Kanai? Chen Mo noticed her unease. Nothing. She forced a smile. It's just, Chen Mo-kun, you will return on time tonight, right? Chen Mo playfully pinched her cheek, assuring her, I promise. I'll come straight back after work, and I won't keep you waiting. With that, he planted a kiss on her cherry lips. Have you decided what to buy today? At the mention, Kanai's eyes sparkled. I've got it planned. I want to make braised pork for you to taste the flavors of my hometown, and I also want to buy some fruits. Oh. And your shower gel is running low. Seeing her chatter away, a soft corner of Chen Mo's heart melted. What a simple woman she was, seeking nothing more than the most ordinary of daily joys. All right, I'm off to work. Wait for me. Chen Mo stepped outside, waving goodbye. After watching his retreating figure with eager anticipation, Kanai closed the door and returned to her own space. Chen Mo hailed a taxi and arrived at the office. The marketing department buzzed with the familiar sounds of typing, paperwork, chatter, and the ever-present aroma of coffee. He settled into his seat, pulling out his chair. Nearby, Yamada Kenichi. Upon spotting Chen Mo, couldn't he resist sliding his chair closer, whispering conspiratorially, Shin-san, have you heard? Heard what? Chen Mo replied, focused on booting up his computer without turning around. I received reliable information that a significant event occurred at the company last night. Yamada's tone was laced with mystery. Chen Mo chuckled dismissively. What reliable information? You, of all people, are hardly a source of reliability. Keiichi Yamada, despite being mocked, remained unfazed and continued. I may be unreliable, but the news is certainly credible. You don't want to know the explosive news from the company? Not interested, Chen Mo replied, his expression devoid of any emotion. Yamada, sensing Chen's lack of curiosity, felt a restless itch within him, as if he would suffocate if he didn't share the secret. You must know, just last night, someone was caught in the supply room engaging in that sort of activity. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, making a circle with his left hand and pointing with his right, moving in and out of the circle with a lewd expression. Chen Mo turned his head to look at him and thought, what a truly sordid individual this overweight otaku is. It's only fortunate that he isn't malicious. Otherwise, Chen wouldn't even bother acknowledging him. Is that it? Such a big revelation? He thought, recalling that he had watched the live stream of the event just the night before. Not only had he watched the live broadcast, but he had also. Thus, upon hearing the news, he felt no stir of emotion, almost wanting to laugh. Is this really it? Meanwhile, Yamada, disappointed that his explosive news had failed to elicit any reaction from Chun, felt a strange dissatisfaction. Wasn't this enough of a scandal? To him, it seemed a significant event. He thought the incident in the restroom was thrilling enough, yet here was someone even more skilled, in the supply room. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and gave him a thumbs up. You really are something. Realizing his gossip had fallen flat, Yamada pulled his chair back to his workstation, feeling somewhat disinterested. 2.5 hours later, the mundane routine of idling left Chen Mo feeling rather bored. His eyes darted around until a mischievous idea struck him. He picked up a stack of irrelevant documents and stood up. Yamada, ever the gossip, noticed his movement and curiously asked, Hey, Chen, where are you off to? None of your business. I'm going to verify some documents with manager Fujiwara. Want to join? Chen Mo replied, exasperated by the little chubby man. Upon hearing this, Yamada quickly shook his head like a bobblehead. Oh, you're going to see the manager? Then go ahead. I won't join you. Good luck. Seeing Yamada's cowardly demeanor, Chen Mo chose to ignore him. With such a lackluster attitude, he wouldn't get anywhere in life. After brewing a cup of coffee in the pantry, Chen Mo made his way to Mizuki Fujiwara's office. He turned the doorknob and opened the door. How rude. I've emphasized that you must knock before entering my office. Fujiwara, who had been engrossed in paperwork, was abruptly interrupted and expressed her irritation. However, upon seeing Chen Mo, she involuntarily shivered, swallowing the scolding she was about to unleash. What are you doing in my office? Chen Mo took his time responding, simply closing the door, locking it, and drawing the blinds. Watching his smooth actions, Fujiwara sensed something was amiss, hastily pressing her knees together and crossing her arms defensively. What are you planning to do? At this moment, it was working hours, and the streets were bustling with people. Upon witnessing her reaction, Chen Mo felt the monotony of work dissipate entirely. He approached her, carrying a cup of coffee. Minister, he said playfully, I merely brewed you a cup of coffee. Why the exaggerated response? Fujiwara Mizuki regarded him with skepticism, her eyes narrowed in vigilance. Are you truly just delivering coffee? Do you harbor any ulterior motives? Chen Mo flashed a broad, innocent smile. Minister, what do you mean by that? I genuinely came to bring you coffee. He then placed the cup before Fujiwara Mizuki. Her gaze flickered as she assessed him, and upon sensing his sincerity, she finally took a sip from the cup. The distinctive bitterness of the coffee alleviated her prior fatigue significantly. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? In an instant, Chen Mo's innocent smile transformed into a mischievous grin. Minister, you are indeed astute. I confess, I do harbor some ulterior motives. Chapter 53. A curious aroma. Mizuki Fujiwara's coffee quivered violently in her hand, the deep brown liquid nearly spilling onto the scattered documents. In a flurry, she set the cup down, her office chair sliding back half a meter in the process. Damn you, Chen Mo, do you not fear being discovered during working hours? If I'm doomed, you shall not fare any better. At that moment, Mizuki regretted having consumed his coffee. Had she known, she would have abstained, preserving her dignity to some extent. Yet, she understood that whether she drank it or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. Before she could finish her thought, Chen Mo leaned against the desk, gently lifting her chin with one hand. Minister, you were not so defiant last night, were you? Have you chosen to deny your own actions? The muffled conversations of colleagues drifted in from outside the blinds, accompanied by the mechanical whir of the printer, reverberating closely. Mizuki tensed, her entire being on edge. I still have documents to process. Please, do not disturb me. She grasped at the last remnants of reason, desperately hoping to summon her final vestiges of composure. Documents? How crucial could they truly be? I am now the president of Yutian Trading, and my word is law within this company. Do you comprehend? The documents are exceedingly significant. The data within is erroneous. There is a substantial issue with Ichido Sato. Mizuki's voice quivered, tinged with desperation. Last night's events could be endured, at worst a mere irritant. However, the current torment felt insufferable. Being discovered would be akin to a death sentence. Chen Mo suddenly halted his actions, his brow furrowing in discontent. Ichido Sato? This mention recalled the unpleasant visage of the head office chief from the previous morning, an image that left him thoroughly displeased. Half the company now belonged to him. Regardless, crucial matters must be attended to. Speak. What seems to be the problem? Despite his words, his hands continued their restless movements. I discovered that he has inflated procurement quotes in Southeast Asia. Mizuki seized the opportunity to escape from Chen Mo's embrace, flustered as she hastily adjusted her attire. The procurement quotes are 30 higher than the market price. She shot him an aggrieved glare. You insufferable fiend. How can I speak calmly under such circumstances? It is utterly outrageous, a complete pervert. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, causing both to freeze. They held their breath until they heard Kenichi Yamada's boisterous voice call out, Hey? Is Chen looking for the minister? Chen Mo swiftly unlocked the door, darting back to the visitor's chair, while Mizuki frantically grabbed a pen, feigning a review of documents. They both struggled to maintain an appearance of composure amidst the chaos. Knock, knock, knock. As the knocking resonated, Mizuki endeavored to compose herself, her voice icy as she declared, Come in. The door swung open, revealing the finance department's officer, Hayakawa. She halted mid-step, taken aback by the sight of Chen Mo sitting upright in the visitor's chair. Minister Fujiwara was deeply engrossed in her writing. However, a faint and peculiar odor lingered in the air. Yet, upon recalling her pressing duties, she proceeded directly to her desk. The additional budget concerning Southeast Asia. The financial officer, Hayakawa, adjusted his glasses, reflecting the light. President Tomoda requested a re-evaluation. Huh? The nib of Mizuki Fujiwara's fountain pen left an ink blot on the paper. Striving to maintain her composure, she looked up in surprise at this news. Financial Officer Hayakawa pushed his glasses up and handed over the document. This is personally signed by President Tomoda. indicating that the procurement price for this project is evidently higher than market rates and thus requires a recalculation. Therefore, please suspend the planning for the time being. As Mizuki Fujiwara received the document, her fingertips trembled slightly. She cast a furtive glance at Chen Mo, sitting across from her, only to find him gazing at her with a half-smile. Instantly, her ears flushed with warmth, a mix of embarrassment and anger coursing through her, making her wish to devour Chen Mo alive. That scoundrel, truly insufferable. She forced herself to remain calm. I understand. Please expedite the processing of this matter. Financial Officer Hayakawa nodded and prepared to leave. After a sniffle, he inquired, Minister Fujiwara, is there an unusual sin in your office? Mizuki Fujiwara's heart raced. She could barely hold onto her fountain pen, which clattered onto the desk. Chen Mo seized the moment to clear his throat and remarked, I also noticed it earlier. Could it be an issue with the air conditioning vent? Is that so? We could report it to the maintenance company and have them send someone to inspect it. This odor is truly unpleasant, Hayakawa mused, glancing around suspiciously but finding nothing amiss. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the flushed earlobes of Mizuki Fujiwara. Minister, you don't look well. Are you perhaps running a fever? Huh? Me? No. Not at all. Perhaps I just didn't rest well last night. Mizuki Fujiwara hastily shuffled through the documents on her desk. Suddenly, Chen Mo stood up, feigning concern. Minister, do take care of your health. I will revise the reports and deliver them to you this afternoon. He winked at Mizuki Fujiwara, his eyes brimming with mischief. Indeed, working during the day seemed rather precarious. Thus, Chen Mo resolved to let her off the hook for now, as there were matters regarding Sato Ika to attend to. He turned and followed Hayakawa out of the office. Just outside, Hayakawa lowered his voice and said, Chen Mo-kun, are you and Minister Fujiwara? Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Had he been discovered? That could pose a challenge. Are you investigating Minister Sato Iku? Hayakawa's eyes sparkled with shrewdness behind his glasses as he continued. I have noticed that the project transferred from Minister Sato to Minister Fujiwara concerning procurement in Southeast Asia might harbor significant issues. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Following her words, I remarked, Indeed, Miss Hayakawa, you are quite perceptive. However, I must trouble you to keep this matter confidential. The financial officer, Hayakawa, exhibited an expression of understanding. I comprehend. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the finance department, I have noticed some anomalies, but she hesitated, sensing that Minister Fujiwara would rise to prominence, an intuition she could not ignore. Thus, she chose to voice her concerns, cautioning, be wary. Minister Sato has powerful backing within the board. Suddenly, Chen Mo inquired, Miss Hayakawa, would you be available for lunch today? I wish to gather more information. He felt a favorable impression towards this financial officer, sensing her integrity. Hayakawa waved her hand dismissively, saying, No, thank you. I only possess this much information. For any matters you wish to pursue, you must seek your own understanding. I have other commitments, so I must take my leave. Clearly, she had no desire to become entangled in their affairs. Chapter 054, Capturing Ichiko Sato very well, then, farewell, Miss Hayakawa. At present, Chen Mo's identity was that of an ordinary clerk. It was quite normal to face rejection. After watching Hayakawa depart, he turned and made his way back to the marketing department's office area, unnoticed by anyone who remained engrossed in their own tasks. Upon returning to his desk, he pondered over the matter of Ichiko Sato. At that moment, Kenichi Yamada approached him. Chen, I can't shake the feeling that your relationship with Manager Fujiwara has become rather unusual. It seems you haven't been reprimanded by him for several days now. Chen Mo had no intention of responding, but Yamada's comment had inadvertently assisted him. Oh, you seem quite concerned about whether or not I've been scolded. Why not help me shoulder some of the manager's scrutiny? Yamada, possessing a cowardly disposition, quickly sought to distance himself when matters turned personal. What nonsense! I'm merely showing concern for you. You mustn't repay kindness with ingratitude. Chen Mo chuckled silently. If he was unwilling to assist, then there was no need for further chatter. Despite not being directly involved, Yamada was still keen on gossip. So, you were in the manager's office for half an hour just now. What were you doing? Chen Mo casually replied, there was a minor issue with the project report that required detailed discussion. Yamada, seemingly too trusting, responded, Oh, is that so? But I've noticed that the manager's gaze towards you has changed recently. It seems a bit fearful yet bashful. Do you think she might be interested in you? He then exaggeratedly winked at Chen Mo suddenly. The pen that Chen Mo had been twirling between his fingers came to an abrupt halt. He turned to Yamada, whose face was brimming with intrigue, and remarked meaningfully, I must ask, have you been watching too many late-night action dramas? Take care of your health. And don't just concern yourself with those teachers. Be cautious, or you might find yourself a sleeping husband in a film before you even get married. In that instant, the door to the marketing department was flung open with great force. Ichiko Sato stood at the threshold, her face ashen and her gaze sharp as a blade, directing her ire at Chen Mo. You, come to my office. Silence enveloped the entire office. Yamada's face turned pale as he muttered, it's over. You've truly landed yourself in deep trouble this time. With composure, Chen Mo rose and walked toward Ichiko Sato, amidst the sympathetic or schadenfreude gazes of his colleagues. As he brushed past, he overheard her seething whisper, don't think that just because you have the chairman backing you, you can do as you please. A moment later, within the confines of the general manager's office, Ichiko Sato was seething with rage, slamming documents onto the desk. What sort of enchantment did you cast upon Chairman Tomoda? Why on earth would he agree to transfer the multinational collaboration project to that little vixen, Fujiwara Mizuki? Chen Mo leisurely took a seat at the desk, his fingers gently tapping the surface, entirely unfazed by her imposing presence. Minister Sato, I urge you to choose your words with care. Personnel changes are decisions made after thorough deliberation by the board. How dare you? Such significant projects have always been entrusted to me. Sato Ichihito slammed his palm on the desk, rising to tower over Chen Mo, attempting to assert his authority. I have already conducted a thorough investigation. The project only shifted after you were summoned to the board this morning. Speak. What exactly did you do to sway Chairman Yoda? Speak? Huh? Have I granted you the privilege? Chen Mo chuckled softly, rising to meet Sato Ichihito's gaze, declaring, I am the new shareholder of the board. WH. What? Sato Ichihito stepped back in shock upon hearing this revelation. Chen Mo regarded him as one might a mere insect, stating, given your earlier demeanor and your insulting remarks towards Minister Fujiwara, you may now gather your belongings and leave. WH. What? No, I cannot allow this. I will petition for a board meeting. Currently, I am the most significant board member in the company. Calling a board meeting would be redundant. Sato Ichihito's legs buckled, and he slumped back into his chair, feebly inquiring, WH. Why treat me this way? I have always dedicated myself to the company. Do not presume I am unaware of your little schemes, quietly siphoning project funds. Prepare to explain yourself to the police. With that, Chen Mo pulled out his phone and dialed Masao Yoda. Hello, please send someone from security to Sato Ichihito's office. I am reporting him for embezzling project funds. Very well, Chairman Chen. On the other end, Masao Yoda sighed before promptly complying. As the highest authority in the company, he was well aware of all internal matters. Regarding Sato Ichihito's embezzlement, he had merely turned a blind eye. After all, Sato was among the earliest to align with him, and several shareholders were entangled in this issue. Since yesterday, Yoda had been cleaning up the mess, hoping to salvage something from Sato, hence the request for a report review. He had assumed Chen Mo was disinterested in the company and might not notice until later. Yet, it was only the second day, and he had already uncovered the truth. Indeed, one should never underestimate such youthful ambition. After the call ended, the air in the office seemed to thicken. Sato Ichihito's complexion shifted from ashen to pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His lips trembled, as if he wished to protest, yet no words escaped his mouth. Chen Mo remained indifferent to Sato's humiliation, simply walking towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon acquiring shares in Yoda's company, the system had also provided him with extensive documentation that he had yet to peruse. He had just discovered that this material encompassed all company-related issues in remarkable detail. Gazing down at Tokyo, sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his profile and sharply defining his jawline. Chairman Chen. Sato Ichiko ultimately regained his voice, but it was devoid of the earlier arrogance. There must be some misunderstanding here. I beseech you to grant me the opportunity for an explanation. Explanation? What you must contemplate now is how to defend yourself in court. Chen Mo did not turn back, his voice steady enough to send a chill down Sato Ichiko's spine. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed. The head of the security department entered, accompanied by several security personnel. Chairman Chen, we have arrived. Chen Mo nodded and said, take him away. Do not let him escape. I have already contacted the police, and they will be here shortly. Also, ensure that he does not have contact with anyone. Hey, Sato Ichiko, flanked by two security guards, finally broke down. He struggled and shouted, Chen Mo, on what grounds do you treat me this way? You are merely an outsider. Just a pest from Huaxia. Chapter 055. The peculiar transformation of Fujiwara Mizuki. The harsh words of Sato Ikuto reverberated within the confines of the office, causing the security personnel to exchange apprehensive glances, yet they dared not act rashly. Chen Mo slowly turned around, his gaze icy, and uttered, "What did you say? Repeat that." His voice, though soft, plunged the entire office into a profound silence. Sato Ikuto, momentarily stunned by the imposing presence, found himself at a loss for words. However, he soon mustered his courage to shout, "I said you are just a..." A resounding slap abruptly interrupted Sato's tirade. Chen Mo's movement was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. The strike was delivered without mercy, yet he restrained enough force to avoid fatal consequences. Nevertheless, Sato's face began to swell, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. How absurd! How could such a lowly individual insult the great Huaxia? This slap was intended to teach him the virtue of respect. Chen Mo shook his hand, his tone eerily calm. "Take him away." The security personnel, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly escorted the still-dazed Sato out, closing the door with a sense of propriety. The office returned to a state of tranquility, with no one daring to utter a word. Chen Mo adjusted the slightly disheveled cuff of his suit, preparing to leave when suddenly his phone vibrated in his pocket. "Are you all right? I heard Sato was causing you trouble." A smile graced Chen Mo's lips as he quickly replied, "I'm fine. It's already resolved. But, dear Minister, are you concerned about me?" As soon as the message was sent, the office door swung open, revealing Fujiwara Mizuki standing at the threshold, her cheeks slightly flushed, holding a document in her hand. I came to deliver the materials," she stammered, devoid of any assertiveness, her mind swirling with self-mockery. "Goodness, what am I doing? Why do I care if that jerk faces difficulty from Sato? I must be out of my mind, Fujiwara Mizuki. That scoundrel is the largest shareholder in the company. Who could possibly trouble him?" Her arrival was purely coincidental, as she had just witnessed Chen Mo's explosive reaction, composed and exuding an aura of authority and control, especially during that striking moment. It was undeniably captivating. Overwhelmed by this realization, she felt an urge to vanish. She could not comprehend why she had become so peculiar. Bowing her head, she refrained from meeting Chen Mo's gaze. Chen Mo chuckled softly, noting how this little lady had begun to shy away from her previously lofty demeanor. She even seemed to fear him now, approaching her. He closed the door and gently lifted Fujiwara Mizuki's chin. "Minister, you look quite adorable when you lie." Fujiwara Mizuki instinctively took a step back, only to be pulled into his embrace. "And no, this is Sato's office." "Ah, but now it belongs to you," Chen Mo whispered near her ear, his warm breath causing her to feel weak all over. What did you say?" "No more pretenses, the game is over. From this day forth, I shall no longer be just a mere employee. I am the chairman of the company." "And you?" Chen Mo gently caressed her lips with his thumb. He would assume Sato's position and become the new head of headquarters. How could this be possible? Do you not believe in my capabilities?" Chen Mo smirked, his hand mischievously sliding to her waist. Wait, it's still working hours." Fujiwara Mizuki attempted to resist, but Chen Mo swiftly turned and pinned her against the desk. "Perfect timing. Let us see how soundproof this office really is." "No. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Someone is at the door. Fujiwara Mizuki forcefully pushed Chen Mo away, hastily adjusting the buttons of her shirt. Chen Mo, interrupted mid-action, felt a twinge of displeasure. It was not a good moment to continue. Upon opening the door, they were met by a security officer. The officer, clearly displeased, inquired, "What is going on?" Standing outside was the head of security. Having risen to such a position, he was not one to overlook details. Although he was unaware of the identity of the person before him, the fact that this individual had just ousted the head of headquarters indicated significant influence. "I apologize, Mr. Chairman." Since there was no need for pretense, Chen Mo decided to drop the act. Upon hearing this, the head of security dared not question him further. He immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Chairman Chen, I apologize for the disturbance. The police have arrived and need to see you." Chen Mo, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Let them come find me." The head of security, cautious of this young man, although the chairman's identity had yet to be confirmed, assumed it was likely true. He promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." Once the office door closed again, Fujiwara Mizuki, having already straightened her attire, still bore a blush on her cheeks. Seeing the door shut, she felt a surge of panic. She bit her lower lip and asked, "You truly are the chairman? How Do you still doubt my authenticity? You do not seem like a foolish woman. Shall I summon Yuda Masao to verify my claims? Chen Mo leisurely tied the tie he had previously removed. No, no, that won't be necessary. Fujiwara Mizuki fidgeted with her fingers, feeling uneasy. I just can't comprehend why you would masquerade as a mere employee. Chen Mo suddenly leaned closer, trapping her between the desk and himself. What is this? The employee who used to be reprimanded daily is now your superior. Are you beginning to feel fear? As he spoke, he lifted his hand and grasped her chin. Fujiwara Mizuki turned away, her ears flushed crimson, indignantly responding, Who is scared? Knock, knock. Before Chen Mo could reply, the voice of the head of security sounded from outside. Chairman Chun, the police have arrived. Chen Mo released Fujiwara Mizuki. Come in. 3 police officers pushed the door open. The leading officer presented his identification, his gaze flitting between the 2 individuals. Finally, he addressed Chen Mo, stating, regarding the case of Sato Ichiko's alleged embezzlement. We have confirmed the matter through the email you sent us. However, we may require your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Mizuki felt an immediate sense of unease. Instinctively retreating a half-step behind Chen Mo observing her, Chen Mo felt a slight urge to smile, wondering what this young woman was afraid of. After all, she had committed no wrongdoing. Nonetheless, he discreetly positioned himself in front of her and said, I am Chen Mo, the current president of Yutian Corporation. Please feel free to direct any inquiries to me. The officer nodded in response, opening the notebook he had brought with him. According to the report, Sato has engaged in significant fraudulent activities within the Southeast Asia procurement project. We have investigated his personal emails. He suddenly lowered his voice, revealing, it appears that, in addition to the fraud, there may be connections with the board. That is enough. Chapter 056. Lunchtime on the rooftop. Chen Mo abruptly interrupted. The police merely needed to follow procedures in their investigation. As for matters within the company, before he could finish his sentence, an officer's phone rang. After answering, his demeanor shifted to one of respect. Hello. Understood. My apologies, Chairman Chen. We will take the suspect away immediately. Once the officers departed, Fujiwara Mizuki could no longer contain her curiosity. Are there board members involved as well? Chen Mo remained silent. The information provided by the system had already been sent to his phone. He opened his email and handed it over. Take a look at this. The document contained ownership details of a resort in Southeast Asia, shockingly listing several board members' names as the owners. Fujiwara Mizuki immediately grasped the implications. Those inflated procurement expenses would ultimately line personal pockets. Sato was merely a pawn in this scheme. Chen Mo scoffed. The shares granted by the system were far from straightforward. It was a complete mess. The internal state of the company had deteriorated so severely. Most concerning was that after acquiring the shares, these unscrupulous individuals intended to ensnare him further. Among the upper management, only Yuda Masao was struggling to maintain control, having long been sidelined. This last project was merely a means to drain the company's profits. No wonder they were so quick to transfer the project. They intended to have someone else shoulder the burden of this debacle. Fujiwara Mizuki understood everything, her face turning pale with fear, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. She nearly became an unwitting scapegoat. Do not fear. Chen Mo grasped her chin. You are now under my protection. These parasites will not escape. He pulled out his phone and called Yuda Masao. Gather the board immediately. Everyone must be present. Fujiwara Mizuki, with her chin lifted, gazed at Chen Mo's sharply defined profile. Suddenly realizing this rogue exuded a captivating yet perilous aura. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of security. It seemed, as long as she followed his lead, everything would be all right. She might even gain more than just happiness. Why are you helping me? Her voice quivered. After hanging up, Chen Mo leaned closer to her ear and whispered, because rather than destroying my prey, I prefer it to obediently comply. Moments later, the secretary entered. Chairman Chen, the meeting is ready. Chen Mo nodded and, glancing at the blushing Fujiwara Mizuki, remarked, let us proceed, Minister. I shall show you a captivating performance. The door to the boardroom swung open. Chen Mo stood at the entrance with one hand in his pocket, followed by the blushing Fujiwara Mizuki. Several pairs of eyes turned towards them, filled with surprise, confusion, and subtle hostility. Thank you all for your patience. We met just yesterday, so I trust one am not a stranger to you, Chen Mo said in Japanese, his voice low. The entire conference room fell into an instant silence. He leisurely approached the head of the table and drew back the chair, gesturing for Mizuki Fujiwara to take a seat at his right. Once he settled in, Masao Toyota finally spoke up, inquiring, Chairman Chen, may I ask if there is an announcement prompting this sudden meeting? Chen Mo lightly tapped his fingers on the table, casting a sweeping gaze over each board member present, creating a heavy atmosphere. The only sound in the room was the hum of the air conditioning. Chen Mo then began. Chairman Toyota, your management skills leave much to be desired. Toyota's heart sank at the remark. Initially, he had considered this young shareholder to be inexperienced and oblivious to the company's circumstances, but now it appeared the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. It had only been 2 days since Sato Ichigo was dismissed, and he had begun to piece together the troubling reality. I apologize. The company has indeed not been managed effectively. He stood and bowed to Chen Mo, admitting, I have strived to salvage the situation, but there are far too many complexities involved. Chen Mo waved him to sit down. Allow me to address this. The bald-headed director he called upon flinched slightly. You purchased the villa in Okinawa using funds from the company's project, the rebate from the Philippine rubber factory, did you not? The bald director's forehead glistened with sweat, perhaps having struck a nerve, rendering him momentarily speechless. An executive Kobayashi, Chen Mo continued, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Your daughter is studying in New York, and her tuition appears to be sourced from timber procurement in Vietnam. Baka. Suddenly, a director with a prominent mustache slammed his hand on the table, rising indignantly. As a Chinese person, you understand nothing of the rules in Japanese business. He turned to Masao Toyota. Chairman, are you really going to tolerate an outsider? Without allowing him to finish, Chen Mo chuckled. I hold 51 of the company's shares. Do you still consider me an outsider? I shall refrain from enumerating the transgressions of the others. He continued at a measured pace. Now, I present you with 2 choices, either resign voluntarily, or, after Chen Mo's statement, to his astonishment, 7 out of the 12 board members pulled out their phones and began writing their resignation letters. Only Masao Toyota remained silent. Head bowed. I hereby announce that Mizuki Fujiwara will assume the position of vice president of the company. The rest of you may disperse. Toyota-san, please remain. The atmosphere in the meeting felt as though it had crystallized. The directors exchanged bewildered glances, some eager to voice dissent, yet they were silenced by Chen Mo's icy glare. Mizuki Fujiwara was rendered speechless, gripping the hem of her clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white. Vice president? This was no trivial position. In Japan, such ranks were typically reserved for those of advanced age. Her ascent to the post of manager had already required Herculean effort. A combination of impeccable credentials and remarkable initiative had finally allowed her to reach her current standing. Ordinarily, at her age, she would merely hold the position of a section chief. But now, with a single utterance from Chen Mo, she has ascended to the role of vice president, a position she had never dared to dream of before. The ease with which it was granted under Chen Mo's influence was astonishing. This formidable master of control captivated her with his wielding of power. Deep within, Fujiwara Mizuki felt profoundly moved. Ding! Fujiwara Mizuki's affection increased by 50. Reward, 500 conquest points, Sage Chairman. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. I fear I may not be up to the task. Chen Mo turned his head, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. What? Are you, esteemed minister, questioning my decision? His long fingers lightly tapped the desk, the rhythm slow yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. And no, I wouldn't dare. Fujiwara Mizuki hastily shook her head. Oh, is that so? Then if you do not wish to be vice president, do you perhaps aspire to be my personal secretary? The last few words he deliberately lowered his voice, so that only Fujiwara Mizuki could hear. Fear not, esteemed minister, I shall teach you how to be vice president. Meet me on the rooftop during the lunch break. Fujiwara Mizuki's ears instantly flushed crimson. She shot a glare at Chen Mo, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. This scoundrel. Chapter 57. When is the right time? This rascal. In front of so many people, how could he? Yutian Masao cleared his throat. Breaking the brief silence. Miss Fujiwara possesses exceptional abilities. I believe she is more than capable of fulfilling the role of vice president. He turned his gaze towards Chen Mo, his expression laden with complexity, and said, President Chen, regarding the subsequent operations of the company, the board consists of merely 12 individuals. You have simultaneously reorganized 7 of them, which amounts to a significant overhaul of the company. There's no rush, President Yutian, Chen Mo replied, resuming his seat. His tone softened somewhat. You are more aware of the company's current situation than I am. Yutian Masao chuckled wryly. Indeed, I have been remiss in my duties over these years. No, you have performed admirably, Chen Mo interjected. Maintaining the company's operations under such circumstances is no small feat, and you have not succumbed to the prevailing corruption, have you? Chen Mo was taken aback. He did not expect Chen Mo to express such sentiments. Thus, I hope you will continue to serve as president. Chen Mo's subsequent remarks left him further astonished. The company requires your experience, while He glanced meaningfully at Fujiwara Miyuki, adding, only need to oversee the broader picture. Chen Mo's intentions were quite straightforward, to keep the company firmly in his grasp. Hence, it was essential to have individuals loyal to him in the upper echelons of the company. And this young woman was the ideal candidate. Fujiwara Miyuki felt her heart race under his gaze and hastily lowered her head. This scoundrel, what schemes does he harbor? What does he mean by emphasizing control? She was genuinely furious. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo finally nodded. I understand. I will fully cooperate with President Chen. Excellent. Chen Mo responded with satisfaction. Then, abruptly changing the subject, he continued. You are responsible for pursuing accountability regarding the errant directors from earlier. Strive to mitigate the losses. I will send you the relevant evidence. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed sharply. Leave no one unaccounted for. Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine, swiftly grasping Chen Mo's implication. It appeared that President Chen intended to pursue this matter to its conclusion. If such evidence truly existed, this young man was indeed formidable. I will arrange it immediately, he said, rising to bow before quickly exiting the conference room. The moment the door closed, Fujiwara Miyuki could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, What exactly are you trying to do? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and asked, What? Is the vice president dissatisfied? That is not what I meant. Fujiwara Miyuki bit her lip. You know very well that I lack the qualifications and the capabilities. Why must you? In Japanese corporations, positions are often tied to age. Who says you lack them? Chen Mo suddenly reached out, pulling her onto his lap. You, let me go? Fujiwara Miyuki gasped in panic, fearing that someone might walk in at any moment. What are you afraid of? Chen Mo grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. At present, I am the most powerful within the company. Should someone witness this, what of it? Who dares to speak out? His thumb gently caressed her soft lips, his voice a deep murmur. Or perhaps, you wish to express your disdain for this position? Tingyuan Miyuki's heart raced tumultuously, her body growing weak under his intense stare. I simply do not comprehend. Do not comprehend? It is rather straightforward. Chen Mo leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin. What I desire, I never relinquish. And you? His voice, though low, resonated with an undeniable authority. From the inside out, you are entirely mine. Tingyuan Miyuki felt the warmth of Chen Mo's large hand and shivered, pushing him away in embarrassment and indignation. You are being excessive. Chen Mo chuckled lightly, releasing his hold. Very well, I shall cease my teasing. This is a conference room, after all, equipped with the company's surveillance. A bit of banter is acceptable, but engaging in serious matters would indeed be inconvenient. After all, he had no inclination for others to witness his affairs. He rose, adjusting his suit, and declared, Let us proceed, esteemed Vice President. It is time to visit your new office. Tingyuan Miyuki, her cheeks flushed, glared at him incredulously. Are you serious? Absolutely. Chen Mo approached the door, glancing back at her. Or shall I ask, Vice President? Would you prefer me to carry you there? And no, that won't be necessary. Tingyuan Miyuki hurried to catch up, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. What on earth did this scoundrel intend to make of her life? Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot of the company, a black sedan housed the disgruntled board member with a mustache, his countenance dark as he spoke on the phone. Yes, the newly arrived major shareholder is of Huaxia descent and has already begun purging our ranks. A chilling laughter echoed from the other end of the line. How intriguing. A Huaxiao individual dares to run rampant in Japan? In a hushed tone, the mustached board member inquired, Senpai, what is our course of action? Proceed as planned. I shall delegate the remaining matters. The voice on the other end replied coldly, I will ensure he understands that this place is not one where a Huaxia individual can act with impunity, even if they control an entire company. On the 19th floor, Tingyuan Miyuki fidgeted with her fingers, following Chen Mo down the corridor. At the end of the hall stood the office designated for the vice president. The company staff had worked swiftly. The nameplate now bore her name. Pushing the door open, she paused, taken aback by the spaciousness before her. A panoramic floor-to-ceiling window overlooked the entirety of Tokyo Bay. The office boasted not only a genuine leather sofa, but also a small lounge and restroom. This is rather extravagant. Ting Yuan Miyuki murmured quietly. Chen Mo, drawing near from behind, let his breath brush against her ear. Do you like it? I specifically requested they replace the carpet. He pointedly stepped onto the deep gray cashmere carpet, adding, this is far more comfortable than a storage room. The ears of Mizuki Fujiwara instantly flushed with warmth as memories of last night in the storage room surged forth like a tidal wave. President Chun. A knock echoed at the office door. Chen Mo released Mizuki Fujiwara. Come in. Haikawa entered, cradling documents in her hands. These are the financial procurement details you asked me to organize. She placed the files on the desk and departed. Chen Mo nodded, turning to Mizuki Fujiwara. He said, Vice President, I entrust you with verifying the procurement report. Mizuki Fujiwara gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, what? You trust me so much? Chen Mo chuckled softly. What? Do you think I would misjudge someone? His thumb began to tease Mizuki Fujiwara's lips again as he spoke in an ambiguous tone. I have indeed assessed your ability to verify data from last night. Mizuki Fujiwara's face flushed crimson once more, recalling how she had been pinned against the filing cabinet in the storage room while being guided in her work. In a flustered manner, she swatted Chen Mo's hand away, exclaiming, It's work hours now. Chapter 058. Do not clean the floor just yet. Oh. Chen Mo suddenly embraced her waist from behind. The vice president pondered. When would be the appropriate time? During lunch break? Or after work? Fujihara Mizuki, flustered and annoyed, struggled against him. You shouldn't do this. We are in the office. Chen Mo chuckled wickedly, tightening his grip. His thin lips nearly brushing her earlobe. What of the office? Isn't the vice president's position meant to facilitate my guidance at any moment? Fujihara Mizuki shivered, hurriedly pressing down on his hand. No. Someone might come in. The door is locked. Chen Mo's gaze narrowed dangerously. Now? Answer me. Lunch break or after work? Choose one. Fujihara Mizuki felt almost unable to stand, biting her lip as she glared at him. This is workplace harassment. Although she had long since given up resisting, she couldn't fathom why she always stubbornly retorted. Wrong. Chen Mo suddenly leaned in, murmuring, This is the boss evaluating the enthusiasm of his employees. Noticing Fujihara Mizuki's silence, he was about to lose his temper. After work. I choose after work. Fujihara Mizuki sensed the shift in Chen Mo's expression. If she did not make a choice, she would surely face dire consequences. Perhaps they would end up arguing again. I'm sorry, Vice President, you have chosen the wrong answer. Chen Mo settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette and enjoying a comfortable draw. He couldn't help but chuckle. This little woman's resolve was indeed steadfast. If that were the case, he would have to put in more effort. Since she wouldn't give in, he would head home after work. At home, a gentle and virtuous person awaited him. After finishing a cigarette, Chen Mo headed towards the bathroom, lifting his hand to press down on the doorknob, intending to take a shower. He wanted to avoid Mrs. Sen's feeling distraught if she detected an unusual scent later. Suddenly, he found the bathroom door locked. Inside, Fujihara Mizuki heard the sound of the doorknob turning and was startled. What are you doing? I'm going in to take a shower, Chen Mo replied calmly. Recently, he had exerted too much energy and was now in a sage mode. Though separated by a door, Fujihara Mizuki was still frightened, her hands protectively in front of her. Warily gazing at the doorway. No way. Wait for me to finish, then you can shower. Vice President, kindly open the door. Don't make me ask twice, otherwise, if I force my way in, you will be in trouble. Though Chen Mo's tone was calm, it bore an undeniable authority. You wouldn't think this flimsy door can stop me, would you? I'll count to 3. If you don't open it, I'll enter myself. 3, 2, no, don't. I'll open it. With one hand still shielding herself, Fujihara Mizuki obediently opened the bathroom door before he could count to 1. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an unaccountable trust in Chen Mo's words. If he claimed the door wouldn't hold, then it certainly would not. If she did not open it, one can only speculate on what significant treasures might be lost. As Chen Mo shed his clothing and stepped into the bathroom, he encountered the flustered Mizuki Fujiwara, which he found rather amusing. Let the wise take on the mantle of their own choosing. He mused as he donned his attire under the piercing gaze of Fujiwara, who seemed to seethe with resentment. After dressing, he left the vice president's office, whistling a tune as he exited the corporate edifice. He hailed a taxi to return home. Seated in the vehicle, Chen Mo perused his personal information. Ding. Host, Chen Mo, age, 25, height, 183 centimeters, weight, 75 kilograms, strength, 83, agility, 66, endurance, 90, spirit, 86 charm, 91 skills, time pause, real-time vision, information viewing, top-tier combat, culinary mastery, joyful touch, elite driving, progress of conquest, Mizuki Fujiwara, 50, Kana Morisawa, 80, Mio Ishikawa, 80. Conquest points, 700. He admired the rapid enhancement of his physique and felt immense satisfaction. His bank account now boasted over 300 million yen. It was high time to acquire real estate for himself. Otherwise, the system's reward, the Remy SU7 Ultra, would remain idle in storage. Relying on taxis for transportation was inconvenient, particularly since he had never driven a luxurious vehicle before, having lived a modest life in his previous existence. He understood that a man's affection for automobiles rivaled his admiration for women, and he was no exception. With recent developments rendering his attendance at the office somewhat trivial, he contemplated the purchase of a home. 300 million yen equated to approximately 15 million Chinese yuan. Although it would be challenging to secure a remarkable property in Tokyo, a moderately priced one was still within reach. With the system at his disposal, financial worries seemed a thing of the past. Now that he possessed wealth, he felt compelled to indulge himself, with cherry blossoms as his primary destination. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to inspect properties in a few days. As he pondered, the taxi delivered him to his apartment building. After settling the fare, he exited the vehicle, double-checking that he bore no marks before ascending in the elevator. Upon unlocking the door to his home, he was captivated by the scene before him. At that moment, in the entryway, stood Mrs. Morisawa. Her back turned to him as she diligently wiped the floor with a cloth. Who could understand Chen Mo's perspective? Hearing the sound of the door opening, the focused Kana Morisawa turned to see Chen Mo at the threshold. "Oh, Chen Mo-kun, what brings you back so early?" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. "Ahem. I just wrapped up a project at the office, so I took a break and left work early," he replied, nearly choking on the saliva he had been about to swallow. "Kana, what are you up to?" Upon catching a glimpse of Chen Mo's fervent gaze, since Kana suddenly realized that her posture was rather inappropriate. With a hint of shyness, she stammered, I find myself with little to occupy my time, so I thought I might assist you, Chen Mo-kun, in tidying up the floors of your home." "Thank you, Mrs. Sens. But perhaps it would be best to attend to other areas first," Chen Mo replied, promptly securing the front door with a lock. Chapter 059. A neighbor's reminder to take care of one's health. The sound of Chen Mo locking the door behind him made her heart skip a beat. His intense gaze seemed to caress her taut stockings, and she could see his throat move slightly as he swallowed. Morisawa Kana, feeling shy, dared not meet his eyes. Was this the vitality of youth? Or perhaps her allure had not waned? Regardless, it filled her with joy. Lost in thought, she remained oblivious to the damp cloth still dripping in her hand. Suddenly, Chen Mo crouched down and grasped her delicate foot, yanking off her slip-on indoor slipper amidst her startled exclamation. Dust from the entrance clung to Kana's foot, causing her toes to curl in nervousness. She instinctively tried to retreat, but her lower back collided with the shoe cabinet. "No, the floor I just cleaned will." Just then, Chen Mo swiftly removed his tie, declaring it would get dirty, and Kana could clean it again. Thunder rumbled outside, and rain began to fall over Tokyo. On the balcony, a bedsheet was drying, one that Kana had just changed that morning. Time passed, and in the bathroom, a veil of steam enveloped the air. Chen Mo gently placed Morisawa Kana on the edge of the bathtub. After adjusting the shower head to a suitable temperature, he tenderly rinsed her. Mrs. Morisawa's skin glowed with a delicate pink hue, reminiscent of freshly blossomed cherry blossoms. Water droplets cascaded down her collarbone, sparkling under the light. I can do it myself." Kana shyly attempted to reach for the towel, only to have Chen Mo evade her grasp. "Don't move." His voice was both gentle and commanding. The warm water flowed over their bodies as Chen Mo's movements were meticulous and focused. When his hand grazed her waist, Kana shivered unexpectedly. "Does it hurt?" Chen Mo immediately halted. Kana shook her head, her damp lashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes. "No, not really, just a bit itchy." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Chen Mo chuckled softly. After their shower, 20 minutes had slipped by. They found themselves standing at the entrance. Kana wore a fitted white knit top with black trim, paired with a deep gray pencil skirt. Her bare legs, unencumbered by stockings, were still striking. Her slightly wavy hair added a touch of maturity to her appearance. This ensemble, combined with Kana's endearing visage, was utterly captivating. "All right, stop looking. If you keep staring, I'll get shy." Kana playfully punched Chen Mo's chest with her small fist. Apologies, but Mrs. Morisawa is just too stunning. Chen Mo replied with a smile, pulling her into his embrace and kissing her passionately. The sudden kiss turned Kana's ears crimson. In a flurry, she pressed against Chen Mo's chest, her nails digging into the firm muscles beneath his shirt. People will see us. Haha. Enough of the teasing. Let us go, Chen Mo said as he released her from his embrace, instead opting to hold her hand gently as they stepped out the door. The couple walked out of the apartment building, hand in hand, radiating sweetness. As they emerged from the corridor, they unexpectedly encountered Mrs. Tanaka, the curly-haired lady they had met at the last community event. She was carrying shopping bags, and upon seeing the pair, her eyes brightened with delight, her face breaking into a wide smile. Oh my, isn't this Kana and her husband? Mrs. Tanaka's loud voice drew the attention of passers-by. Look at this lovely couple, holding hands so sweetly. It makes me quite envious and brings back memories of my youth. Kana's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Chen Mo held it firmly. With a warm smile, he nodded at Mrs. Tanaka and said, "Good afternoon, Mrs. Tanaka. Mrs. Morisawa looks absolutely stunning today." Mrs. Tanaka moved closer, giving Kana an appreciative once-over before exclaiming, "That dress complements your figure beautifully. At such a young age, you are already so voluptuous. When you have children, they will surely be healthy and chubby. No wonder your husband can't take his eyes off you." What are you saying? Kana stammered, retreating shyly behind Chen Mo, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. This is so embarrassing. It's all Chen Mo's fault for insisting I wear such clothes. I bought this dress when I was younger, and it didn't feel so revealing then. It looks good, but it's just too sexy now. Seeing her flustered, Chen Mo wrapped his arm around her slender waist and said with pride, "Of course. My wife looks beautiful in anything. Youth is truly wonderful." Suddenly, Mrs. Tanaka lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Make sure to close the windows next time, dear. I heard quite a bit of affectionate conversation from your place last night." Kana's head shot up in alarm. She looked at Chen Mo with wide eyes, silently pleading for a solution. Oh my, what if the neighbors heard? It was all this little rascal's fault for wanting to enjoy the view from the window. Although the scenery was delightful and brought joy, she never imagined they could be overheard at such a late hour. Had she known, she wouldn't have listened to him. Oh, how mortifying. Chen Mo, however, remained unfazed and leaned closer to her ear, whispering in a tone only she could hear. "It seems you will need to keep your voice down while enjoying the view from now on." "Chen Mo," Kana exclaimed, her cheeks burning with a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she stomped her foot. However, the sudden movement triggered a twinge of pain, causing her to waver slightly. Mrs. Tanaka burst into laughter. "Oh dear, this young couple is so affectionate. When do you plan to have children? The government offers so many benefits for new parents these days. If I weren't so old, I do want to have children too. I tell you, take advantage of your youth." Mrs. Tanaka. Chen Mo promptly interjected, shaking the shopping bag in his hand. "We have so many items to purchase. I wonder if we can finish before the supermarket closes. Let's discuss this another day." And Tanaka, still lingering on the conversation, waved her hand dismissively and said, "Oh dear, the youth are always so busy. Hurry along. And do remember to buy some nutritional supplements to bolster your health." Her eyes twinkled with meaning as she smiled, her face crinkling into a tapestry of wrinkles. Chapter 060. Such a well-behaved girl deserves a reward. Mizusawa Kana was so abashed that she nearly buried her face in Chen Mo's embrace as he half carried her away at a brisk pace. It wasn't until they turned the corner that she exhaled a sigh of relief. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully hit Chen Mo's chest, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Now that Senpai Tanaka knows, the entire community will be aware." Chen Mo chuckled softly, capturing her wrist and placing a gentle kiss in the palm of his hand. "What do they know? That we are deeply in love?" he murmured, lowering his voice. "Or do they know?" "Oh, no, don't say that." Kana hurriedly covered his mouth, her fingers brushing against his warm lips, causing her to recoil as if struck by lightning. She almost forgot that Chen Mo was quite the hentai. Had she delayed her withdrawal by a mere second, she felt certain he would have kissed her. With her head bowed, she couldn't see her own toes, her ears burning with embarrassment as she stammered, I won't listen to you anymore." "Really?" Chen Mo suddenly leaned closer, his heated breath grazing her ear. Kana jumped in surprise, frantically scanning her surroundings. Ensuring they were alone, she puffed up her cheeks and glared at him, saying, "If you keep saying things like that, I will." After stammering for what felt like an eternity, she failed to formulate a proper threat. In a fit of resignation, she pressed her flushed cheek against Chen Mo's shoulder, whispering, I will die of embarrassment. Chen Mo relished her flustered demeanor. He took her hand and strolled into the supermarket, teasing her intermittently. Just as he was about to continue his playful banter, he caught sight of a glass display window across from them. His expression darkened as he tightened his grip around her waist, saying, "Dear, look over there." Kana followed his gaze and saw an array of lingerie displayed in the window, with a striking purple lace nightgown prominently featured. The sheer fabric shimmered suggestively under the lights, making her feel utterly flustered. And no, that's inappropriate. She quickly shook her head, realizing Chen Mo's intentions. But that fabric would suit you perfectly. Dear Chen Mo was already leading her toward the display, his voice laced with an irresistible charm. And I believe you would look absolutely stunning in purple. Please, don't say that, she pleaded, on the verge of tears. This isn't home. It's a supermarket. If anyone hears us, I want to know where to hide my face. In a moment of desperation, she spotted the fruit section in the distance and pointed at the strawberries, as if they were a lifeline. Chen Mo-kun, I want to eat strawberries. Chen Mo smiled knowingly. Strawberries sound delightful. We must indulge. He guided her over, bending down to select the ripest strawberries, his fingers delicately gliding over the vibrant red fruits. These strawberries are splendid, just like you. Chen Mo-kun, Kana exclaimed, her anxiety causing her to stomp her feet. Yet, as her foot slipped beneath her, she found herself tilting backward. In a flash, Chen Mo wrapped his arms around her waist amidst the gasps of surrounding customers. The two individuals froze in a pose that resembled a dance. Is everything all right? Chen Mo's voice suddenly took on a serious tone. Sen's Jiana, still shaken, shook her head. It was then that she noticed the envious glances directed at them from the surrounding crowd. A group of young girls huddled together, whispering, "How romantic. That guy is so handsome." The words reached Sen's Jiana's ears, and she became acutely aware of how intimate their posture appeared. Flustered, she hurriedly attempted to stand, only to be swept up in Chen Mo's arms. "Put me down," she protested quietly, her cheeks ablaze. "So many people are watching. Not a chance. Who told you to be so careless, my dear?" Chen Mo retorted, confidently carrying Sen's Jiana toward the resting area, attracting even more attention. He leaned closer to her ear and teased, "Now the entire supermarket knows you are my wife." Sen's Jiana buried her face in his chest, inhaling his familiar scent, her heart racing uncontrollably. Though she felt overwhelmingly embarrassed, a sweet warmth filled her heart as she secretly clutched the hem of his shirt. Upon placing her on a bench, Chen Mo immediately crouched down to examine her ankle. Sen's Jiana gently tugged at his sleeve. Chen Mo looked up. She lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering. And in a voice as soft as a whisper, she said, "That nightgown." After a prolonged pause, she added almost inaudibly, "I need to buy it in size L." Chen Mo swallowed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had thought she would refuse. It turned out she was merely being coy. He gently massaged Sen's Jiana's ankle and asked, "Does it hurt, Mrs. Sens? Did you sprain it?" "And no, it doesn't hurt." "I didn't sprain it," she replied, unable to endure the excessive intimacy any longer. She quickly pulled Chen Mo up, saying, "Chen Mo, I'm fine. It's not every day someone accompanies me to the supermarket. I haven't had a proper look around yet." With that, she stood up and linked her arm with his as they strolled through the supermarket. The two chatted and laughed, meandering for over an hour, gathering a plethora of food and daily necessities. With time still on their side, Chen Mo decided they would dine out today and explore the shopping mall as well. Fortunately, Japanese supermarkets offered home delivery services. For an additional fee, they could select a time for their purchased goods to be delivered to their home. Under the watchful eye of Mrs. Sens, Chen Mo casually purchased the purple nightgown. As they exited the supermarket, Chen Mo turned to Sen's Jiana, gently stroking her palm with his fingers. "Are you hungry, my dear?" Sen's Jiana nodded. She hadn't eaten much at noon and had spent time tidying up Chen Mo's home, which had left her feeling a bit peckish. A little," she admitted softly. "I heard about a restaurant called Longyin that seems to have a great reputation. Shall we go there?" "Really?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, but then she hesitated. "But I think the place is quite expensive." Although her living conditions were decent, they were merely average. Avoiding extravagant venues and refraining from excessive shopping has allowed for a rather comfortable life. However, as a married woman, she firmly believes that meticulous budgeting is essential for a fulfilling existence. The Longyin restaurant is renowned in Japan, albeit with a considerably steep price tag. She has never dined there, but it is said that a single dinner could cost nearly 100,000 yen. Thus, she deems it rather impractical, as that amount could sustain her for an entire month. Chen Mo gently pinched her cheek and remarked, "My dear, There is no need for you to economize on my behalf. I am but one person. Besides, with my earnings, I have little opportunity to spend. So it is far better to indulge you. Morita Kana blushed at the unexpected declaration, her heart fluttering with sweetness, yet she murmured softly, but we shouldn't be too wasteful. No wastefulness. Chen Mo leaned closer to her ear, his voice low and suggestive. Kana, you have been so obedient today. Tidying up my home so meticulously, you certainly deserve a reward. Chapter 061. Mrs. Sin's admiration for Chen Mo, who desires such a reward? She shyly pushed Chen Mo away, yet her lips could not help but curve into a smile. Longing restaurant. The interior exudes elegance and romance, with soft lighting reflecting off the dark tablecloths. In the corner, a pianist serenades the atmosphere with soothing melodies. A server approaches and inquires, "Good evening, esteemed guests. Do you have a reservation?" "No," Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. "Is it impossible to dine without a reservation?" The server respectfully responded, "Not at all, sir. However, without a reservation, we lack private dining spaces and can only accommodate you in the main hall." Chen Mo turned to Mrs. Sins, seeking her opinion. Would you be all right with that?" Mrs. Sins was taken aback by Chen Mo's request for her input, a rarity in a society where men typically hold a higher status. Her heart fluttered with sweetness. After a brief moment of surprise, she replied, yes, that's perfectly fine." "Very well," Chen Mo said to the server. "Excellent. Please follow me," the server responded, leading them to a table by the window, which revealed a dazzling nightscape outside. Neon lights twinkled, and traffic flowed like a river. "It's so beautiful," Mrs. Sins exclaimed as she settled into her seat, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chen Mo, captivated by her expression, gently pinched the tip of her nose and remarked, "Kanai is far more enchanting than the night view." "Oh, not again." She blushed and swatted his hand away. Yet her heart melted with sweetness. The server returned, holding a tablet. "Esteemed guests, our longing restaurant is themed around savoring the gifts of the 4 seasons. We do not offer a la carte service. Instead, our dishes are designed according to the seasonal changes, allowing guests to experience the unique flavors of each season." After explaining the restaurant's specialties, he continued, "Aside from dinner, would you like any drinks or wine?" Chen Mo nodded, glancing at Mrs. Sins. Would you like to drink?" "I'm fine with anything. I'll follow your lead." "Chen Mo-kun," Mrs. Sins replied, displaying her preference for a more submissive role. Understanding her nature, he turned to the server and asked, "In that case, we'll have a bottle of wine. Do you have any recommendations?" The server respectfully replied, "Indeed, sir. We have just received a batch of 20-year-old Petrus, which is quite reasonably priced at 680,000 yen. Would you like a bottle?" Having never indulged in such luxury before, and with finances no longer a concern, Chen Mo readily agreed. "Yes, let's have a bottle." The server's demeanor grew even more respectful and accommodating, recognizing the generosity of their guest. Though Longing Restaurant is upscale, patrons who order fine wines are a rare occurrence, especially for a mid-range wine like Petrus. The server had approached the recommendation with a hint of hopefulness. Unexpectedly, the other party indeed made the order. Now, he would bend his waist at a 90-degree angle if he could. After all, when a guest orders wine, he earns a commission. "Very well, sir. I will arrange that for you. The longing dinner is 80,000 yen, and a bottle of 20-year-old Petrus is 680,000 yen, totaling 760,000 yen. How would you like to proceed with the payment?" "I'll pay by card." Chen Mo produced his bank card from the lining of his suit. It wasn't that he wished to show off by carrying a card every day. In this small island nation, making large payments online was less convenient than using a card. Small payments were even less convenient compared to Huaxia. Many places still retained the habit of using cash. The waiter respectfully accepted the bank card with both hands and retreated. Morisawa Kanai nervously clutched her napkin and whispered, "Chen Mo-kun, this is too expensive, isn't it? 680,000 yen for a bottle of wine." Suddenly recalling something, she frantically rummaged through her handbag. "Right, I brought supermarket discount coupons." Chen Mo, instead of mocking her, found her adorable. In this fast food era, women like Morisawa Kanai, who lead a practical and diligent life, are indeed rare. He gently held her flustered hand and said, "Kanai, you can't use coupons here." Chen Mo's fingertips glided over her palm. However, he lowered his voice, "When we get home later, I can offer you a special discount." Chen Mo-kun. Morisawa Kanai, flustered and embarrassed, almost knocked over her water glass. The flush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Thank you, Chen Mo, but such an expensive wine. Why not return it? Your work isn't easy. There's no need to spend so much for me. Chen Mo gazed at her affectionately and replied, No. Whatever I spend for you, is worth it. Besides, I got promoted. This amount is nothing to me. Seeing Chen Mo speak to such lengths, Morisawa Kanai ceased her persuasion. After all, it would make a man lose face. Furthermore, wasn't this also a form of expressing affection? Thus, she looked at Chen Mo with admiration and said, Oh, Chen Mo got promoted? That's amazing. Then, we really should celebrate. She truly admired this young man, not only for the happiness she felt, but in every aspect. She had become a little fan of Chen Mo. At that moment, the waiter pushed a dining cart over. As the silver lid was lifted, a wisp of white mist wafted up. The first appetizer was a sakura-shaped wagashi, adorned with edible gold leaf. Please enjoy. As the waiter was about to pour the wine, Chen Mo took the crystal decanter. I'll do it. As he leaned forward, the collar of his shirt subtly revealed itself, causing Morisawa Kanai to instantly lower her head, feigning great interest in the sakura on her plate. When Chen Mo pushed the wine glass toward her, Morisawa Kanai suddenly grasped his wrist. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. I have a poor tolerance for alcohol. Last time, I only had 2 glasses, and... Perfect. Chen Mo entwined their fingers, his grip gentle. The sight of Kanai drunk last time was simply too adorable. He wished to see it again. In the flickering candlelight. Since Kanai gazed into his smiling eyes and suddenly felt a pleasant intoxication wash over her, even before she had taken a sip of her drink. When the second sashimi platter arrived, she picked up a slice of tuna belly, ready to dip it in wasabi, only to be halted by Chen Mo, who grasped her wrist. Open your mouth, he instructed, dipping the fish into a special sauce before bringing it to her lips. Since Kanai furtively glanced around. Feeling the weight of the moment, this was undeniably too intimate. Yet, she obediently parted her lips. In that fleeting instant, her tongue inadvertently brushed against Chen Mo's fingertip. As she hurried to grab a napkin, Chen Mo had already cleaned his fingers before she could offer it. So sweet, he remarked, suggestively licking his lips. At that moment, Sen's Kanai felt an overwhelming sense of relief that the restaurant's lighting was dim enough to conceal her flushed expression. The next course featured A5 Wagyu with truffles. Chen Mo suddenly cut a piece and offered it to her, saying, Try this. Just as Sen's Kanai was about to accept, he raised the fork a little higher. A mischievous grin spreading across his face. This scoundrel, how could he be so playful? Embarrassed, she instinctively tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and then obediently opened her mouth. Chen Mo placed the tender steak in her mouth. And as the succulent juices burst forth, she suddenly heard his low voice ask, Is it delicious? The unexpected question caught her off guard, causing her to cough. Chen Mo quickly rose to pat her back, easing her breath, while teasingly whispering, Kanai's reactions are always so dramatic. Chapter 062. Stop. Don't run. Mizusawa Kana, somewhat exasperated, exclaimed. You rascal, Chen Mo. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you. With that, she raised her glass and took a considerable sip, her gaze furtively scanning the surroundings, wary of prying ears overhearing their intimate exchange. As dinner reached its conclusion, the bottle of wine was entirely consumed by the two, with the lion's share attributed to Chen Mo. The inebriated Kana was already feeling quite lightheaded. Dessert was served. And as Chen Mo prepared to sign the bill presented by the waiter, he suddenly felt a tug at his sleeve. What is it? He asked, glancing down at Kana's glistening eyes. She stammered, pointing at the strawberry daifuku on the dessert cart. I'd like to take some home for a midnight snack. She paused, momentarily stunned, oblivious to the precariousness of the situation. As they departed, Kana's steps were somewhat unsteady. She was blissfully led home, her mind clouded. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Mo wrapped his arm around Kana's waist as they exited the elevator. Suddenly, he leaned against the corridor railing. Wait. The dazed Kana regained a modicum of clarity, but before she could articulate her thoughts, her mouth was silenced. His other hand tightened around her lower back. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Recalling her earlier impulsive actions, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, instinctively burrowing into Chen Mo's embrace. Seizing the opportunity, he scooped her up in his arms. Just as Kana gasped and clung to his neck, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Well, is that not Kana? Aunt Tanaka had just returned from a supermarket spree, her plastic bags tumbling to the floor, with 2 onions rolling at her feet as she gawked at the pair. Kana froze in place, her mind racing with a singular thought. Move. Immediately. Leave the apartment, escape Tokyo, flee the land of cherry blossoms. This was far too embarrassing. Chen Mo, put me down. Kana's voice was almost tearful as she desperately pounded on his shoulders, yet he held her even tighter. The knowing look from Aunt Tanaka made her wish for a crack to disappear into. Oh my, the youth certainly possesses vigor. Aunt Tanaka chuckled, bending to pick up the fallen onions, her face lighting up with a smile. Just this afternoon, I suggested you both consider some nutritional supplements. It seems this old lady, was unnecessary. With such sweet affection between you two, who needs supplements? Youth is indeed a blessing. Tanaka-senpai. Kana buried her face in Chen Mo's chest. Her words muffled, it's not what you think. Chen Mo remained unperturbed, even taking a moment to adjust his hold to make Kana more comfortable in his embrace. Tanaka-senpai, you've misunderstood. Kana just twisted her ankle a moment ago. Oh, I've twisted my ankle. Aunt Tanaka elongated her words intentionally, her gaze sweeping over Morisawa Kana's high heels. You must take good care of it. After saying this, she quickly returned home, wishing not to disturb the sweet young couple. However, as she closed the door, she added, Kana's beloved, do take good care of her. I hope to see a new life gracing your apartment in the coming year. Kana felt her face flush, as if it could fry an egg. Embarrassed, she playfully hit Chen Mo, exclaiming, it's all your fault, you little rascal. Who told you to concoct such an excuse? Her voice suddenly softened. I'm wearing high heels. Everyone can tell if I've twisted my ankle. Chen Mo abruptly halted, looking down at the petite woman in his arms, his eyes shimmering with tenderness. Kana, are you suggesting I fabricate a more plausible excuse? For instance, his lips nearly brushed against Morisawa Kana's earlobe, the warmth of his breath causing her to shiver. How about saying you're tired and can't walk anymore? No. Kana protested, covering her ears and curling up. I can't hear anything. Chen Mo burst into laughter, the vibrations reverberating through their bodies, causing Kana's heart to race in a chaotic rhythm. At last, they reached the doorstep. Chen Mo held her with one arm, while the other fished for the keys. Tipsy from the drink, a hint of fright still lingered. Seizing the opportunity when he was distracted, Kana suddenly slipped from his embrace, sprinting barefoot into the house. Stop. Chen Mo swiftly caught her wrist, pulling her back into his arms. Trying to run away? Kana found herself trapped between the door and his chest, gazing up at his face, so close. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to take a shower. Her voice dwindled. Chen Mo's thumb traced her flushed cheek. Together. No, that's not possible. Kana shook her head frantically. I have to. What do you have to do tomorrow? Chen Mo feigned curiosity, relishing her flustered expression. Kana bit her lip, suddenly rising on her toes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. I have to make breakfast for Chen Mo tomorrow, so I need to rest early tonight. With that, she darted beneath his arm and swiftly fled to the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, followed by the sound of the lock clicking. Chen Mo stood there, momentarily stunned, touching his cheek where her soft warmth lingered, unable to suppress a chuckle. He approached the bathroom door and gently knocked. Kana, you forgot to grab your change of clothes. Silence enveloped the room for a few seconds before a small crack in the door opened, revealing only her fair arm. Yet, instead of handing her the clothes, Chen Mo seized the opportunity to grasp her wrist. Kana gasped, attempting to retreat, but it was already too late. A small scream emerged from within the room, followed by the flustered voice of Morisawa Kanai. Shinmajuin is too cunning. Mutual sentiment, Chen Mo chuckled, releasing his grip. Just moments ago, in the restaurant. Do not speak of it. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Morisawa Kanai's flushed face. I was merely intoxicated. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. 2 glasses of wine, and you were inebriated? Well, of course. Morisawa Kanai asserted boldly, yet her eyes betrayed her unease. Chen Mo unexpectedly reached out, tousling her hair. Very well, next time we shall indulge in juice. With that, he turned and strode toward the living room, leaving Morisawa Kanai standing dazed at the bathroom entrance. After a moment, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Chen Mo reclined on the sofa, listening to the faint sound of water, his thoughts drifting back to Morisawa Kanai's slightly tipsy demeanor earlier in the restaurant, her cheeks flushed, eyes glistening. Bolder than usual, yet retaining a hint of shyness. It was truly. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of the doorbell. Chapter 063, The Misfortune of Ishikawa Mio. Chen Mo frowned as he approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he discerned the supermarket delivery person. He opened the door and accepted the items he had purchased that day, including the purple silk nightgown. Just as he was about to close the door, a familiar voice echoed from the corridor. Oh dear, isn't this Kana's husband? Chen Mo turned to see Aunt Tanaka standing by the elevator, shopping bags in hand. Her gaze fixated on the packaging bag he held, emblazoned with the logo of a lingerie store. Ah, the youth today is brimming with vitality, Aunt Tanaka remarked with a knowing tone. But do take care of your health. I just bought some eel, quite nourishing. Would you like some? No. Thank you for your kind offer, Aunt Tanaka, Chen Mo replied politely yet firmly, swiftly closing the door. As he turned back, he was met with the sight of Morisawa Kana standing in the corridor, wrapped in a towel, her damp hair still dripping. What's going on? She inquired softly. Chen Mo shook the bag in his hand, supermarket delivery, and he intentionally elongated his words, Aunt Tanaka. Morisawa Kana's eyes widened in surprise. She saw that. She pointed at the conspicuous packaging bag. Chen Mo nodded. Not only did she see it, but she also suggested we eat eel for nourishment. Kana let out a small whimper and turned to flee back to the bathroom, only to be caught by Chen Mo. My dear, his voice dropped to a deeper tone. Since our neighbor is so concerned about us, shouldn't we not disappoint her kindness? Kana looked into his increasingly close face, her heart racing. Just as their lips were about to meet, she suddenly recalled something and pushed him away. Wait, what about the strawberry daifuku? Chen Mo paused for a moment, then chuckled. It's in the bag, but he moved closer again. Right now, I wish to savor a different kind of treat. Kana attempted to protest, but he silenced her with a kiss. The packaging of the purple nightgown fell to the floor, unnoticed. Suddenly, the sound of a marimba ring-on shattered the intimate atmosphere. Chen Mo frowned slightly. At this hour, who could be calling him? He had no intention of answering, yet the persistent ringing continued. Seizing the opportunity, Kana wriggled free from his embrace, picked up the towel from the floor, and wrapped herself up again, her cheeks flushed. She nudged him gently. You should answer it. It might be urgent given the late hour. With a sigh, Chen Mo retrieved his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Ishikawa Mio? What could she possibly want at this hour? Especially with Mrs. Morisawa right in front of him. Whether to answer or not posed a dilemma. However, that young lady seemed quite sensible. She wouldn't call unless it was important, would she? What's the matter, Chen Mo-kun? Is it inconvenient? Perhaps I should. Step away. Kana's eyes dimmed slightly, the last few words left unspoken. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Mo felt a pang of sorrow and spoke. No need. After all, it was unlikely that he would ever be with only one woman. This was not his first encounter with such turmoil. With a resolute mind, he pressed the answer key. Hello? As soon as the call connected, a coarse male voice emerged from the other end. You must be the man of the little lady from the Ishikawa family. Hurry and bring the money to ransom her, or do not blame me for being rude. Chen Mo's heart sank at the tone of the speaker. Regardless of the circumstances, Ishikawa Ryo was still his woman. Had she been kidnapped? Or was it something else? Forcing himself to maintain a calm demeanor, he inquired, Who are you? Why do you have her phone? Damn it. What does it matter who I am? You have half an hour. Bring the money quickly, or she will have to obediently star in some movies with me. The phone crackled with lewd laughter before disconnecting. Chen Mo's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it. Why don't you just tell me where she is? How am I supposed to find her otherwise? Beside him, Sen's Kane faintly overheard the conversation and, with a worried expression, asked, Chen Mo-kun, what has happened? Chen Mo stowed his phone away, his expression grave as he looked at Sen's Kane. Hey, friend has encountered some trouble, and I need to handle it. He truly did not wish to leave this delicate beauty, freshly bathed, alone in the empty room. Yet, Ishikawa Ryo was indeed his woman, and the urgency of the situation demanded his attention. Sen's Kane tightened her bath towel across her chest, a hint of regret in her voice as she asked, Is it serious? Should we call the police? Not at the moment. Chen Mo shook his head and gently caressed her cheek. You should rest. I will return as soon as I can. But, Sen's Kane hesitated, her understanding nature at odds with her desire to keep him close. Ultimately, she nodded, saying, Then please be careful and stay safe. Chen Mo nodded and quickly donned his jacket. Just before departing, he turned abruptly, pulling Sen's Kane into his embrace and kissing her deeply. If I do not return tonight, make sure to rest early. With her cheeks flushed, Sen's Kane pushed him away gently. What time is it? Go now and come back soon. All right. With that, Chen Mo stepped out the door. Sen's Kane watched his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of loss. She had caught snippets of the earlier call. His woman, indeed. Although she wished he would stay, it seemed he was facing danger that could not be ignored. Once outside the apartment, Chen Mo redialed Ishikawa Ryo's number. This time, a female voice answered, laced with tears. Chen Mo-kun, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Please, don't come. They are not good people. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly ignore you? What is happening? Chen Mo inquired, his tone grave. It was the usury borrowed by my father during his lifetime. Shikawa Mio sobbed, as they had come to my home. On the other end of the line, the coarse male voice echoed once more. You filthy woman. I gave you my phone so you can call for money. What do you mean by asking them not to come? After the man finished speaking, there was a sharp sound, followed by Shikawa Mio's agonized cry. The call was abruptly disconnected. Beep, 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 beep. How dare you touch my woman? Chen Mo's forehead bulged with veins, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. He forced himself to remain calm. There was no time to ask for the address. The call had already been cut off. Suddenly, he recalled his system skill. He bound Shikawa Mio with the system's Eye of Reality. Ding. Conquest points consumed. 10. Eye of Reality binding successful. Bound subject, Shikawa Mio. Moments later, Shikawa Mio's 3D reality appeared in Chen Mo's mind. She sat on the edge of a bed, her face clearly visible in the palm of her hand. Lying on the bed was her frail mother. The two embraced, tears streaming down their faces. In the small room, 7 or 8 menacing figures loomed. Chapter 64, Street Racing in Tokyo. The address is located in an old apartment in Tate, Tokyo. Realizing the location, Chen Mo hurriedly hailed a taxi at the street corner. After a considerable wait, no taxi appeared. How inconvenient it was without a car. In a rush, he took out his phone, preparing to summon a ride through a mobile app. Suddenly, the distant roar of motorcycles grew louder. Chen Mo looked up to see 5 or 6 motorcycles approaching, coming to a halt right at the intersection before him, which was currently lit red. The riders, a lively group of young individuals, were laughing and chatting. Closest to Chen Mo was a young lady riding a red Yamaha R1. She wore a short black leather jacket and fitted black jeans, paired with Martin boots, accentuating her long legs. Engaged in conversation with her friends, she suddenly overheard someone mentioning a handsome guy on the roadside. Turning her head, she cast a glance at Chen Mo. Hey? The young woman raised her helmet's visor to the maximum and fiercely glared at Chen Mo. Finally, I've encountered you, you bastard. Chen Mo merely shot a glance at the unexpected accuser, feeling a sense of familiarity, but he had no time to engage and continued to focus on his phone. As the girl parked her motorcycle before him and lowered the kickstand, she exclaimed, I say, you haven't changed a bit, still acting all high and mighty. Frustrated after a long wait for a taxi, Chen Mo looked up and coldly asked, is there something you need? Seeing that Chen Mo did not recognize her, the girl became even angrier. She dismounted her motorcycle, removed her helmet, and stylishly tossed her disheveled hair, declaring, bastard. Take a good look. I am Jidao Feng. Upon recognizing her face, Chen Mo suddenly recalled their previous encounter at the hotel. I need to borrow your bike. Without hesitation, he snatched the helmet from Jidao Feng's hands. Hey, what are you doing? Jidao Feng's eyes widened in surprise, still processing the situation when Chen Mo had already mounted her Yamaha R1. I need it for an urgent matter. Chen Mo twisted the throttle, feeling the raw power of the Yamaha R1 beneath him. Although he had never ridden a motorcycle, his adept driving skills gave him an immediate sense of familiarity as he gripped the throttle. Bastard, that's my bike. Jidao Feng fumed, stomping her foot and reaching to pull him off. Chen Mo was the first man to treat her with such disrespect, and certainly not the last. He sidestepped her grasp and coldly shot her a glance, saying, either get on or wait here. I'm in a hurry. Taken aback by his gaze, Jidao Feng hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and responding, you. Meanwhile, her onlooking friends began to whistle and cheer, teasing, Miss Feng. It's the first time a man has stolen your bike. Indeed. How curious. Who is this handsome guy, Feng-chan? Why not introduce everyone? Shut up. Jidao Feng was infuriated. Snatching the helmet from the person inciting the commotion, she climbed onto Chen Mo's motorcycle. I want to see why you stole my bike. Without a valid reason. You're doomed. Hold on tight. Chen Mo uttered no further words. With a twist of the throttle, the Yamaha R1 surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. The front wheel briefly lifted off the ground. You lunatic! Slow down. Jidao Feng's screams were drowned by the roaring wind. She clung desperately to Chen Mo's waist, her nails nearly piercing his shirt, leaving deep crimson marks on his abdomen. The engine of the Yamaha R1 roared like a beast under Chen Mo's command, the speedometer needle soaring to 180 and continuing to swing rightward. Shut up, hold on tight. Chen Mo shouted without looking back, maneuvering through the traffic with deft precision. Each lane change and overtaking left Jidao Feng's heart racing perilously. Just 3 minutes ago, this madman had stolen her bike. 2 minutes ago, He claimed to be in urgent need of assistance. Now, she felt as though she might perish on the very machine she adored. She glimpsed the blinding red light ahead. Yet Chen Mo showed no intention of slowing down. Despair took hold of her as she shouted, "Red light! Red light!" Ignoring her cries, Chen Mo accelerated further. The Yamaha R1 sped through the intersection, narrowly avoiding a truck that zipped past them. Jidao Feng could almost smell the burning rubber from the tires scraping against the asphalt. As they navigated the heavy traffic, Chen Mo was forced to reduce speed, but he still weaved through the vehicles with agility. "Are you insane? You'll get us killed." She pounded on his back, her voice tinged with tears. "Keep it up, and I'll throw you off," Chen Mo retorted coldly, executing a sharp turn that brought the Yamaha R1 dangerously close to the ground. Jidao Feng felt her knee almost graze the pavement. Finally, she silenced herself, not out of fear of being cast aside, but because she suddenly recognized a startling truth. This madman was exceptionally skilled. Each overtaking maneuver and curve was executed with precision, resembling a performance of stunts. Though Jidao Feng considered herself quite adept at riding, she had never witnessed anyone handle a Yamaha R1 with such expertise on the road. "Are you a professional racer?" she inquired, her voice barely audible over the wind as she leaned closer to Chen Mo's ear. He did not respond, his focus entirely consumed by the vivid images displayed in his mind's eye. Ishikawa Mio was being dragged and bound to a chair by a man. Her cheeks bore the marks of a slap. A burly man with tattooed arms leered at her while holding her phone. "Faster!" Chen Mo gritted his teeth, and the motorcycle surged ahead once more, leaving Jidao Feng reeling as the world around her blurred into oblivion. She was unaware of where this madman intended to take her, nor could she fathom why she had refrained from leaping from the vehicle when it was moving at a slow pace. Perhaps it was the urgency reflected in his eyes when he spoke of saving someone. Or perhaps it was merely a simple curiosity about the identity of this man who had bested her twice. 15 minutes later, the motorcycle screeched to a halt beneath a dilapidated apartment building in the Taidong district. Jidao Feng's legs felt weak, nearly causing her to tumble off the bike. "Thank you for the ride," Chen Mo remarked before dashing up the stairs. "Wait." Jidao Feng stumbled after him, exclaiming, "You bastard. I risked my life for you just now. At the very least, tell me what's going on." Chen Mo paused, turning to face her. "The loan sharks have kidnapped my woman, and I'm going to rescue her. Are you satisfied now?" Jidao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're going alone? Do you realize who stands behind the loan sharks in Tokyo?" "They are—" "I don't care," Chen Mo interrupted her. "Either assist me or be silent." Jidao Feng opened her mouth, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a butterfly knife from the inner pocket of her leather jacket. "You know how to use a knife? Take this, at the very least. Be careful." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, accepted the butterfly knife, and tucked it into his pocket before turning and rushing up the stairs. Jidao Feng hesitated for a second, then promptly followed suit. Chapter 065, The Sumiyoshi Association. Nishikawa Iron at the end of the third-floor corridor. Chen Mo forcefully kicked open the door. The sight within sent his blood boiling. Ishikawa Mio was bound to a chair, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her shirt torn open. 3 tattooed men surrounded her, one filming with a mobile phone. "Chen Mo." Ishikawa Mio's tears streamed down her face. "Who are you, you bastard?" The tattooed man with the floral arm tattoos discarded his phone and grabbed a metal baseball bat. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo advanced swiftly. The man swung the bat, but Chen Mo evaded effortlessly, delivering a precise chop to his wrist. The man's eyes widened in shock as he fell to his knees, clutching his injured arm. "Scoundrel!" The other two lunged simultaneously. Chen Mo deftly sidestepped, twisting one man's wrist until a sharp crack echoed alongside his scream. The third man's fist grazed Chen Mo's cheek, only to be met with a powerful counterpunch to his temple, rendering him unconscious. The entire encounter lasted no more than 10 seconds. Jidao Feng stood at the doorway, her folding knife clattering to the floor, having never witnessed such a fight before. There was no flamboyance in his movements. Each strike was aimed with lethal precision, swift, accurate, and frighteningly ruthless. "Mio, it's all right now." Chen Mo untied Ishikawa Mio's bindings and gently wiped the blood from her mouth. "I'm sorry I've caused you trouble," Ishikawa Mio sobbed as she collapsed into Chen Mo's embrace. Jidao Feng watched this scene unfold, a wave of inexplicable bitterness swelling within her. The man who had just seemed like the Grim Reaper now radiated an astonishing tenderness. They said my father borrowed 30 million yen. Ishikawa Mio trembled as she spoke. My mother wanted to be discharged early. Return the money you deposited at the hospital, and then gathered enough to give them. They said it was enough, that there was still 20 million in interest. It has been resolved. Chen Mo gently patted her back. Loan sharks, are they? How intriguing. He then turned his gaze to the groaning tattooed man on the floor. Tell your boss that the debt is wiped clean. If you dare to harass her again, he then stepped on the man's wrist, applying just enough pressure to elicit a sound of distress from the bones. Ah, I understand. I understand. The tattooed man was sweating profusely from the pain. I promise I won't come back. Jido Feng stepped forward and kicked the tattooed man. You are with the Sumiyoshi Association, aren't you? You're truly a disgrace to your organization. Who sent you? The man's expression changed dramatically, realizing that this young woman was part of the same gang. He recognized her vaguely, but could not place her at that moment. Hesitantly, he asked, You who are you? Jido Feng placed her hands on her hips, looking down at him with disdain. Do you not know? I am the daughter of Ryotaka Takomi. Who do you think I am? The tattooed man's face drained of color as he realized the gravity of his predicament. She was the daughter of a prominent boss. Although his superiors might not fear her, he certainly did. However, he was not someone as insignificant as this man could provoke. He hurriedly struggled to rise and knelt properly, exclaiming, Miss Feng, we had no idea it was you. Now you know? Jido Feng scoffed coldly. Suddenly, she seized the ashtray from the table and struck him on the head. You dare to touch my friends? Who gave you the audacity? Blood trickled down the forehead of the tattooed man, yet he dared not wipe it away. It was the young son of Rihuan Tetsahira, who said this business was lucrative. Dazed and disoriented from the blow, he felt a flicker of indignation. Miss Feng, this is the woman Rihuan Tetsahira instructed us to handle. If you seek trouble, go find him. Rihuan Tetsahira? Jido Feng narrowed her eyes. That scoundrel who bites the hand that feeds him? She turned to Chen Mo and explained, although my father is affiliated with the Sujihara clan. This matter does not concern us, but I will assist you. Chen Mo listened to their exchange and discerned that Jido Feng and this group belonged to the same faction, albeit not a united front. He lifted the weakened Ishikawa Mio and glanced at Jido Feng. Thank you. Jido Feng turned her face away, kicking the phone on the ground. If there are any inappropriate videos in there, while I can't do anything to Rihuan Tetsahira, I will personally sever your fingers. The tattooed man shook his head frantically. No. We haven't had the chance to film anything, and besides, the boss instructed us to give a little scare, but not get lost. Chen Mo coldly interjected. Tell your people that if they show up before Mio again, I will make you regret being born. Rihuan Tetsahira, is it? I'll remember that name. Why, yes, understood. The group hastily agreed, scrambling away. Chen Mo then addressed Jido Feng. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Feng. You may leave now. Jido Feng suddenly felt a deep sense of grievance. After rendering such significant help, he simply dismissed her. With wide, furious eyes, she retorted, You jerk. About the matter of you stealing my car. It wasn't theft, it was borrowing. The car is still downstairs. Chen Mo interrupted, continuing, I will remember your kindness, Miss Feng, and will repay you when the need arises. If you require compensation, feel free to name your price. He did not wish to owe anyone a favor. Money was easily given, but debts of gratitude were far more complex. You scoundrel. How could he be so outrageous? She had not even troubled him yet. And his words were so hurtful. Offering her money? Naming a price? It felt as though he was tossing a handful of bills at her after a night spent together. Dismissing her with a wave at dawn. What struck her most was the fact that he bore a gentle visage, yet that tenderness was reserved for his woman. This left her feeling inexplicably sour inside. Overwhelmed with grievance, Jido Feng's eyes reddened, and she exclaimed, Who wants your filthy money? Beside them. Ishikawa Mio sobbed gently as she tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve. Chen Mo-kun, my mother just fainted. Chen Mo furrowed his brow and turned to Ishikawa Mio. Where is Annie now? In the room. Tears welled up in Ishikawa Mio's eyes once more. Jido Feng also subdued her playful demeanor. Though she was mischievous and lively, her moral compass remained intact. Suddenly, she dashed out, kicking open the door to the small room. Chen Mo, holding Ishikawa Mio, hurriedly followed. Inside the cramped bedroom, Ishikawa Mio's mother lay on the bed, her face ashen. Okayasan. Ishikawa Mio struggled out of Chen Mo's embrace, rushing to her mother's side. Chen Mo crouched down to examine her, discovering that Mio's mother had weak breathing and an irregular pulse. It appeared to be a fainting spell induced by excessive fright. He swiftly took out his phone. I will call an ambulance immediately. A moment later, outside the hospital's emergency room, Chen Mo consoled the softly weeping Ishikawa Mio as he held her. Jido Feng approached, offering each of them a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Chen Mo said. Accepting the two bottles, he twisted open one and placed it in Ishikawa Miyo's hand before turning to Ji Daofeng. About today. With her sobs stifled, Ishikawa Miyo spoke up. Miss Feng, I truly appreciate your help today. If it weren't for you, my mother and I. No need to mention it. Ji Daofeng interrupted. I cannot abide those who only bully women. After saying this, she shot an insinuating glare at Chen Mo, aware of her gaze. Chen Mo merely smiled gently. Regardless, I owe you a favor. Ji Daofeng let out a soft huff, about to respond when the door to the emergency room swung open, and a weary doctor emerged from within. Chapter 66. Who has gained his affection? The patient has emerged from peril, yet requires hospitalization for observation. Ishikawa Miyo's anxieties were finally assuaged as she bowed deeply to the doctor, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Doctor, thank you sincerely. The doctor, with a furrowed brow, chastised her sternly. The patient underwent surgery just a few days ago. How can she be discharged so soon? She even experienced a fainting spell due to excessive stimulation. If any unforeseen event occurs, the patient could lose her life. Do you understand? Ishikawa Miyo, overwhelmed by the reprimand, repeatedly lowered her head in apology, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Mo stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Doctor, is the patient's condition stable now? Does she require any special treatment? The doctor glanced at Chen Mo, his tone softening slightly. For now, there is no immediate threat to her life, but she needs to rest. What is wrong with the family? The patient has just had a transplant. How could you allow her to endure such stress? Chen Mo turned to Ishikawa Miyo. What a foolish decision. Did I not say I would assist you? Why did you not confide in me? You acted without my consent? Ishikawa Miyo bit her lip, her voice barely audible. I was told by Ogasawara not to inform you. Preposterous. Chen Mo raised his voice, startling Ishikawa Miyo, who flinched at his tone. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he addressed the doctor. Please arrange for the best room and care. Cost is not a concern. The doctor nodded. First, proceed with the hospitalization formalities. Ji Daofeng stood nearby, observing Chen Mo as he efficiently handled the various procedures, his expression a mix of emotions. The man who had just been so intimidating now managed everything with the meticulousness of a true head of the family. Hey, she could not resist interjecting. Would you like my assistance? My father has influence with the hospital director. Chen Mo, without looking up, continued filling out the forms. No need, it's all arranged. Ji Daofeng pursed her lips, muttering quietly, so proud. Ishikawa Miyo gently tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve. Chen Mo-kun. About my father's debts, they. Chen Mo paused, ruffling her hair reassuringly. Do not worry, I will handle everything. Ji Daofeng watched this interaction, feeling an inexplicable annoyance. Miyo, Chen Mo inquired, gazing into Ishikawa Miyo's eyes. Can you provide me with details regarding your father's dealings with loan sharks? Ishikawa Miyo twisted her fingers nervously, her voice trembling. I do not know much. My father never spoke of it. Those men came after his passing with contracts, claiming that my father's friend borrowed 30 million, and my father was the guarantor. Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Guarantor? So this debt was not originally incurred by your father? Ji Daofeng interjected suddenly. Wait a moment. I have encountered this scheme before. She crossed her arms, displaying a look of disdain. It is a common tactic of the underworld to use a deceased person as a guarantor. After all, the dead cannot testify. Tears welled up in Ishikawa Miyo's eyes once more. But the contract bears my father's seal and signature, she lamented. There are countless things that can be forged, replied Ji Daofeng with a dismissive pout. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Chen Mo. Hey, do you want me to help you investigate? I am quite familiar with cases like this. Chen Mo regarded her intently. What are your terms? You. Ji Daofeng stomped her foot in exasperation. Who said anything about terms? I simply cannot stand by and watch them bully others. Chen Mo observed her with a knowing look. So, Miss Feng, you are indeed a kind soul, willing to assist an outsider against your own gang? Ji Daofeng was momentarily taken aback by Chen Mo's words, her face alternating between crimson and pale. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she retorted. Do not belittle me. Although we of the Jidao family are part of the Sujihara society, we are not in league with them. My father conducts legitimate business and would never stoop to such despicable dealings. Suddenly, she seized Chen Mo by the collar, rising on her toes to confront him. You. Do you think I am doing this for you? I am doing this for Miyo-chan. How can I tolerate such a lovely girl being bullied by those rascals? Ishikawa Miyo was taken aback by the sudden confrontation. bewildered as to why Ji Daofeng would express such sentiments when they had been strangers until today. She hurriedly interjected. Miss Feng, thank you. But Chen Mo didn't mean it that way. Chen Mo gently grasped Ji Daofeng's wrist, discreetly creating some distance between them. He was merely being cautious, yet his assessment indicated that despite her eccentric behavior, she possessed a good heart. So he spoke up. I apologize. It was my misstep. Ji Daofeng huffed, shaking off his hand, and swiftly dialed a number on her phone. Hello, it's me. Please look into a 30 million guarantee loan recently handled by Nichikawa Tetsuzaka, with a guarantor named Ishikawa. She glanced at Mio. Ishikawa Kinjiro, Mio whispered. Yes. Ishikawa Kinjiro. I want all the information within half an hour. After hanging up, Ji Daofeng raised her chin triumphantly. Just wait. Results will come swiftly. Chen Mo regarded her thoughtfully. I didn't realize Miss Feng possessed such influence. Of course. Ji Daofeng proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest, but then a realization struck her. Those rascals had embarrassed the Sujihara society. Now, her identity as a mafia heiress felt rather awkward. She glared at Chen Mo with suspicion. Don't try to pry information from me. Ishikawa Mio watched the banter between them, her tears replaced by a smile. You two have such a good rapport. She understood her position well. Chen Mo's willingness to assist her was already the greatest blessing. She dared not wish for more. If Chen Mo did not cast her away, she would never leave his side. After all, she would only ever love him in this lifetime. Even if it meant being his mistress or a subordinate, she would harbor no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Ding! Shikawa Mio's affection has increased by 19. Reward: 190 conquest points. Tip: congratulations, host. You have made significant progress on the path of conquest, with only one remaining until 100 conquest. Keep up the diligent work. Achieving 100 conquest will grant you a super gift pack X1. Who has developed feelings for him? Ji Daofeng leaped up like a cat, whose tail had been stepped on. Chen Mo chose to ignore her and gently ruffled Shikawa Mio's hair. Don't speak nonsense. Go keep your aunt company. She should be waking up soon. Shikawa Mio obediently nodded and walked towards the hospital room. The corridor was soon left with only Chen Mo and Ji Daofeng. After a moment of silence, Ji Daofeng suddenly spoke. Hey, who exactly are you? A mere ordinary person would not possess your level of skill. Ji Daofeng squinted her eyes. Moreover, those maneuvers you performed while riding my bike. Even professional racers might struggle to execute them. Leaning against the wall, Chen Mo lazily replied. Gifted, perhaps? Chapter 067. The Debt Trap of Ishikawa Mio. How absurd. You must have undergone professional training. You resemble a spy, exclaimed Ji Daofeng, stomping her foot in frustration. Chen Mo merely shrugged in response. Just as Ji Daofeng was about to press further, her phone rang. After answering the call, her expression turned grave. I found something. That loan indeed has issues. What do you mean? The signature of Ishikawa Kinjiro is forged, and the seal was also fraudulently applied. The actual borrower is a low-ranking member of Nichikawa Tetsuzaka. They specifically seek out deceased individuals as guarantors, as some of them had purchased substantial insurance policies, potentially leaving behind considerable wealth. They have swindled several families already. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Is the evidence irrefutable? There is evidence, but it is all managed by Nichikawa Tetsuzaka's subordinates. There is little we can do about it. Moreover, you have disrupted his schemes. He certainly will not let you off easily. His father is the third in command of the gang. And I am not in a position to confront him. Ji Daofeng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had confidently claimed she could resolve the issue, only to find herself contradicted. Miss Feng, it is quite all right. I am already immensely grateful for the assistance you have provided, Chen Mo said, revealing a rare, sincere smile. Lacking any powerful connections, if matters escalated, he would have to take matters into his own hands. And there was but one course of action, to pause time and send him to meet his maker. However, for now, he had no intention of escalating things to such extremes. Ji Daofeng, observing Chen Mo's suddenly softened expression, felt her ears flush with warmth. Who said I need your gratitude? She stammered, hastily averting her gaze. But if you truly wish to resolve this matter, I do have a suggestion. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what is it? Ji Daofeng glanced around cautiously, lowering her voice. Nichikawa Tetsuzaka has been at odds with an organization in Osaka over territory. If you could help him with this problem, Chen Mo's eyes turned frosty. It would be fortunate enough if I do not provoke him. Do you expect me to serve him? No. Ji Daofeng waved her hands in haste. What I mean is you could feign cooperation. With your skills, I am certain it would be easy for you to infiltrate. Then, amid the chaos of a confrontation, She mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Chen Mo chuckled unexpectedly. I did not anticipate Miss Feng to be so ruthless. Ji Daofeng's face flushed. Who asked him to be such a scoundrel? Besides, she hesitated. In truth, his father and mine have always been at odds. They are rivals competing for the next position of the chairman. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully. I see. However, he shifted the conversation. I prefer a more direct and expedient approach. Once Ji Daofeng realized his intent, she paused in shock. You cannot be considering a direct. Chen Mo raised his hand to interrupt her. Miss Feng, let us not speak recklessly. We are upstanding citizens, and such violent matters are not our concern. At present, they had not reached that juncture. If Riku Kawate were to act foolishly. Although he did not complete his statement, Kido understood Chen Mo's implication. A madman. She merely offered a suggestion. Yet she sensed that Chen Mo might indeed follow through with it. He was utterly insane. What was this peculiar fluttering in her heart? Furthermore, despite the fear that had gripped her during their reckless driving, in retrospect, she felt an exhilarating urge to experience it once more. Thus, Kido suddenly inquired, by the way, having assisted you so much today, have you considered how to repay me? If not, allow me to suggest. Speak, Chen Mo replied, casting a light glance her way. Kido drew closer, the sweet fragrance of her youth enveloping him. Your driving skills are remarkable. Why not teach me how to navigate a turn? Chen Mo gazed into her bright eyes, slightly leaning back to create distance. Is that your only request? What do you mean, is that it? Kido pouted in dissatisfaction. Do you have any idea how many times I fell while practicing my turns? Do you think it's that simple? After a moment, she recalled how effortlessly Chen Mo handled turns and added, though it may be easy for you. Not everyone possesses your skills. Regardless, I assisted you, and you must teach me. Kido's stubbornness elicited a smile from Chen Mo. Very well. But you must wait until I finish my affairs before I can find time to instruct you. Whether you succeed or not depends entirely on your own efforts. Then it's settled. Kido clapped her hands excitedly, then suddenly adopted a serious expression. Hey, don't think about backing out. I did you a significant favor. Yes. Chen Mo replied dismissively, turning his gaze toward the hospital room. You may amuse yourself. I must check on Mio and her mother. Wait. Kido tugged at his sleeve, irritation evident in her tone. You still haven't given me your contact information. With resignation, Chen Mo retrieved his phone. The two exchanged their line contacts. And as Kido beheld the newly added name, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. All right, can I go now? Chen Mo glanced at her small hand still gripping his sleeve. Kido huffed and released him. Go on, but remember your promise. No backing out, or else. She raised her tiny fist, adopting a defiant expression. Upon entering the hospital room, Ishikawa Mio was vigilantly seated by her mother's bedside. Upon Chen Mo's arrival, she immediately stood. Chen Mo-kun, how's Annie's condition? She inquired, lowering her voice. The doctor stated that the previous surgery was successful and her condition is stable. She simply requires ample rest. Ishikawa Mio replied softly, her eyes still slightly swollen. No sooner had she spoken than a faint voice emerged from the hospital bed. Mio-chan. Mrs. Ishikawa slowly opened her eyes. Her pallid face bore the marks of fatigue, and her eyes were filled with anxiety. Upon catching sight of her daughter beside her, a semblance of calm washed over her. Mio-chan, I am relieved to see you're unscathed. Those scoundrels did not trouble you. Did they? The frail Mrs. Ishikawa raised her hand. Okay-san. Mio Ishikawa hastily grasped her hand, and no. Thankfully, Chen Mo-kun arrived just in time. He was the one who helped drive those villains away. If not for him, at that moment, Mrs. Ishikawa also noticed a tall, handsome young man standing nearby. She struggled to sit up, and Chen Mo promptly stepped forward to assist her. Aunt, please don't move. The doctor advised you to rest. Mrs. Ishikawa weakly scrutinized the young man before her and, with a hoarse voice, remarked, Ah, you must be the one Mio-chan often speaks of. Okay-san. Mio's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly interrupted her mother. Mrs. Ishikawa displayed a knowing smile, then turned to Chen Mo with a serious expression, saying, Thank you, Chen Mo-kun. Not only did you save Mio and me, but you also helped us with the medical expenses. Chen Mo shook his head. Aunt, there is no need for gratitude. Mio-chan is an incredibly important friend to me, and it is my duty to assist. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Mio Ishikawa, who had lowered her head. Her ears flushed a deep shade of red. Chapter 068. The lost Ishikawa. Mio Madame Ishikawa observed the interaction between the two and sighed softly, expressing her gratitude, regardless. I am truly, immensely thankful. I have long harbored doubts regarding that debt, as my husband, despite his investment failures and subsequent guilt-ridden suicide, should not have left us with any liabilities. Instead, he left behind insurance compensation. Yet those individuals brandished the contract, and we. Her voice faltered with emotion. Ishikawa Mio quickly embraced her mother, reassuring her, "It's all right, Okayasan." Chen Mo said he would help us resolve this. However, her mother, being of advanced age and somewhat aware of societal conditions, was troubled. The Sumiyoshi Kai had always been a notorious Yakuza group in Japan. In her speculation, Chen Mo was merely a somewhat wealthy foreigner, perhaps only interested in his daughter, unaware of the true terror posed by the Sumiyoshi Kai. Madame Ishikawa, concerned, glanced at Chen Mo and remarked, "Those people are formidable, Chen Mo-kun. You. Do not worry, Auntie," Chen Mo replied with a reassuring smile. "I have already found evidence proving that contract to be a forgery. They will no longer harass you and Mio-chan." Ishikawa Mio's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Is that true? Chen Mo-kun, how did you?" Thanks to Miss Kied's assistance, Chen Mo simply explained. She discovered that a group led by Nishikawa Tetsuzaka specializes in forging guarantee contracts of deceased individuals for fraudulent purposes. "Miss Kied?" Madame Ishikawa inquired, puzzled. "Yes. She is a friend of Chun Mo-kun," Ishikawa Mio replied softly, her tone inexplicably subdued. The three continued their conversation for a while longer. Madame Ishikawa, glancing at the clock on the wall, sought to create an opportunity for her daughter. She gently patted Mio's hand and said, "Mio-chan, it's getting late. You two should head back. The nurses at the hospital will take good care of me. I can manage alone." "No, Okayasan, I want to stay with you," Ishikawa Mio insisted. "Okayasan can manage on her own. Do you wish to impose on Chen Mo-kun, who has already been such a great help to us?" But Ishikawa Mio's brow furrowed with worry, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of the hospital bed. "Mio-chan," Chen Mo interjected gently, "Annie needs rest now. We will return early tomorrow with some daily necessities and clothing." Madame Ishikawa nodded in agreement, saying, "Chen Mo-kun is right. Mio-chan, you haven't rested well these past few days. You are already fatigued, and your dark circles have worsened." Ishikawa Mio had intended to say more but was silenced by her mother's gaze. Reluctantly, she stood up and carefully tucked in the blankets for her mother, saying, "Then Okayasan, please rest well. If anything arises, do press the call button immediately." "I understand, go on now." Madame Ishikawa smiled as she watched the two depart. As they exited the ward, the corridor lights cast elongated shadows of the pair. Suddenly, Ishikawa Mio halted, her voice barely a whisper, "Chen Mo-kun. Thank you so much for today." Chen Mo turned around and noticed that the girl's eyes were once again red-rimmed. She lowered her head, her slender shoulders trembling slightly, resembling a frightened little creature. "Mio-chan." He intended to offer comfort, but was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Hey, why are you all taking so long?" Jidao Feng strode toward them from the end of the corridor, jingling car keys in her hand, her gaze darting between the two. "You didn't forget that I was waiting, did you?" Ishikawa Mio hurriedly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, taking a step back. "Phone, Miss Phone." Jidao Feng raised an eyebrow and suddenly leaned closer to Ishikawa Mio's face. "Huh, have you been crying?" She turned to Chen Mo, her tone turning ominous. "Did you bully her? Don't be ridiculous." Chen Mo helplessly pressed down on Jidao Feng's shoulder, guiding her back a step. It was better for someone as oblivious as Jidao Feng not to play with Ishikawa Mio. "Mio-chan is just worried about her mother." Jidao Feng pouted. Suddenly, she threw an arm around Ishikawa Mio's shoulders. "Come on, let us go. Tonight, I'm treating you to a late-night snack." Ishikawa Mio was taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, looking to Chun Mo for help. Just as Chun Mo was about to speak, Jidao Feng had already dragged the girl toward the elevator. "Don't look at him. Let me tell you, this guy is just a stuffed shirt." "Chen Mo?" Before the elevator doors closed, he caught a glimpse of Ishikawa Mio laughing through her tears at Jidao Feng's antics. And the tension in his heart finally began to ease. He hurried to follow them, but was intercepted at the corner by a doctor in a white coat. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Mo?" The doctor lowered his voice. "May I have a word?" Chen Mo scrutinized him warily. After confirming that his badge indeed belonged to a physician at this hospital, he nodded. The doctor led him to an unoccupied nurse's station, pulling an X-ray from his folder. He said, "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Ishikawa's condition is somewhat complicated. We discovered some abnormal shadows on her liver during the surgery, necessitating further examination." Chen Mo's heart sank. What does that mean? It could be a minor rejection phenomenon from the new organ, The doctor adjusted his glasses. However, we need to conduct multiple confirmations. Given her financial situation, money is not an issue. Chen Mo interrupted. Please arrange for the best examinations and treatments. The doctor appeared visibly relieved. That's wonderful. I will arrange it immediately. It's actually not a major problem. Chen Mo's previous deposit of several tens of millions of yen had stirred quite a commotion in their office. This young man clearly was not one to lack funds. However, since Ishikawa and her daughter had discharged themselves early last time, the doctor hoped to secure a longer stay for them this time to boost the hospital's performance. Chen Mo nodded. As he turned, he noticed the elevator doors had already closed. He quickly made his way to the stairwell but paused at the corner. Hearing Ji Daofeng's voice echoing from the safety passage. So, you and him are really just classmates and friends? Miss Feng, Ishikawa Mio's voice was tinged with embarrassment and irritation. Chen Mo Jun, he merely intended to lend a helping hand. Although she had shared an intimate encounter with Chen Mo, she was not a greedy girl. Chen Mo had not revealed his identity in front of his mother, perhaps harboring his own reservations, though a sense of disappointment lingered within her. She could not burden Chen Mo with her troubles. She could assume the role of a friend in the presence of outsiders. Deceptive. Ji Daofeng elongated his tone. Look at the glint in his eyes. It's unmistakable. Miss Feng. Ishikawa Mio's voice shifted in pitch, fraught with urgency. Please, do not just like that. Chen Mo cleared his throat softly, deliberately amplifying his footsteps as he descended the staircase. Their conversation abruptly halted. Ji Daofeng turned around, wearing a mischievous grin as if caught in the act of a prank, while Ishikawa Mio's face flushed crimson, nearly burying her countenance in her scarf. What are you discussing? Chen Mo feigned ignorance, inquiring. Girl secrets. The trio made their way downstairs, where a black Toyota Alphard awaited them at the hospital entrance. Ji Daofeng swiftly opened the car door and took Ishikawa Mio's hand, ushering her into the rear seat of the Alphard. Get in quickly. I know a fantastic sushi restaurant in Ginza. Chapter 069. Immature? Is this a joke? Chen Mo observed the exuberance of Ji Daofeng with a hint of exasperation, before taking his seat in the passenger side of the Alphard. How fortunate this young heiress is, constantly surrounded by bodyguards and chauffeured around. The vehicle glided smoothly through the enchanting Tokyo night. Ji Daofeng animatedly expounded on a particular sushi restaurant, while Ishikawa Mio sat quietly beside them, casting furtive glances at Chen Mo. By the way, Mio-chan, Ji Daofeng suddenly turned her head, a playful grin adorning her face. What kind of sushi do you prefer? I like any kind, Ishikawa Mio replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Don't be so reserved. Ji Daofeng gently patted her shoulder. After what we've been through today, we're practically friends. Ishikawa Mio nodded gratefully, a faint smile finally gracing her lips. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Mo observed the interaction between the two girls, feeling a slight sense of relief. Soon, they arrived in Ginza, where Ji Daofeng confidently led them into a discreetly luxurious sushi establishment. The owner, evidently familiar with her, greeted them warmly. Miss Feng, welcome. Back to your usual spot? Of course. Ji Daofeng shot a triumphant glance at Chen Mo, as if to showcase her domain. The trio was ushered into a private booth, where Ji Daofeng expertly ordered an array of exquisite ingredients, even requesting a cup of hot tea for Ishikawa Mio. Mio-chan, you don't look well. Have some hot tea to warm yourself, she said, displaying an unexpected thoughtfulness. Ishikawa Mio, taken aback, accepted the teacup with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Feng. Just call me Feng. Ji Daofeng waved her hand dismissively. We're friends from now on. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised by this side of the young heiress. The sushi was soon served, and Ji Daofeng eagerly picked up a piece of fatty tuna, relishing it with delight. This is amazing. You both have to try it. Ishikawa Mio cautiously picked up a piece, taking a delicate bite, her eyes lighting up instantly. It's truly delicious. Chen Mo, observing her expression, couldn't help but chuckle and picked up a piece to savor as well. During the meal, Ji Daofeng animatedly recounted her thrilling street racing escapades, occasionally eliciting soft giggles from Ishikawa Mio. The atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. By the way, Chen Mo, Ji Daofeng suddenly set down her chopsticks, her expression turning serious. About the situation with Nichikawa Tetsuzaka, have you truly dismissed my proposal? Upon hearing that name, Ishikawa Mio visibly stiffened. Chen Mo glanced at her and replied calmly. I will handle this matter. You need not worry. But Ji Daofeng began to protest, yet was silenced by a mere look from Chen Mo. Ishikawa Mio lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing. Chen Mo-kun, is it really troublesome? After a moment of silence, Chen Mo gently patted her shoulder and said, trust me, all right? Ishikawa Mio lifted her head, meeting his unwavering gaze, and finally nodded. Jidao Feng observed their interaction, curling her lip but choosing not to speak further. After dinner, Jidao Feng insisted on escorting the two home. Where does Mio-chan live? I shall take you back first, she inquired. At that moment, a bodyguard beside them disrupted the atmosphere, stating, Miss, it will soon be midnight. The master has instructed that if you are not home by 12. Jidao Feng waved her hand impatiently. Enough. Can't you see I am escorting a friend home? The bodyguard appeared troubled but persisted, but the master said, silence. Jidao Feng shot him a glare. Turning to Ishikawa Mio, she offered an apologetic smile. Mio-chan, I'm sorry, it seems I can only take you this far today. Ishikawa Mio quickly waved her hands. No. It's all right. I am already very grateful to Miss Feng for treating us to such a delicious dinner. Chen Mo glanced at the time and said calmly, I will take Mio-chan home. You can head back first. Jidao Feng pouted, clearly reluctant, but ultimately acquiesced. Fine, but... She suddenly leaned closer to Chen Mo, lowering her voice in a threatening manner. Don't forget what you promised me. If you dare to stand me up, I will. As she spoke, Jidao Feng made a fierce gesture with her fingers, warning Chen Mo. I understand. Chen Mo interrupted her with a tone of resignation. Only then did Jidao Feng hum in satisfaction, turning to walk towards her alpha, and before leaving, she waved at Ishikawa Mio, Mio-chan. Let us have dinner together again next time. Ishikawa Mio slightly bowed. All right, Miss Feng, take care on the road. Watching the alpha depart, Chen Mo pondered a question. Aside from her underdeveloped physique, Jidao Feng was undeniably a petite beauty, with her looks, figure, and demeanor all commendable. Yet the system had not issued a conquest prompt. System. Activate the information viewing function. Target, Jidao Feng. Ding. Consuming 10 conquest points, retrieving target information. Name, Jidao Feng. Age, 14 days shy of 18. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Charging instances, 0. Comprehensive rating, 93. Identity, student, daughter of a Yakuza. Personality, ostensibly arrogant and tyrannical, yet genuinely innocent and straightforward. Enjoys thrilling experiences, heavily tsundere, tends to treat those she cares about poorly, possesses an instinctive admiration for the strong, developing a pet-like dependence on those who conquer her. Background. Father is the head of the Sumiyoshi Kai, Jidao Longi. Mother was a film actress. After her mother's early demise, she was excessively protected by her father, who mandated that any bodyguard failing to protect her from harm must commit seppuku. She secretly formed the rebellious group Maple Ghost, but its members are actually elite bodyguards arranged by her father. Weakness. Utterly defenseless against superb driving skills, becoming weak-kneed at speeds exceeding 200 km/h or during extreme angle turns. Her right earlobe becomes rigid when blown upon. Suffering from a rare condition known as retrogressive shyness, the more one becomes emotionally stirred, the more aggressive one's behavior manifests. Preferences. Collecting various models of motorcycle piston rings as decorative items on my backpack. Writing violent fantasy novels on anonymous forums, with protagonists always being a mafia heiress and a mysterious assassin. Indulging in extremely spicy foods. The embarrassment of crying from the spice compels me to hide at home and consume them privately. Warning. Warning. Under 18. Does not meet conquest conditions. Chen Mo gazed at the densely packed system panel and could not help but express his frustration. Damn it. So I'm still a minor. Huh? What did you say, Chen Mo-kun? Ishikawa Mio inquired with curious eyes fixed on him. It's nothing. Just recalling some unpleasant memories, Chen Mo replied evasively. It's getting late, Mio-chan. Let me escort you home. All right. Ishikawa Mio nodded obediently. Forget it. You're broken home. It's fine if you don't go back. Just stay out. Okay. Ishikawa Mio blushed, yet continued to nod obediently. Chapter 070. The hotel's floor-to-ceiling night view. At this moment, they found themselves near Ginza. Their first encounter had taken place at the Bulgari Hotel. Chen Mo recalled that he still had the contact information for the hotel's butler, Hoshino Tsukimi, so he retrieved his phone and dialed her number. Upon connecting, a gentle yet professional voice resonated from the other end. This is Hoshino Tsukimi, your private butler at the Bulgari Hotel. How may I assist you? I am Chen Mo, and I would like to reserve a suite. There was a noticeable pause on the line, followed by a tone that became even more respectful. Mr. Chun, it is a privilege to serve you once again. Would you like to book the 400 square meter suite as before? Yes, I wish to check in now. Understood. I will prepare it immediately, and the room will be arranged according to your previous preferences. Would you like me to arrange a shuttle? May I ask your current location? No need. We are nearby in Ginza, and will walk over. After hanging up, Chen Mo opened his mobile banking app and transferred the accommodation fee of 4 million yen to Hoshino Tsukimi. Ding! Detected that the host is making a transaction for Ishikawa Mio. Accommodation expense of 4 million yen. Triggering a 5x critical hit. Sakura Bank. Your account ending in 0219 has received 20 million yen. Current balance 320 million. Just as Chen Mo completed the transfer, a notification of the deposit appeared at the top of his phone screen. He turned to Ishikawa Mio. We are staying at the Bulgari tonight. Ishikawa Mio's face instantly flushed crimson, her fingers unconsciously intertwining. Aye. What's the matter? And nothing. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I just remembered last time. Chen Mo chuckled softly and naturally took her hand. Let us go. They strolled through the bustling streets of Ginza, the dazzling neon lights casting a kaleidoscope of colors in Ishikawa Mio's clear eyes. She cautiously returned the grip on Chen Mo's hand, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Despite their previous experience, an inexplicable nervousness enveloped her. Upon entering the lobby of the Bulgari Hotel, Hoshino Tsukimi awaited them with her customary smile. Clad in a well-tailored uniform, she bowed deeply. Welcome back, Mr. Chen and Miss Ishikawa. Ishikawa Mio responded somewhat shyly, while Chen Mo directly inquired, Is the room ready? Yes, everything is prepared. This time, we have upgraded the fragrance system in your suite to an Italian. Please, just lead the way. Chen Mo interrupted her lengthy introduction. Of course, please follow me. The elevator whisked them directly to the 44th floor, to the same room as before. As the door swung open, Ishikawa Mio could not help but hold her breath again. Returning to this place still evoked a sense of awe. It was simply opulent. At that moment, the entire suite was bathed in soft lighting, with the breathtaking night view of Tokyo Tower visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. In the bathroom, a steaming bubble bath awaited. Hoshino Suki respectfully presented the room key. Your suite, valued at 4 million yen, is ready. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service 24 hours a day. Once the butler departed, a delicate tranquility enveloped the room. Ishikawa Mio stood at the doorway, her anxiety rendering her nearly immobile. Chen Mo approached her, gently lifting her chin. What troubles you? Are you unwell? No, it's not that, she stammered, shaking her head in a fluster. Her long hair swayed gently with her movements. It's just, I feel I have burdened you with my expenses. This amount is insignificant to me, and it is, after all, somewhat worth it for me, considering. Chen Mo smiled as he loosened his tie and strode toward the bathroom. Shall you bathe first, or shall I? Ishikawa Mio's cheeks flushed deeper. I can wait for you to go first. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Together? Eh? She gasped, taking a step back, nearly stumbling over her own feet. No. I'm dirty today. Enough of this nonsense. Chen Mo stepped forward and effortlessly swept her into his arms. Walking steadily into the bathroom, Ishikawa Mio gasped in surprise at his sudden action, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her face into his chest in embarrassment. She could distinctly hear the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. Inside the bathroom, the warm steam coated the mirror with a thin veil. Chen Mo gently placed her at the edge of a bathtub adorned with rose petals. The warm water enveloped them both. He picked up a bath sponge and softly began to cleanse her back, the foam cascading along her graceful spine. Suddenly, he paused at a particular spot. What is this, Bruce? Ishikawa Mio tensed. It was from being shoved by debt collectors yesterday. Not wanting to worry Chen Mo, she stammered. I accidentally fell. Before she could finish, Chen Mo's hand was already resting on the bruise. The warmth of his touch made her catch her breath. To be honest, his voice grew a shade heavier. It was those people. Her voice dwindled, but it doesn't hurt anymore. The water in the tub suddenly rippled as Chen Mo turned her to face him. Amidst the swirling mist, his eyes darkened like ink. Yet the pressure of his fingers on her cheek was tender. It won't happen again. Those words seemed to unlock something within her. Ishikawa Mio suddenly threw herself into his embrace, warm water splashing out of the tub, soaking the marble floor. She clutched Chen Mo's shoulders tightly, her scalding tears mingling with the bathwater. Chen Mo, I am so scared. Her sobs fragmented her voice. Those people said I had to shoot that kind of film to repay them. If it weren't for you. Chen Mo gently stroked her damp hair, allowing her tears to saturate his chest. In that moment, he distinctly felt her small frame trembling in his arms. like a frightened fledgling. This evoked a strange sense of protectiveness within him. As Ishikawa Mio sobbed to the point of hiccups, Chen Mo lifted her, guiding her towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The myriad lights of Tokyo sprawled beneath them, resembling a fallen galaxy. Ishikawa Mio gazed blankly at the reflection of the two of them in the glass, encapsulated in Chen Mo's embrace, her eyelashes still adorned with tears. Those scoundrels! I shall take care of them. They are not worthy of even a single tear from you. Ishikawa Mio stared at the distant, twinkling Tokyo Tower, suddenly finding the darkness that had once instilled fear in her now insignificant, like dust. The night view of Tokyo was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 071. Purchasing exquisite supplements. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the disheveled studio apartment. Chen Mo found his pleasant dreams abruptly interrupted as he tossed aside the covers. The two gazes met, one filled with profound contemplation, the other a delightful mix of panic and adorableness. Chen Mo's face bore a mischievous grin as he fixated on the flustered expression of Ishikawa Mio, whose cheeks were flushed a deep crimson, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide within. With a stammer, she managed to utter, I just woke up. Amused by her flustered demeanor, Chen Mo couldn't suppress a chuckle. He reached out, gently pinching her rosy cheek, elongating his tone as he teased. Oh, so that's how it is. Mio, embarrassed by his playful banter, burrowed deeper into the covers, muffledly protesting. Chen Mo-kun, don't laugh at me. Noticing her distress, Chen Mo decided to cease his teasing. He lifted the covers once more and enveloped her in his embrace, affectionately tousling her hair. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Only then did Mio timidly raise her head, her glistening eyes searching Chen Mo's face as she asked, Chen Mo-kun, do you think I'm a bad girl? Do you dislike me? Leaning closer to her ear, he lowered his voice. How could that be? Mio-chan is the sweetest. I actually quite like you this way. Startled, Mio could not bear to hear the latter part, hastily pushing him away and jumping off the bed. I'm going to freshen up. Without looking back, she dashed into the bathroom. Watching her flee in such a flurry, Chen Mo shook his head, laughing softly. This little kitten is simply too adorable, making it irresistible to tease her. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, a slender silhouette could be vaguely discerned. Mio-chan, do you need me to help you scrub your back? He called out, his voice tinged with mischief. The water abruptly ceased, followed by Mio's flustered response. No, I'm almost done. Half an hour later, the hotel staff delivered a sumptuous breakfast. Two young female employees wheeled the cart into the suite just as Mio emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, drying her damp hair. Upon spotting the servers, she instinctively took a step back, her ears turning a subtle shade of red. Surely, they would think she had been bathing so early in the morning. Enjoy your meal, the staff said politely, bowing as they exited the suite. Chen Mo was already seated at the dining table by the floor-to-ceiling window. He glanced at Mio, who lingered at the bathroom door, hesitating. A smile played on his lips as he beckoned, come have breakfast, or perhaps. He paused deliberately. Is Mio-chan not hungry? Chen Mo-kun, Mio exclaimed, flustered and annoyed, stomping her foot. The sound of her slippers echoed softly against the plush carpet. She hurried to the dining table, grabbed a slice of toast, and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffed as she mumbled, I'm so hungry. Chen Mo reached out to wipe the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Ishikawa Mio froze, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Chen Mo-kun, why are you so kind to me? It feels like a dream. Why is there so much to explain? Chen Mo simply wished to provide a home for every beautiful girl. Yet, gazing into Ishikawa Mio's innocent eyes, he uttered, because Mio-chan, you deserve it. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, all right, eat quickly. We need to buy some supplements for Annie. She looks rather frail. Upon hearing Chen Mo mention buying nutritional products for her mother, Ishikawa Mio's eyes instantly sparkled, but a hint of sadness crept in as she replied, is it really possible? But high-quality supplements are quite expensive. Chen Mo-kun, you shouldn't spend so much for me. Spend? What do you mean by spending? The more I spend, the more I gain. It's not spending at all. However, such matters were not to be spoken aloud. Chen Mo playfully pinched her nose. Silly girl. Why are you being so polite with me? An hour later, in the premium supplement section of Ginza Mitsukoshi, Ishikawa Mio followed closely behind Chen Mo, her eyes darting towards the staggering prices displayed on the tags. High-end cucumbers from Hokkaido, wild mountain ginseng exclusively from Nagano Prefecture, deep-sea black abalone from Okinawa. Each item bore an exorbitant price, many equivalent to her previous month's salary. How about this? Chen Mo picked up a beautifully packaged box of bird's nest. Looking at Shikawa Mio as he asked, I heard bird's nest is particularly beneficial for women. Shikawa Mio leaned closer to glimpse the price, gasping, 50,000 yen? Her voice involuntarily rose as she stared at the exquisite glass jar's price tag. With delicate fingers, she gently tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve, saying, It's too expensive. Let's choose something else. Chen Mo gazed at this adorable girl, astonished by her reaction to the 50,000 yen price, a wave of affection swelling in his heart. He remembered that her profile indicated she was a materialistic girl, but that was not the case. He learned it was out of necessity. He gently stroked Shikawa Mio's soft hair and reassured her, and he needs nourishment. This amount is trivial. But, no buts. Chen Mo decisively took 2 boxes and handed them to the respectful waiting staff. Wrap these up, and add some suitable supplements for post-operative recovery. Shikawa Mio gazed at Chen Mo's handsome profile, warmth flooding her chest. She had never been cherished like this by anyone outside her family and had never imagined someone would willingly spend so much on her mother. Her eyes grew misty, and she quickly lowered her head, pretending to examine the items on the counter. Chen Mo turned to the staff and inquired, Do you offer home delivery? It was only then that he remembered the issue of Shikawa Mio's living situation. Never mind, just give me your store's number later. I will purchase more in a few days. Thus, he intends to purchase the house this afternoon, directly writing the name of Ishikawa Mio. At that moment, a substantial sum of money will be credited, which is quite exhilarating to contemplate. Chapter 072, The Cash Cow Village Under the Persuasion of Ishikawa Mio. Chen Mo continued to purchase an assortment of nutritional supplements, including sea cucumbers, abalone, and ginseng, which he instructed the staff to package. Just as the staff was wrapping the items, a feminine voice resonated from behind them. Mio-chan? Upon hearing this familiar voice, Ishikawa Mio froze momentarily, slowly turning around. Standing a few meters away was the last person she wished to encounter in Chen Mo's presence, Murakami Yuki. She was a friend from the rental girlfriend company. Although they were of similar age, Murakami Yuki had entered the industry earlier and was considered a senior, having taught Ishikawa Mio many things for which she was immensely grateful. Yuki was also one of the few colleagues aware of her family circumstances. Why Yuki-senpai? Ishikawa Mio's voice was barely a whisper, her nervous fingers clutching the hem of her clothing. Chen Mo turned as well, and upon seeing the source of the voice, he beheld a striking young woman with an array of stylish short hair, her facial features soft and delicate. Her eyebrows were finely shaped, and her large, bright eyes exuded a youthful charm. She possessed a petite nose and exquisitely shaped lips, bestowing upon her an air of sweetness. However, her overall attire presented a stark contrast to her facial beauty. She wore multiple silver earrings, and around her neck was a black leather choker adorned with metallic embellishments. On her upper body, she donned a white, semi-transparent long-sleeved top, made of a lightweight fabric that faintly revealed the inner garment beneath. The crop top exposed her elegantly slender waist and abdomen, while her lower half was clad in a pair of black, form-fitting shorts, embellished with numerous metallic studs that accentuated her individuality. The shorts were cut short, elongating her legs, which were clad in over-the-knee stockings. A black leather garter on her thigh harmonized with the style of her shorts. On her feet were a pair of black, short marten boots. The scant fabric on her body showcased her remarkable figure, presenting a look that was both fashionable and slightly rebellious. Chen Mo perceived her as a striking beauty and instinctively activated his information detection technique. Ding, 10 points of conquest points consumed, retrieving character information. Name, Murakami Yuki, age, 24 years, height, 164 centimeters, weight, 46 kilograms, charging times, 0, comprehensive rating, 95, occupation, rental girlfriend at a sweet companionship agency. Lead singer of an underground band, personality, outwardly bold yet inwardly soft. Harbors a strong aversion to physical contact with men during work, but switches to a coy demeanor when encountering someone she is attracted to. Exhibits an unusual obsession with money stemming from childhood trauma. See background. Background. Her father was a bankrupt entrepreneur at the age of 12. Her family fled due to debt issues, witnessing her mother sell her body to repay debts. Ultimately, both parents passed away. At 15, she was discovered by a talent scout while working, nearly becoming an idol, but faced a ban for refusing to engage in underhanded dealings. Currently, she is the lead singer of the Night Butterfly Band, with most of her income from being a rental girlfriend dedicated to supporting stray cats and dogs. Weakness, bisexual, attracted to handsome men and women, with a singular focus on money. Once, I harbored feelings for Ishikawa Mio. My interests include collecting skull-shaped accessories. Despite my genuine fear of ghosts, earning and spending money, and honing my craftsmanship, though I have never played poker, I yearn to experience it. With a rating of 95, I meet the criteria for conquest. Should I bind this? As he gazed at the information panel, a jolt of surprise coursed through him. Could this be Mio-chan too? 0. Another girl with a fondness for money? How quintessential. Might there also be a cashback incentive? Driven by curiosity, Chen Mo confirmed the binding. Ding. Conquest binding successful. Initial conquest progress. 0 ding. Current target detected as related to economic matters. Unlocking economic conquest mode. Economic mode. All expenses for Murakami Yuki will be reimbursed by the system, with a chance to double the reimbursement, ranging from 1 to 5 times. Note: cash must not be intentionally manipulated. All transactions must be based on reasonable mutual expenses. Familiar formulas, familiar tastes. The money tree too. 0 has manifested. Meanwhile, Murakami Yuki stood with her arms crossed, tilting her head as she scrutinized Chen Mo, a playful smile gracing her lips. Mio-chan, who is this? She deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Ishikawa Mio's face flushed crimson, stammering, This is Chen Mo-kun, my boyfriend? Murakami Yuki raised an eyebrow, a flicker of irritation crossing her eyes. Chen Mo naturally wrapped an arm around Ishikawa Mio's waist, smiling. Hello, I'm Chen Mo. Mio-chan's boyfriend. Murakami Yuki's attention fell on the premium supplements wrapped by the staff. Wow, it seems Mio-chan has finally found a golden turtle. Someone worthy of her trust. Although she quickly corrected her words, anyone could discern the implication behind her unfinished sentence. Ishikawa Mio, flustered, stamped her foot. Yuki-senpai. It's not what you think. What do I think? I haven't said anything. Murakami Yuki teased as she leaned closer to Ishikawa Mio, lowering her voice. Recently, Mio-chan has been going to work, yet here she is purchasing such expensive supplements. TSK. Though Chen Mo couldn't hear the whispers. He noticed Ishikawa Mio's embarrassment and tactfully intervened. Mio-chan, aren't you going to introduce your friend? This is Yuki-senpai. She has been very supportive of me at the company. She hesitated to mention her previous job, as it always made her feel diminutive. Murakami Yuki graciously extended her hand, saying, Hello there, handsome. Calling me senpai makes me sound so old. I'm actually around the same age as Mio-chan. She is the pure and innocent representative of our company. I never expected you to win her over. You better treat her well, or I'll have words with you. Chen Mo politely shook her hand, responding courteously, Mio-chan often speaks highly of you and expresses her gratitude for your support. Really? Yuki Murakami gazed in astonishment at Mio Ishikawa, then broke into a sly smile as she remarked, How about a meal as a token of gratitude? Mio Ishikawa, feeling a surge of anxiety, glanced nervously at Chen Mo, fearing he might disapprove. To her surprise, Chen Mo readily nodded. Of course, but we should procure the necessary items before we dine. If you don't mind, we could stroll together. Wonderful, Yuki exclaimed, affectionately linking her arm through Mio's other side, adding, Mio-chan, you don't mind me being a third wheel, do you? Mio shook her head, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, she noted his expression remained unchanged, which provided her with a modicum of reassurance. Then it's settled, Yuki declared with enthusiasm. I know a fantastic restaurant in Ginza, where the chef is a friend of mine and can reserve us an excellent table. Meanwhile, Mio discreetly tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve and whispered, Chen Mo-kun. The restaurant Yuki-senpai mentioned is quite expensive. Chapter 073. Take the money and leave. She hesitated to finish her sentence, fearing it might embarrass Chen Mo. Yet, she was also concerned that spending too much would displease him. Chen Mo was undoubtedly aware of Ishikawa Mio's apprehensions. Was this really a concern? Both of these individuals were his sources of income. He turned to the shop assistant and said, Add another portion of each of those supplements. Another portion of each? The assistant, astonished, sought confirmation. The total price for these supplements has already exceeded 3 million yen. Upon hearing this, Ishikawa Mio felt a pang of anxiety. 3 million. That was more than her total earnings for the past 3 months. She quickly grasped Chen Mo's arm and exclaimed, That's too much. Mother can't consume all of it. And he needs long-term care. You should partake as well. Chen Mo gently patted her arm. Silly girl, if you don't want it, where will I get the money? He then addressed the assistant. Please add 2 boxes of premium Racier Sport powder. Murakami Yuki's eyes widened in disbelief as she leaned closer to the counter. watching the assistant scan the astonishingly priced supplements one by one. When the final total displayed as 518, 500 yen, she could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Mio-chan. Your boyfriend is not only handsome but also incredibly wealthy. What a catch." She said this half-jokingly. Mio-chan, like her, was a girl facing hardships, which brought a glimmer of consolation mixed with envy to Yuki's gaze. Shikawa Mio's ears turned crimson. Intending to lower her head, she instead insisted. Chen Mo is a wonderful person, not some golden turtle son-in-law. Yuki-senpai, please don't say that. Hey, I'm sorry, Mio-chan. You know I speak my mind. I didn't mean it that way. Murakami Yuki stuck her tongue out and made a silly face. Meanwhile, Chen Mo did not interrupt the interaction between the two sources of income, but instead took out his bank card and paid with ease, as if the 5 million yen were mere pocket change. The assistant received the card with both hands, skillfully operated the POS machine, and the sound of the receipt printing resonated clearly in the quiet boutique. Ding detected that the host is spending on Shikawa Mio, shopping expense of 5 million yen, triggering a quadruple critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received 14 million yen, account balance 330 million. After completing the transaction, the assistant returned the card to Chen Mo with both hands. Esteemed guest, would you like delivery services? The assistant inquired respectfully. To this address, Chen Mo nodded. After writing down the information for Shikawa Mio's mother's hospital, he looked at Mio and said, "Let us have the supplements delivered first, then we can go have a meal." Murakami Yuki's gaze flitted between the two. Suddenly, she interjected, "Mio-chan, is your mother feeling better? You haven't contacted me since you left your job. Are you planning to abandon our friendship? I haven't visited your mother in ages." There was a hint of reproach in her tone, as if she felt betrayed by a close friend. Ishikawa Mio explained nervously, "No, that's not it. I'm afraid of troubling you, senpai. Also, Chen Mo doesn't want. I can't continue working. Thanks to his assistance, Oka-san has successfully undergone surgery and is feeling much better now. I always remember the help from Yuki-senpai. How could I?" All right, I understand. I was just teasing you," Murakami Yuki said with a playful smile. "We are such good friends. How could you not tell me about such an important matter regarding your aunt?" She turned to Chen Mo and asked, "Chen-kun, would you mind if I join you to visit your aunt?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, hesitating to respond. He was unsure of what this quirky girl was up to. Of course, he finally nodded in agreement. "However, before that, I would like to buy some things for Mio-chan. Chen-kun is so thoughtful. He is truly kind to our Mio-chan. Which puts my mind at ease," Murakami Yuki said, clasping her hands behind her back and tilting her head to smile at Ishikawa Mio. Chen Mo took Ishikawa Mio's hand and said, "Let us go. Why haven't you worn the clothes I bought you last time? Do you not have enough? Let us get you a few more sets." "No, it's unnecessary." Ishikawa Mio quickly shook her head, her soft hair swaying gently with the movement. "I have enough to wear." Suddenly, Murakami Yuki leaned closer and pinched the hem of her t-shirt, saying, "Mio-chan, your t-shirt is starting to pill." She then turned to Chen Mo and winked. "I know a wonderful boutique on the 3rd floor. While we're picking out clothes, I can help Mio-chan with some ideas." With that, she linked arms with Ishikawa Mio and exited the store, with Chen Mo following closely behind. Just as the three approached the elevator, a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly blocked their path. "Miss Yuki," the man adjusted his glasses, his tone clearly displeased. "Our appointment was set for 10 o'clock. It is now 10:30. What are you doing here?" Murakami Yuki's smile froze instantly. "Mr. Ito, I had an unexpected matter to attend to." "The rental girlfriend order is temporarily." "An unexpected matter?" The man, identified as Ito, scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Chen Mo and Ishikawa Mio. "Is your unexpected matter accompanying this couple on a shopping spree? So, the penalty for breach of contract is not of concern?" His tone was laced with sarcasm. His eyes lingered on Chen Mo for a moment, noting his affluent appearance, before shifting to Ishikawa Mio, where a glint of disdain flashed at her modest attire. "This young lady looks somewhat familiar. Oh, I remember now. Isn't she an employee of the Sweet Companionship rental shop? What is this? Have you switched professions to pursue wealthy heirs now?" Ishikawa Mio's face paled instantly, her grip on Chen Mo tightening unconsciously. Noticing her tremor, Chen Mo's expression hardened. "Who let this mutt bark here?" He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the two women. "Mind your words." Ishida, scorned and likened to a dog, felt the veins on his forehead throb violently. "What? Did I say something wrong? Aren't these rental girlfriends merely for a few coins? A sharp slap echoed through the mall corridor. Murakami Yuki retracted her reddened hand, her eyes aflame with fury. Leave. Our contract is terminated. And I shall pay the breach of contract fee. Ishida, covering his face, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. You dare strike me. You are nothing but a filthy wretch who sells her body. What gives you the right to hit me? In a fit of rage, he raised his hand. Just as Ishida's hand was about to descend, Chen Mo seized his wrist. Hitting a woman? His gaze was icy. Try it, if you dare. Ishida grimaced in pain. His face paling, eyes askew. Let go. Do you know who I am? I care not who you are. Chen Mo suddenly shoved him. Ishida staggered back several steps, nearly losing his balance. A crowd had gathered, drawn to the spectacle. Unable to maintain his composure, Ishida straightened his disheveled tie, his face ashen. Very well. Murakami Yuki. Prepare to receive a lawyer's letter, and you as well. Silence. Chen Mo pulled out his wallet, tossing a stack of yen at Ishida's face. The breach fee, is it? Take the money and leave. A flurry of brown 10,000 yen notes scattered across the ground. Chapter 074, Two Money Trees. Swiftly accumulating wealth, Ito trembled with rage, yet dared not approach. He could only cast a fierce glare at the three individuals before him, but ultimately, in a display of weakness, he bent down to pick up the fallen yen. With a dejected demeanor, he departed, muttering inaudibly to himself, foolish people with abundant wealth. Do not presume this matter is settled. I shall not let you escape the breach of contract fine. After gathering the money and distancing himself from Chen Mo, he venomously declared, Murakami Yuki, you lowly professions wretch, I shall lodge a complaint against you at your company. Await your fate. Do not expect to continue in this occupation. Murakami Yuki stood frozen, her eyes reddening. Sensing her distress, Ishikawa Mio hastily stepped forward to embrace her. Yuki-senpai. I'm fine. Murakami Yuki managed a forced smile. Although Ito's words were harsh, they struck a painful chord. As rental girlfriends, they were accustomed to scorn and misunderstanding. However, her inner strength quickly reasserted itself, and turning to Chen Mo, she suddenly bowed, saying, Thank you, and I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need to concern yourself with such individuals. Come, weren't we supposed to buy clothes? He deliberately shifted the topic to lighten the atmosphere. Murakami Yuki cast a grateful glance his way and swiftly returned to her lively self. Yes. I know of a shop where the skirts are particularly suited for Mio-chan. The trio made their way to a boutique on the 4th floor. Murakami Yuki seemed transformed, as if the earlier incident had never occurred, bustling through the racks with Ishikawa Mio. This one, and this one, and this one. Mio-chan, you should try these on. She eagerly thrust several skirts into Ishikawa Mio's arms, leaving her flustered. Yuki-senpai, there are too many clothes. Ishikawa Mio stammered, overwhelmed. Hurry up. Your boyfriend is quite affluent. So what is there to worry about? Murakami Yuki gently pushed her into the fitting room, then turned to Chen Mo and winked. Chen Mo-kun, would you mind helping Mio-chan purchase a few more outfits? Chen Mo shrugged, thinking, not only do I not mind, but I would relish the opportunity to buy even more. Ideally some of higher quality, as long as Mio-chan is happy. While Ishikawa Mio changed outfits, Murakami Yuki suddenly lowered her voice. Hey, about earlier, thank you. It was just a small gesture. That Ito is a major client of our company, frequently requesting rental girlfriend services. He is quite powerful. Murakami Yuki bit her lip, fearing that he would not let this matter rest easily. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. It's of no consequence. Murakami Yuki looked up at him. Her gaze complex. You and Mio-chan have not known each other for long, have you? Why? Why are you so kind to her? Because she is my woman. Chen Mo's response was simple, yet it profoundly resonated within Murakami Yuki. Her eyes flickered, as if recalling some sorrowful memories. However, she soon regained her lively demeanor, teasingly exclaiming, Wow, what a domineering declaration. But, how fortunate it is for you to meet me. At that moment, the curtain of the fitting room was gently drawn aside, revealing Ishikawa Mio in a delicate pink dress. She stepped out somewhat bashfully, the hem of her dress swaying gracefully with her movements, accentuating her snow-white skin. Is it beautiful? She asked, her gaze lowered, fingers anxiously entwined. Chen Mo's eyes brightened at the sight. The dress perfectly outlined her slender waist, and its exquisite design tastefully showcased her delicate collarbone. It looks truly stunning, he remarked sincerely. Murakami Yuki immediately circled around her, commenting like a professional, Indeed. Pink suits Mio-chan perfectly. However, I believe the other navy blue one would accentuate her elegance even more. For the next hour, Ishikawa Mio transformed into a dress-up doll. Directed by Murakami Yuki as she tried on outfit after outfit. Chen Mo, seated on a nearby sofa, observed the two girls flitting between the hangers and occasionally offered his opinions. Finally, he pointed to a few ensembles, saying, this one, and the one you tried earlier, let's take them all. The shop assistant's eyes widened. She had never encountered a customer willing to spend so much in one go and promptly began packing the items. Sir, the total comes to 453 million yen. Ishikawa Mio gasped at the price, quickly waving her hands. That's far too much. I can't possibly wear that many. Yet. Chen Mo had already presented his credit card, stating, no worries, you can wear them interchangeably. Ding, detected host is purchasing for Ishikawa Mio, clothing expenditure, 453 million yen, triggering triple critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received 13.59 million yen. Current balance, 340 million. Murakami Yuki, watching in astonishment, muttered softly, this is excessively indulgent. By the way, thank you, Yuki, for helping Mio-chan select her outfits. You should choose a few for yourself as well. I'll cover the bill. He then turned to Ishikawa Mio, asking, you don't mind, do you? Ishikawa Mio hesitated for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile and shaking her head. Of course I don't mind. Yuki-senpai has helped me so much. Yet, Murakami Yuki stepped back, waving her hands. No, this is too extravagant. I merely helped Mio-chan pick out some clothes. Chen Mo, with an air of authority, replied, consider it a token of gratitude for the care you've shown her in the past. Murakami Yuki wanted to refuse again, but upon meeting Chen Mo's gaze, she felt an inexplicable reluctance to argue, ultimately conceding, well, I suppose I'll just choose one piece. However, after she tried on a beige dress, she too was taken aback by the stark contrast to her previous style. In an instant, the rebellious girl transformed into the obedient little sister of the neighbor. Chen Mo directly addressed the shop assistant, please wrap this item, along with the several outfits she just tried on. Upon hearing this, the assistant's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Certainly, sir. Yuki Murakami, who had just exited the fitting room, was momentarily taken aback. Stammering, she exclaimed, wait, those clothes amount to over 2 million yen. Chen Mo chuckled, a trifling sum, especially in light of the care you've previously shown to Mio-chan. Mio Ishikawa stepped forward, grasping Yuki Murakami's hand gently, and whispered, Yuki-senpai, please accept it. After all, you've taken such good care of me. Mio Ishikawa was a perceptive girl. Though she appeared somewhat fragile on the surface, her mind was agile and already concocting a grand scheme. Suddenly, Yuki Murakami's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of society alone for many years, it was her first encounter with a man like Chen Mo, one who, without ulterior motives, was willing to spend money on her. She bowed once more and expressed, thank you. I shall not be polite then. Chen Mo nodded to the assistant, all right. Please pack it up. Initially, the assistant, who had anticipated a bonus sale, had seen her smile fade somewhat. However, with this order successfully processed, her beaming grin returned. Very well, sir. I shall pack it for you. Her hands moved with such speed that they seemed to blur as she swiftly operated the PS machine, as if fearing the order might vanish in mere moments. After executing a seamless series of actions, she presented the credit card and receipt to Chen Mo with a deep bow, saying, the total for the lady's clothing is 2,600,000 yen, and it has been packaged. Thank you very much for shopping with us. Ding detected that the host is making a purchase for Yuki Murakami, fashion expenditure, 2.6 million yen, triggering a 5-fold critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received a deposit of 13 million yen. Account balance, 350 million. Chen Mo glanced at the 2 deposit notifications on his phone, his mood soaring with delight. 2 money trees truly flourished rapidly. Chapter 075, The Allure of Vacheron Constantine. Chen Mo, with a sense of satisfaction, tucked away his phone, his gaze falling upon the 2 strikingly distinct beauties before him. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Ishikawa Mio, adorned in a newly purchased pink dress, exuded an aura of gentleness and sweetness. In contrast, Murakami Yuki had donned a beige dress, her demeanor transforming from that of a rebellious youth to a quintessential girl next door, creating a striking contrast. As they exited the boutique, Yuki, clutching a refined shopping bag, moved with a buoyancy akin to walking on clouds. She occasionally stole glances at Chen Mo's profile, marveling at his generosity that far exceeded her expectations. Where to next? She whispered to Shikawa Mio, her eyes sparkling as they lingered on Chen Mo pointing towards the Mall-S directory. Chen Mo replied, "Let us visit Vacheron Constantine." Vacheron Constantine? Yuki gasped, taken aback. Wasn't he that an exceptionally expensive Swiss watch brand? Although Mio was not well-versed in luxury brands, she understood from Yuki's reaction that the prices were indeed astronomical. Gently tugging at Chen Mo's sleeve, she inquired, "Chen Mo-kun, weren't we supposed to go for a meal?" "Let us check the watches first, then we can eat," he reassured her, squeezing her soft palm. Moments later, they ascended directly to the 5th floor, the luxury goods section. The Vacheron Constantine boutique was adorned with lavish decor, and the watches displayed in the windows sparkled under the spotlight with a captivating, icy brilliance. Yuki swallowed hard, discreetly grasping Mio's wrist. "Mio-chan, even the least expensive watch here could buy a sports car." Mio stared at a watch priced at 8.9 million yen in the window, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her clothing. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's just a few watches," Chen Mo said, guiding Mio inside. "Welcome to Vacheron Constantine," greeted the elegantly attired store manager, who immediately focused his attention on Chen Mo. "What series would you like to explore, sir?" Yuki nervously tugged at her dress, feeling the atmosphere of wealth enveloping the store. Mio stood frozen, her gaze fixated on the long string of zeros on the price tag within the glass case. "Let us have a look at the Patrimony and Traditionnel series." Chen Mo casually indicated towards the counter. The manager's eyes brightened, yet Vacheron Constantine maintained its own set of protocols. Not just anyone could casually peruse their exquisite timepieces. With a slight bow, he replied, "Sir, you have excellent taste. These 2 models are from our classic heritage collection. Please follow me to the VIP room for a closer inspection." He led the trio into the inner sanctum. Adjacent to the leather sofas, a display case housed several watches, glimmering under the spotlight. Yuki's attention was drawn to a diamond-studded lady's watch, and she gasped, covering her mouth upon seeing its price tag of 28 million yen. "My goodness," she mused, "such a petite timepiece would require years of relentless toil to afford. Let us try this one." Chen Mo indicated towards the Platinum Heritage series at the center of the display. The watch face's moon phase function glimmered with a serene azure sheen. Beside it sat a couple's matching set. Once Chen Mo finished speaking, the store manager, slightly embarrassed, said, "I apologize for the intrusion, sir. May I kindly verify your assets?" "Please do not misunderstand. I mean no offense to you, the esteemed guest. It is merely our store's policy, and I would appreciate your cooperation." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow in mild discontent. After retrieving his phone and accessing the Sakura Bank backend, he presented the screen, asking, "May I inquire about the purchase?" Upon seeing the balance displayed, over 350 million yen, the manager was taken aback by the young man's financial prowess. It was quite impressive for someone of such tender age to possess such wealth. However, it was not enough to astonish him. After all, having worked at Vacheron Constantine for so long, he had encountered numerous affluent individuals. While 350 million yen might seem substantial elsewhere, here it was rather commonplace. He courteously responded, "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I shall fetch the watch for you immediately." Chen Mo casually tucked his phone back into his pocket, his gaze drawn to the centerpiece of the display case. A platinum wristwatch shimmered under the specialized lighting, exuding a cold metallic luster. The moon phase display on the dial resembled a bright moon in a deep night sky. "What series is that?" Chen Mo inquired, pointing. The manager, following his gaze, was instantly animated, revealing his professionalism. "You truly have an eye for detail. This is our Loft Artisan Series Legendary Ornament Watch, limited to just 8 pieces worldwide. It features a 950 platinum case and is powered by the new 2260 manual winding movement." As he spoke, he donned white gloves and used a special key to unlock the bulletproof glass display case. Carefully, he retrieved the timepiece, elaborating, "The dial is crafted using Granfu enamel techniques, and the moon phase window is inlaid with genuine meteorite fragments. Observe the Maltese cross on the crown." Chen Mo accepted the watch, feeling its substantial weight immediately in his palm. He effortlessly clasped it around his wrist, the icy touch of platinum contrasting subtly with his skin's warmth. "What is the price?" he asked. The manager slightly inclined his body, replying, 120 million yen, tax included. As it is a limited edition, it requires a 3-month advance reservation. However, should you decide to purchase, we can make an exception and reserve it for you." Chen Mo rotated his wrist, admiring the dial's variations under the light. What can a wealthy man do? Perhaps buy a few exquisite watches and flaunt a couple of luxury cars. He had been preoccupied with tasks, conquering various challenges, and had scarcely had the opportunity to indulge in his newfound wealth. As he gazed at the watch on his wrist, his satisfaction grew. This is but a trifling sum. No need to reserve it. I want this one now. In the VIP room, an unexpected silence fell, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Ishikawa Mio covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. 120 million yen. That is more than my total earnings from 10 years working at a rental girlfriend company. Instinctively, she grasped Chen Mo's sleeve, yet hesitated, fearing to crease the luxurious fabric. Her fingers trembled slightly. Murakami Yuki's reaction was remarkably candid. She drew in a sharp breath, inadvertently kicking the leg of the coffee table with her high heels, producing a resounding thud. She hurriedly offered her apologies, her cheeks flushing crimson from embarrassment and astonishment. The store manager, maintaining his professional demeanor, remained composed. Are you suggesting that you wish to purchase this legendary ornament now? He inquired. Is there a problem? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. No, certainly not. The manager immediately bowed. I will prepare the relevant documents and warranty card for you right away. May I ask if you prefer to pay by card or? Chen Mo had already produced his unremarkable bank card. By card. Oh. And please bring out that couple's watch we discussed earlier. Certainly, sir. The manager swiftly returned with another pair of timepieces, followed by 2 staff members carrying the dials. This is our Heritage Series couple's watch. The men's model features a 4,400 manual winding movement, while the women's model is equipped with a 1410 automatic winding movement, both adorned with an 18K rose gold case. Chen Mo picked up the women's watch and turned to Ishikawa Mio, who had been standing quietly to the side. Extend your hand. Me? Ishikawa Mio's voice was as faint as a whisper. She instinctively glanced at the price tag of the watch. 36 million yen. Chapter 76. Why are there so many fools today? The number before her caused her vision to darken. Are there any other ladies here? Chen Mo chuckled, having already grasped her delicate wrist. Ishikawa Mio's wrist was slender, her fair skin revealing faint blue veins. The moment the rose gold strap was fastened, it seemed to envelop her entire being in a warm glow. Not bad at all. It suits you perfectly, Chen Mo observed, his fingers inadvertently brushing over her pulse. Feeling its rapid thrum, Ishikawa Mio glanced down at the watch on her wrist. 36 million. This could buy a detached house in the outskirts. The sudden acquisition of such a luxury left her emotions in turmoil. Her eyes grew warm. Throughout her life, apart from her mother, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. The memories of being bullied by clients at the rental agency and ostracized by colleagues, as well as the days spent smiling through the pain of medical bills, suddenly felt distant. Chen Mo-kun, this is too precious. I can't. Her voice quivered. If I say you can, then you can, Chen Mo interrupted, turning to the shop manager. I'll take this pair as well. Sitting nearby, Murakami Yuki's envy was almost palpable, yet she quickly composed herself, smiling at Ishikawa Mio. Mio-chan quickly thanked Chen-kun. This watch is perfect for you. Tears finally spilled uncontrollably from Ishikawa Mio's eyes. She bowed deeply, her voice trembling. Thank you, Chen Mo-kun. I will cherish it dearly. Chen Mo gently patted her shoulder and turned to the manager. Please process the payment. The manager took the credit card with trembling hands, his fingers shaking slightly as he operated the POS machine. After 10 years at this store, he had never encountered such a generous customer. Wealthy individuals do exist, but they typically deliberate for a long time, scrutinizing every detail, often reserving their selections in advance. Today, however, felt like a scene from a drama where a domineering CEO gifts his girlfriend. Beep. Detected that the host is making a purchase for Ishikawa Mio. Watch purchase of 36 million yen. Triggering a 5-fold cashback. Sakura Bank. Your account ending in 0219 has received 180 million yen. Account balance, 380 million. Hearing the series of notification sounds from his phone, Chen Mo's lips curved into a slight smile. He need not look to know that cashback was already being credited. The sensation of money multiplying with each expenditure was rather delightful. Murakami Yuki stood in shock, witnessing Chen Mo effortlessly swipe 156 million yen. She discreetly pinched her thigh to confirm this was not a dream. Initially, she felt anger towards Ishikawa Mio, as she harbored affections for her too. However, upon getting to know Chen Mo, who was both handsome and wealthy, she felt Mio was incredibly fortunate. Ultimately, not only was Chen Mo generous, he had also purchased several million yen worth of clothing for her, leaving her feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart. Until now, upon witnessing Chen Mo's considerable wealth, an unusual sensation surged within me. Gurgle, gurgle, ah. At that moment, The sound of my stomach growling rendered Murakami Yuki momentarily speechless with embarrassment. The conversation in the VIP room abruptly fell silent, and all eyes turned towards her. It was the mature and seasoned manager who broke the silence, instructing his staff, "Bring some snacks for these guests." Murakami Yuki felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing she could vanish into thin air. It was truly mortifying. She hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "No, it's not necessary." Understanding and considerate, Ishikawa Mio linked her arm with Yuki's and asked, "Yuki-senpai, did you leave without having breakfast again?" They had previously worked together, and their familiarity allowed for such exchanges. Many small work tricks had been taught to Mio by Yuki, such as skipping meals before contract signings to enjoy a complimentary meal during dates. In Japan, social dining between men and women typically follows a split bill policy. But not for rental girlfriends. The guest bears the cost for meals. Murakami Yuki's response was barely audible. Chen Mo turned to Ishikawa Mio and suggested, "Let us go out for a meal. I just finished purchasing the watch and promised to treat your senpai." "All right," Ishikawa Mio replied sweetly, nodding in agreement. Just as the three were about to leave the store, the manager personally delivered a beautifully packaged watch box to the entrance. Bowing at a 90-degree angle, "Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Chun. We look forward to your next visit." Having escaped the awkward situation, Murakami Yuki's spirits lifted once more. Gazing at the shopping bag shimmering under the sunlight, she suddenly chuckled. "Mio-chan, what you have on your wrist is practically a down payment on an apartment." Ishikawa Mio, upon hearing this, hurriedly covered her watch with her other hand, her face flushing a deep crimson. Just as Chen Mo was about to tease them, a greasy voice unexpectedly called out from behind, "Yuki-chan? What a coincidence." The three turned around to see a man with slick-back hair, clad in a garish pink suit, striding towards them. A golden chain hung around his neck, and his Rolex gleamed blindingly in the sunlight. Murakami Yuki's expression instantly turned icy. "President Sato, please refer to me as Miss Murakami." Sato Kenta, undeterred, greedily scanned Yuki with his gaze. "I heard you received complaints from a customer? How about joining my team as a secretary? I assure you, you would earn far more than you do now." As he spoke, he reached out to place a hand on Yuki's shoulder. Chen Mo swiftly stepped in between them, causing Sato's hand to awkwardly hover in midair. "Who are you?" Sato furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chen Mo. Upon noticing the platinum watch on Chen Mo's wrist, his pupils dilated in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Murakami Yuki slipped behind Chen Mo. "This is Mr. Chen, my friend." Sato quickly composed himself, producing a gold-embossed business card. "I am Sato Kenta, president of Sweet Companion Rental Girlfriend Service. May I inquire about your esteemed position, Mr. Chen?" Chen Mo glanced at the business card with indifference, unemployed. Upon hearing this, Sato displayed a contemptuous smile and turned to Yuki. "Yuki-chan, have you considered my proposal? How about a monthly salary of 3 million yen? He intentionally emphasized the figure of 3 million, casting a derisive glance at Chen Mo. "No need," Yuki coldly rejected. Sato persisted. "I heard your friend Mio's mother is hospitalized. Our company recently invested in St. Luke's International Hospital. We can arrange the best ward." Upon saying this, he noticed Ishikawa Mio beside him, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Ah, Mio-chan is here too. Your mother." "I said no need. Please leave." Yuki suddenly raised her voice, drawing the attention of passers-by. Sato's expression darkened. "Murakami Yuki, don't push your luck. Do you think you can get away with a little compensation? Do you believe I won't sue you? You've brought such negative impact to the company. I wonder how much you have to compensate. Do you think I won't make it impossible for you to continue in this industry?" Chen Mo chuckled softly. "Oh? Money? Compensation? You say?" Sato was taken aback. "What? I mean, how much does she owe in compensation? I'll pay it for her." Chen Mo leisurely adjusted his wristwatch. "Moreover, who did you just say you would make unable to continue?" Sato, infuriated by this demeanor, pointed a finger at Chen Mo and shouted, "Don't get too arrogant. This is..." Smack. A resounding slap interrupted his words. Sato staggered back a few steps, incredulous as he covered his face. You dare hit me?" Chen Mo shook his hand, exasperated. "Is this the same line of dialogue again? Are all the men in this city so inept? Why are there so many deserving of a beating today? Just scared off one petty fool, and another old one appears." Just from the way he looked at Ishikawa Mio, Chen Mo had already decided to take action. Why wait for the right moment to strike? Chapter 077. Seeking assistance from the young street girl. "Why would I choose a day to hit you? Just take it." Suddenly slapped across the face, Kintasato's visage turned a deep shade of purple. Trembling, he pointed at Chen Mo and exclaimed, "You fool! Do you know who I am?" "I." Slap. Another resounding blow echoed, this one infused with greater force, sending Kinta crashing to the ground. His meticulously styled hair was now a disheveled mess, and his gold chain had clattered to the floor. He appeared utterly disheveled. Chen Mo leisurely adjusted his cuffs, remarking, "I couldn't care less who you are." By this point, a crowd had gathered, many taking out their phones to record the spectacle. Kinta struggled to his feet, not forgetting to collect the scattered pieces of his broken chain. The onlookers' gazes pierced him like daggers. After all these years, he had never experienced such humiliation. His eyes brimmed with venom. "I will have you dead. Just wait. I will call the police." "I will call the police?" "Go ahead. Do as you please." Chen Mo had already contemplated his escape route before taking action. Worst case scenario, he could pay a fine. Thoughts of imprisonment never crossed his mind. He firmly believed that money could resolve any issue. Those who claimed otherwise simply lacked sufficient funds. Besides, he had a time-stopping ability to fall back on. If it came down to it, he could forego beef. He intended not only to win over the alluring women of Japan, but also to ascend to the upper echelons of society. The power dynamics in Japan were intricate and chaotic. Lacking a solid foundation, he had no choice but to take shortcuts. And the most advantageous shortcut was undoubtedly through the underworld. The only gang he could currently connect with was the Sumiyoshi Kai, associated with the Yakuza. When he had last conversed with Jido Feng, who mentioned his father's competition for the next leadership position, Chen Mo's mind began to churn with possibilities. After all, owing someone a favor is still a debt, and the Yakuza must have their own methods for resolving disputes, likely without any undue pressure. Besides, he had already accrued a favor. What was one more? Thus, he retrieved his phone and dialed Jido Feng. "Hello." As soon as the line connected, Jido Feng launched into a rapid-fire series of questions. "Why are you calling me? Are you done with your business? Want me to teach you how to ride a bike? I can skip class to meet you." Her incessant chatter made Chen Mo's eardrums throb, prompting him to hold the phone slightly away. "No. I need your assistance with something." Upon hearing this, Jido Feng teased, "Oh, you still need my help? I thought you were quite the hotshot. Remember when we first met?" With a furrowed brow, Chen Mo interrupted her with a challenge. "Forget it then. I don't really need your help. Reaching out to you was merely a courtesy. Besides, you might not even be able to assist me. Never mind. I'll hang up now. Goodbye." "Wait. What did you just say? Who do you think I am? Is there anything I can't help with?" Jido Feng's voice on the other end of the line suddenly escalated in pitch. Chen Mo could almost envision her wide-eyed fury, and a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. The provocation seems to have worked. This daughter of the underworld is truly adorably naive. What issue could possibly arise that this young lady cannot resolve? Jido Feng asked through gritted teeth. "Today, near the Ginza shopping center, I slapped a couple of oblivious fools. And now he wants to call the police." Chen Mo glanced at Sato Kinta, who was nervously dialing the number, and casually remarked on what seemed a trivial matter. "I assume your gang is quite adept at handling such situations, right?" "Huh. I thought it was a major incident. So it's just this?" Jido Feng scoffed disdainfully from the other end of the line, her tone dripping with arrogance. "Is this all? You must be underestimating our Sumiyoshi clan. It's merely a matter of striking someone. Often, our reputation carries more weight than that of the police." Her haughty tone made Chen Mo smirk, as if envisioning her standing with hands on hips, proudly defiant. "Understood, Lady Feng, you are indeed formidable, so do enlighten me on how to handle this." Jido Feng, now a bit more serious, inquired, "What is the other party's background? Can this be resolved with money?" Chen Mo glanced at Sato Kinta and replied nonchalantly, "Background? He appears to be a nouveau riche, flaunting a large gold chain around his neck and wearing a shabby Rolex. Oh, and he mentioned he is the owner of a sweet companion rental girlfriend shop." Upon hearing this, Jido Feng let out a derisive laugh. "Humph, just this kind of scum? How do you wish to resolve it? Through legitimate means or underhanded tactics?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, are there two methods to approach this? Pray tell." "Of course." Jido Feng's tone brimmed with the pride of a Yakuza heiress. "The legitimate way would be to introduce you to a lawyer who can handle it and settle financially. As for the underhanded approach," she deliberately elongated her words, laced with mockery, "I could simply send a few people to silence him. If he dares to call the police, I'll ensure his shabby little shop goes under." Chen Mo chuckled, as expected of Lady Feng. "Impressive. Let us handle it through legitimate means then, and I would appreciate your recommendation for a lawyer." From the other end of the line, Jido Feng clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Coward. Just the mere mention of the Sumiyoshi clan's name would terrify him into submission. Why go through the hassle of legal procedures? Chen Mo looked at Sato Kenta, who was bowing and scraping in response to the call, and smiled lightly. My lady, we live in a society governed by law. Moreover, he lowered his voice. I am not one of your islanders and would prefer not to leave any criminal record. If that leads to my deportation, how could I remain in Tokyo to pursue romance? Truth be told, that's not the only concern. There's also that idiot Ito, who is likely to cause me trouble. Thus, knowing a capable lawyer would indeed be quite beneficial. Hentai. Pervert. Jitafeng erupted on the phone. You shall not corrupt our nation's women. However, he continued, in a moment, I shall have Sister Yome contact you. She is our guild's esteemed lawyer. And a striking beauty as well. I warn you, do not entertain any ill intentions. Chen Mo nodded gratefully, saying, all right, thank you, phone. The voice on the phone. The proud Delphone, huffed, who asked for your gratitude. You owe me a favor, and when I seek your assistance, you must not refuse. After hanging up, Chen Mo heard the distant voice of Sato Kenta. Is this the police department? I want to report an incident. Someone slapped me twice at Ginza Mitsukoshi. Yes. Please send someone immediately. Before he could finish speaking, several fragments of his gold chain fell to the ground. In a flurry, he hurried to pick them up, fearful that if he delayed even a moment, someone else might snatch them away. His comical demeanor elicited a few derisive laughs from the surrounding crowd. And even a high school girl boldly raised her phone, broadcasting live. Everyone, look. A real-life handsome hero is beating up a greasy, lecherous uncle. Chapter 078. Do not damage my watch. After finishing the call, Chen Mo returned to the two women. Sichuan Liao and Murakami Yuki simultaneously turned their gazes towards him, their eyes brimming with fear, unease, and concern. Sichuan Liao's delicate hand gently grasped the hem of Chen Mo's clothing. Her upturned face was etched with anxiety. Her eyes slightly reddened as she remorsefully spoke. Chen Mo-kun, will there be trouble? It's all my fault. She believed that Chen Mo's aggression was a consequence of her own actions, especially considering the lascivious gaze of that greasy president. She had endured her fair share of harassment during her previous employment. Beside her, Murakami Yuki bit her lip and said, Liao-chan, it's not your fault. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's all right. When the police arrive, I will take the blame. Upon finishing, her complexion turned pale as she clutched Chen Mo and Sichuan Liao's hands, saying, Mr. Chen, Liao-chan, you must leave quickly. Sato has connections at the police station. She abruptly fell silent mid-sentence, her eyes flickering as she turned her face away. Chen Mo sensed Sichuan Liao's hand trembling slightly, while Murakami Yuki, despite feigning calmness, displayed a wan complexion, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. It's all right. I'm not afraid, so why should you be? Chen Mo gently patted the back of Sichuan Liao's hand and smiled reassuringly at Murakami Yuki. There is nothing to fear, it's just a matter of compensation. I have plenty of money. A little over 10 minutes later, four uniformed police officers approached the group. The leading officer surveyed the scene with a sharp gaze, finally resting his eyes on the swollen cheek of Sato Kenta and the composed expression of Chen Mo. Who called the police? The leading officer inquired in a stern tone. It was I. Sato Kenta rushed forward as if seizing a lifeline. He pointed to his pig-like face and then at Chen Mo, exclaiming, Officer, my name is Sato Kenta. That person attacked me without provocation. Everyone present can testify. The officer frowned and looked at Chen Mo. Sir, please present your identification. Calm and collected, Chen Mo retrieved his residence card from his wallet and, in fluent Japanese, stated, I am a shareholder of Yutian Trading. I merely acted in self-defense. He was the one who insulted my friends. You're talking nonsense, Sato Kenta retorted, agitatedly addressing the leading officer. He is purely malicious. You must arrest him. I will sue him for intentional harm. After examining Chen Mo's identification, the officer remained unmoved. Sato Kenta, seeing his indifference, immediately revealed his connections. Don't bother looking any further. I know Chief Inspector Takahashi. You should arrest him first. Upon recognizing Chen Mo's identity as a Chinese national, a wave of prejudice surged within the officer. He feigned to survey the surrounding crowd, asking, Are there any witnesses willing to cooperate with the investigation? The crowd stirred, yet no one responded. The ingrained apathy towards such trivial matters was deeply entrenched in their nature. A number of individuals, brandishing their phones to capture the spectacle, instinctively took several steps back. Only the live-streaming young lady, gazing at Chen Mo's handsome visage, hesitated and raised her hand, saying, I recorded the entire incident. I can attest that this gentleman was the one who initiated the insults. Sato Kenta, noticing someone thwarting his intentions, shot a menacing glare at the young girl, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. "Mr. Chen, please cooperate and accompany us to the police station for a statement." The lead officer disregarded the young girl's attempt to provide testimony and signaled his colleagues to escort both Chen Mo and Sato Kinta away. Upon concluding his statement, two officers approached Chen Mo, handcuffs in hand, prepared to restrain him. Suddenly, Chen Mo spoke in a frosty tone. "Wait, I am willing to accompany you to the station for my statement. However, I would prefer to forego the handcuffs. Spare us the chatter." "You think you can justify your violence?" One officer retorted impatiently, intending to forcibly cuff Chen Mo very well. "I advise you to be careful. Do not damage the watch I just purchased, which is worth 120 million yen. Upon hearing Chen Mo's assertion, the officers paused, momentarily taken aback. His annual salary was a mere 4 to 5 million yen, yet Chen Mo's watch was valued at an astonishing 120 million yen. Setting aside the veracity of his claim, the calmness in Chen Mo's voice and his composed demeanor made them hesitant to challenge him. The lead officer, having overheard Chen Mo's nonchalant yet menacing warning, squinted and scrutinized Chen Mo's wrist. The watch glimmered softly under the store's lights. As a policeman with years of experience in the Ginza district, he immediately recognized the brand as Vacheron Constantine. Although he was unaware of the exact price, the quality suggested it was a luxury timepiece. "Let's hold off on the handcuffs for now," the lead officer instructed his subordinates. Seeing this, Sato Kinta erupted. "What are you doing? He is a violent criminal. Why is he not being handcuffed? If you don't act, I will complain to Inspector Takahashi." The lead officer was somewhat exasperated. How could Sato Kinta be so foolish? Anyone capable of affording such an expensive watch surely had an extraordinary background. He couldn't comprehend how someone so dense could possibly know Inspector Takahashi. He thought it would only complicate matters for himself. "Mr. Sato, please mind your language," the lead officer replied coldly, casting a dismissive glance in his direction. Compared to the agitated Sato Kinta, he found the composed Mr. Chen far more intriguing. Between an irate fool and a serene, affluent gentleman, the choice was evident. Law enforcement has its own procedures, and filing a complaint is a citizen's right. The lead officer, maintaining a professional demeanor, softened his tone as he addressed Chen Mo. Then, "Mr. Chen, we kindly request your cooperation in accompanying us." Chen Mo nodded and inquired, "I will assist you in taking the statement. I am the one who struck, and my two friends have no involvement. They need not provide their statements, correct?" The leading officer neither affirmed nor denied. Chen Mo understood instantly. He turned to the two women and said, "You should go find a place to dine. I will return shortly." "Don't, Chen Mo. I shall accompany you to the police station," Ishikawa Mio quickly interjected, shaking her head defiantly. Murakami Yuki chimed in. "Yes, you only acted out of concern for us. How could we possibly enjoy a meal? We will accompany you." "Enough chatter. If I instruct you to dine, then you shall dine. I will seek you out shortly. Otherwise, I shall become quite displeased," Chen Mo proclaimed sternly, deliberately adopting a serious demeanor. Ishikawa Mio's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 079, A Fine? Is 1 million enough? She wished to speak further, yet was gently restrained by Yukino Murakami. Murakami shook her head subtly and whispered, "Mio-chan, our presence here will only distract Mr. Chen. It would be prudent for us to find a place to wait for him." Mio Ishikawa bit her lip, ultimately nodding in agreement. She murmured, then, "Chen Mo-kun, please return swiftly." Chen Mo smiled, ruffling her hair reassuringly. "Rest assured, it's merely a trivial matter." He retrieved his phone and transferred 20 million yen to Mio Ishikawa, stating, "Mio-chan, take Yukino out for a meal. I shall return shortly." Notification detected that the host is spending on Mio Ishikawa. Meal transfer of 20 million yen triggers a 5-fold critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received 100 million yen. Current balance, 460 million. After completing the transaction, he turned and departed with the police, his demeanor composed and unfazed. Kinta Sato, witnessing the scene, shot Chen Mo a venomous glare and shouted at the officers, "Keep a close watch on him. Don't let him escape." The lead officer, indifferent to his outburst, simply conducted his duties and escorted the two into the police vehicle. Inside the police car, Kinta Sato sat in the front passenger seat. Earlier, he had inadvertently glimpsed Chen Mo's residence card, igniting his fury further. He occasionally glanced back at Chen Mo, muttering curses under his breath, "Damn foreigner. Daring to cause a ruckus in Tokyo. Just wait until I have my chance with you." Chen Mo closed his eyes, completely disregarding the provocation. Yet, he made a mental note of Sato's words, knowing this affair would not conclude easily. Soon, the police vehicle arrived at a nearby precinct. Upon disembarking, Kenta Sato strutted ahead, immediately demanding of the on-duty officer, "Call Inspector Takahashi out here. I want to speak with him personally." The officer frowned but complied, reaching for the intercom. Moments later, a portly, middle-aged man with a shiny visage emerged from an office. Upon seeing Kenta Sato, he greeted him with an enthusiastic smile. "Ah, President Sato, what brings you here?" Sato snorted derisively, pointing at Chen Mo. "Inspector Takahashi, this foreigner assaulted me in public. Look at my face. I intend to press charges for intentional injury and have him imprisoned." Inspector Takahashi cast a cursory glance at Chen Mo, noting his unremarkable appearance, save for his striking good looks. Realizing he was a foreigner, he felt a sense of certainty, and thus adopted a stern demeanor. "Sir, you are suspected of intentional injury. Please cooperate with our investigation." The lead officer was about to interject, but Chen Mo, with a calm smile, interjected first. "Inspector Takahashi, is it? Are you certain you wish to handle this matter so hastily?" Taken aback, Takahashi responded with a cold smirk. "What? Are you attempting to threaten a police officer?" Chen Mo merely shook his head. At that moment, his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Yes, it's me. Lawyer Yomiai? I am no longer in the mall. Please come to the XX police department to find me." After Chen Mo hung up the phone, Inspector Takahashi displayed a sardonic smile. "What? Calling a lawyer? In this land of Tokyo, as a foreigner, even if you call a lawyer after striking one of our citizens, it will be of no avail." The flesh on his face quivered with his cold laughter. He gestured to his subordinates. "Take him to the detention room. We will deal with him once President Sato's injury report arrives." The lead officer hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer to the inspector and whispered, "Inspector, it seems Mr. Chen's identity is quite extraordinary. Perhaps we should." Inspector Takahashi had heard Chen Mo mention the name of the lawyer earlier and found it somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall why. Nonetheless, how could a mere inspector dare to teach him how to conduct his duties? With a frown, he retorted, "A mere petty thief cannot turn the tides in Tokyo. Did you not hear my orders to confine him to the detention room?" The lead officer sighed helplessly. Torn between his superior and an unapproachable wealthy man, he could only respectfully gesture for Chen Mo to follow him. Chen Mo remained serene, displaying no animosity towards the subordinate. He followed him to the detention room. Before leaving, he glanced back at the smug Sato Kenta and Inspector Takahashi, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I hope you continue to smile as heartily as you do now." Chen Mo felt no anxiety regarding the current situation. It was not blind confidence. Rather, he recognized the formidable strength of the Japanese underworld. A mere inspector could hardly resolve matters concerning the second-largest Yakuza group, the Sumiyoshi Kai. Sato Kenta spat disdainfully. "What are you trying to show off? A foreigner daring to act arrogant in Tokyo should prepare for a stay in prison." Inspector Takahashi, harboring a strong sense of exclusion, chimed in, "Rest assured, President Sato, just watch closely. I will ensure he gets what's coming to him." Moments later, Chen Mo was ushered into a narrow detention room. The cold metal furniture and blinding white lights contributed to a stifling atmosphere, while the walls bore slogans reminiscent of those found in China. One wall, distinct from the others, featured a one-way mirror, adding to the oppressive ambience. The officer who brought Chen Mo in was a young recruit. Having received prior instructions from the inspector not to treat this individual with any courtesy, he felt emboldened. "Sit down," he barked, roughly shoving Chen Mo unmoved. Chen Mo turned to face him directly. "Officer, are you certain you wish to treat a legally entering foreign investor in this manner?" The young officer was momentarily taken aback by Chen Mo's imposing presence and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Chen Mo meticulously noted the treatment he received at the police department, waiting for the right opportunity. None of these individuals shall be spared. At present, he remains remarkably calm, akin to the stillness that precedes a tempest. He saunters over to the bench in the detention room, retrieves a cigarette, and ignites it. Taking a deep drag, the smoke gracefully wafts through the air. Observing this, a young officer rushes forward, sternly exclaiming, "Baka, you scoundrel! Smoking is strictly prohibited within the precinct. Extinguish that cigarette immediately." Unperturbed, Chen Mo leisurely exhales a ring of smoke, a smirk playing on his lips as he replies, "Oh, what if I do smoke? You will incur a fine of 100,000 yen. The young officer retorts, his expression unwavering. Chen Mo scoffs, producing a stack of 10,000 yen notes from his wallet. casually tossing them onto the table. This is 100. I shall prepay for 10 instances of smoking. The bills scatter across the metallic surface, producing a crisp sound. The young officer is taken aback, having never witnessed such a nonchalant approach to a fine. Just as he stands there, bewildered, the door to the detention room swings open. Chapter 080. Who do you think you are? Inspector Takahashi stormed in, his voice booming with fury. You scoundrel. Who gave you permission to smoke here? Chen Mo took a deep drag from his cigarette, deliberately exhaling the smoke in Takahashi's direction. What's wrong? Is a fine of 100 insufficient? Then let us make it 1,000,000. Chen Mo maintained a calm demeanor, as if to mock the inspector's anger. He proceeded to toss a stack of cash onto the table. Takahashi's expression darkened, his face turning an ominous shade. After years of service as a police officer, he had never endured such humiliation. Do you think your petty wealth makes you formidable? I will ensure you pay a painful price for your transgressions. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Mo casually crossed his legs and replied, Indeed, it is precisely because I have wealth. What if I were to spend 1 billion yen to ensure you lose your job? If 1 billion isn't sufficient, how about 2 billion or 3 billion? I firmly believe that money can solve all problems. You are threatening an officer. Cold sweat began to bead on Takahashi's forehead as he realized the gravity of the situation. This young man before him was indeed formidable. His dismissive attitude alone sent chills down Takahashi's spine. At that moment, the door to the holding room swung open once more, and Sato Kenta entered, accompanied by another officer. He brandished a document, declaring emphatically, Inspector Takahashi, my injury report has arrived. Can you guess the results? Not only do I have facial contusions, but I also have a mild concussion. You must convict him at once. Chen Mo glanced at the two, recognizing their collusion. Setting aside the astonishing speed of the injury report's arrival, it was evident that Sato Kenta had not even visited a hospital. Therefore, the legitimacy of the report was questionable. It was undoubtedly fabricated. With the fabrication now exposed, there was no need for Chen Mo to provide further evidence. He only needed to wait for his lawyer to arrive. Suddenly, Chen Mo laughed, a laugh born of incredulity. So, the police department can issue injury reports without even visiting a hospital? Such unprofessional forgery is truly amusing. Shut up. Sato Kenta, feeling humiliated, turned to Takahashi. Inspector Takahashi, I wish to add charges of defamation against him. The hospital's injury report is sufficient evidence. You must convict him now. Inspector Takahashi found himself in a precarious position. Mr. Chen, the evidence is compelling. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Perhaps you two could negotiate a private settlement? His tone had softened considerably. Upon hearing Takahashi's suggestion for mediation, Sato Kenta erupted in indignation. Takahashi, Inspector, what do you mean by this? He pointed to his swollen cheek, spitting as he exclaimed. Look at the injury on my face. Can this be resolved? It's swollen like a pig's head. How can I face others? How can I maintain my dignity? I want him imprisoned. At least for 3 years. No, 5 years. Takahashi was now drenched in cold sweat, regretting his hasty decision to take sides without prior investigation. The situation had escalated, and he felt that mishandling this affair could jeopardize his position. He discreetly glanced at the composed Chen Mo and then at the furious Sato. Silently lamenting his predicament, he had already given him a warning. Why was he still so relentless? Chen Mo lounged on the metal chair in the holding room, the cigarette between his fingers slowly smoldering. He observed the agitated Sato and the stern Takahashi, a slight smile playing on his lips. Even if you were willing to mediate, I would not acquiesce. So, are you determined to see me imprisoned? His tone remained calm, yet his gaze had turned frigid. Sato sneered, slapping down the forged injury report. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue? Commissioner Takahashi, convict him swiftly. Takahashi swallowed hard. Though a sense of unease gnawed at him, the situation had reached this point, and he could only press forward. Adopting a stern visage, he declared, Mr. Chen, since you are unwilling to reconcile, we must proceed with formal procedures. He signaled a nearby young officer. Prepare the detention paperwork. Hold him for 48 hours. However, rather than panic, Chen Mo simply smiled. He rose slowly, looking down at Commissioner Takahashi with a playful tone. Commissioner Takahashi, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Takahashi felt a chill run down his spine under Chen Mo's unwavering gaze, but maintained his bravado. What? Are you attempting to threaten the police? Chen Mo shook his head. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He answered the call before them. Hello? It's me. Yes, I'm at the police station. They've locked me in the holding room and intend to convict me using false evidence. All right, thank you, miss. Lawyer. He ended the call and returned to his seat, crossing his legs once more. Seeing this, Kintasado's fury intensified. He charged forward, jabbing a finger at Chen Mo's nose. What are you pretending for? Do you think a mere phone call can intimidate us? Since Chen Mo refused to mediate, Takahashi had no choice but to continue down his current path, sneering, Mr. Chen, this is Tokyo, not a place where you can act recklessly. Just the accusation of threatening a police officer could land you in prison. Ignoring their rants, Chen Mo calmly replied, you have one last chance, release me now. And I can pretend this never occurred. Of course, I will not spare that one beside you. Release you? Nonsense. Don't even think about it. Kintasado retorted with a mix of rage and mockery. Takahashi-san, stop wasting breath with him. Just lock him up. Inspector Takahashi nodded and gestured for the officers to step forward. Take him to the detention room. However, just as the officers were about to act, the door to the detention room was abruptly flung open. A panicked officer rushed in, his face ashen. Inspector, this is bad. Outside. Outside. A car from the Sumiyoshi Society has arrived. Inspector Takahashi was taken aback. The Sumiyoshi Society? What are they doing here? The officer, trembling, pointed at Chen Mo. They claimed to be this gentleman's lawyer. The detention room was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. The color drained from Inspector Takahashi's face in an instant. How do you know someone from the Sumiyoshi Society? Chen Mo leisurely extinguished his cigarette, a cold smile playing on his lips. Who do you think you are? Do I need to explain myself to you? Kinasado, still trying to grasp the situation, exclaimed, Takahashi-san, what are you afraid of? It's just a gang, after all. What can they possibly do to us in the police station? Be quiet. Inspector Takahashi suddenly shouted, trembling all over. This was truly a grave predicament. And the source of the trouble was none other than this fool. Have you made a bit of money and become arrogant? Do you not remember what the Sumiyoshi Society represents? Chapter 081. The golden lawyer Kintasado was startled by the sudden roar, making the flesh on his face quiver. It was only then that he realized the gravity of the situation. Stammering, he asked, the Sumiyoshi Association? Is that the second largest in Tokyo? Before he could finish, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside the detention room. Four robust men in suits entered, followed by the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor. A woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, entered. She had a delicate, oval face with smooth and natural contours, her chin slightly pointed. Her large, bright eyes were framed by prominent double eyelids, exuding clarity and vitality. Her nose was petite yet elegant, with narrow nostrils and a straight bridge. Her lips were full and shapely, enhancing her exquisitely three-dimensional facial features that conveyed an alluring sweetness. Her skin was fair and refined, smooth and taut, almost poreless like a porcelain doll, radiating a healthy glow that suggested fragility. Sporting a neat bob haircut and black-rimmed glasses, she wore black stockings paired with a form-fitting skirt and a white blouse, the latter accentuating her prominent bust. She adorned herself with a golden badge exclusive to the Sumiyoshi Association, which sparkled under the light. Yogimi lawyer! Inspector Takahashi exclaimed, a cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He certainly recognized this esteemed attorney from the Sumiyoshi Association. A legend in the Tokyo legal community with an undefeated track record and a remarkable 100 success rate in her cases, Yogimi Fukada. Beep, consuming 10 conquest points, retrieving target information. Name, Yogimi Fukada, age, 26 years, height, 163 centimeters, weight, 49 kilograms, charge count, 0, overall rating, 96, identity, esteemed lawyer of the Sumiyoshi Association. Personality, exuding a cold, rational demeanor as an elite lawyer, she possesses a near-pathological perfectionism towards men and pride. She displays unexpected charm and a playful nature to those she appreciates at first sight. There is a slight sadistic tendency, especially in psychologically dismantling opponents in court. Background: both parents are lawyers, and her family boasts significant connections within Tokyo's judicial system. Weakness: utterly defenseless against snow-skin cakes, although she strictly controls her sugar intake and rarely indulges. A butterfly birthmark resembling a tattoo is located on her left scapula. The birthmark is exceedingly sensitive. Preferences: enjoys sipping red wine in the nude at her high-rise apartment late at night, believing it to be the ultimate stress relief. She ties ties for men she finds pleasing. Having never been in a romantic relationship, she owns dozens of expensive ties for men in her wardrobe. Overall rating 96. Meets conquest criteria. Proceed with binding. 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 Yogimi Fukada did not spare a glance at Takahashi. Striding directly to the chair opposite Chen Mo and taking a seat, she scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe. She had never heard Xiao Feng mention any male acquaintances before. Today, he surprisingly sought her assistance, which piqued her interest, though he was quite handsome. Yogimi's lips curled into a subtle smile. With her chin resting on her hand, her voice exuded a languorous allure. Mr. Chun, I presume? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Ayumi Fukada, the head of the legal department of the Sumiyoshi Kai, and also the private attorney for Kofeng. She deliberately emphasized the word private. Her alluring legs, clad in sheer black stockings, intertwined, while the pointed tips of her high heels subtly brushed against Chen Mo's trousers. Meanwhile, Inspector Takahashi's face had gone as pale as a sheet. The intervention of the head of the legal department of the Sumiyoshi Kai was a significant escalation beyond an ordinary case. He numbly retrieved a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow, his shirt already soaked through at the back. This injury report. She casually pinched the document from the table with 2 fingers, suddenly laughing. Is truly fascinating. It appears even the Tokyo X General Hospital dares to issue fraudulent certificates. However, her demeanor shifted abruptly as she slammed the document onto the table. The crime of falsifying official documents carries a penalty of 3 years. What do you say, Inspector Takahashi? Baka. Kinasato, sensing the impending disaster, suddenly erupted. Who do you think you are? He reached out to snatch the report back. Bang. A burly man in a suit, standing behind Ayumi Fukada, swiftly intervened, executing a shoulder throw that sent Kinasato crashing to the ground. The bodyguard seized a pair of metal handcuffs from the holding cell, locking them onto his wrists with a resounding click. Ayumi Fukada didn't spare him a glance, leisurely retouching her lipstick. Ah, by the way. She seemed to recall something and pulled a USB drive from her Gucci handbag. This contains the original 4K footage from the mall surveillance, depicting Mr. Chin's defensive posture. Her eyes, framed by black glasses, sparkled with mischief. Very dashing. Inspector Takahashi, overwhelmed, quickly knelt and pleaded, Mr. Chin. I'm so sorry, truly, it was my oversight. This is all Ken is doing. Standing tall, Chen Mo looked down at him, who was trembling like a leaf, and remarked, I mentioned that I hoped you would be laughing until the end. How is it that you have ceased to laugh so soon? Pathetic. He then turned to the enchanting Fukada. Miss Fukada, thank you for your assistance. Moving forward, rest assured, Ayumi Fukada rose, affectionately linking her arm with his. As the inspection chief from the Ginza area was en route to apologize, she leaned in close to Chen Mo, her breath warm against his ear. You may deal with them as you see fit. Her sultry tone suggested her intentions extended beyond merely addressing those two, leaving much to the imagination. The one-way glass of the holding cell reflected the silhouette of the 2 entwined figures. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway of the police headquarters. You imbeciles! Who permitted you to unlawfully detain foreign guests? A senior police officer, dressed in a sky-blue uniform adorned with 3 silver stars on his epaulets, stormed in, his voice booming with authority. Upon hearing this voice, Inspector Takahashi could no longer maintain his kneeling position and collapsed onto the floor. For it was none other than his superior, Matsushita, the chief inspector of the Ginza district. Smack. Recently, the inspection minister from Matsushita entered with a thunderous slap, striking Takahashi so forcefully that his glasses flew off, shattering against the wall of the holding room. There was no other option. Just moments before, he had been cheerfully discussing his subordinate's work with the subordinate's wife when an unexpected phone call erupted into a barrage of harsh reprimands. It was only after receiving this tirade that he realized one of his subordinates had provoked members of the Yamaguchi Gumi, still in his trousers. He shivered in fear and hastily pulled them up to rush over. Kinasato found himself pinned to the ground, equally wide-eyed, astonished that the inspection minister from the Ginza district was now bowing and scraping before a young man. A chill ran through his already overwhelmed mind. I must say, Minister, the quality of your staff leaves much to be desired. Chen Mo remarked, lighting another cigarette, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Just a moment ago, you called me a ch niece. Baka. Chapter 082. Teasing backfires. Matsushita, in a fit of rage, abruptly turned and seized Takahashi by the collar, delivering 3 resounding slaps. The sharp sounds echoed, each louder than the last, as blood immediately trickled from the corner of Takahashi's mouth. Yet, he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. Apologize to Mr. Chin at once, Matsushita demanded, delivering a forceful kick to Takahashi's shoulder. Otherwise, you'll be sent to Hokkaido to tend a lighthouse tomorrow. Crawling and kneeling before Chen Mo, Takahashi pressed his forehead heavily against the floor. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Truly wrong. It's all that bastard Sato Kina's fault. He blinded me. Oh? Chen Mo suddenly crouched down, lifting Takahashi's chin with his phone. Didn't you just say that calling a lawyer would be futile? Matsushita, with a grim expression, snatched the forged injury report and tore it to shreds in front of everyone, proclaiming, investigate. Thoroughly investigate Tokyo X Hospital. Leave no one involved unexamined. Suddenly, Fukada Aimi let out a light laugh, her high-heeled shoe playfully nudging the subdued Sato. Almost forgot about this one. Sato Kenta began to struggle violently, exclaiming, You can't touch me. My brother is. Slap. Chen Mo swiftly delivered a backhanded slap, sending Sato's head twisting sideways and two bloody teeth flying against the wall. This slap is to teach you about manners. Chen Mo shook his hand and turned to Fukada Aimi, inquiring. I recall that publicly insulting a foreign guest falls under the Hate Speech Regulation Act, correct? Matsushita immediately grasped the implication, at least a 3-year sentence. We will ensure he is well looked after during his time in detention. He cast a pointed glance at the burly members of the Yamaguchi-gumi nearby. Fukada Aimi suddenly linked her arm with Chen Mo's, saying, Hand this over to Mr. Matsushita, shall we? Someone is quite hungry and has gone to great lengths to assist you. Surely, you should repay such kindness, perhaps by filling their stomach? Chen Mo was perplexed by the fervor of this esteemed lawyer. However, he was no naive fledgling. Faced with her elder sister-like teasing, could he truly feel bashful? In an instant, he recalled a skill lying dormant in his repertoire. Ding, mind reading activated. Target, Fukada Aimi. A playful smile graced his lips as he lowered his gaze into her alluring eyes. Of course, Miss Fukada, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Fukada Aimi blinked, her crimson lips parting slightly. I can eat anything, but this is the first time Xiao Feng has sought my help. And for a man no less, could they be secretly dating? But this charming young man remains composed under pressure. He possesses some skill. I cannot allow him to be humiliated. Let me see how I can tease him. She leaned closer to Chen Mo, playfully blowing into his ear. However, I am quite curious how you plan to satisfy my hunger, charming young man. The words, laden with implication, sent Matsushita into a realm of tantalizing thoughts he dared not indulge in, hastily lowering his gaze to feign ignorance. Within the confines of the detention room, some of the younger officers exhibited a lack of composure, instinctively swallowing hard, their eyes darting with trepidation, unwilling to gaze upon Yumi Fukada any longer. It seemed the question now lay in determining the extent of Ms. Fukada's appetite. Nonetheless, I shall be able to satisfy even the most voracious. Chen Mo replied with poise, even teasing her in return. Upon hearing this, Yumi Fukada's eyes widened with surprise. What a bold young man. How audacious to jest with me. No. I must reclaim my dignity. A gentle smile graced her lips. Very well, let us see just how capable you truly are with that. She entwined her arm with Chen Mo's as they strolled outward. The sound of her high heels striking the marble floor resonated with a crisp rhythm, mirroring her current delight. As they exited the police headquarters, Yumi Fukada suddenly halted. Adjusting her black-rimmed glasses, she cast a flirtatious glance towards Chen Mo. So, young man, how far have you and our little kid progressed? What? Feigning ignorance? Too timid to acknowledge the relationship? If you weren't dating, why would Keith seek my assistance? If you two are indeed lovers, pecking lips and affectionate embraces are permissible. However, the final step, she is still a child. And if her father were to find out, he would certainly take action. You may pretend all you like, but with me in this state. Your comments suggest you are no mere boy. Miss Fukada, you misunderstand. Miss Keed and I are merely friends, with no romantic intentions. I have a preference for mature and charismatic women, such as. Chen Mo spoke, his gaze offering a silent answer. Yumi Fukada's steps abruptly ceased. A glimmer of danger flashed in her beautiful eyes behind her glasses. Such as? What a daring young man, to tease me so. Yet, his eyes and words do possess sincerity. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth as he reached out, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Such as someone like you, Miss Fukada, both intelligent and alluring, a distinguished lawyer. His fingertips brushed her sensitive earlobe ever so lightly. Yumi Fukada's breath hitched. Damn. How bold. He dares to be so intimate. But this is precisely what makes a man intriguing. You, young man, have the audacity to flirt with the esteemed lawyer of the Sugiyaki Association. Do you have a death wish? Are you not afraid I might have my bodyguard take action against you? She feigned anger, her eyes narrowing. Yet the faint blush creeping to her ears betrayed her true reaction. With a sudden step forward, her long, black-stockinged leg nearly pressed against Chen Mo's shoe. Her 10-centimeter heels almost brushing against him. Rather than retreating, Chen Mo leaned into her assertive advance. As cherry blossom petals were swept from the tree at the entrance by a gentle breeze, they floated gracefully into the open collar of her shirt, settling teasingly in the alluring dip of her collarbone. Fear not, for though Miss Fukada may utter such words, her heart harbors a different sentiment. He pinched a petal delicately between his fingers, his fingertip grazing her carotid artery with a barely perceptible touch. Thus, Miss Fukada's threats are lighter than the cherry blossoms. You little rascal. The pupils of Yomi Fukada constricted slightly, her high heels instinctively retreating half a step. How could he possibly know what I am thinking? No, wait. This boy is rather intriguing. She quickly adjusted her expression. Her crimson lips curled into a perilous arc as she suddenly grasped Chen Mo's tie, drawing him closer. It seems you possess an understanding of women, do you? Chen Mo, leaning in accordance, lowered his head, the tip of his nose nearly brushing against the frame of her glasses, and chuckled softly. I only comprehend women like Miss Fukada, who are so adept at concealing their true intentions. Ah. Yomi Fukada released his tie and gently patted his chest. Very well, if nothing else. I shall regard you with a bit more esteem for your audacity. Chapter 083. Borrowing my boyfriend for 2 days. Just as she finished speaking, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from Jidao phone, her eyes flickered, and she pressed the answer button. As the call connected, Jidao Feng's voice came through. Aunt, is Chen Mo all right? Of course, I'm fine. With me around, you need not worry, Chen Mo replied confidently. Fukuda Yoshimi glanced at Chen Mo, remarking, Your little boyfriend is quite friendly. He even dares to tease me. What little boyfriend? The voice on the other end suddenly rose in pitch. We are merely ordinary friends. Chen Mo, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Jidao Feng actually referred to Fukuda Yoshimi as aunt. No wonder she was so fiery upon arrival and dared to tease him. It was all a test, wasn't it? Suddenly, Chen Mo leaned closer to the microphone and said, Miss Feng, thank you for your concern. I am quite well. His warm breath brushed against Fukuda Yoshimi's ear, causing her to tremble, nearly dropping her phone. This guy is doing it on purpose. Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, Jidao Feng's tone immediately turned flustered. Who is concerned about you? I merely fear that you might not handle things well and end up locked away without anyone to teach me how to deal with it. Fukuda Yoshimi watched the two sparring through the phone, a glint of mischief flashing in her beautiful eyes behind her glasses. Suddenly, she raised the phone high and said in a coy tone, Little phone, could I borrow your little boyfriend for a couple of days? Aunt. Jidao Feng's scream nearly shattered the microphone. Don't say such things. That annoying brat is not my boyfriend. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo leaned even closer, nearly brushing against Fukuda Yoshimi's cheek as he spoke into the phone. Miss Feng, rest assured, I will fulfill what I promised you. But you might want to temper your temper. If you keep cursing, you may find it hard to marry in the future. You are the one who won't get married. You've infuriated me. Don't expect my help next time. The busy tone echoed from the other end as Jidao Feng abruptly hung up the call. Fukuda Yoshimi put away her phone and looked at Chen Mo with a half-smile. You've quite the audacity, daring to tease even the eldest daughter of the Jidao family. Chen Mo shrugged. Compared to that, I am more curious as to why Miss Fukuda felt the need to test me. Fukuda Yoshimi paused slightly, then chuckled softly. Indeed. You caught on. She turned and walked towards the sleek black business car parked by the roadside. Let's get in. I haven't had lunch yet. Inside, the leather seats exuded a faint aroma of fine leather. Fukuda Yoshimi shed her blazer, revealing her fair arms. She pressed the partition button, raising a black glass barrier between the front and back seats. Now we can have a proper conversation. She crossed her beautiful legs adorned in black stockings and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the car's mini fridge. Care for a taste? A 1982 Lafite. Let us have a sip before the meal. Chen Mo took the wine glass, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against hers. So, is this a feast of intrigue? Fukuda Yoshimi took a sip of the red wine. Crimson lips left an ambiguous mark on the rim of the glass. I am simply curious about what makes the man capable of prompting Xiao Feng to personally call for help. She suddenly leaned forward, her softness nearly brushing against Chen Mo's arm. It appears rather intriguing. Chen Mo did not flinch. Instead, he met her gaze. And what is Miss Furitaka's conclusion? Furitaka Yomi abruptly removed her glasses, her sultry eyes locking onto Chen Mo. I warn you. Should you dare to harm Xiao Feng, you will find that I can make you suffer immensely. Chen Mo replied with a smile. No. Furitaka Yomi displayed a dangerous smile. I will ensure your existence becomes unbearable. The atmosphere in the car grew tense. At that moment, Chen Mo's phone rang. It was a message from Jidao Feng. Don't be deceived by my aunt. She delights in toying with people. And you mustn't entertain any thoughts about her. Chen Mo turned the phone screen towards Furitaka Yomi. It seems someone is feeling jealous. Furitaka Yomi glanced at it and suddenly burst into laughter, collapsing into her seat. Ha ha ha. This girl truly. She wiped away the tears of laughter. Well, I won't tease you any longer. However, it seems there are 2 little girls in Ginza who are quite concerned about you. Your little girlfriends, perhaps? Xiaofeng. How can you like such a fickle man? He already has a girlfriend. Chen Mo nodded, not concealing the truth. Yes. So I would appreciate it if Miss Furitaka could take me there. Furitaka Yomi raised an eyebrow, a glint of different meaning flashing in her eyes, half smiling. Oh, quite candid. Aren't we? Very well. I shall be a good sister and take you to find your little girlfriends. She pressed the call button, informing the driver of the destination. Then she leaned back in her seat and took another sip of red wine. The young man is quite charming, a master of romance, openly courting too. And those 2 little girlfriends seem rather close. Miss Furitaka, you have misunderstood. Only one is a girlfriend, the other is not. Chen Mo allowed her to finish speaking when his phone chimed again. It was a message from Ishikawa Mio. Chen Mo-kun, are you all right? I'm quite worried about you. I'm fine. The matter has been resolved. I'll come to find you now. The car slowly started, weaving through the bustling streets of Tokyo. The atmosphere within the vehicle had shifted subtly due to the preceding conversation, as Chen Mo gazed out at the receding cityscape, his thoughts drifting to the 2 girls. Meanwhile, Furitaka Yomi occasionally stole glances at Chen Mo from the corner of her eye, contemplating this man who had a girlfriend yet still managed to capture Ji Daofeng's attention. Before long, the car arrived at Ginza. Just as Chen Mo was about to exit, Furitaka Yomi suddenly grasped his arm, her tone laced with playful mockery. Little one. Remember what you said. Now that you have a girlfriend, do not provoke Xiaofeng. If you dare to bring her any harm, I want to let you off lightly. Chen Mo turned back. Meeting her alluring yet cautionary gaze, I smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Miss Fukada, my relationship with Miss Keed is merely that of ordinary friends. When I say I am not fond of her, I truly mean it. In fact, I might find myself more inclined towards you, Miss Fukada. Upon disembarking, Chen Mo immediately spotted the 2. As soon as Ishikawa Mio laid eyes on him, she rushed over, embracing his arm, her face a mixture of worry and joy. With a voice tinged with emotion, she exclaimed, Chen Mo-kun, I am so relieved you are safe. Murakami Yuki displayed a similar expression, albeit with an added hint of guilt. Upon seeing Chen Mo, she bowed apologetically, saying, I am truly sorry for causing you trouble. It is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would have. Chen Mo comforted Ishikawa Mio while reassuring Murakami Yuki. It's all right. Even without you, I would have found him displeasing. Ding, Murakami Yuki's conquest increased by 30. Reward, 300 conquest points. Chapter 084, The Identity of Kanda Emi. By the way, have you eaten since I asked you to go for a meal? Chen Mo quietly inquired, gazing at Ishikawa Mio in his embrace. He noticed her eyes evasively darting away. You haven't eaten, have you? Oh, so you dare to disregard my words? He raised his hand and pinched her delicate cheek hard. Ishikawa Mio frowned in pain, but refrained from voicing her discomfort. Observing her foolish yet endearing reaction, Chen Mo felt a pang of sympathy and gently rubbed her reddened cheek. Now that all matters are resolved, we can go eat. Ishikawa Mio obediently nodded. Meanwhile, Murakami Yuki, who had been utterly famished, perked up at the mention of food, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Mo turned to the car and addressed Fukada Emi, saying, Miss Fukada, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Which restaurant would you like to visit? It's on me. Fukada Emi lightly tapped her long fingers against the edge of the car window, her red lips curving into a meaningful smile. Will my presence be an unwelcome interruption? Her gaze swept over Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki, finally settling on Chen Mo's face, and she playfully winked with her alluring eyes. It won't be a disturbance. In fact, we may require your guidance, Miss Fukada. In the future. Very well then. Fukada Emi elegantly opened the car door, her legs encased in black stockings stepping out first. I happen to know of a delightful teppanyaki restaurant nearby, Gomiyakiyu, where their Kobe beef is quite exquisite. She straightened her posture, adjusting her suit jacket that often became disheveled. Standing at 162 centimeters, plus 10-centimeter high heels, she exuded an impressive aura. Let us go. The restaurant is not far from here. Fukada Emi naturally linked her arm with Chen Mo's, completely oblivious to Ishikawa Mio's suddenly disconcerted expression. Murakami Yuki, on the other hand, widened her eyes, secretly cursing under her breath. The four of them proceeded towards the restaurant in an oddly matched ensemble, with Chen Mo flanked by two women, while Murakami Yuki quietly trailed behind, occasionally stealing glances at Fukada Mi's back. She was incredibly anxious, wondering why Mio-chan showed no reaction. This woman appeared so seductive. Did she not fear that her boyfriend might be lured away? Clearly, she needed to find an opportunity to offer a warning. The sign of Gomi Aki was understated, its black fade marked only by a small golden bull emblem. Upon entering, the distinct aroma of teppanyaki wafted towards them, mingling the rich scent of premium beef fat with the robust fragrance of garlic. "Welcome to our establishment, Miss Fukada." A kimono-clad hostess promptly greeted them, bowing respectfully. "Your usual table is ready." "Thank you." Fukada Emi responded with a slight nod before turning to Chen Mo. "I frequent this place. The chef is from Kobe and possesses exceptional skills." They were led to a semi-enclosed booth, featuring a gleaming iron grill at its center, surrounded by four high stools. Fukada Emi naturally took the seat of honor, while Chen Mo settled across from her. Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki sat on either side. "Let's start with a bottle of chilled Dasai Jumai Daijinjo," Fukada Emi instructed the waiter, then turned to Chen Mo. "You don't mind having a drink, do you?" "Of course not," Chen Mo replied with a smile, simultaneously noticing Ishikawa Mio anxiously twisting her fingers. He discreetly took her hand under the table, feeling the slight dampness of her palm. The sake arrived promptly, and Fukada Emi expertly poured a glass for each person, the crisp aroma of the liquor swiftly permeating the air. So she lifted her glass, leaving a subtle imprint of her crimson lips on the rim, to today's intriguing encounter. "Cheers?" Chen Mo raised his glass, and Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki hurriedly followed suit. The four glasses clinked gently in the air, producing a clear, resonant sound. "Miss Fukada," Chen Mo took a sip of the sake and directly inquired, "I am quite curious about your relationship with Kakuto Kid. Why does she refer to you as auntie?" Fukada Emi set her glass down, her slender fingers lightly tapping the table. "My sister is Kid's mother," she explained, pausing momentarily, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features. "However, my sister passed away early, so in a sense, I regard Kid as my own daughter." Chen Mo keenly sensed the fleeting sadness in her eyes, but soon, Fukada Emi reverted to her nonchalant demeanor. Thus, she leaned forward, the allure of her V-neck suit subtly revealing itself. "You understand why I must test you? Any man who approaches Kid must pass my scrutiny. So this is a trial." Ishikawa Mio's breathing became noticeably rapid. Chen Mo could feel her nails almost digging into his palm. He gently squeezed her hand in a gesture of reassurance. "I understand." Chen Mo locked eyes with Fukada Emi. "But I must reiterate that my relationship with Kakuto Kid is merely that of ordinary friends." "Is that so?" Fukada Emi chuckled lightly. "Then why did Kid call me the moment you were in trouble? That girl has never shown such concern for any ordinary friend." Just then, the chef entered, pushing a cart filled with ingredients, interrupting this precarious conversation. Various exquisite ingredients were neatly arranged on the cart, with the most striking being a beautifully marbled piece of Kobe beef. "Miss Fukada, we have just received a 5-grade Kobe beef today. Would you like to try some?" The chef inquired respectfully. "Certainly," Fukada Emi nodded, then turned to Chen Mo. "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Both Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki shook their heads. Chen Mo smiled and replied, "I'll leave it to your discretion, Miss Fukada." Fukada Emi quickly ordered the dishes, and the chef began to deftly prepare them on the teppanyaki grill. The aroma of butter melting at high temperatures immediately filled the entire room, whetting the appetite. Speaking of which, Fukada Emi suddenly turned to Murakami Yuki. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Today's events were indeed instigated by you, were they not?" The aura she exuded was formidable. Murakami Yuki visibly trembled, her complexion paling instantaneously. I am deeply sorry." "Miss Fukada," Chen Mo interjected promptly. "This matter cannot be attributed to Yuki. That Sato fellow is hardly a paragon of virtue." "Oh?" Fukada Emi raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite protective of her." "I haven't even voiced my thoughts, and you are already anxious." Her eyes darted between Chen Mo and Murakami Yuki. "Pray tell, Miss Yuki, what is your relationship with him?" The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The sizzling sound of beef on the iron plate grew increasingly jarring. "She is Mio-chan's friend, hence she is also my friend," Chen Mo replied calmly. Suddenly, Fukada Emi erupted into laughter, her mirth laced with a hint of scorn. "Chen Mo-kun, you are truly amusing. One girlfriend." She gestured towards Ishikawa Mio and an ordinary friend, pointing at Murakami Yuki. "And let us not forget our little Kid. You certainly have an abundance of ordinary friends, all of whom are quite the beauties." Does your girlfriend not feel jealous? Wouldn't any normal person be envious? Chapter 085. Intriguing. Hehe. The corners of Ishikawa Mio's eyes began to redden. She wished to argue, yet fear held her back. Chen Mo could sense her hands trembling slightly. He inhaled deeply, poised to respond, when the chef timely announced that the first course was ready. Let us indulge in the meal. Fukada Aimi seemed to suddenly lose interest in continuing the conversation. It would be unappetizing if it cools down. The first dish was butter-seared abalone, thinly sliced and quickly grilled to a golden hue on the iron plate, then drizzled with a special sauce. Fukada Aimi elegantly picked up a slice with her chopsticks and savored it, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Do try this, she urged Chen Mo. The sauce here is a closely guarded secret, a flavor you won't find elsewhere. Chen Mo offered a slice to Ishikawa Mio before treating himself. The texture of the abalone was indeed exquisite, crispy on the outside yet tender within, the sauce's savory saltiness complemented by a hint of sweetness, perfectly accentuating the seafood's freshness. What do you think? Fukada Aimi inquired, her gaze fixed solely on Chen Mo. It is indeed quite special, Chen Mo replied honestly. Does the sauce contain yuzu peel? Fukada Aimi's eyes sparkled. Well done. You have quite the palate. It indeed includes Kishu Nanko plum and yuzu, one of the chef's secrets. Chen Mo chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond further. The culinary mastery bestowed by the system was not merely about cooking. One's tongue could discern myriad flavors. The subsequent dishes arrived in succession. Thinly sliced Kobe beef, pan-seared foie gras, black truffle fried rice. Each plate was a delicate masterpiece. Fukada Aimi was well-versed in the ingredients and methods of each dish, showcasing an astonishing appreciation for gastronomy. As the sake flowed freely, the atmosphere seemed to lighten. Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki gradually relaxed, beginning to savor the delicacies. Fukada Aimi, however, continued to indulge in cup after cup of sake, her fair cheeks gradually acquiring a rosy hue, her gaze becoming more languid. Chen Mo-kun, she suddenly spoke, her voice slightly husky from the alcohol. Did you know? Little Keed has been without a mother since childhood, so she struggles with handling emotions. Having shed her suit jacket in her inebriated state, her pink cheeks and dreamy eyes would likely cause anyone else to blush and feel their heart race. Yet Chen Mo set down his chopsticks. Looking at her earnestly, I understand your protectiveness over Yakuza Keed, but I assure you, my intentions are purely honorable. Is that so? Fukada Aimi chuckled lightly. And what about these two? Her gaze swept over Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki. No ulterior motives there? Ishikawa Mio abruptly lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Miss Fukada, I truly care for Chen Mo-kun. Chen Mo met Fukada Aimi's gaze directly. Miss Fukada, my private life does not require your report, does it? Or are you perhaps interested in me? Fukada Aimi suddenly stood up, due to the effects of alcohol. She swayed slightly before placing her hands on the iron table, leaning in closer to Chen Mo. The scent of high-end perfume mingled with alcohol enveloped him, and the view beneath her V-neck was utterly captivating. Listen here, kid, her voice was low and menacing. I don't care how many little girlfriends you have, that's your affair. But if you dare to toy with Xiaofeng's feelings. Her nails grazed Chen Mo's Adam's apple lightly. I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Her tone was flat and icy, evoking no doubt in her intent. The air in the private room seemed to freeze. The chef wisely withdrew. Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki were too frightened to breathe. Yet, Chen Mo remained surprisingly calm. He rose slowly, meeting Fukada Aimi's gaze. Miss Fukada, you've had too much to drink. To his astonishment, Fukada Aimi suddenly laughed, a smile both dangerous and alluring. Interesting. Very few dare to speak to me like that. She straightened her outfit and said, let us call it a day. I must return. She pulled out her wallet. However, Chen Mo preemptively handed his bank card to the waiter. As agreed, it's my treat. Fukada Aimi raised an eyebrow but did not protest. Ding detected that the host is spending on Ishikawa Mio. Dining expense of 350,000 yen. Triggering a 5-fold critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received 750,000 yen. Account balance 460 million. Ding detected that the host is spending on Murakami Yuki. Dining expense of 350,000 yen. Triggering a 5-fold critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received 750,000 yen. Account balance 470 million. After settling the bill, the four exited the restaurant. My car is over there. Fukada Aimi indicated towards a black sedan parked by the roadside. Do you need a ride? No, thank you. Chen Mo politely declined. We have other matters to attend to. Fukada Aimi nodded, then leaned close to Chen Mo, whispering in a tone only he could hear. Be careful. Kid, you are quite intriguing. Intriguing enough to make my heart flutter. Her red lips nearly brushed against Chen Mo's earlobe. Yet, that changed nothing. Keep your distance from Xiao Feng. With that, she elegantly turned and entered her car, the sound of her high heels echoing crisply against the cobblestones. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure. Such a physique, such beauty, enhanced by her status. A mafia heiress's aunt, perhaps? How fascinating, he chuckled inwardly. Chen Mo-kun. Shikawa Mio timidly tugged at his sleeve. Shall we go to the hospital? Chen Mo nodded. All right. Just as the three prepared to hail a taxi, a familiar figure sprinted towards them from behind. It was the suited man, Ito, who had appeared earlier that morning. He stepped forward, blocking their path. Glaring fiercely at Chen Mo, stop. The suit was crumpled, and the tie askew. Finally, I have caught you, you scoundrel. Ito pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Mo's nose, demanding an account for the morning's grievances. His startled demeanor startled Shikawa Mio, who instinctively clutched Chen Mo's arm, while Murakami Yuki paled and retreated behind him. Yet, Chen Mo remained utterly unmoved, his gaze fixed on Ito. Should he dare to strike, he would only receive a swift and brutal retaliation. Oh, have you not yet learned your lesson from this morning, and now you wish to invite another resounding slap? If you no longer wish for your hands, I can certainly assist in rendering them useless. Just moments ago, the arrogant Ito was now visibly shaken, retreating repeatedly under Chen Mo's imposing aura. Internally terrified, yet emboldened by the presence of his allies, he mustered his bravado. Fine, fine, fine. I hope you remain as composed later. After uttering this, Ito turned towards Chen Mo's back, shouting with bravado, Tanaka, it is this brat. Come quickly and help me deal with him. I shall fulfill my promise regarding the payment to you all. Chapter 086. Its self-inflicted troubles not far behind Chen Mo and his companions. A group of 5 or 6 young ruffians clad in colorful shirts were whistling at a schoolgirl. Among them was a tattooed man, his wrist wrapped in bandages, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he reached out to block the girl's path. Just as he was about to make a lewd remark, he was interrupted, much to his displeasure. However, as he was paid to do a job, he reluctantly decided to let the schoolgirl go. How dare you disturb my pursuit of charm? The original price was 200,000, but now it must be 300,000, understand? Impatiently, the ruffian named Tanaka spat out his cigarette, but crushing it underfoot as he swaggered towards them with his lackeys. He squinted, surveying Chen Mo's back, experiencing an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, upon noticing the figures of Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki beside him, that familiarity faded away. He had always been fond of girls who appeared so adorably cute. Just from their silhouette, he felt a stirring. Is this the kid? Tanaka scoffed. You truly are pathetic to let. As he spoke, Tanaka placed his hand on Chen Mo's shoulder. Chen Mo turned, a smile gracing his face, causing Tanaka's heart to momentarily halt. When Tanaka recognized the visage of Chen Mo, his pupils dilated, and his hand recoiled from the shoulder as if it had been shocked. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his complexion turned ashen. Brother Tanaka? Chen Mo tilted his head, a smile still on his lips. Is your wrist healed? The mere sight of that smile sent tremors through Tanaka's body. Just days prior, it was this seemingly harmless youth who had inflicted a wound on his wrist and trampled him underfoot. At that time, Chen Mo wore the same grin. Be brother. Tanaka suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle, his tone shifting dramatically. I apologize. I didn't realize it was you. His lackeys, unfamiliar with Chen Mo from their previous encounter, stood frozen in shock. It, too, widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother Tanaka? What is the meaning of this? Shut your mouth. Tanaka spun around and slapped it across the face, causing him to stagger backward. Do you want to get me killed? Ishikawa Mio, upon seeing a familiar face, felt a flicker of fear, while Murakami Yuki appeared utterly dumbfounded. Chen Mo lightly patted Tanaka's face, remarking, It seems you remember the last lesson well? Yes. Tanaka nodded vigorously. Chen Mo glanced at Tanaka's bandaged wrist, a smirk playing on his lips as he continued. It's good that you remember. If not, I could assist in refreshing your memory, but perhaps this time, it won't be as simple as a mere scratch. Heh. As Chen Mo's gaze swept over Tanaka's wrist, the latter felt a chill, as if a sharp blade were poised above it. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped his own face with great force. Brother, I apologize. I was blind. With that, he struck himself twice more. Tanaka felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. Genuinely terrified. The individual before me is a friend of the Yamaguchi-gumi's esteemed heir, a presence far beyond my humble means to provoke. Big brother, I shall take my leave and not disturb your shopping any longer, Chen Mo remarked, directing his gaze towards Ito. However, his earlier assertion of wanting to dispose of me presents quite a dilemma, considering I pride myself on being a law-abiding citizen. Leave it to me. Tanaka promptly understood the situation. Straightening his posture, he turned and seized Ito by the collar. You think you're invincible, do you? He declared to his subordinates. Fear not. Big brother, I shall impart some proper education upon him. The moment Tanaka grasped Ito's collar, the latter froze in place, his eyes widening in disbelief. His lips quivering as if struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Tanaka, have you made a mistake? Ito stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Isn't this the fellow you promised to assist? Assist your mother. Tanaka bellowed, delivering a resounding slap that echoed through the air, causing Ito's face to swell instantly. Staggering backward, Ito collided with a nearby utility pole, clutching his stinging cheek, his eyes filled with incredulity. Why? Because of your mother. Tanaka sneered, advancing menacingly, grasping Ito's hair. Leaning close to Ito's ear, he lowered his voice. This individual is a friend of the Yamaguchi-gumi's esteemed heir. If you seek death, do not drag me into it. Ito's complexion drained of color, his legs buckling beneath him, nearly bringing him to his knees. After years of navigating Tokyo's underbelly, he was acutely aware of the implications of the Yamaguchi-gumi. In that moment, he felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Initially intent on troubling Chen Mo, he now found himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making. I apologize. Ito suddenly broke free from Tanaka's grip, kneeling before Chen Mo in a frantic display of contrition. I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Please forgive me. His forehead struck the concrete with a dull thud. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Ishikawa Mio, visibly anxious, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Chen Mo-kun, perhaps. Seeing Chen Mo's lack of response, Ito's panic escalated, and he continued to bow fervently. I truly understand my mistake. I promise never to appear before you again. Tanaka stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to Ito's rear. Is an apology all that suffices? Ito trembled, frantically rummaging through his suit pocket for his wallet. I am willing to compensate. All this money is for you. At last, Chen Mo spoke leisurely. Do you believe I am in want of money? And no, that's not it. Ito stammered, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, suddenly recalling the moment Chen Mo had flung money at him. Rising from the ground, he began to strike his own face in a frenzy. I am damned. I am a fool. The sound of his slaps rang sharply in the tranquil street, and soon, Ito's face appeared grotesquely swollen, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yuki Murakami could no longer bear the sight and whispered, perhaps we should just let it go. It was then that Chen Mo spoke up. Enough. Ito immediately halted his actions, looking at Chen Mo with hopeful anticipation. Remember today's lesson, Chen Mo coldly remarked, showing no regard for Ito. If I see you again, there will be no next time. I shall resign and return home tomorrow. Ito felt as though he had been granted a pardon and bowed repeatedly. Tanaka approached, ingratiatingly asking, Brother, are you satisfied with how this has been handled? Chen Mo shot him a glance. You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself. Tanaka rubbed his hands together with a forced smile. Of course. About the last incident. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Take your people and leave. Hey. Tanaka nodded obsequiously, turning to shout at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Move quickly. Before departing, Tanaka couldn't resist kicking Ito. Why aren't you leaving yet? Ito scrambled away, not daring to pick up his fallen wallet. Watching the group flee in disarray, Yuki Murakami let out a sigh of relief. She had not anticipated that the fearsome Yasukawa gang would appear so subservient before Chen Mo. Her gaze towards him now held a touch of admiration. Ding! Yuki Murakami's conquest increased by 10, reward, 100 conquest points. The sudden system notification caused Chen Mo to glance at Yuki Murakami. This girl is quite intriguing. Is this how easily one can elevate the conquest progress? Meanwhile, Shikawa Mio looked at Chen Mo with concern. Chen Mo-kun, about the Yasukawa gang. Chen Mo chuckled, ruffling her hair. Don't overthink it. Let's go to the hospital. As the three turned to leave, none noticed the slowly rising window of a black sedan at the street corner. Sitting inside was Aimi Fukada, her crimson lips curling into a playful smile. How intriguing. Chapter 087. Your man is quite extravagant. The afternoon sunlight of Tokyo streamed through the taxi's glass window, casting a warm glow upon Chen Mo's profile. He glanced down at Shikawa Mio, who was resting her head against his shoulder. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows across her face, her breathing steady and serene. In the front passenger seat, Murakami Yuki occasionally stole glances at them through the rearview mirror, a faint smile playing on her lips. Mio-chan, we are almost there. Chen Mo gently squeezed Shikawa Mio's palm. Startled, she abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. Ah, did I fall asleep? I'm so sorry. It's perfectly fine, Chen Mo replied with a smile, deftly smoothing her slightly disheveled hair. You were quite exhausted last night. I shall be more gentle next time. Just awakening, Shikawa Mio was once again assailed by memories, her cheeks easily flushing a rosy hue. Murakami Yuki, seated in the front, perked up her ears. Her pupils widening in surprise as she, still a naive girl, comprehended the implication of being too tired last night. Instantly, her knees brushed together. The taxi came to a halt in front of the hospital. The white edifice stood solemnly under the sun, with patients and their families entering and exiting, most wearing expressions of concern. Wait, Chen Mo called out to the two girls who were about to alight. Let us first purchase a few items. He led them to an upscale fruit shop near the hospital, where he meticulously selected a basket of imported fruits. Chen Mo-kun, this is too extravagant. Didn't we buy supplements this morning? Fruits are unnecessary. Shikawa Mio gazed at the staggering prices, anxiously twisting her fingers. What we bought this morning was for breakfast. It would be improper to arrive empty-handed in the afternoon, and besides, it isn't overly expensive. Chen Mo naturally swiped his card to pay. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected host is making a purchase for Shikawa Mio. Hospital visit gift expenditure of 180,000 yen, triggering a 5-fold critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received a deposit of 900,000 yen. Account balance 470 million. Murakami Yuki watched Chen Mo's unabashed spending with astonishment. Although she had witnessed it before, she was always taken aback. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she whispered to Shikawa Mio, your man is truly quite extravagant. Shikawa Mio's face flushed deeply, reaching her ears. Yet she did not dispute the term man. They took the elevator to the 12th floor of the hospital ward. The scent of disinfectant wafted through the air. Elderly patients slowly maneuvered their 4 stands along the corridor, while the phone at the nurse's station rang incessantly. When the 3 finally exited the hospital, the setting sun had painted the Tokyo sky a brilliant orange. Their shadows stretched long, intertwining upon the hospital steps. A sudden, inappropriate sound emanated from Murakami Yuki's stomach. She immediately clutched her abdomen, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Why yes, I'm so sorry. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. It seems our Yuki-chan is truly starving. Shikawa Mio giggled behind her hand. Mio-chan. Yuki Murakami stomped her foot in embarrassment, exclaiming, do not tease me. All right. Chen Mo replied, glancing at the 2 adorable girls. He picked up his phone to search for highly rated dining options nearby. There's a lovely family restaurant close by. Let us dine there for dinner. The trio walked along the tree-lined path outside the hospital as the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Mio Ishikawa quietly approached Chen Mo, hesitating for a moment before gently intertwining her pinky with his, feeling the warmth of her touch. Chen Mo turned to her with a slight smile, enveloping her hand within his palm. A faint blush immediately tinted Ishikawa's cheeks. Yet her lips curled into a sweet smile. Suddenly, Yuki Murakami turned back and asked, is this the place? She pointed at a cozy restaurant by the roadside. Its sign reading Western Cuisine House. Indeed, Chen Mo nodded. I read online that their hamburgers and omelette rice are delightful. As they pushed open the restaurant door, a bell chimed cheerfully. The interior was a quintessential Japanese Western-style eatery, with polished wooden tables and chairs and vintage advertisements adorning the walls. It was dinner time, and the restaurant was nearly filled with patrons, the air rich with the aroma of butter and sauces. Welcome. Is it 3 of you? A waitress, clad in an apron, greeted them warmly. Yes, please give us a window seat, Chen Mo requested. The waitress led them to a small round table in the corner, perfectly positioned to view the cityscape bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the lights soft and inviting. Yuki Murakami eagerly opened the menu, exclaiming, wow, everything looks so delicious. Meanwhile, Mio Ishikawa sat somewhat shyly beside Chen Mo, her attention fixed on him as she quietly inquired, Chen Mo-kun, what do you wish to eat? Chen Mo perused the menu and replied, I plan to try their signature hamburger set. What about you too? I want the omelet rice. Yuki Murakami promptly raised her hand, adding, and double cheese. And you, Mio-chan? Chen Mo turned to Ishikawa. I suppose I will have the hamburger as well, Ishikawa said hesitantly. Chen Mo, perceptive to her reluctance, asked gently, do you perhaps desire something else? Ishikawa shyly nodded. The seafood cream pasta looks appealing, then let us order that. Chen Mo said kindly. You need not choose the same as me, order what you truly wish for. After the waitress noted their order and departed. A brief silence enveloped the table, punctuated only by the laughter of other patrons and the clinking of cutlery. Suddenly, Yuki Murakami spoke up. Today I am truly grateful to you, Chen Mo-koen. Her voice was notably softer than usual. If it weren't for you, Mio-chan and I might have. Yuki Ishikawa glanced at her friend with concern. It's all in the past, Chen Mo interjected. What matters is that you are both well now, he domineeringly declared. Anyone who harms my woman shall not be tolerated. Shinmajuan. Shikawa Mio's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Embarrassed and annoyed, she playfully struck his arm. Murakami Yuki burst into laughter, exclaiming, Mio-chan, your face is so red. Like a boiled crab. Yuki, even you mock me. Amidst their jovial banter, the waitress arrived with their pre-meal beverages. Chen Mo opted for chilled oolong tea, while the two girls chose lemon soda. Cheers. Murakami Yuki exclaimed excitedly, raising her glass to celebrate. Our trio's newfound friendship? Cheers. Chen Mo joined in, not wishing to dampen the festive spirit. Shikawa Mio smiled and gently clinked her glass against Chen Mo's, saying, cheers. Just as they were halfway through their drinks, the main courses arrived. Chen Mo's burger was thick and juicy, generously drizzled with rich sauce. Murakami Yuki's omelet rice was golden and fluffy, with melted cheese oozing out upon cutting. Shikawa Mio's seafood pasta emitted an enticing aroma of cream, adorned with plump shrimp and shellfish. Let's dig in. The two girls chimed in unison. Chen Mo, however, chose to disregard this unwritten rule. Chapter 088. I have no home in Tokyo. Yuki Murakami eagerly scooped a generous spoonful of omuris into her mouth, steaming hot yet too delectable to spit out. This is so delicious. Absolutely delightful. Yuki-senpai, take your time. Mio Ishikawa offered her a napkin, adding, no one is competing with you. Chen Mo sliced a small piece of hamburger meat and extended it towards Ishikawa's lips. Would you care to taste? Taken aback for a moment, Ishikawa shyly opened her mouth. The instant the juices burst in her mouth, her eyes sparkled with joy. It's exquisite. Isn't it? Chen Mo smiled. How about we swap halves? I'd love to try yours. Ishikawa nodded, pushing her plate toward the center. Thus, they shared their food, oblivious to Yuki Murakami's envious gaze from across the table. Ahem. Murakami deliberately cleared her throat loudly. Ladies, there's a single person here too. Could you perhaps consider my feelings? Only then did Ishikawa realize how intimate their actions appeared, her head dropping in embarrassment as her ears flushed crimson. Chen Mo, fully aware, shamelessly remarked, you could find a boyfriend too. Humph. Murakami poked at her omelet indignantly. Once I find a boyfriend more handsome than Chen Mo, I'll flaunt my affection before you every day. Best of luck. I'll be watching eagerly. Chen Mo chuckled. Yet, his thoughts diverged from his words. He would not let go of the charming girl before him. Dinner continued in this light-hearted atmosphere. When 3 servings of caramel pudding were presented, the sky outside had completely darkened, making the restaurant's lighting appear even cozier. I had such a wonderful time today, Mio Ishikawa murmured, her fingers unconsciously caressing the rim of the pudding cup. Despite the events of this morning, being with you, Chen Mo, brings me joy. Chen Mo grasped her hand. It will only get better from here, I promise. Murakami observed their intertwined hands and suddenly interjected, Chen Mo, you must treat Mio-chan well. She is my dearest friend. And if you dare to mistreat her, Mio, Ishikawa hurriedly interrupted, don't say that. No need for you to speak. Chen Mo gazed earnestly at Yuki Murakami. I will treat my woman with utmost care. His solemn promise caused a momentary silence at the table. Yet it seemed to hold a deeper significance. Murakami stared at Chen Mo for several seconds, then suddenly blushed. All right, I'll trust you for now. She quickly turned to Ishikawa. Mio-chan, you have good taste. Not daring to meet Chen Mo's gaze, her heart felt as though a large stone had dropped into a tranquil lake. What does he mean? Why is he looking at me like that? Could it be? Does he have feelings for me? What a scoundrel. Ishikawa was too shy to utter a word. She tightly grasped Chen Mo's hand. When it was time to settle the bill, Chen Mo naturally reached for his wallet. Murakami Yuki glanced at the figures on the receipt, exclaiming, this meal is quite expensive. Let's choose a more affordable place next time. No need, Chen Mo replied, swiping his card as the system's notification chimed in his mind. It's just a small amount. Ding, detected that the host is making a purchase for Ishikawa Mio. Dinner expense of 28,500 yen, triggering a 5-fold critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has credited 142,500 yen account balance. Ding, detected that the host is making a purchase for Murakami Yuki. Dinner expense of 28,500 yen, triggering a 5-fold critical hit. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has credited 142,500 yen account balance. As they exited the restaurant, a gentle night breeze brushed against the faces of the three. The streetlights had begun to illuminate, and Tokyo's night was just beginning. Where to next? Murakami Yuki stretched lazily. It's still early. Chen Mo glanced at his phone, noticing a worried message from Morisawa Kana. I need to head home tonight. Everyone is tired, so let's not stay out too late. Ishikawa Mio nodded, suddenly curious. By the way, I still don't know where Chen Mo-kun lives. Chen Mo replied, Me? I don't have a home in Tokyo. I rent a place. Speaking of which, I plan to buy a house tomorrow. Mio-chan, would you accompany me? Buy a house. Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki exclaimed in unison, drawing the attention of passers-by. Murakami Yuki nearly dropped the pudding bag she was holding, quickly catching it, her eyes wide as she stared at Chen Mo. Are you saying you want to buy a house? In Tokyo? Ishikawa Mio's voice trembled slightly, her small hand instinctively clutching Chen Mo's sleeve. Chen Mo nonchalantly nodded. Well, I can't keep renting forever. Besides, I have the funds, so I thought I might as well buy a decent place. Murakami Yuki gasped, wait. The housing prices in Tokyo, even the most ordinary apartment costs around 50 to 60 million yen, right? A better location easily goes over 100 million. It was no wonder the two were astonished. After all, purchasing a home in Japan is a significant affair. In Japanese culture, owning a house symbolizes stability and success, especially a single-family home. Compared to an apartment, a detached house offers greater privacy, free from the disturbances of neighbors, allowing for a more comfortable lifestyle. Those who are well-off prefer single-family homes, while those with less means settle for apartments. It's approximately that, Chen Mo casually remarked. Prices between 300 million to 500 million yen are quite reasonable, so I plan to look at some properties tomorrow. 500 million. Ishikawa Mio's legs wobbled, nearly losing her balance. Chen Mo-kun must be joking. Murakami Yuki was utterly at a loss for words, mechanically repeating the figure of 500 million. Her gaze vacant. Chen Mo was amused by the reactions of the two girls. He reached out and ruffled Ishikawa Mio's hair, saying, What is the matter? Don't you believe I can afford it? No, it's not that. Ishikawa Mio hastily shook her head. I have faith in Chen Mo-kun's abilities. But the notion of purchasing a house has left me quite astonished. Murakami Yuki finally regained her composure and stammered, See Chen Mo-kun, what does your family do? Surely, you are not the heir of some distinguished family? Me? I come from an ordinary household, Chen Mo replied with a mysterious smile. The money I have is earned by my own efforts. Chuckling, Chen Mo pinched her cheek lightly and asked, What are you thinking? Would you like to accompany me to view some properties tomorrow? Can I really go? Ishikawa Mio's eyes sparkled with excitement. Murakami Yuki suddenly interjected. She turned to Chen Mo, her eyes gleaming. I just lost my job, so I have nothing to do tomorrow. May I join you? She immediately realized her audacity upon finishing her sentence. Chapter 089, Your man truly dotes on you. Blushing, she added, Of course, if it's inconvenient. Not a problem at all, let us all go together. Chen Mo replied with enthusiasm. How delightful! Yuki Murakami exclaimed, jumping up with excitement before feeling a twinge of shyness. Will it disturb your date? Mio Ishikawa's face flushed to the roots of her hair. Yuki, don't say such things. Observing the stark contrast in the girl's reactions, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile playfully. It's perfectly fine, let us consider it a gathering among friends. By the way, what kind of house do you both like? I've never really thought about that, Mio Ishikawa murmured softly. As long as I can be with someone I love, a small apartment would bring me happiness. Meanwhile, Yuki's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Of course, the bigger, the better. Ideally, a spacious single-family home where I can plant cherry blossom trees in the yard, complete with a large bathtub and a walk-in closet. Chen Mo chuckled at her enthusiasm. Yuki-chan's suggestion is quite good. Let us search based on that criterion. Really? That is amazing. Yuki's voice changed in pitch due to her excitement, but she quickly felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the house wouldn't have anything to do with her. I was just saying. Such an expensive house. Money is not an issue, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. What matters is living comfortably. Mio Ishikawa gazed at Chen Mo's profile, her thoughts complex. Once again, she reminded herself of the significant gap between them. Chen Mo was young, wealthy, and remarkably handsome. She gently tugged at his sleeve, reminding him, Chen Mo-kun, buying a house is a big deal. Shouldn't you think it over a bit more? Turning to grasp her hand, Chen Mo said, precisely because it is a significant matter, I want you, Mio-chan, to assist me in this. His words made Mio's heart skip a beat. Lowering her gaze to hide her flushed cheeks, she stammered, I know nothing about houses. That's all right, just trust your instincts, Chen Mo said softly. Watching their interaction, Yuki felt suddenly like a third wheel. Clearing her throat, she interjected, It's getting late. Aren't we supposed to head back? Chen Mo looked at Mio Ishikawa and remarked, Indeed, I need to return home tonight. Mio-chan, you shouldn't go back to your place either. I'll call Miss Hoshino to prepare a room for you. No, that's too extravagant. I can just stay at home. Mio hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. Chen Mo frowned slightly, yet his tone remained gentle. Mio-chan, it's too late now. I'm worried about you going back alone. Just listen to me. He intended to book a luxurious 4 million yen suite for them. If they didn't stay, there would be no cash back. Spending together would certainly yield double the rewards. Truth be told, he was reluctant to return home. However, it was very realistic for the three of them to stay together. Just at that moment, Mrs. Kanai also wished to be alone. It was quite fitting for Yuki Murakami to accompany Mio Ishikawa. By the way, could I trouble Miss Yuki to stay with Mio for a night? I'm uneasy about her being alone. As a token of gratitude, I promise to treat you next time. Although this girl is bisexual and once had feelings for Mio Ishikawa, Chen Mo remained entirely unfazed. He was confident in his own allure. The fact that he had failed to win over Mio in the past only proved that Mio was inclined towards men. Upon hearing Chen Mo's request, Yuki Murakami's eyes brightened, and she immediately patted her chest, exclaiming, No problem. Leave it to me. Mio's safety is in my hands. She wrapped her arms around Mio Ishikawa's waist. Beaming as she said, Mio, it's been ages since we spent the night together. Remember when you stayed at my place for a while? Now we have a chance to chat. Mio Ishikawa was taken aback by the sudden intimacy. Her face flushed as she quietly protested, Yuki, don't do that. Observing their interaction, Chen Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. He took out his phone and dialed Tsukimi Hoshino. Hello, is this Miss Hoshino? Could you please prepare a luxurious suite? Yes, the same one as last time. I'll transfer the payment shortly. After hanging up, he turned to the two girls. Everything is arranged. The driver will arrive soon to take you to the Bulgari Hotel. Yuki Murakami jumped up excitedly. Wow. Is it the Bulgari in Ginza, Tokyo? I've never stayed in such a high-end hotel before. Thank you, Chen Mo-kun. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Shortly after, a sleek black luxury Mercedes-Benz pulled up before them. Chen Mo gallantly opened the car door for the two girls, watching them depart. Mio, remember to text me when you arrive safely. Mio Ishikawa nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude and a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. No. Chen Mo-kun, be careful on the road. Inside the car, Yuki Murakami curiously surveyed the opulent interior, gasping in awe from time to time, while Mio Ishikawa quietly gazed out the window. Replaying the moments spent with Chen Mo throughout the day, the driver soon delivered them to the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel, where Tsukimi Hoshino had been waiting for quite some time. Dressed impeccably in a tailored black business suit, she appeared exceptionally elegant and capable under the dazzling lights of the hotel lobby. With a slight bow, she offered a professional smile. Welcome, ladies. Mr. Chen has arranged a suite on the 44th floor. Please follow me. Yuki Murakami's eyes widened as she whispered to Mio Ishikawa, Oh my goodness. A suite on the 44th floor. I've seen it in magazines. It costs several million yen for a night. Unbeknownst to her, Mio Ishikawa had already stayed there twice. However, their perspectives differed. Each time Mio thought of the exorbitant 4 million yen, she found it outrageous. It felt like an imprudent expenditure. In contrast, Yuki Murakami was oblivious to such concerns. Tsukimi Hoshino perceptively sensed her unease. Gently, she inquired, Miss Ishikawa, are you feeling unwell? No. Ishikawa Mio hastily waved her hand. Lost in thought. Very well, Mr. Chen has specifically instructed me to take good care of you. Should you require anything, there will be dedicated staff available around the clock. Thank you. The trio took the exclusive elevator directly to the 44th floor. Hoshino Tsukimi guided them to the entrance of the suite. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a spacious foyer, and beyond it lay the breathtaking night view of Tokyo through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Wow!" Murakami Yuki exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she dashed to the window. "Mio-chan, look, you can see the entire Tokyo Tower." Hoshino Tsukimi smiled as she introduced. This suite encompasses 400 square meters. The hotel also features a private onsen, a cinema, and a minibar. Breakfast can be enjoyed in the room or at the Michelin-starred restaurant on the 41st floor. Murakami Yuki eagerly explored the suite before rushing back, her enthusiasm palpable. "Mio-chan, the bathroom is stocked with a full set of Bulgari skincare products. And there's a jacuzzi. We can truly indulge tonight." Hoshino Tsukimi gracefully excused herself, stating, "I shall not disturb you any further. Should you need anything, please press the call button. A butler will be at your service 24 hours a day." Once the suite door closed behind her, Murakami Yuki embraced Ishikawa Mio tightly, exclaiming, "Mio-chan, your man dotes on you excessively. I am utterly envious. Oh, how I wish for a handsome, wealthy, and considerate man like that." Once they were alone, Ishikawa Mio relaxed considerably and teased, "Yuki-senpai, oh, didn't you say you preferred women over men a bit more? Mio-chan, how dare you tease me? Now that your man is gone, I wonder who will protect you." Murakami Yuki retorted, flustered, before playfully tickling Ishikawa Mio. Chapter 090. You should also be Chen Mo Jun's woman. Ishikawa Mio pleaded for mercy as she was playfully tickled. The two of them laughed and collapsed onto the soft sofa. "Yuki-senpai, please, stop." Tears of laughter streamed down Ishikawa Mio's face, her silky long hair cascading over the sofa. "Is it not enough that I made a mistake?" Only then did Murakami Yuki cease her antics. But she suddenly leaned closer to Ishikawa Mio's face, inquiring mysteriously, "Honestly, Mio-chan, how far have you and your man progressed?" What do you mean by progressed?" Ishikawa Mio's face flushed crimson in an instant as she hurriedly sat up to fix her hair. "You're joking." Murakami Yuki deliberately elongated her tone. "I heard it in the taxi just now. He said you were too tired last night. Admit it, did you two engage in something scandalous?" Ishikawa Mio quickly waved her hands, her face as red as a ripe apple, whispering, "And no. It's not what you think. It's just, we returned home too late." Murakami Yuki mischievously poked her waist and asked, "Oh, why did Chen Mo Jun say to be gentler next time?" Yuki-senpai. Ishikawa Mio, embarrassed, grabbed a pillow from the sofa and threw it at her, retorting, "He merely gave me a shoulder massage." "Massage shoulder, huh?" Murakami Yuki repeated teasingly, suddenly leaping onto Ishikawa Mio, pinning her to the sofa. "Then allow me to check and see how Chen Mo Jun's massage technique is." Stop it. Yuki, you. That's not right." The two girls tumbled playfully on the sofa, with Ishikawa Mio's little dress inadvertently riding up, revealing her adorable strawberry-patterned panties. Murakami Yuki abruptly halted, gazing at her friend's flushed cheeks, softly asking, "Mio-chan, do you truly like him?" Having once worked together at the same company, they were quite close and aware of each other's circumstances. Chen Mo's sudden appearance and Ishikawa Mio's abrupt resignation made Murakami Yuki feel that their relationship had progressed too quickly. Ishikawa Mio's breath became slightly erratic, her eyes flickering as she stammered, Your expression has already betrayed you." Murakami Yuki chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. "But Chen Mo Jun does seem perfect, wealthy, handsome, gentle yet assertive, especially his calm demeanor in times of trouble, which provides a sense of security that even I can't resist." Upon seeing Ishikawa Mio's anxious expression, she laughed softly, "Just kidding. But I'm quite curious about how you two started. Mio-chan, haven't you been focused on work all this time? When did you secretly begin a romance without telling me?" At the mention of this, Ishikawa Mio's gaze dimmed a little. Chen Mo Jun and I were classmates in university, but we had little contact before. We only recently reconnected." How did you two reconnect recently?" Murakami Yuki inquired with a curious expression. Ishikawa Mio pursed her lips before responding. "Well, Chen Mo-kun signed a contract for a rental girlfriend at the company." Upon hearing this, Murakami Yuki, noticing her friend Ishikawa Mio's distressed demeanor, quickly apologized. "Oh, my goodness, I didn't mean to." Ishikawa Mio shook her head and reassured her, "It's all right. Chen Mo-kun is a good person. He doesn't harbor negative views about our profession. And he treats me very well. He has even helped me with my mother's situation and my father's debts. I feel so fortunate to have met him." Seeing her friend's troubles resolved, Murakami Yuki felt genuinely happy for her. She embraced Ishikawa Mio and consoled her, Those past troubles are behind you, Mio-chan. Don't be sad. Your good days are just beginning, right? Suddenly lowering her voice, she asked, let us not talk about that. Let us discuss something else. Have you two kissed? Senpai. Ishikawa Mio was taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. The new subject was still a source of shyness. Well, yes, she admitted. Murakami Yuki's eyes sparkled. Quick, tell me, what is it like? Is he good at it? Ishikawa Mio buried her flushed face into her pillow. Her voice muffled. I don't know. What? You're lying. Really? When we kissed, my mind went completely blank. I hardly remember the details. Ishikawa Mio's voice trailed off. Murakami Yuki's face lit up with a maternal smile. Oh my, that's so sweet. So that was your first kiss, Mio-chan? Ishikawa Mio nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Oh my goodness. Murakami Yuki suddenly turned serious. Mio-chan, you must be cautious. With a man as exceptional as Chen Mo, there must be plenty of girls vying for his attention. Just look at that lawyer from today. She seems like quite the flirt. She spoke with unexpected seriousness. Moreover, Chen Mo, he appears to be the type who is, well, very experienced. Ishikawa Mio lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with her clothing. I know. We are from entirely different worlds. Idiot. Murakami Yuki playfully tapped her forehead. You need to cherish this opportunity, you know? A man like him is worth holding on to. She sprang up and dashed to the minibar, retrieving 2 bottles of sparkling wine. Come on. Tonight we shall have a special training session, and I will impart all my romantic skills to you. Senpai. Ishikawa Mio watched in amusement as Murakami Yuki, in a surprisingly seasoned manner, prepared to bestow her supposed wisdom, despite having no romantic experience herself. First of all, Murakami Yuki raised a finger and remarked, men always seem to relish the thrill of ambiguity, the tantalizing dance of proximity and distance. One must not be overly proactive, nor excessively passive. Beside her, Ishikawa Mio paid little heed to this advice, merely nodding in agreement. Chen Mo Jun treated her with such kindness, she had no intention of engaging in any petty schemes. Her sole desire was to cherish her affection for Chen Mo Jun, undeterred by the possibility of other women entering the fray. Should such a scenario arise, she would remain compliant and uncontentious. Just as Murakami Yuki was enraptured in her elaborate discourse, Ishikawa Mio abruptly interjected, why doesn't Yuki-senpai also become Chen Mo Jun's woman? Her words left Murakami Yuki astounded. Was that truly a possibility? Outside, the lights of Tokyo twinkled like stars in the night sky. At that moment, Chen Mo was seated in a taxi, returning to his apartment building. Ding! Monitoring detected that the host is spending on Ishikawa Mio. Hotel accommodation cost 4 million yen, triggering a 5-fold bonus. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received 20 million yen, current balance 490 million. Ding! Monitoring detected that the host is spending on Murakami Yuki. Hotel accommodation cost 4 million yen, triggering a 5-fold bonus. Sakura Bank, your account ending in 0219 has received 20 million yen, current balance 510 million. Mio-chan, we have safely arrived at the hotel, once again. We've imposed on Chen Mo Jun. Thank you. He smiled, his long fingers tapping on the phone screen as he replied, get some rest. See you tomorrow. Chapter 091. Does the madam have a gambler brother? After settling the fare, Chen Mo stepped out of the vehicle. He lifted his gaze toward the window of his home, where the lights glimmered invitingly. Indeed, Mrs. Morisawa was waiting for him. As the elevator ascended smoothly, Chen Mo conducted a quick check of his attire, mindful to avoid a repeat of the previous incident. Although his evening spent with Ishikawa Mio, Murakami Yuki, and Fukada Aimi had been delightful, he found himself yearning to return to the immaculate sanctuary tended by Mrs. Morisawa. His phone vibrated once more. It was a message from Ishikawa Mio. Mio-chan, have you arrived home safely, Chen Mo-kun? After a brief reply, the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival at his floor. The moment the door lock recognized his fingerprint and swung open, a wave of warm, fragrant air enveloped him. The soft glow of the entrance light illuminated the space, and his slippers were neatly arranged upon the carpet. Beside them sat a steaming cup of hangover tea. Welcome back, Chen Mo-kun. A gentle voice floated from the direction of the living room. Mrs. Morisawa, clad in a beige loungewear set, had her hair loosely tied back, with a few strands cascading down her fair neck. She hastily approached to take Chen Mo's coat, her movements as fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Weren't you supposed to wait for me? He inquired, noticing the heaviness beneath her eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? He observed the faint bluish tint under her eyes. With a smile, Mrs. Morisawa shook her head. No, not at all. I did sleep, just rose quite early. Her gaze lingered on his face for a moment before swiftly dropping. As she changed the subject, I made yam porridge. Would you care for some, Chen Mo-kun? Feeling a pang of tenderness, Chen Mo pulled her into an embrace, softly reassuring her, silly girl, if I'm not home. You must take care of yourself and sleep well. Do you understand? Why yes, I understand, she murmured, nestled in his arms, where a sense of security enveloped her. And her earlier fatigue began to reemerge. Inhaling the comforting scent, she felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber. Chen Mo-kun, since you've had a drink, allow me to serve you the yam porridge. She gently extricated herself from his embrace. Chen Mo regarded the ever-gentle lady before him and nodded in agreement. In the kitchen, Chen Mo settled at the bar, observing Mrs. Morisawa's industrious silhouette. Her slender form was adorned with an apron tied into a perfect bow at the back, swaying lightly with her movements. Despite the apartment being a cozy 26 degrees, she wore long-sleeved loungewear, revealing a faint bruise on her wrist. Chen Mo-kun, you were out so late last night. It must have been something troublesome. Are you all right? Mrs. Morisawa inquired, worry lacing her tone as she placed the yam porridge before him. Taking the bowl from her hands, their fingertips brushed inadvertently, causing her to retract her hand as if scalded. There's no need for concern. I am fine. Just a friend encountered a bit of trouble. But it has been resolved, he reassured her, tasting the porridge that was perfectly warm. This porridge is truly exquisite, madam, Chen Mo exclaimed, looking up. The fleeting emotion captured in her eyes was accompanied by the faint bruises on her wrist, partially concealed by her sleeves. Can I? Chen Mo deliberately altered his form of address as he set down his spoon. What happened to your wrist? Mrs. Morisawa instinctively tugged at her sleeve. It's nothing. Just an accident while organizing the wardrobe. Let me see. Without allowing her a chance to protest, he grasped her wrist. As her sleeve was pushed upward, Chen Mo's pupils constricted. There were fresh bruises scattered across her fair arm, each mark resembling the imprints of a firm grip. His voice turned icy as he questioned, who did this to you? The air around the dining table suddenly froze, and Mrs. Morisawa's breath quickened, yet she did not withdraw her hand. It was my brother, she finally admitted in a hushed tone. He came today to ask for money. Chen Mo's thumb gently brushed over the bruise, feeling the subtle tremor beneath her skin. Why didn't you tell me? His voice deepened. A brother? This was news to Chen Mo. Mrs. Morisawa lowered her gaze, her lashes casting shadows in the light. He wasn't like this before. Her voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. He has changed a lot since our father passed away. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, the grip on her wrist tightening unconsciously. Does he frequently come to ask you for money? Mrs. Morisawa nodded, then quickly shook her head. No, not often. Just occasionally. Occasionally? Chen Mo scoffed. These bruises suggest he has been spoiled, and it hardly seems like an occasional occurrence. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In the past, I would give him some money, but lately I haven't had much. He said, he has debts from gambling, and those people are terrifying. If I don't help him, they will. What will they do? Chen Mo's voice turned colder. Mrs. Morisawa remained silent, her shoulders trembling slightly, evidently reluctant to continue the conversation. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, he softened his tone. Kanai, you are mine. I will not allow anyone to harm you, not even your brother. She lifted her gaze, surprise and hesitation flickering in her eyes. But, Chen Mo-kun, this is my family matter. I don't want to burden you. Burden? Chen Mo chuckled softly, reaching to caress her cheek. Do you think I fear burdens? You are my woman. Your affairs are my concerns. I will not find it burdensome. It is your refusal to let me share the weight that is truly burdensome. Mrs. Morisawa stared at him in a daze, her eyes gradually moistening. Chen Mo sighed, pulling her into his embrace and whispering, take me to meet him tomorrow. No, that's not possible. Mrs. Sin suddenly became flustered, pushing against his chest. He was perilous, and moreover, he was acquainted with unsavory individuals. Dangerous? Chen Mo chuckled. Yet his gaze was chillingly cold. Then I must meet him. Mrs. Sins wished to say more, but Chen Mo interrupted her directly. Kana, do you trust me? She paused for a moment, then gently nodded. Then do as I say. Chen Mo's tone brooked no dissent. Tomorrow, take me to see him. Mrs. Sins remained silent for a while before finally responding in a hushed voice. All right. Only then did Chen Mo contentedly ruffle her hair, picking up the bowl of yam porridge once more and offering her a spoonful. Here, have a taste. Mrs. Sin's cheeks flushed. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly, I can do it myself. Open your mouth. Chen Mo arched an eyebrow, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Mrs. Sins hesitated for a moment but ultimately complied, opening her mouth to accept his offering. The porridge was perfectly warm, the yam tender, with a subtle rice fragrance. Is it delicious? Chen Mo inquired. She nodded gently, her ears slightly reddening. Chen Mo smiled, continuing to feed her spoonful by spoonful until the bowl was nearly empty. All right, go rest now. He set down the bowl and reached out to wipe a bit of porridge from the corner of her mouth. We'll handle it tomorrow. Mrs. Sins nodded, preparing to rise when Chen Mo suddenly pulled her into his embrace. See Chen Mo-kun? She looked up, a bit flustered. Chen Mo gazed down at her, his eyes profound. Where are you going? Mrs. Sin's face turned crimson in an instant as she stammered. I'm going to the bathroom to draw hot water for you. Let us go together, Chen Mo chuckled softly. I can't be at ease with you alone. Mrs. Sins opened her mouth but ultimately fell silent, merely nodding with a flushed face. As night deepened in the bedroom, Mrs. Sins faced away from Chen Mo. Her body slightly curled, breathing softly. Chen Mo turned to gaze at her slender silhouette, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, drawing her closer into his embrace. Chen Mo-kun, she called softly, a hint of tension in her voice. Sleep, he responded quietly, resting his chin atop her head. I am here. Mrs. Sins remained silent for a moment before gradually relaxing, softly murmuring an acknowledgement. Chapter 092, the frustrating 10 consecutive draws. Chen Mo felt the steady rhythm of Mrs. Sins breathing in his arms, indicating that she had truly fallen asleep. Gently withdrawing his hand, he carefully shifted to the side, propping himself up against the headboard. Burdened by trivial matters lately, he had not indulged in a draw for quite some time. This simply would not do. The system was his greatest support. After a moment of reflection, Chen Mo summoned the system panel. Beep. Host. Chen Mo. Age. 25. Height. 183 centimeters. Weight. 72 kilograms. Strength. 82. Agility. 76. Endurance. 90. Mentality. 86. Charm. 91. Skills. Time pause. Real-time vision. Information viewing, telepathy. Mastery in combat, proficient in 18 cold weapon techniques, culinary mastery, Kato Eagle's hand, top-notch driving. Currently bound conquest targets. Sins Kana, conquest progress. 80. Fujihara Mizuki, conquest progress. 50. Ishikawa Mio, conquest progress. 99. Murakami Yuki, conquest progress. 30. Fukada Aimi, conquest progress. 0. Conquest points. 1270. Gazing at the points he had accumulated over the past few days, Chen Mo realized he could indulge in another set of 10 consecutive draws. He resolved to give it another try. Even though it was not his first lottery, there was always a tinge of excitement. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he mentally issued the command. System, initiate 10 consecutive draws. Beep. Lottery commencing. As the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed, the virtual lottery interface materialized before Chen Mo's eyes. The wheel spun rapidly, showcasing a dazzling array of rewards, flashing before him in a kaleidoscope of colors. 1. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have received. Thank you for your patronage. 2. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received. Thank you for your patronage. 3. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 5-point increase in strength. 4. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 5-point increase in agility. 5. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 10-point increase in endurance. 6. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 5-point increase in mentality. 7. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 3-point increase in charm. 8. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired silver-tongued. 9. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have mastered 18 staff techniques. 10. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired knowledge of 360 offensive techniques. Chen Mo's gaze fixated on the last 3 rewards on the system panel, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Silver-tongued, mastery in 18 staff techniques, and knowledge of 360 offensive techniques. The system, you have. To start off with 2 thank you for your patronage was already frustrating enough. The subsequent 5 attributes could only be described as mediocre. However, the last 3 rewards shimmered with an ambiguous pink glow. I do not seek your gold. But the 3 consecutive rewards truly render you invincible. The skills bestowed by this flawed system are undeniably reminiscent of Japanese aesthetics. Frustrated, Chen Mo felt no desire to spend his remaining 200 points. He vowed never to engage in a tenfold draw again. The incessant draws were toxic. Next time, he would opt for single draws without any gold to squander. On the bed, Morisawa Kana suddenly let out a soft murmur, turning to face Chen Mo, instinctively burying her face in his chest. Chen Mo suppressed his breathing until he confirmed that Kana remained asleep, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her face. He noted the upward curve of her lips on her rosy cheeks. No words were necessary. For Mrs. Morisawa was undoubtedly blissful. Meanwhile, Chen Mo resumed his exploration of the new rewards. Ding, skill, silver-tongued eloquence activated. Host language expression ability increased by 300. Persuasion ability enhanced by 200. Agility heightened by 500. Chen Mo suddenly felt a peculiar tingling sensation on his tongue, akin to a gentle electric current coursing through him. Instinctively, he licked his lips, realizing he could now hold his ground in any verbal confrontation. Ding. Skill, mastery of 18 staff techniques activated, encompassing various traditional staff styles, including Shaolin staff, Chi Mei staff, Panlong staff, along with modern baton techniques and practical skills. As a torrent of information flooded his mind, Chen Mo's phone unconsciously tapped out the rhythm of the staff techniques upon the bedspread. When his memory shifted to the final application of the staff techniques, he bit down on his teeth in excitement. Oh, splendid. So this is how it can be utilized? Ding. Skill, 360 forms of offensive knowledge unlocked, encompassing close-quarters combat techniques from around the world, interrogation methods, and special note, items 66 to 166 require specific props. Specific props? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling a hard object materialize beneath his pillow. As he reached out to touch it, his fingertips brushed against a cool metallic surface. Wait, this sensation feels remarkably like handcuffs. Chen Mo, Morisawa Kana, still half asleep, opened her eyes groggily. The strap of her nightgown slipped down, revealing a large expanse of flawless skin. Regrettably, her tender arms bore numerous bruises at that moment. Why are you still awake? She exclaimed, startled, as she noticed the metallic object in Chen Mo's hand glinting coldly in the moonlight. In the next instant, his warm palm covered her eyes. It's nothing, just a few toys. Chen Mo quickly hid the item back under the pillow. Why did you wake up? Just go back to sleep. It's still early. Don't worry, I will be here tomorrow. Mrs. Morisawa's eyelashes fluttered against his palm. When Chen Mo withdrew his hand, he found her gazing at him with glistening eyes. In truth, my younger brother was quite gentle in his childhood. She suddenly whispered, her fingers unconsciously intertwining. The year our father passed away, he was merely 15. Chen Mo did not interrupt her, only holding her tighter. After our mother remarried, the stepfather often succumbed to alcohol. Morisawa Kana's voice grew increasingly softer. Reminiscing a time when I returned home to find my brother curled up in the corner, beaten. And what happened afterward? You were not harmed, were you? He gently inquired. Chen Mo was indifferent to her brother's fate, solely concerned about whether Mrs. Morisawa had been affected. Mrs. Morisawa shook her head, stating, No, I am fine. It is just that later. She seemed to recall a horrifying memory, her body trembling suddenly. One night, my brother stormed into the stepfather's room with a knife, and by the time I arrived, subsequently, he was sentenced to 7 years, released at 22. He had been detached from society for so long that whenever he sought my help, I would. Chen Mo felt a dampness spread across his chest. He gently caressed Mrs. Morisawa's back until her sobs gradually subsided. Let me meet him tomorrow. Chen Mo wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Rest assured, I promise I will not harm him, as long as he knows his place. The latter part of the sentence went unspoken. After all, her brother was still a man, indirectly protecting Mrs. Morisawa. Who knows what might have transpired otherwise? Morisawa Kana lifted her face, her pupils glistening with tears beneath the moonlight, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Yet those debt collectors. Chapter 093. You seem to have quite an extensive network? The following day, Chen Mo stood before the bathroom mirror, shaving. A conspicuous bite mark adorned his shoulder. Suddenly, the mirror reflected a figure behind him. Mizusawa Kana, clad in Chen Mo's oversized t-shirt, was bending down to pick up a fallen towel. Chen Mo deliberately made the razor emit a menacing buzz. Kana appeared to be quite taken with it. Just as his words trailed off, a sharp metallic clatter echoed as she, in a fluster, accidentally bumped herself against the bathroom doorknob. It seemed someone was in need of private tutoring. Chen Mo switched off the razor. There was still time. Let us first engage in our morning exercises. Coincidentally, his phone on the sink vibrated. The screen illuminated with a new message notification from Line. Mio-chan. Chen Mo-kun. I'm awake. Mio-chan. I slept very well last night. Thank you for your care, Chen Mo-kun. Mio-chan. Miss Tsukimi is bringing us breakfast now. Mio-chan. Image. JPG. Mio-chan. Have you eaten, Chen Mo-kun? Raising an eyebrow. Chen Mo picked up his phone and typed one-handed. I have some matters to attend to this morning. I'll reschedule the house viewing for the afternoon. After I'm done, I'll come find you. Mio-chan. You and Yuki-senpai can enjoy yourselves for now. Mio-chan. All right, your matters are important, so you focus on that. Please be safe. Mio-chan. Cute cat sticker. JPG. As Chen Mo set down his phone, he noticed Mizusawa Kana staring at him, lost in thought. The neckline of her t-shirt slipped, revealing her fair collarbone. It was that friend who had encountered trouble last time. Chen Mo deliberately waved his phone. I understand. Mrs. Mizusawa hurriedly interrupted, twisting the hem of her t-shirt. If Chen Mo-kun has other matters, please attend to them. I'm perfectly fine. The bathroom fell into a sudden silence. The sound of running water from the sink was exceedingly clear. Feeling a twinge of jealousy? Chen Mo abruptly grasped her chin. Not at all. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his kiss descended upon her. Mrs. Mizusawa's eyes widened in surprise. For some reason, she felt utterly defenseless against Chen Mo-kun's kiss at that moment. 2 hours later, Mrs. Mizusawa led Chen Mo to a certain izakaya in Shinjuku Kabukicho. Following the address on her phone, he pushed open the creaking wooden door, and the air was thick with the acrid scents of smoke, alcohol, and vomit, quite pungent. Mizusawa Kana nervously clutched the sleeve of Chen Mo's shirt. That's the private room. Her voice trembled. Through the flimsy shoji paper, silhouettes of 4 or 5 swaying figures were visible inside the room. Suddenly, a crash echoed as glass shattered upon the floor. Baka, you think you can bribe me with just 1 million yen? Don't think that just because you've killed someone, you're impressive. You still owe me my money. Do you understand? The voice was eerily familiar to Chen Mo. Before he could recall its source, a resounding slap interrupted his thoughts. Following the strike, a wail pierced the air. Please don't hit me. I will gather the money to repay you. Just give me some time. Baka, why should I give you time? Who will give me time? Another slap echoed through the room. Hurry up and repay me, or you shall face dire consequences. Yes, I will get the money for you. The man, who had been struck, pleaded pitifully. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, Brother, I have a wealthy sister. We can ask her for help. Get lost. What does your sister's wealth have to do with me? You are the one in debt. Brother, my sister is quite beautiful. How about I introduce her to you? And we can settle the debt? Another slap resounded. Settle the debt? How navi you are? The man, now resembling a beaten pig, began to sob helplessly. Woo-woo. Bring your sister out, and I shall see if she is truly as beautiful as you claim. If she is, I might consider waiving the interest. Yes. Thank you, brother. I have already called my sister. She should be arriving soon. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's gaze turned icy. He gently patted the trembling figure of Sen's Kane and whispered, Do not be afraid. Wait for me here. Mrs. Sens, in a fluster, grasped his arm. Chen Mo-kun. Don't. But Chen Mo had already swung open the door to the private room. Amidst the swirling smoke, he beheld 5 familiar figures encircling a young man with a bruised face. One of the men, his back to the door, was gripping the young man's collar. As the door swung open, he impatiently shouted, Baka, who the hell is so? Before he could finish, a subordinate interjected, Be brother, it's that person from last time. He indicated with a furtive glance. The tattooed man looked perplexed at his subordinate's expression. Curiosity piqued, he turned around. Instantly, the flesh on his face twitched in horror, and his grip on the collar slackened. Be brother. The tattooed man's complexion drained of color, his lips trembled, rendering him incapable of articulating complete thoughts. The pain from the wound on his wrist seemed to resurge. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. It belonged to the petty thug Tanaka, whom he had previously dealt with. You seem to have quite a network, don't you? Chen Mo stepped into the private room, casually closing the door behind him. The wooden sliding door emitted a soft click, causing Tanaka to shudder. The room fell silent. The subordinates stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend why their leader appeared so terrified of this young man, yet too afraid to inquire further. The young man, who had just been assaulted, was also taken aback. He struggled to widen his swollen eyes, looking towards the entrance. Oh, One-san, he shouted ambiguously. Chen Mo understood that this person was likely to be Kanai Morisawa's brother. However, he chose to ignore him and walked directly towards a group of people. The most anxious individual in the private room was undoubtedly Tanaka, whose cold sweat had already soaked through his back. Having long been immersed in the activities of the Sumiyoshi Association, he was acutely aware of the formidable influence wielded by the daughter of the gang leader. Chen Mo was a friend of the young lady, a presence he could not afford to provoke. "I hear you wish to meet, can I?" Chen Mo's voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down Tanaka's spine. No, I wouldn't dare. I didn't know she was your woman." Tanaka abruptly stood up, hastily waving his hands. "This is all a misunderstanding." He turned and kicked Morisawa Kanai's brother, exclaiming, "Baka, why didn't you clarify?" Morisawa Kanai's brother was sent crashing into the wall, letting out a pain groan. At the doorway, Morisawa Kanai watched her brother in agony, unable to restrain herself any longer. "Stop it." Tanaka, frightened, withdrew his foot and looked helplessly at Chen Mo. "Brother." Chen Mo raised his hand to silence him and crouched down in front of Morisawa Kanai's brother. "So, you are Kanai's brother?" The young man nodded fearfully. "How much do you owe?" Chapter 094. The Worthless Yuta Morisawa 5 million. Worthless. Chen Mo raised his hand and struck down with a resounding slap. This blow was in defense of Kanai, who had been bruised over a mere 5 million. His tone was frigid, causing the temperature in the private room to plummet to an icy 0. Yuta Morisawa, reeling from the impact, turned his head away, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained silent. The tattooed giant, Tanaka, watched in horror, recalling the sensation of that night when he had gone to collect debts, only to find himself incapacitated before he could react. Cold perspiration trickled down his temples as he stealthily retreated a couple of steps, fearful of being implicated. Chen Emoku and Kanai Morisawa stood at the door, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her garment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. On one side was her blood-related brother, and on the other stood the beloved man who had come to her defense. She understood that Chen Mo had acted out of a desire to avenge her. Chen Emoku, and perhaps it would be best to let this go. Chen Mo rose, retrieving 2 tissues to wipe the blood from his hands. "Kanai, you need not pity gamblers. You heard him outside. He intended to introduce you to a band of lowly thugs for his own gain. Such individuals are utterly unworthy of sympathy. They are nothing but beasts." His words were like a sharp blade, piercing through Yuta Morisawa's facade. Yuta struggled to defend himself, but upon meeting Chen Mo's icy gaze, he found himself rendered speechless. Tanaka, observing from the sidelines, was drenched in cold sweat, deeply concerned that the next slap would land upon his own face. If that were to happen, he would find it difficult to uphold his status as the elder brother. The reason the current minions were not the same as those he had encountered previously was due to Chen Mo having trampled on his face last time. Those underlings had abandoned him, not solely out of disdain but also from fear of retribution. They had withdrawn from the association entirely. Tanaka cautiously interjected, "Brother, perhaps we should consider writing off this debt as a tribute to the young lady's silence." A single glance from Chen Mo rendered Tanaka mute. Chen Mo retrieved his phone and opened the banking app, stating, 5 million, correct? Provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the funds. Tanaka, visibly anxious, replied, Brother, there's truly no need. It's merely a gambling debt. I shall not repeat myself." Chen Mo replied coldly, his gaze unwavering. Tanaka, not daring to counter, obediently disclosed his bank account information. "All right, my account is, ding, Sakura Bank has credited 5,000,000 yen. Tanaka felt his eyelids twitching as he heard the notification on his phone. Was this money truly so easily acquired? Chen Mo put away his phone and declared, "The 5 million has been transferred. I have settled the debt he owed you." Tanaka, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowed and expressed, Yes. Thank you, brother. Then you can get busy. We shall take our leave." Just then, Chen Mo's voice halted Tianzhong, who had taken 2 steps forward. He suspected that the money would not be so easily acquired. Turning around, he forced a smile and inquired, "Is there any further instruction, my brother? I heard you demand interest." No, absolutely not. After the last incident, I have not." Tianzhong waved his hands repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Repaying the principal is sufficient. No interest." Chen Mo let out a cold chuckle. "Very well. Then, my brother, we shall take our leave." Tianzhong continued to gesture. "Why the haste?" Chen Mo retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and slowly posed a question. "How does the Sumiyoshi deal with those who cannot repay their debts?" Involuntarily, Tianzhong divulged, "For women, they enter the film industry or are arranged to work in brothels. As for the men The men who generally cannot repay their debts are sent to work hard labor in Hokkaido. In severe cases, they are dispatched to Africa for mining. After hearing this, Chen Mo nodded. I can understand hard labor in Hokkaido, but sending them to Africa for mining? Is that truly worth the expense? Surely they are not harvesting organs? All right, I now assign you a task. Retrieve that 5 million for me. Upon hearing this, Tianzhong was momentarily stunned. Unable to respond. Why you mean? Chen Mo exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze cold as he looked at Morisawa Yuta on the ground. Since he enjoys gambling so much, let him go to Hokkaido to work off his debt. Upon hearing this, Morisawa Yuta panicked and struggled. No, I do not want to go to Hokkaido. Sister, save me. I truly understand my mistakes. Morisawa Kana bit her lip, her eyes filled with turmoil. Ultimately, she softened. Stepping behind Chen Mo and gently tugging at his sleeve, Chen Mo quit. Can you grant him another chance? Morisawa Kana lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. After all, he is my brother, if he truly wishes to change. Chen Mo turned to her, his tone gentle. Had he not harmed you, perhaps I would consider granting him a chance. But you are my woman, and no one shall harm you. His unequivocal response made Morisawa Kana frown and bite her lip tightly. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo finally sighed. However, for your sake, I shall grant him one opportunity. Hearing that there was still a chance for leniency, Morisawa Kana sighed in relief. Thank you, Chen Mo-kun. But his performance shall determine the outcome. He will indeed have to go to Hokkaido. Mistakes warrant punishment. Otherwise, he will learn nothing. If he genuinely repents and reforms, he may be released early, and I shall no longer require repayment from him. Chen Mo's words filled Morisawa Yuta with resentment. Struggling to rise, he exclaimed, Baka, what are you to dictate my actions? He retorted vehemently, before suddenly erupting in rage, seizing the wine bottle from the table and hurling it at Chen Mo. Watch out. Morisawa Kana exclaimed in alarm. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, and he shifted his body slightly. With lightning speed, he seized the assailant's wrist. A sharp crack resonated through the air as the bottle shattered upon impact with the floor. Ah! Morisawa Yuta cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees. Tanaka and the others instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with terror, unable to comprehend Chen Mo's swift movements. It seems you are not only a gambler but also a fool. In a room filled with so many, you chose to confront me, the one with extraordinary capabilities? Chen Mo released his grip, and Morisawa Yuta immediately clutched his injured wrist. Wailing in despair, Morisawa Kana rushed forward. Yuta? Her heart ached at the sight of her brother's swollen wrist. Yet she recognized that he brought this upon himself and refrained from pleading on his behalf. Take him to Hokkaido. Chen Mo instructed Tanaka. Arrange for him to undertake the most arduous labor on a fishing boat. Remember, I want him alive, but ensure it is not too comfortable for him. Understood. Tanaka nodded vigorously. Oh, Nisan. Save me. Morisawa Yuta clung desperately to Morisawa Kana's leg. I realize my mistakes. I truly do. I do not want to go to Hokkaido. Chapter 095. Sent to Hokkaido for hard labor. At this moment, Kanai Morisawa was in tears. Perhaps she would have softened her heart and pleaded for him moments ago. However, the moment her brother attempted to wield a bottle as a weapon, it jolted her awake. This brother was truly beyond redemption. If he did not face some hardship, he would never learn his lesson. Ever since he accidentally killed their stepfather, he had changed entirely. He was no longer the carefree person he once was. Even after spending such a long time in prison, he had not transformed in the slightest. In fact, his demeanor had grown increasingly vile. She resolutely pushed her brother away. Yuta, this is for your own good. Take him away. At Chen Mo's command. Tanaka took Yuta by the arms and led him out. The moment the door to the private room closed, Kanai's tears flowed uncontrollably. She stumbled back a couple of steps, only to be enveloped in Chen Mo's embrace. Is it my fault? She shook her head, leaning against Chen Mo's shoulder. Thank you for giving him a chance to change. Although working on a fishing boat in Hokkaido is arduous in his current state, if he doesn't face some hardships. Chen Mo gently stroked her hair, offering comfort. This is the only way he will overcome his gambling addiction. Rest assured, once he decides to reform, I will arrange for his return. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the back alley of the izakaya. Chen Mo frowned and drew back the curtains, witnessing Yuta being kicked to the ground by Tanaka. Stop. Don't hit him anymore. Kanai's heart ached as she urged them to cease. Tanaka turned, bowing slightly as he addressed Chen Mo. Big brother, this brat is trying to escape. Chen Mo's gaze hardened as he took Kanai's hand and stepped out of the private room, heading towards the alley. Yuta was being pinned to the ground by several thugs, his face marred by fresh wounds. He He writhed violently, cursing vehemently. You bastards. Let me go. I will not let you get away with this. I refuse to go to Hokkaido. Chen Mo approached, looking down at Yuta with an icy demeanor. It seems you have yet to grasp reality. He turned to Tanaka, commanding, keep a close watch on him. If he escapes. Tanaka trembled at Chen Mo's words, hastily assuring him, Big brother, rest assured. I will keep a firm grip on him. Suddenly, Yuta lifted his head in defiance, his eyes filled with resentment. You bastard. Who gave you the right to meddle in my affairs? Oh, sister, are you just going to stand by and let these outsiders bully me? Kanai bit her lip, her swollen eyes brimming with tears. Yuta, Chen Mo is doing this for your own good. Nonsense. Yuta screamed in a frenzy. You've become infatuated with this man, neglecting your own brother. Just as Chen Mo was about to respond, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a message from Mio Ishikawa. Mio, Chen Mo Jun, Yuki Senpai, and I are currently shopping in Ginza. Image. JPG. He swiftly replied, continue your shopping. And I will join you once I finish my matters. As he raised his head after sending the message, he met the complex gaze of Kanai Morisawa. Chen Mo let out a soft sigh and instructed Tanaka, take him away and send him to Hokkaido. The cacophony of the izakaya's alley gradually faded into the background. Chen Mo wrapped his arm around Kanai Morisawa's shoulders as they walked toward the street corner. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Let us head home first, he murmured. Signaling for a taxi. Inside the vehicle, Kanai Morisawa stared vacantly out of the window, her lashes still adorned with unshed tears. Chen Mo took her icy hand into his own, gently rubbing her knuckles with his thumb. He refrained from speaking, sensing that Mrs. Morisawa needed this moment to process her emotions without distraction. Upon returning to the apartment, the moment the sensor light at the entrance flickered to life, Kanai Morisawa suddenly felt as if all her strength had been sapped away, her legs faltering as she nearly collapsed. Chen Mo, quick and agile, lifted her into his arms and carried her straight to the bedroom. The soft bed cradled her trembling form as he knelt beside her, meeting her gaze at eye level. Kanai, it's okay to cry. Let it all out. I'm here for you. These words seemed to unlock a floodgate. Kanai Morisawa abruptly buried herself in his embrace, her suppressed sobs erupting into heart-wrenching wails. Chen Mo held her tightly, feeling the violent rise and fall of her back, showering her hair with gentle kisses. Time slipped by, and her cries gradually subsided, replaced by long, weary breaths. Chen Mo carefully laid her down, intending to rise and head to the kitchen, but the hem of his shirt was seized. Chen Mo Jun. Don't leave. Mrs. Morisawa's voice, hoarse from crying, pleaded. Will you stay beside me for a while? After a nod, he lay down beside her. They rested side by side in the darkness, and he could distinctly hear the calming rhythm of her heartbeat. Yuta always saved the last piece of candy for me. She suddenly spoke, reminiscing about the past. When my stepfather was drunk, he would become violent, and Yuta would shield me. Chen Mo turned to face her, gently smoothing her furrowed brow. Foolish girl. You are not at fault. He paused before continuing. When he comes to his senses in Hokkaido, I will accompany you to bring him back, but for now, take care of yourself. Kanai Morisawa turned to him, her nose nearly brushing against his. Chen Mo Jun. Why are you so kind to me? Because you are worthy. Because you are my woman, he replied, lowering his lips to hers. This kiss was softer than any they had shared before. Finally, he whispered, from now on, I will protect you, ensuring you never suffer again. Mrs. Morisawa's eyes glistened anew, but this time, a faint smile broke through. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Mo gently pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin on the crown of her head, whispering softly, sleep now. You will feel better upon waking. As her breathing steadied, he cautiously rose from his seat and tiptoed into the kitchen. He donned the apron they had purchased together during their last supermarket excursion. From the refrigerator, he retrieved the ingredients, discovering a fresh codfish waiting for him. The kitchen also held some shiso leaves and plum wine, perfectly suited for preparing a shiso and plum wine braised cod. After simply preparing the ingredients, he heated the oil in a pan and placed the cod into it. The skillet sizzled delightfully, and moments later, the fish transformed into a tempting golden hue. With expertise, he poured the plum wine into the pan while reminiscing about the cooking skills he had won in a lottery, which he had once deemed trivial. After all, with wealth, one could procure any delicacy. Yet, at times, such skills proved to be remarkably useful. Soon, the fragrant aroma of shiso mingled with the sweet and sour notes of plum wine, filling the air. He also prepared a bowl of miso soup and artfully arranged strawberries in the shape of a rabbit, Mrs. Sen's favorite. As he set the food on the dining table, he noticed Mrs. Sen still peacefully slumbering in their bedroom. Instead of waking her, he simply covered the dishes with a warming lid. After leaving a note on the table, he quietly slipped out the door. Chapter 096. The catgirl Ishikawa Mio. Chen Mo stepped out of his home. As he descended the elevator, his phone vibrated once more. He picked it up to discover a selfie sent by Ishikawa Mio. In the photograph, she adorned an exaggerated cat ear headband, looking exceedingly adorable. The strands of hair beside her cheeks danced in the breeze, with the iconic giant billboard of Ginza looming behind her. Mio-chan, Yuki-senpai bought me this headband. She said I look good in it. Mio-chan, do you think it looks nice? Chen Mo-kun? Cute cat expression pack. JPG. Upon reading the messages, a smile tugged at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. His fingers swiftly tapped on the screen. I finished my errands. I'm on my way to find you. Have you eaten yet, greedy little cat Mio-chan? Mio-chan, not yet. I was planning to go eat, but Yuki-senpai dragged me around for quite a while. Have you finished? Chen Mo-kun? Cute. JPG. What do you want to eat? Think about it in advance. I'm departing now. Exiting the apartment building, Chen Mo hailed a taxi. Only someone like him, with a fortunate life, could afford such luxuries. Public transportation was quite developed in their small city, and few people opted for taxis. After all, the time difference was minimal, yet the fares were exorbitant, making it unaffordable for the average family. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many late-night moviegoers missing the last bus. In front of the Ginza Mitsukoshi department store, Ishikawa Mio was tiptoeing, her cat ear headband gently swaying with her movements. Upon spotting Chen Mo alighting from the taxi, her eyes instantly sparkled, and she sprinted towards him. Chen Mo-kun. She reached him, but abruptly halted, feeling a tad too exhilarated, her cheeks flushing as she adjusted her skirt. Yuki-senpai went to the restroom. I sneaked out to wait for you. Chen Mo reached out to playfully tug at her cat ears. Mio-chan, you look truly adorable. Suddenly, the headband emitted a digital meow. Ishikawa Mio, startled, covered her ears, her face and neck flushing with embarrassment. It was only then she realized the headband had sound effects. Yuki-senpai is so mischievous. She said this is the latest model, but didn't he mention it would make sounds? Her voice trailed off, and as if recalling something, she tugged at Chen Mo's shirt. By the way, Yuki-senpai said she'd invite you for some manjiyaki as a thank you. A thank you? For what you did yesterday? Ishikawa Mio suddenly widened her eyes, gazing past Chen Mo. Yuki-senpai. Don't pounce on me out of nowhere. Murakami Yuki, like a feline, stealthily approached from behind Chen Mo, resting her chin on Ishikawa Mio's shoulder. She teased, what bad things are you saying about me? Mio-chan, she winked at Chen Mo. Hey, thanks for having my back yesterday. I know a great place for manjiyaki near Ginza. Today, it's on me. Deal. A moment later, the three traversed through several narrow alleys until a nondescript little shop appeared before them. One would hardly guess it served food unless paying close attention. Yuki Murakami walked ahead, explaining, do not underestimate this establishment. Although it cannot compare to high-end restaurants, the cuisine here is truly delightful. Upon finishing her words, she pushed aside the norin adorned with the Kyoe prints. The tantalizing aroma of teppanyaki wafted towards them. Yuki skillfully led the two to a suitable table. Yuki-chan, another guest today? Greeted the chef, who wore a headscarf. Not this time, she replied, nudging Mio Ishikawa. Today is for Mio-chan. In her fluster, Ishikawa accidentally knocked over the soy sauce bottle. Chen Mo swiftly caught it, yet the sauce that splattered onto her fingertips was instinctively licked away. The trio froze simultaneously, and Ishikawa's earlobes turned nearly transparent with embarrassment. I'll go get some tissues, she stammered, darting towards the restroom. Suddenly, Yuki leaned closer to Chen Mo, teasing, hey, I can overlook your fickleness, but can't you at least attempt to disguise it? She gestured towards her collarbone, indicating, there are still marks here. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, tugging his shirt slightly upward. However, Yuki deftly shifted the topic. Mio-chan is adorably foolish. How could she fall for a fickle man like you? Doesn't she notice you have other women? The sizzling sound of meat on the grill filled the air, yet Chen Mo remained silent, pouring a drink and sliding it towards her. Oh, Yuki-senpai is quite concerned about me? Who is concerned about you? Yuki exclaimed, her demeanor suddenly flaring up. I am worried about Mio-chan. If you're going to cheat, at least do it discreetly. Mio-chan will be heartbroken if she finds out. Footsteps approached from the direction of the restroom, prompting Yuki to regain her vibrant composure. Mio-chan, hurry. The meat is about to be glazed with sauce. Ishikawa returned briskly, taking a seat beside Chen Mo. As the teppanyaki neared completion, she picked up a piece of meat and offered it to him. Chen Mo-kun, you go first. All right, Chen Mo opened his mouth and bit into the grilled meat. Mio-chan's meat is so delicious the comment sent Ishikawa's thoughts spiraling elsewhere. Memories flooded her mind, causing her to quickly turn away in embarrassment. Perhaps due to her sudden movement, her cat ear headband slipped askew as she reached up to adjust it. The headband reacted to the touch, emitting a playful electronic meow. The unexpected sound startled patrons at the nearby table. I'll turn it off right away. Ishikawa, flustered, hurriedly removed the headband, her face ablaze with crimson. Yuki erupted into laughter, nearly forgetting about the sizzling meat. Mio-chan, you're just too kawaii, she chuckled, wiping away tears of mirth. This headband was a special limited edition I chose just for you. Watch out, the meat is burning. Chen Mo deftly shifted the topic, using a spatula to stir the ingredients on the iron plate. Ishikawa Mio, noticing the gazes around her disperse, let out a quiet sigh of relief, unaware that her ears were tinged with a delightful shade of pink. After the trio finished their meal, they exited the takoyaki shop. The sunlight on the street was just right. Chen Mo naturally took Ishikawa Mio's small hand, saying, "Let us go look at some houses." Sure, Ishikawa Mio nodded in agreement. Beside them, Murakami Yuki was brimming with excitement. Wow, I absolutely love house hunting. Even though I can't afford one right now, I definitely want to buy my own home when I have the means. For now, I'll just consider this a preview of the buying process. She eagerly tugged at Ishikawa Mio's other hand, chattering animatedly about her views on home buying. Chen Mo shook his head, choosing not to interrupt the two, instead raising his hand to hail a taxi. After providing the address, the three of them climbed into the vehicle. As he was the last to enter, Chen Mo noticed Ishikawa Mio and Murakami Yuki were secretly browsing something on their phones. What are you up to? Looking at house layouts? No. I'm discussing furniture with Yuki-senpai. Perhaps I can offer some suggestions to you, Chen Mo-kun. Chen Mo glanced over to see the phone screen displaying a Nordic-style double bed priced at 980,000 yen. Isn't that a bit surprising? It's not a Japanese tatami mat after all. He also observed that Ishikawa Mio's favorites were filled with couple-themed items, matching cups, a double sofa, couple pajamas, and even couple underwear. At that moment, Murakami Yuki playfully chimed in. Mio-chan has even picked out couple-s intimate apparel. She mischievously poked Ishikawa Mio's cheek. It seems someone is eagerly anticipating becoming a wife. Ishikawa Mio hurriedly locked her phone screen, her face flushing as she buried it against Chen Mo's shoulder. Yuki-senpai. That's so mean. The couple underwear was clearly your favorite. Chapter 097. The Supreme Tower Apartments in the Port District. The taxi carrying the three passengers traversed the Rainbow Bridge, the skyscrapers of the Port District shimmering under the afternoon sun. Ishikawa Mio rested her head on Chen Mo's shoulder, her eyes fixed intently on the bustling scenery outside, feeling both diminutive and out of place amidst the growing vibrancy. Is the property you wish to view located in the Port District? She inquired, lifting her gaze, her cat ear headband swaying gently with the motion. The prices here must be exorbitant. Murakami Yuki, similarly leaning against the car window, sighed softly. Exorbitant is an understatement. The area around Shiba Park is truly a haven for the affluent in Tokyo. One could toil for centuries without sustenance and still be unable to afford merely a single unit of housing. Chen Mo remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Initially, he had contemplated purchasing a detached house, given that they come with land. However, upon reflection, he realized that his current savings would not suffice for a prime location. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to consider an apartment for now. Once he achieves prosperity, he might contemplate acquiring a grand estate in Tokyo. Currently, he intended to purchase a spacious flat in Shiba, Tokyo. He had previously perused some high-rise apartments in this locale on his phone and found the views quite appealing. Chen Mo retrieved his phone, swiping the screen to display the property information he intended to view, presenting it to Ishikawa Mio. Upon receiving the phone, her eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, 38 stories. Her voice escalated in pitch. The Supreme Tower Apartments. Murakami Yuki snatched the phone from her, her jaw nearly dropping to her chest. My goodness, Chen Mo. Have you lost your mind? The price of this tower is utterly outrageous. The cost of a small unit here could purchase 10 detached houses in the suburbs. Yuki-senpai. Ishikawa Mio quickly tugged at her sleeve, concerned that Murakami Yuki's outburst might inadvertently offend Chen Mo. Raised under her mother's tutelage, her demeanor was decidedly Japanese, instilled with the belief that women should approach others with gentleness. Consequently, she always spoke in a soft and measured tone. In her family and societal framework, there exists a profound respect for her partner, characterized by loyalty and adherence to his wishes, often prioritizing familial interests above personal gain. Thus, she could not bear to witness anything that might discomfort Chen Mo, even if it came from a friend, unlike the typical listen-to-everything type of fairy. Before long, the taxi halted in front of a towering glass facade of the apartment complex. The entrance was manned by 2 young security personnel and a professionally attired woman awaiting guests. After paying several thousand yen in fare, Chen Mo disembarked, receiving a cashback of several tens of thousands in return. Double cashback was indeed remarkable, though he pondered when it would transform into double the joy. As the 3 exited the vehicle, Chen Mo held Ishikawa Miyo's small, anxious hand reassuringly. Murakami Yuki playfully linked her other arm and chattered excitedly. Wow, this place is truly upscale. Even the surrounding streets differ from those elsewhere. I can hardly imagine the kind of people who live here. So wealthy. I'm genuinely curious about how they acquired their fortunes. Look, Miyo-chan. There's even a little flower bed in front of the apartment. It's so lovely. Ishikawa Miyo was gradually influenced by Murakami Yuki's vivacious words, her tension easing as she curiously surveyed the towering glass apartment building. Chen Mo-kun, she softly inquired, is the house you want to see here? Chen Mo nodded, gently squeezing her palm. What's the matter? Don't you like it here? Ishikawa Miyo hastily shook her head. No, it's beautiful here. Of course I like it, but the housing prices must be quite high, right? At that moment, a professional woman waiting at the entrance approached briskly, bowing respectfully. Excuse me. Are you Mr. Chen Mo? I am Yuki Onodera, a sales consultant from Izumi Real Estate. That's me, Chen Mo replied with a slight nod. Onodera Yuki maintained a professional smile, her gaze politely sweeping over Ishikawa Miyo and Murakami Yuki. This is my girlfriend and her friend, Chen Mo introduced naturally. Upon hearing the words my girlfriend, Ishikawa Miyo's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, a wave of happiness surging within her. Murakami Yuki noticed her little reaction, stifling a laugh while gently poking her with her elbow. Oh my, Miyo-chan, you're so easily pleased. Is this what brings you such joy? Onodera Yuki bowed toward the 2 ladies. I see, both of you truly possess elegance. Please follow me. I will guide you through this prestigious tower apartment. Before we proceed, allow me to present some basic information about it. This tower apartment was completed in November 2007, designed collaboratively by Shimizu Construction and Matsuda Hirata, with the construction carried out by the reputable Shimizu Construction Corporation. It is quite reliable. The building boasts a total of 43 stories, with 39 above ground, 2 below ground, and 1 tower level. It occupies an area of 4,886.88 square meters, comprising a total of 438 units. Our apartment complex enjoys excellent transportation convenience. It is just an 8-minute walk from JR Yamanote Line, Kihinahoku Line, and Tamachi Station, and merely a 10-minute walk from Toei Mita Line and Asakusa Line at Mita Station. Onodera Yuki swiped her card, leading the trio into the lobby. The decor inside prompted both Ishikawa Miyo and Murakami Yuki to instinctively gaze upwards in awe. Within the apartment lobby, dark gray-black marble complemented by deep burgundy wooden reception counters exuded an understated luxury. Several uniformed property staff were busy at the front desk. Upon noticing the guests' arrival, they promptly ceased their tasks, bowing in unison to greet them. Our apartment is graced by a premier property management team in Tokyo, with various staff members on standby around the clock. Onodera Yuki, while walking, elaborated on the complimentary valet service, the door-to-door dry cleaning, and the availability of private chefs, among other amenities. The building is also equipped with a gym, swimming pool, and spa massage facilities for relaxation, for those who enjoy socializing. There is a communal sky garden and terrace where many gather on weekends to bask in the sun and unwind. As we delved deeper into the apartment, the 2 women's reactions were notably distinct. Ishikawa Miyo's gaze remained fixated on Chen Mo's profile, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Whenever Onodera Yuki highlighted the luxurious amenities, she would quietly inhale sharply, instinctively lowering her head. Upon suddenly realizing that her shoes left faint imprints on the marble, she awkwardly shifted towards the carpeted area. In contrast, Murakami Yuki resembled an exuberant Shiba Inu, her curiosity evident as she glanced around in wonder. The 4 soon arrived at the elevator lobby of the tower apartment, where a dual security door awaited. 2 security guards stood on either side of the entrance. Onodera Yuki seamlessly continued her introduction. Our apartment is equipped with a 24-hour security system, state-of-the-art high-definition surveillance cameras, and the latest access control systems to ensure the safety of our residents. The two guards greeted them with polite bows as they arrived. Onodera swiped her card, allowing the three guests to enter. Before them stood 5 high-end double-opening elevators. Although with 39 floors and 438 units, 5 elevators seemed somewhat insufficient. In the prime location of Shibora, where every inch is precious, this number is commendable. Leading the way, Onodera Yukine guided them to an elevator that had just ascended. She pressed the button to open the doors, held the elevator with her hand, and gestured for the guests to enter. Please, after you. Thank you. Chapter 98. Bathing while admiring the scenery. Thank you. The two ladies replied politely. Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. After Koizumi was the last to enter the elevator. She took out her card and swiped it on the button panel, causing the button for the 38th floor to illuminate automatically. Wow, this is quite ridiculous. There are actually 3 card swiping points just a short distance from the entrance. It feels so cumbersome, Murakami Yuki remarked candidly. Indeed, what this young lady said holds merit. While it may be somewhat inconvenient, it certainly enhances security, Chen Mo replied. However, this elevator is quite stable. Murakami Yuki was taken aback, lightly stomping her foot. It's nothing like my apartment, which feels like a roller coaster every time I ride it. Ishikawa Mio chuckled at her observation, but soon grasped Chen Mo's arm nervously, her forehead glistening with a hint of cold sweat. She harbored mild acrophobia and claustrophobia, and while she had managed to endure rides in elevators before, perhaps today's tension had heightened her anxiety. Noticing her discomfort, Chen Mo gently pulled her closer. Are you scared? Why yes, a little. Ishikawa Mio admitted in a hushed tone. Close your eyes, Chen Mo softly instructed. Imagine we are strolling on clouds. Obediently, Ishikawa Mio shut her eyes. Under the elevator's soft lighting, her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon her cheeks. Chen Mo, observing her gentle demeanor, could not resist leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. While Murakami Yuki exclaimed dramatically, covering her eyes. Should I just disappear now? Koizumi Yukine maintained her professional smile, yet a trace of envy flickered in her eyes. The reason was simple. Chen Mo was young, handsome, and affluent. To view their apartment, one had to meet certain conditions, either financial verification or identity checks. At that time, Chen Mo had simply stated that he was a shareholder in Yudo Trading, which astonished her. At just 25 years of age, he possessed a 51% stake in a company valued at 25 billion. While his status might not be at the pinnacle, it was still remarkably impressive. With a soft chime, the elevator reached the 38th floor. As the doors opened, the overall ambience of the upper level surpassed that of the lobby in sophistication. However, upon stepping into the corridor, there was still a slight labyrinthine quality reminiscent of a hotel. Koizumi Yukine guided the 3 to the farthest end from the elevator. Only this unit remained available on the 38th floor. The others had already found owners. Despite its distance, this apartment boasted the best orientation on this level. After speaking, she opened the somewhat understated entrance door. As the door swung open, Murakami Yuki couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this foyer is so luxurious." Several potted plants adorned the cabinet in the foyer, which was composed of deep red hues. The only constant was the Japanese penchant for creative storage solutions. The foyer was filled with an array of wooden cabinets. The group ventured further inside, where a screen partition separated the living room from the foyer. Crafted from warm yellow wood panels against a white wall, a potted plant was similarly placed for decoration. Upon reaching the screen, the corridor was divided into 2. To the left ahead lay the living room, while the right led to the bedroom. Yukine Onodera guided them to the left. At the end of the corridor, they beheld the living room behind a glass wall and wooden lattice door. She picked up a remote control nearby and pressed a button. Gradually, the electric curtains surrounding the living room ascended, allowing the light to stream in. The magnificent view of Tokyo Bay unfolded before them through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wow, it's so beautiful, Mio Ishikawa exclaimed, instinctively moving towards the window, completely forgetting her nervousness and fear of heights. The small Shiba Inu-like Yuki Murakami was equally mesmerized. This view is absolutely stunning. It must be magnificent to see the night scenery from here. Yukine Onodera seized the moment to provide an introduction. This apartment spans 230 square meters, featuring a layout of 4 rooms, 1 living room, and 3 bathrooms. The master bedroom is equipped with a walk-in wardrobe and a scenic bathroom, and the kitchen is imported from Germany. Noticing that the 2 girls brought by Chen Mo were captivated by the view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, she approached them. Young ladies, the view from this apartment is truly exceptional. To the right, You can see Tokyo Tower, Azabudai, and Roppongi. To the left, the stunning Tokyo Bay, the Daiba Ferris wheel, and the Rainbow Bridge. Unable to contain her excitement, Yuki Murakami pointed straight ahead and asked, "Salesgirl, that direction is towards Mount Fuji, right?" Yukine Onodera replied, "Indeed. You are quite perceptive. However, it's a pity that the visibility is low today. Otherwise, you would be able to see Mount Fuji from here. If you feel that the view here isn't enough, you may step outside," she suggested, opening the glass door leading to the long balcony corridor. Excited, Yuki Murakami followed her outside. However, Mio Ishikawa hesitated. Feeling a bit fearful of heights, she turned back to Chen Mo. Chen Mo stepped forward, taking her small hand reassuringly. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Would you like to go out and take a look?" Mio Ishikawa nodded gently, her eyes brimming with desire. "Then I shall accompany you," Chen Mo declared, pulling her hand as they stepped out onto the balcony corridor. With Chen Mo by her side, Mio Ishikawa appeared to feel less frightened. "Wow, Chen Mo-kun, we can see so many places from here. It feels as if all of Tokyo is beneath us. Do you like it?" Chen Mo inquired. Before Mio Ishikawa could respond, he whispered in her ear, "It seems quite lovely to enjoy the view here at night. Would you like to try it, Mio-chan?" Mio Ishikawa understood the implication of Chen Mo's words, and a blush crept to her cheeks. "As long as it's with you, Chen Mo-kun, I can do anything." At the other end of the balcony, Yuki Murakami called out, "Mio-chan, come quickly. This balcony connects to the master bedroom." The salesgirl mentioned there's an enormous bathroom inside. Hearing this, Mio Ishikawa tightened her grip on Chen Mo's hand. She lifted her gaze, questioning, towards Chen Mo. He nodded in acknowledgement. With his consent, Ishikawa Mio's eyes brightened. Releasing Chen Mo's hand, she took a deep breath, summoning her courage to step towards Murakami Yuki. Murakami Yuki approached, entwining her arm, guiding her from the corridor balcony into the master bedroom. "Oh my, this bathtub is enormous," Ishikawa Mio exclaimed, her eyes widening in awe. The sight of a large glass wall in the bathroom, revealing the picturesque scenery outside, ignited her imagination of sharing a bath with Chen Mo, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Murakami Yuki, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "To what? In the future, you can enjoy a bath while soaking in the view. How romantic. Yuki-senpai you. This, what if? That's not appropriate." Ishikawa Mio stammered, her embarrassment palpable as she stomped her foot. Onozaki Yukine promptly interjected, "There's no need to worry about that. From such a height, no one can see in here. If you're feeling shy, you can activate this electronic mist mode." As she spoke, she picked up the remote and pressed a button. Instantly, the glass transformed into an opaque blur. "Wow, that's so cool," Murakami Yuki exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. The glass was outfitted with a high-definition electronic mist film, allowing for a seamless transition between transparency and opacity with great ease. Chapter 099, just this set, full payment. Standing on the balcony corridor, Chen Mo was about to follow when his phone in his pocket vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from Mrs. Sens. "Sens-kana, Chen Mo-kun, I'm awake. Sens-kana, thank you for the meal you prepared. Waking up to delicious food brings me so much happiness. Sens-kana, little cat rubbing." JPG, seeing the messages brought a smile to Chen Mo's lips. He quickly typed a reply. "If it's delicious, eat more. Are you feeling better?" "Sens-kana, much better. I'm fine, so don't worry about me. Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" Chen Mo glanced towards the end of the corridor, pondering for a moment before responding. "I have something to attend to today, so I might not come back tonight. Make sure to eat properly, all right?" "Sens-kana, all right, then. Chen Mo-kun, be busy. Take care of yourself, and eat on time. You've been pushing yourself a bit too hard lately." "Shy?" JPG. "Yes, I'll return after I finish my work tomorrow." After sending his reply, Chen Mo placed his phone back into his pocket and took a few steps to the end of the corridor. He noticed that both the balcony door and bedroom door of the master suite were open, yet the room was empty. He walked inside and continued into the bedroom, where he soon found the three of them. At that moment, they were in another bathroom. Wow, although this bathroom isn't as large as the master suite's, it is quite spacious. The separation of wet and dry areas is excellently done. Murakami Yuki was chatting animatedly while examining the area. The integrated washer and dryer look fabulous. Koyanagi Yukine chimed in with introductions. "Indeed, the appliances in our apartment are all high-end models from the Panasonic brand." "Wow, everything here is so satisfying," Murakami Yuki teased. "Even the toilet is smart. Mio-chan, I envy you. You'll be a wealthy lady in no time." Ishikawa Mio, however, did not retort this time. As she had noticed Chen Mo approaching from a distance, he looked at Ishikawa Mio and asked, "So, are you satisfied with the house?" I think it's quite good, but..." Murakami Yuki interrupted with a hint of envy. "But what? If Chen Mo-kun dares to bring you here, he must have the means. Personally, I absolutely adore this place. It's a pity I don't have the same luck as you. I truly envy you, Mio-chan. If it were me, I'd wake up smiling every day." Suddenly, Ishikawa Mio, emboldened, said, "If Yuki-senpai likes it, you might consider my previous suggestion." "You could." The moment those words left her lips, Murakami Yuki froze, her ears turning pink. She quickly covered Ishikawa Mio's mouth, exclaiming, "You silly Mio-chan, don't say such things." She shot a furious glare at Mio. Upon witnessing her reaction, Ishikawa Mio's eyes crescented into a smile as she gently brushed aside the hand covering her face, saying, "Who prompted you, Yuki-senpai, to bully me first? Yet, are you truly not going to? You little rascal, how can you still say that?" Just as Murakami Yuki had let out a sigh of relief, she instantly flared up again. "If you don't bully me, I won't say anything. What are you two whispering about?" Chen Mo, who had approached, inquired curiously, observing the playful banter. "And nothing much. We were merely discussing how remarkably intelligent the toilet in this restroom is," Murakami Yuki hastily interjected, fearing that Ishikawa Mio might blurt something out. Chen Mo squinted in contemplation and asked, "Oh, is that so? I could have sworn I overheard something about suggestions." "Suggestions for what?" Suggestions. That one should not use their phone while in the restroom." Murakami Yuki babbled nonsensically. Why not?" "Because your legs will go numb," she retorted, successfully diverting the conversation. Upon noticing Ishikawa Mio stifling a laugh behind her small hand, she shot her a venomous glare. Ishikawa Mio playfully stuck out her tongue in response. After touring the apartment, the four returned to the living room. Onozora Yukine retrieved a tablet from her briefcase, preparing to provide a detailed presentation on pricing and payment methods. As this was the pivotal moment in the home buying process, given the current economic climate, many individuals were exceedingly cautious, especially those with wealth. Consequently, successful transactions for property purchases were rare, often necessitating multiple rounds of price negotiations and adjustments. Frustratingly, some individuals would engage for extended periods only to dismiss the deal with a simple, "I'm not buying." Onozora Yukine had long since grown accustomed to such situations. While she was busy, Chen Mo turned to Ishikawa Mio and asked, "Do you like it here?" Taken aback by the question, Ishikawa Mio nodded and replied, I do enjoy it, but it is best if Chen-kun makes the decision regarding such a significant matter. As long as you like it." Chen Mo then turned to Onozora Yukine and stated directly, "I'll take this one. Full payment. Please assist me, Miss Onozora." Onozora Yukine, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "Huh? Mr. Chen, aren't you going to negotiate the price or anything?" "No need, just this one," Chen Mo asserted firmly. "Negotiate? For what? The system is offering a rebate. Not negotiating means not losing out. Bargaining would only be detrimental to oneself. Can we not complete the paperwork today?" "Of course we can." Onozora Yukine's voice trembled with excitement. "I will contact the legal department to prepare the contract immediately." Murakami Yuki, astonished, interjected, "Wait, is this decision being made so hastily? What about the price? You didn't even inquire." Chen Mo chuckled, "If you like it, just buy it. Why hesitate?" "That's not what I mean." Murakami Yuki attempted to continue, but she was quelled by Chen Mo's audacious confidence. She glanced past Chen Mo and turned to Yukine Kodera, inquiring, "Saleswoman, may I ask how much this property costs?" "Including the agency fee, stamp duty, homeowner's insurance, property registration tax, and so forth." While calculating on her phone, Yukine Kodera eventually ceased her actions and stated, "The total amounts to 835 million yen. Additionally, it comes with a parking space on the second basement level." Upon hearing the price, Murakami Yuki was left speechless. "Huh? How much? 800 million? Goodness, even robbing a bank wouldn't yield that much money, would it?" "Indeed, this price was rather steep. There is room for negotiation," Yukine Kodera remarked with a wry smile. "This price reflects the market standard rate, given the prime location of our apartment. However, I can certainly assist Mr. Chen in applying for some discounts or benefits. I truly dislike complications. Please grant me some concessions, Ms. Kodera," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, as if 800 million yen were merely a trifling amount. For no one knew that with this expenditure, the returns would be considerably greater. Very well, Mr. Chen. I will contact you immediately. Please hold on for a moment. Yukine Kodera excitedly picked up her phone and stepped onto the balcony corridor to make the call. Still in a state of shock over the 800 million yen price tag, Murakami Yuki gazed at Chen Mo and asked, "You want to negotiate on this price? It seems like bargaining could significantly reduce the cost, doesn't it? A small discount could amount to several million yen." Chen Mo observed her bewildered expression, smiling silently. Bargaining was an impossibility. Spending money on the two of them would never allow for negotiation. His generosity today would serve to ensure future indulgences. Perhaps even the enjoyment of cream-filled biscuits. Chapter 100. The Intricacies of Social Interactions with a Gold Medal Lawyer. No need. Ms. Kanadara has already mentioned applying for welfare. Hasn't she? Chen Mo replied with a calm smile. Life is fleeting. One must indulge in the present. Why fret over trivial matters? Yuki Murakami rolled her eyes at such a pretentious statement, retorting with a hint of envy. Well, of course, you can say anything you like with your wealth. I never had the fortune to even consider such a house in the past. At that moment, Yukine Kanadara returned briskly, her phone in hand. Her face illuminated with unmistakable joy. Mr. Chen, the legal department is about to deliver the contract. I've also managed to secure 5 years of waived property fees for you, along with a 5 million yen shopping voucher for Maruetsu Pucci Supermarket in Kairo 2 Chome. Thank you for your efforts, Ms. Kanadara. Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. The moment Yukine heard it, she sprang up, saying, Mr. Chen, it must be our colleagues from the legal department. Please remain seated while I take a look. She then ushered in 2 competent-looking middle-aged men. Mr. Chen, these gentlemen are from our company's legal department. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries, Ms. Kanadara. Let us expedite the paperwork. His somewhat impolite demeanor did not discomfort the trio. In fact, it garnered them a greater respect for him. In their perception, affluent individuals often exhibit such attitudes. The 3 men approached the coffee table where Chen Mo was seated and swiftly produced several contract documents. The elder of the 2 respectfully handed a contract to Chen Mo, stating, Mr. Chen, I am Yamada Ichiro, the head of the legal department at Izumi Real Estate. We sincerely appreciate your choice in purchasing property through our company. This is the housing purchase application contract for your review. With a multi-billion yen project at hand, Chen Mo was not one to hesitate. He accepted the contract and examined it closely. Fortunately, he possessed a modicum of education, enabling him to comprehend the gist. However, as it was his first time purchasing a home, he was uncertain of any potential pitfalls within. Such specialized matters required the scrutiny of professionals. Recalling that he had added the line contact of Kidoki's aunt, he decided to take out his phone. Is it permissible for me to send this contract to my lawyer for review? He inquired. Yamada Ichiro gestured politely, responding, Respected Mr. Chen, that would be perfectly acceptable. You may take as many photos as you wish. Our reputation at Izumi Real Estate is indeed trustworthy. Very well, Chen Mo remarked, lifting his phone to snap pictures of the entire contract. He then opened Line, locating a contact with a distinctive professional profile picture, and initiated a chat. He sent a message promptly, Best Lawyer, Fukada Aimi, could you take a look at this contract and let me know if there are any issues? Best Lawyer, Yumi Fukada. Why? Best Lawyer, Yumi Fukada. The last time I helped you was merely out of affection for Xiao Feng. Best Lawyer, Yumi Fukada. You're being a bit too demanding, aren't you? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo replied, Just consider it a favor owed to you. I shall treat you to a meal next time, and the choice of venue shall be yours. Best Lawyer, Yumi Fukada. That sounds much better. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? Best Lawyer, Yumi Fukada. The credibility of the Jingsan Real Estate Company is commendable. I reviewed the contract, and there are no issues. Thank you, beautiful lawyer. Best Lawyer, Yumi Fukada. Your flattery is sweet but ineffectual. Remember, you owe me a meal. I shall make sure to take full advantage of that. Feel free to indulge me. To be treated by a stunning beauty like you would truly be an honor, and I would relish every moment. Best Lawyer, Yumi Fukada. Ugh, go away. On the other end of the line, Yumi Fukada felt a mix of anger and embarrassment at Chen Mo's teasing remarks. A hidden fondness within her was inadvertently stirred. In the realm of human relationships, one must repay debts. He wanted his share of the treats. This mischievous aunt of his. Children make choices, but he desired it all. Chen Mo smiled as he switched off his phone screen. The contract was sound, and I could make the payment at any moment. However, when can I move in? Yamada Ichiro flashed a professional smile and replied, Mr. Chen. While purchasing property elsewhere may take a month or 2 for successful transfer, this apartment is ready for immediate occupancy. coupled with the reputation of our ginseng company. Once the payment procedures are complete, you can receive the keys and move in today. We offer 24-hour expedited transfer services. Nearby, Kobayashi Yuki chimed in at the opportune moment. Our apartments are cleaned weekly by a professional cleaning team, and the facilities are fully equipped. You need only prepare your daily necessities to move in comfortably. Should you require daily items, our property team has a long-standing partnership with Maruetsu Pucci Supermarket. You need only contact the property management, and they will deliver whatever you need to your door. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with the property services and nodded, "All right. Let us sign the contract now." He took the pen and handed it to Ishikawa Mio, saying, "Mio-chan, you should sign." "What? Me?" Ishikawa Mio's eyes widened in surprise, nearly dropping the pen from her trembling hands. Murakami Yuki gasped, "Wait, this is an 800 million yen property. My goodness." Chen Mo grasped Ishikawa Mio's trembling hand and said, "Yes, you shall sign. This is a gift for you, so the property will be registered in your name." No, this is far too extravagant." Ishikawa Mio shook her head in panic, her eyes welling with tears. I cannot accept this." With that, she set the pen down. Both Yukai Onodera and Mizumi of the Ministry of Justice displayed expressions of profound astonishment. In Tokyo, having undergone the trials of the previous century's pugilists, the men of this era have become remarkably self-aware and individualistic. The willingness to purchase a home for a girlfriend is nearly non-existent. The instances of making a full cash purchase upon the first viewing are already rare. However, to have the title solely in the girlfriend's name is something these seasoned professionals had never encountered before. The dynamics between men and women have seemingly regressed to a pre-liberation state. Currently, in Tokyo's premier matchmaking market, prices are explicitly stated. A woman who can cook adds 3 points, one who admires her husband adds 5 points, and the relinquishment of her career adds 8 points. The overwhelming majority of women aspire to be full-time homemakers. Thus, Chen Mo's situation left everyone present utterly astounded. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in certain circles and among certain unreasonable demographics, marriage and home purchasing are imperative. Having the title in her name alone could be considered an act of good conscience. Moreover, there are T0 players who, upon reflection, may express regret. Mere acquiescence does not equate to consent.